Independently produced hip-hop documentary, while many use rappers in advertisements and promotions. Asante.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:27 p.m. page 267. Hip Hop 267. To market leather jackets, jeans, food service chains, hebdage, dick. Cut and mix, culture, identity and sportswear from various manufacturers, including Caribbean music. London, Methuen. This is Sourcebook Timberland, Rockport, and Nike. The Source, for the styles and attitudes of DJs. Henderson, Errol Anthony. Black Nationalism and most widely read hip-hop magazine, has also tapped, rap. Journal of Black Studies, 26, 308-339. Henderson has promoted, and profited from the lucrative business in written an important essay on the significance of black hip-hop fashions that can be said to have saturated the nationalism to rap music. Market. Rose, Tricia. Black Noise, Rap Music and Black Culture in Contemporary America. Hanover Court, Wesleyan. Ronald J. Stevens. University Press. Rose's book remains the major work in further reading. The Field of Rap Music and African American Culture. It is an important and useful book for those interested in seeing the Bennett, Eric. Hip Hop. Microsoft Encarta reference interrelationship of the music and American culture. Library 2002. This essay offers Stevens, Ronald J. The Three Waves of Contemporary Immediate Access to the Hip-Hop Phenomenon. Rap Music. Black Sacred Music, a journal of Theodore George, Nelson. Hip-Hop's Founding Fathers Speak Psychology, 5, 25-40. This is one of the best contemporary The Truth. The Source, November, 44-50. This is a solid essays on the various waves of rap music. Piece on the Founding Fathers of the Hip-Hop Nation. Stevens, Ronald J. Rappin' and Stealin' Out, Images of Halen, Lucy. Moguls with Attitude, Hip-Hop Titans rap artists as contemporary griots and tricksters in the Russell Simmons and Andre Harrell may well be popular culture arena. Challenge, a journal of research determining the flavor of the decade, each in his own on African American men, 9, 25-56. In this work, The Way. GQ, p. 168. Halen takes a look at the music moguls. Author explains the relationship between rap and African who commercially control the hip-hop phenomenon. Communication styles. Asante.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 269. Phases of imperialism. Imperialism. The first phase of imperialism began in 1440 with the arrival of the first shipment of enslaved African people. Imperialism is the process by which a nation extends and gold in Portugal. This period, which lasted until its territory by imposing its authority and thus gaining 1870 when the colonial phase began, involved political and economic control of other areas. Here an investment in human flesh, unknown in scale and term, is being used to refer specifically to the process scope before this time. These shipments of African by which European nations achieved world hegemony people to other lands might be called the first expery through an aggressive system of exploitation, a comment in organized modern capitalism, as the accumulated by enormous violence and inhumanity against lashing of profit from the trade of enslaved Africans, Asians, and Native Americans. Imperialism made imperialism, as a whole, possible. The modern wreaked havoc on the African continent, and the global economy, which Europeans once dominated. Market left on Africa helped to define the meaning and now European Americans dominate, was created of imperialism to the world. By the inhumane exploitation of African people. African people and their resources were plundered. The enslavement of Africans by Europeans is not and exploited from the 15th century on into the 20th. Properly considered trade, it is accurately defined as century. It is usual to take an economic perspective on a holocaust, meaning the destruction of a people. The imperialism, but a concentration on economics alone rise of and support for the enslavement of Africans diminishes the reality of the utter devastation of many may have led directly to what African American people and nations. Furthermore, such a view ratio scholars see as the moral decay of the modern world. Nihilizes degeneracy. It is estimated that millions of from the 15th through the 20th centuries Europeans' lives were lost during the height of Europe's Haga developed a network of international trade and fought money. Indeed, as a consequence of the destruction and for its control, the trade of enslaved Africans was the exploitation of African and Asian nations, Europe's single most important element of this effort. Portugal gained hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth established a strong foothold early, establishing the most intense period of imperialism. In 1914, at trading monopoly in the East. Once Portugal united its the height of Europe's imperial period, more than for political ambitions with those of Spain, attention was fifths of the world was under the control of one or turned to establishing colonies in the Americas. The other of the European powers. Although most the Dutch replaced the Portuguese in the East and colonized nations won independence in the decades carried the technique and institutions of commercial following World War II, the phase of imperialism empire building to their furthest development. The referred to in the literature as neocolonialism and Dutch efforts were supported by their role in supply globalization continues to plague most of the world. Enslaved Africans to the colonies in the Americas. 269. Iasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 270. 270 Imperialism. The Dutch established the Dutch United East India, the third and contemporary phase of imperialism, company in 1602, an early example of the modern given the name neocolonialism by Kwame Nkrumah, de multinational corporations that promote globalis now referred to as globalization by contemporaryization. The British ultimately seized the Dutch scholars. African and African American scholars see monopoly in the East, making its British East India globalization as an extension of the two previous phases company the formal ruler of Bengal in 1764. This of imperialism, with the hegemony of the European and presaged the efforts of imperialism as a whole to European American self-proclaimed elites more fully erode national sovereignty and establish multinational entrenched than in the past. Consistent with imperial corporations as international governing bodies. Ism as a whole, globalization seeks to oppress Africa having acquired the legal right to supply Spain with Africans more than other peoples. Enslaved Africans, the British gained enough capital globalization, also referred to in some literature as power to begin the Industrial Revolution. The New World Order, is viewed by African and then made the trading of enslaved Africans illegal, to African American scholars as an attempt to rob the limit challenges to their ascendance as the dominant world of its humanity and dignity and to enslave the European power. The stage was thus set for the creation world to the demands of a small group of corporate, of the British Empire, banking, and political leaders. The intent of this group colonialism, the second phase of imperialism, is to further establish centralized worldwide economic began in Africa in 1870 and lasted until most management, including international institutions for African nations won their independence in the 1960s. Banking and trade, with multinational corporations as European merchants and institutions accumulated the glue that holds the various components in power. Huge sums in profit from shipping along the infamous thus, imperialism, in its phase as globalization, is triangular trade routes connecting the colonies, the process by which all nations are forced to pursue West Indies and Africa or England, with the trade a common set of economic policies, so that commerce based primarily on the exploitation of African people shall interests supersede all other interests, including and their resources. This accumulation of wealth was healthcare, education, and food production. Due to invested in establishing European financial institution free trade legislation and the establishment of convergence, including the stock exchange and large banking financial institutions, multinational corporations institutions. The resulting economic system was used freely exploit the planet, dominate social systems, to expand and deepen the exploitation of peoples of and deploy the most powerful and dangerous techcolor and their land and natural resources, with analogies in history, superseding national govern emphasis on Africa. Increasing profits and increasing ments, state power often slips away, overwhelmed by systematization of the economic infrastructure led to corporate dominance. Increased competition among those European nations of primary importance to the understanding of that were vying for power. The competition and greed, the ongoing process of imperialism and, hence, of Europeans in turn resulted in a global devastation, the understanding of the process by which it will be and inhumanity that was never before seen in human defeated, is an appreciation of its dependence on history. Optimal consent and minimal resistance from the European colonialism was an integrated system majority of the world's people. From its very inception that sought to eradicate African economic, political, during the 15th century to the present day, military, social, and cultural autonomy. Through realism, in which a tiny minority benefits from increasingly violent and oppressive measures, exploiting the majority, has required the implicit or European powers established a system of absolute explicit consent of the majority of the voting public of exploitation, every gain, profit, and benefit realized the imperial nations to maintain its power. In order by Europeans was realized at African expense. King to gain support and consent for immoral, inhumane Leopold of Belgium personified the European foreign and domestic policy, a culture characterized colonial ethos. His exploitation of the people of the by inhumanity and immorality was created in the Congo, and their resources earned his government exploiting nations and then spread to the petit bourg an estimated $1,500,000 per year in profits. This geoacy of exploited nations. Today, a similar effort is exploitation cost the lives of approximately 11 million working toward creating a one-world culture. Congolese people between 1890 and 1920. Devoid of traditional cultural ties through history. Iasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 271. Indigenist Movement 271. Devoid of human feeling, worshipping material gain. Haitians, and blacks around the world, viewed the purpose of this culture, according to some, is to themselves and their culture. It was largely inspired grant consent for the continuation of exploitation. By the ideas of Jean Price Mars, conceived throughout the period of imperialism, the greatest aired by many as the greatest Haitian intellectual of and strongest resistance has continually come from the first half of the 20th century. Price Mars was a diasporic Africans. African resistance has also fueled multi-talented man. Trained as a physician, he served global resistance, for example, Toussaint Eloviches as Minister of Foreign Affairs, as well as Haitian Revolution fueled the French Revolution as the civil ambassador to France and the Dominican Republic. He writes movement gave new life to world revolution. As was also a prolific and extremely influential writer. Molafi Asante, Amilcar Cabral, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the indigenist movement, with which Price Mars Maulana Karenga, and countless other African scholars is closely associated, is primarily identified as a leader have acknowledged, resistance to cultural domineering movement. Haitian writers such as Karl Brouard, through the internalization of traditional African J.B. Sinis, and Jacques Roumain, author of The Culture is the Most Powerful Weapon Against the famous Gouvernement de la Rosée, founded La Revue Indigène in 1927. La Revue Indigène regularly renounced slavish imitation of Kismet Beckman. French literature and looked to peasant culture for inspiration. It can be said, however, that these writers further reading fell short of their goal, for they wrote in ultra-modern Chinoiseau. The West and the Rest of Us. Boston, Faber French instead of Creole, the language of the peasants and Faber. This book, which is a striking indictment of that Price Mars championed as the true language of Western world for its role in subverting the cultures of the Haitian people. Another Haitian literary group, Africa and Asia, has risen to the status of being a classic swept by the indigenist movement was the group of In the Struggle for African Liberation. Fanon, France. The Wretched of the Earth. New York, Poets Known as the Griot, which included François Grove Press. Written by a young Caribbean philosopher Duvalier, the future dictator of Haiti. Others, How, whose insights into the impact of imperialism and racism ever took a non-literary road in the call to return, became the arguments of an entire generation of African to Africa and pursued the scientific exploration of scholars. This book is considered an essential text in Black African civilization and its presence in Haitian cult studies. Tour. In this pursuit, Jacques Roumain founded the Kruma, Kwame. Neocolonialism, the Last Stage Bureau of Ethnology in 1941, while Price Mars Hymn of Imperialism. New York, International. This is one of the self-founded the Institute of Ethnology and became best African books on the impact of imperialism on African nations. Chair of Africology and Sociology there. Roberts, J.M. History of the World. New York, Oxford. The historical development that inspired the Birth University Press. Roberts provides a general overview of the indigenist movement was the U.S. occupation way Europe has operated in the world over the past 500 years. Of Haiti from 1915 to 1934. Resistance to the U.S. Rodney, Walter. How Europe underdeveloped Africa. Occupation by Haitian intellectuals was ambiguous. Washington, D.C., Howard University Press. This is and modest, at best. Haiti's claim to be the first free Guyanese scholars' exceptional analysis of how Europe Black Republic in the Western Hemisphere had always robbed the African nations of their mineral and agricultural been a source of pride and shaped its national identity. Resources in order to create wealth in Europe. However, this identity was always circumscribed by an emotional attachment to France, Haiti's former colonial ruler. With the indigenist movement. American occupation in full force, Haitians endured humiliating racism that undermined the glory and the indigenist movement, or mouvement indigeniste, principles of the founding of their republic. In Haiti started in the 1920s as an attempt by Haitian intellection, the occupation failed to deliver what many intellectuals to properly define Haitian culture as African. Intellectuals had secretly hoped it would a dramatic rather than an extension of French culture, as it was change in the technology and material wealth of Haiti. Then commonly assumed to be. This movement was in a series of lectures and articles, as well as in the A Catalyst for Literary and Social Change in the Way 1928 publication of Ainsi parle l'oncle. Price Mars identified the cause of Haitian systems of thought throughout history and the malaise as the Haitians' failure to embrace their own diaspora. Parents of new concepts, students' pay and traditions, and their denial of the African origins of annual tuition of $3,000, and the school's enrollment their culture. With his wide breadth of knowledge of was once as high as 150 students, before the estab African culture, Price Mars systematically identified lishment of the Betty Shabazz International Charter the African roots of Haitian culture and Vodou. He school, where parents can send their children for called for elevating the pride of Haitians and for free to receive an African-centered education from defying their resistance to the American occupation preschool through 8th grade. The charter school through the glorification of the Haitian peasants. He has an enrollment of approximately 300 students. Believed that in their ways was the source of Haitian new concept is one of only 3 such schools in the strength and national pride. Price Mars devoted 5 United States that date back at least 20 years. About chapters of his book to the assertion of the African new concept, Haki Motherboudi says, "We're not talking roots of Haitian culture," Chapter 2, Popular Beliefs, about words on paper but creating a world in which Chapter 3, Africa, its races and its civilization, children are being anchored properly. ICR Miss Chapter 4, Africa and the External World, Chapter V, Zion as nothing less than providing the necessary. African Animism, and Chapter 6, The Religious Foundation for a Child to Deal with the World from a Sentiments of the Haitian Masses. Secure and Self-Aware Position. Price Mars's message that we can be ourselves only if we do not reject our ancestral heritage rests the schools the Institute sponsors. Onated in the hearts of many. Indeed, the indigenist movement inspired many other similar movements. Saifisha Madhubuti served for 16 years as principal around the world, such as the Negritude movement in and a teacher at New Concept before leaving the France and the Harlem Renaissance and Afrocentricity School to finish her doctoral degree at the University in the United States of Chicago. Today, she teaches in the School of Education at Northwestern University under the name Garvey F. Lundy. Of Carol Lee. She says, students who graduated from New Concept have grown to be lovers of Black people, further reading, and contributors to the world. They are Wellman Antoine, Jacques C. Jean Price Mars and Haiti. Ned, not into gangs, not into drugs. The parents of Washington, D.C., Three Continents Press. Antoine provides New Concept students have been doctors, lawyers, insight into Price Mars's life and philosophy. Plumbers, secretaries, and welfare recipients. Some Price Mars, Jean. So spoke the uncle. Washington, D.C., Three Continents Press. This is indispensable reading on the subject. Tuition. Most of the parents, however, have been public school teachers. Saifisha Madhubuti provides insight into this, saying, the average dropout rate in the Chicago public schools is around 50%. There are institute of high schools in Chicago where the dropout rate is 75%. I personally cannot name a single child who positive education attended New Concept for even a year who did not go on to graduate from high school. Not one. The Institute of Positive Education was founded in Mornings at New Concept and Betty Shabazz Start 1969 in Chicago, Illinois, by Haki Madhubuti and with the Unity Circle, just before 9 o'clock. The children his wife Saifisha. It sponsors African-centered learning and staff gather around a large white circle painted on for youngsters and adults. The institute served as the gymnasium floor. The children recite the Black legal entity for the establishment of the New Concept National Pledge developed by the Council of School in 1972, and it leases space to the Betty Independent Black institutions. Using Call and Shabazz International Charter School founded by the response, the teacher begins by saying we are African Madhubutis in 1998. Annually, New Concept instructs people. The children respond with we are African, about 35 school-age youngsters in an environment people struggling for national liberation. We are that fosters pride in and knowledge about African, preparing leaders and workers to bring about a positive. Iasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 273. Institute of Positive Education 273. Change for our people. We stress the development of Edda poetry reading in 1968, she was teaching African our bodies, minds, souls, and consciousness. Our American literature at the school that would later mitment is to self-determination, self-defense, and self come to be called Kennedy King College. From her respect for our race, we extend the right hand out, teaching she knew that Black students needed to be for the fruition of Black power, for the triumph of Black reached much earlier than college. Thus Saifisha Khan nationhood. I pledge to my African nation to the build Vinst Haki Madhubuti of the importance of starting of a better people and a better world. My total Devo a school for African American children. My total resources, and my total power of my mortal life. Education for a better future. New Concept and the Betty Shabazz International Charter School aim to teach Black children a narrative. Haki Madhubuti, whose book of poetry Don't Cry, populated by African and African American heroes, Scream, had sold about 500,000 copies in 1969, and African Rituals, Fables, and Values on the Walls of 1970, was obsessed with the question what hap both schools are works of art that express the s that pen to us. Why is it that most peoples are in charge ICS of African and African American people and of their own destiny but not us? He had been profiled inspirational quotes from Black luminaries on the in ebony and was drawing the attention of scholars. Landings between floors, the spaces artfully deco at Cornell and other universities, but instead of simply rated with African prints, tables, and chairs, and edu basking in his newfound fame, Haki Motherboody cational passages printed large enough for display. On joins Sayfisha Motherboody in creating a school for one landing are the words of Zora Neale Hurston, on African American children in an abandoned storefront. Another landing is an African mathematical system. They rented on Ellis Street. Teaching is Saturdays only. This use of space invites visitors and perhaps teachers' enrichment program. They instructed children ages 2 to rest and relax with inspirations from the African to 12. At the urging of parents, by 1974 the school was an African American experience. For Drapes, the offering a full-time program for preschool through classrooms have a variety of colorful Kent prints at the 3rd grade. Even though the school never had for each window. Rows of lockers are against the walls, ticed. From the beginning the Motherboodies had to turn and children's projects, such as those on the solar people away. In 1991, new concept moved to its pre-system and planets, proudly hang along the hallways. Sent location, a spacious building bought along with at recess the children sometimes play a game called the adjoining rectory from the Catholic Diocese for the Underground Railroad where girls clamor to roughly $1.4 million. Since then the school has added B. Harriet Tubman. The children learn Spanish and the 4th through 8th grades. Haki Motherboody has Kiswahili. Remain the school's main benefactor. Profits from the teachers are referred to as Mama and Baba, his publishing company, Third World Press, support which mean mother and father in Kiswahili. The Institute of Positive Education. Addressing their teachers in this way gives the Institute of Positive Education was built not on children a profound sense of family as it reinforces the grants or foundations but from the sweat of labor. Haki instructors' commitment to familial values. New Motherboody proudly admits that in all of his years Oprah Concept now has 4 teachers, and the Betty Shabazz aiding the Institute of Positive Education and the Third International School has 19 teachers and 11 classes. World Press, he has never missed a payroll. Graduates at both schools, the children learn art, music from the school say that they are rooted in their Iden theory, science, reading, writing, math, social studies, TITI, which allows them to get along with those who are and history. The teachers and the principal at the Not Black. In the curriculum, Africa is the starting. Schools are committed to the success of each student. Point, not the closing point. Students also learn about Sayfisha Motherboody survived the advice of a GUID the Chinese, Mayans, Native Americans, and others. Anne's counselor who told her that graduate school and Sayfisha Motherboody says, we teach about African teaching at the college level were beyond her, values and what is useful today critical thinking. Although she was an honor student, because we are realistic about how the world operates. Beyond the abilities of the black child. This was one of the Institute of Positive Education provides the events that inspired Sayfisha Motherboody to start space not only for the New Concept School and the New Concept School. When she met Haki Motherboody Betty Shabazz International Charter School but also Iasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 274. 274 Institute of the Black World for programs that are African-centered. It houses assassination but also to economic conditions within functions for students before and after school, as well those urban areas, and a growing black middle class, as the Mary McLeod Bethune Teachers Training among other phenomena. These events were changing center headed by Sayfisha Motherboody. The way African Americans viewed themselves, their communities, and America as a whole. Regina Jennings. The W.E.B. Du Bois Institute for Advanced Afro-American Studies soon became known as the Institute Further Reading of the Black World. The first governing board of the Hall, Corey. African-centered charter school new endeavor, called the Advisory Council, consisted displays methods during tour, Betty Shabazz International of prominent members of the African American Charter School toured during National Charter Schools Munity. These individuals represented diverse areas, weak Citizen newspaper, p3. Such as academia, the arts, and various community. Rivlin, Gary. Eyes on the Prize. Over more than 2 decades, Haki and Safisha Madhubuti have groups. Members of the council included its chair, proved that African-centered education can amount to CT. Vivian, Walter F. Anderson, Margaret Alexander, more than a black version of history. It can also be a Lerone Bennett, Horace Mann Bond, Robert Brown, springboard to a bright future. The Chicago Reader, John Henrik Clark, Dorothy Cotton, Ossie Davis, 26, 6. St. Clair Drake, Catherine Dunham, Vivian Henderson, Tobe Johnson, Julius Lester, Francis Lucas, Jesse Noel, Renee Pekian, Elio Pomer, Pearl Primus, Benjamin Quarles, Bernice Regon, William Institute of the Black World. Strickland, Council Taylor, EU. Essienutum, Charles White, and Hosea Williams. The Institute of the Black World was as a research institution designed to create solo Atlanta-based, African American think tank foundations to challenges faced by African people, the IBW. And directed by African American intellectuals. From staff was comprised of scholars who could interrogate 1969 to 1983. Its primary objective was to conduct the past, and the present, in an effort to shape the research that would positively impact the lives of future through in-depth analysis of the people, places, African people worldwide. Its initial emphasis was on and events that impacted African people globally. The addressing concerns relevant to African Americans. Research that they conducted was not done solely for the IBW as an institution began its life as a part of the benefit of academia. All the research had to have the Martin Luther King, Jr. Memorial Center and also practical implications both inside and outside of had ties with the Atlanta University Graduate Center. Academy. The cadre of scholars involved in the initial one of the IBW's co-founders, Vincent Harding, a project represented various academic disciplines and historian at Spelman College and friend of the King interests. All, however, shared a sincere desire to family, was asked by Martin Luther King Jr.'s widow, better the overall condition and status of African Coretta Scott King, to direct the work of the Martin people. The first full-time research staff members Luther King Library Documentation Project. Her were Lerone Bennett, Christine Coleman, Chester Offer, made shortly after her husband's assassination in Davis, Lonetta Gaines, Vincent Harding, Stephen 1968, was accepted by Harding, but he recommended Henderson, Joyce Ladner, Dalton Lewis, William an independent research project that would support the Strickland, Sterling Stuckey, and Robert Brown. Spirit of the slain civil rights leader. Coretta Scott King associate scholars and lecturers closely associated agreed to support the project, and subsequently what with the work and mission of the IBW included was then known as the WEB. Du Bois Institute for CLR. James, Amory Baraka, St. Clair Drake, Walter Advanced Afro-American Studies was born. Rodney, Stokely Carmichael, Ella Baker, Alvin Harding's idea was shaped by the times in which F. Poussaint, and Haywood Burns. It was devised. Major events were taking place in the work being done at the IBW headquarters in the late 1960s, events that had a direct and powerful Atlanta was augmented by other institutions and impact on the African American community, the groups, which helped to form a cooperative network Black Power movement, the Vietnam War, student of scholars who agreed with and fully supported the demands for Black Studies curriculums in Educommission of the IBW. Among these were the Africanchen, urban uprisings in response not only to the King Heritage Studies Association, Congress of Iasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 275. Institute of the Black World 275. African People, the Black Academy of Arts and the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Center where letters, Fisk University, Shaw University, Howard it was housed. The IBW's critics claimed that the university, Dartmouth College, Wesleyan University, organization, which had only hired black staff members, Brooklyn College and Cornell University, was too separatist, did not espouse nonviolence as the goals listed below specify the actions through King had, and did not uplift King's memory enough, which the IBW planned to carry out its mission to for it to be an appropriate part of a memorial center for provide research to support the struggle of African the civil rights leader. Many in the advisory council people worldwide. The IBW endeavored put pressure on the IBW to change its direction, so in an effort to preserve its initial purpose, the IBW 1. To assist in the design and implementation of decided to separate from the King Center in the fall Black Studies curriculums of 1970. Thus the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial 2. To create cooperative relationships with Institute Center and the IBW became two separate entities. The Shins of higher learning, including both Historic King Center, then became a place where the work of Cali black colleges and predominantly white King was studied exclusively. The IBW, in accordance colleges supportive of the aims of the IBW, with its stated mission, became a center of new ideas. Ideas as diverse as the staff that created them. The 3. To conduct original research at the IBW headwork of the Institute was in the study of ideas, quarters, and to teach courses that support the not people and personalities. The strand that connected Institute's mission. All the research at the Institute was that it had to be to support African American artists, particularly designed to liberate African people worldwide. Those with an artistic vision tied to liberation, research took the form of papers, conferences, and exposed their work both inside and outside lectures from scholars both inside and outside of the Academy. IBW research staff. Some examples are as follows: 5. To develop curriculums aimed at positively beyond chaos, Black history and the search impacting the lives of African American children for the new land. 6. To create a center for social analysis of the Black family and social policy. American communities nationwide. Black radicals in America. Black repression in the cities, an analysis of 7. To create connections with African intellectuals, institutional racism in the 70s and activists worldwide. The challenge of blackness. 8. To train scholars to commit themselves not only a critical anthology of blues poetry to academic excellence within Black studies, but on the need for a Black revolutionary theory. Also to improving the communities represented. The search for a religion of blackness in their research, as well as to give these scholars toward a theory of Black political economy. The techniques necessary to properly teach students both inside and outside of the Academy. The research conducted at the IBW was disseminated on site, through tape recordings of lectures. 9. To sponsor conferences where the results of made available to interested parties, through shared directed research could be shared with the manuscript copies, and through the widely distributed African American community, and to encourage Black worldview column that tackled current individuals and groups with interests similar to events relevant to African Americans. The IBWs to participate in such events. All the research conducted by the Black scholars. 10. To create an independent means of publishing affiliated with the Institute was to be used for the findings of its research. Purpose of empowering the African community, and although it initially concentrated on the American, these goals were the driving force behind the experience. The research team eventually reflected the research conducted at the IBW from 1969 through IBW's global perspective and reached out to people of 1983. Soon after the creation of the IBW, however, a color worldwide review panel and many of the members of the council, after separating from the Martin Luther King Jr., questioned whether its mission fit within the aims of Memorial Center. In 1970, the IBW struggled financially. Iasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 276. 276 Introduction to Black Studies. Lacking the big money donors of its former partner. Promotes racial pride. It helps teachers and students to, although never financially prosperous, the IBW Understand that Black studies as a discipline is nevertheless created a research environment where tant because it focuses on the Black contribution to the scholars of African descent were able to focus on such social fabric of society. Areas as education, the economy, and government. Karenga understood that to close the historical gap among others, in an effort to address pressing challenge created by years of denial and neglect of Africans. Lens faced by the African American community's contribution to society, there had to be a model that it served. In 1983 the IBW faced a financial short identified and introduced the basic social, intellectual, fall that it could not overcome, resulting in the closing and philosophical elements in the Black Studies core of its doors. Curriculum. To rescue Black's place in history and set the record straight on Black thought and practice, and in Christopher K. Johnson. Answer to the demands of college students during the Black social movement of the 1960s and 1970s, their further reading had to be a fundamental process of information gather. Bennett, Lerone. The Challenge of Blacknessing and Reporting. The Voices of Protest and Challenge. Atlanta, Georgia, Institute of the Black World. This heard across the country from blacks of all ages is the first pamphlet released in the IBW's Black paper clamoring for affirmation of their African identity and series, and it provides information regarding the range of it was imperative that Afrocentric intellectuals respond. Research interests held by the scholars at the IBW and how those interests were all connected to Black liberation. Karenga's Introduction to Black Studies answered that Institute of the Black World. Institute of the Black call with legitimate evidence that both delineated the world, statement of purpose and program. Atlanta, Georgia, Territory of Black Studies and introduced a plan of author. This document provides invaluable information action for extended research and inquiry. Regarding both the mission and research plan of the IBW. The book is organized in order of historical rel Marable, Manning. Dispatches from the Ebony Vance, with the events of Black civilization accompany. Intellectuals confront the African American need by evidence of their historical, social, political, experience. New York, Columbia University Press. This and intellectual credibility. It begins with a summary of collection of essays, provides a look into the field of Black studies, touching on many of the ideals that drove the Black history that covers the basic definition of Black research of the IBW. Studies, followed by its origins, relevance, and scope. Karenga describes 7 basic areas of the Black experience: history, religion, social organization, politics, economics, creative production, and psychology. Introduction. And includes study questions and references for further exploration of each area. He also explores the to Black studies. Challenges and possibilities inherent in the Black experience. Introduction to Black Studies, which was first published. Introduction to Black Studies is a fundamental in 1982 and subsequently revised, is a written textbook and a prerequisite for intercultural, by noteworthy Black scholar Maulana Karenga. The disciplinary and multidisciplinary curriculum design book is an Afrocentric investigation and validation of in many academic areas. Scholars may resist Black the social, intellectual, and sociological claims of his studies as a separate discipline, but they can no longer historical relevance to Western civilization by people of deny the importance of Black contributions not only African descent. The question in academic settings was to Western civilization but to civilization as a whole. Always, can you prove that Black studies is relevant historically? Blacks either were excluded from text for curriculum inclusion. Introduction to Black books or represented in a way that was rooted in misstudies answers this question not only by proving the information and prejudice. This book challenges such relevance of Black studies but also by addressing many practices by providing evidence of significant Black-related questions with intellectual authority. This text thought and practice. It is thus understandable that the book is thought-provoking and presented in a way that chapter outlining Black history is the largest chapter enables teachers at high school and college levels to in Karenga's book. After an introduction that includes begin an extended dialogue with their students that historical background and definitions, The book covers Iasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 277. Invisible Man 277. The vast sweep of African's history from 800 BCE. His many tribulations, he is never complete or able to the present, including sections such as African live up to the social standards that people place on background, European slave trade, Africans in him. The Invisible Man, which is the only name by America, and civil rights of the 70s and 80s. Which the narrator allows readers to know him, is areas of both Black studies and Africana studies are throughout the novel searching for a place in society, interwoven in the contents of this book. Maulana and every search leads to disappointment. Karenga is to be applauded for his profound intellect, in the prologue, a young black man from the South courage, and forethought, as his introduction to black begins telling his story. In one of the most important studies dispels all speculations about black studies as sections of the book, Chapter 1, Battle Royal, the Nara-relevant discipline of study. Rater explains his quest to find something. He speaks to his grandfather, an ex-slave who tells him not to be. Gloria Grant Roberson. The traitor to blacks that he has been. His grandfather implies that he has lived a quiet life but also a life of further reading. Submissiveness, thus representing an aspect of the narrator. The narrator recalls his high school graduate Al-Kalimad, Abdul. Paradigms in Black Studies, Shin Speech, in which he promoted submissiveness as essays. Chicago, 21st Century Books. This is a radical examination of various theories and models of the way for blacks to succeed, mentioning Booker Black Studies. T. Washington, who shares this belief. He is asked to Asante, Molafikit, and Abari, Abu. African read his high school speech at a banquet for the white intellectual heritage. Philadelphia, Temple University male elite in the town. His initial excitement quickly press. This is the most comprehensive volume of African vanishes, however, as he realizes that he and his African American theoretical and philosophical writers. Friends are to brawl with the other black boys of the Mazama, AMA. The Afrocentric paradigm. Community for the entertainment of the town's Big Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is the most complete shots. The young men are humiliated, they are bullied. Book of Afrocentric Theory essays published to date. Articles by Maulana Karenga are included in the very fine Into Looking at a Stripper, to Fight with One Another collection of pieces in this book. With blindfolds on, and to Scramble Over Fake Money. Mumford, Clarence. Production Relations, Class, and On an Electric Mat. The narrator has a dream that night. Black liberation, a Marxist perspective in Afro-American that his diploma and life mean nothing. This is just one studies. Amsterdam, B.R. Gruner. This is one of the best example of Ellison's irony. Just as the white men have works by a socialist on the issues confronting African, these young black men fighting in an environment that people in the Western world will never allow them to win. The narrator soon finds that his environment in contemporary America will not allow him to win as a black man because it fails to notice him. This first chapter sets the tone of the Invisible Man novel, the tone that then follows the narrator to college and his life in a hole in Harlem. Ralph Ellison's 1952 novel Invisible Man deals with when the narrator goes to Harlem, he is able to see the inability of the people around the protagonist to the unworthiness that accompanies being black, and see him as a black man, thus failing to respect himself. How many people behave unethically in order to gain and his humanity. The protagonist takes readers on a power. One character in the novel, Todd Clifton, is a journey of truths as he tells his tale, starting with his member of the Brotherhood, a political organization home in the South, and moving on to his current living in Harlem that works for blacks in the community and quarters in a hole in the North in Harlem. Ellison that the Invisible Man is a part of. Clifton leaves the uses symbolism to give life to every detail from the organization and begins selling Sambo dolls, which lyrics of a song to the name of a preacher. Ellison's represent lazy black men. The narrator is unhappy. Narrator persuades readers that America's failure to about his friend's new career and frustrated that notice him has led him to a life of invisibility. The key Clifton thinks nothing of it. It is irony like this that motifs in the book are blindness, invisibility, and Ellison fills the novel with people who in the midst of masks. The major conflict is the characters' search for confusion, do not see their confusion and are blind to a place of his own and his own identity throughout the situation that they are in. Iasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 278. 278 Islam. It is truly a voyage of self, this book that was written understanding between the Arabic and African as a memoir of a fictional character and invisible communities in New York. He established and served black man and that, when it appeared in 1952, had as director of the Jabal Arabiya, a Muslim community, a strong effect on the world of literature. Invisible ruled by Islamic law in West Valley, New York. His man was very well written and expressed the frustra followers started groups in Jacksonville, Florida, shin of black men in America as no author had. Highly Rochester, New York, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, criticized at the height of its publication, the novel still, and Detroit, Michigan. Broke barriers, winning the National Book Award in the Sunni First Cleveland Movement in Islam 1953 and becoming one of the greatest books in, was established when the immigrant leaders of the African American literature Ahmadiyya movement could not control the African Americans who wanted a more activist agenda for the Sha'am Shabazz. Islam. Imam Wali Akram founded the First Cleveland Movement in 1936, at about the time Nasir Ahmed further reading. And Said Akmal founded the first Muslim mosque of Pittsburgh. Wali Akram and his wife Karima learned Kinnaman, Kenneth. Critical essays on Richard Wright's native son. New York, Twain. These are useful Arabic and became the major teachers of the religion essays dealing with the role of Richard Wright's powerful in Cleveland. Book. After World War II, many African American O'Meally, Robert G. New essays on invisible artists and musicians found Islam sympathetic. Dizzy Man. Cambridge, UK, Cambridge University Press. In 5 Gillespie, who became a Baha'i, influenced many critical essays on Ralph Ellison's novel, the authors uncover musicians who became Muslims. He visited Turkey, the richness of Ellison's vision and fictional strategies. Egypt, and Syria in 1956, and his band was in Fluorite, Richard. Shadow and Act. New York, Random House. This book is Wright's approach to many literary inst by the cultures of those lands. By the L950s, and cultural issues. There was a growing awareness of Islam brought about by such people as Talib Daoud, Mahmoud Alwan, and J.A. Rogers, who taught at the Islamic and African Institute in Philadelphia that was established by Daoud in 1957. In the late 1960s, many of the Islam students influenced by the school supported the establishment at Temple University of the Afro-Asian Islam is the religion of Muslims, who believe in Institute, which later became the Department of Pan-Allah as the Supreme Deity and Muhammad as his African Studies and then the Department of African Prophet. Among African Americans, Islam has American Studies become a vibrant religious expression that has its soon many African American Muslims sought origins in the Moorish Science Temple, the nation closer relations with Islamic leaders from the Arab of Islam, Ahmadiyya movement in Islam, Jabal world. Akbar Muhammad, the son of the Honorable Arabiya, the first Cleveland Mosque, Darul Islam, Elijah Muhammad of the Nation of Islam, was among the Muslim American Society, and the Islamic those who attended Al-Azhar University in Cairo. He Mission of America. The Islamic Mission, later left the Nation of Islam to become a traditional Sunni named the State Street Mosque, was founded in 1924. Muslim. In 1972, Yusuf Muzaffaruddin Hamid founded and included immigrant people from Somalia, Yemen, the Islamic Party in North America, which is run by and Madagascar. Many of these people had come to Egyptian Muslims. By 1980, the Islamic Party in New York City as sailors. They soon found local North America had left the mainland to carry on its African American converts' work in St. Croix. Soon thereafter the organization Muhammad Izz-al-Din was a school principal in the opened branches in many of the islands of the 1920s in Newark, New Jersey, who went to Egypt to Caribbean, including Grenada and Dominica. In Adi study Arabic and the Quran. When he returned to the Shan, a few of Hamid's followers founded a commune. United States. He became one of the biggest promoters in Tate, Georgia, in the 1980s. Of the religion of Islam. As a member of the Moorish, perhaps the evolution of the Islamic movement Science Temple, Izz-al-Din sought to bring about and is best illustrated by the fact that Warathdin. Iasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 279. Islam 279. Muhammad, a son of Elijah Muhammad, tried to further reading, re-Islamicize and re-African Americanize the movement. Blitten, Edward Wilmot. Christianity, Islam, and the that his father founded. This was not very successful Negro race. Edinburgh, University of Edinburgh Press. Because many of the followers of Elijah Muhammad, written by the greatest, were black nationalists first and Muslims second. By African scholar of the late 19th century, this book Demon 2003, Warathdin Muhammad had relinquished his straits the interrelationships of Africa, Islam, and drive to bring about a more authentic Islam among his Christianity and the results of those relationships. Followers. The leaders of the movement ended their Esienudum, Esianudosan. Black nationalism, a long-term feud, and decided to work together to make search for identity in America. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Esienudum's book is a classic in the Islam more important among African Americans. The discourse on the changing ideologies that impinge upon path to mainstream Islam seems to be the current African American identity. Direction of the various African American Muslim. Turner, Richard Brandt. Islam in the African American communities. Experience. Bloomington, Indiana University Press. This remains the most authoritative work on Islam among Atissa A. Alkbulan. African Americans. Jayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 281. J. Accented, while the usually accented parts of the beat jazz are left unstressed. Bent pitches, vocal embellishments, and other special vocal effects associated with jazz is the classical musical tradition created by emotional expressions typify the blues. It is the fusion Africans in America beginning in the late 19th century. Of the rhythms, phrasing, and sound productions of the term jazz came into common usage by 1918 with ragtime and the blues with the instrumentations, numerous theories posed as to its etymology, all of melodies, and harmonies of brass bands and dance which were associated in some way with African or orchestras, that jazz first began to evolve. African American men. Despite the obscurity around the vast array of styles that comprised the jazz, the term jazz epitomizes the highest developed art tradition, is most often identified in terms of geoform produced in the United States and, as a musical graphical locations, chronological periods, and key tradition, encompasses many diverse and continually musicians of the style. One of the prime locations for changing styles. The incubation of the earliest styles of jazz was new throughout the development of jazz, African Orleans, Louisiana. During the late 1800s up through musical sensibilities are central. The technique of call the first 2 decades of the 1900s, the popularity and response found in much of African music has of military bands, the influences of the music and remained prominent in jazz. The concept of participa dances performed by Africans in Congo Square, a long Tory music making that is at the core of African music, with the appearance of individual performers such whereby all members of the group take part in the as pianist Jelly Roll Morton, led to the formation of creation of the music, is evidenced in the prevalence of musical ensembles that performed at parades, Funer polyphonic ensemble playing in jazz improvisation, ALS, and for other various occasions. These performers composing and performing simultaneously, the most developed what came to be known as New Orleans important feature of jazz can be traced to African jazz, a distinctively instrumental style performed on antecedents. It was, however, the encounter of the 3 or 4 wind instruments, drums, piano, guitar African with his new environment in America that or banjo, and tuba, allowed for the development of jazz, which has Chicago is considered to have been the center of become one of the world's most vibrant art forms. Jazz activities in the 1920s. Many musicians from New Jazz developed primarily as an outgrowth of New Orleans migrated to Chicago with the first recordings African American musical genres ragtime and the produced by groups such as the New Orleans Rhythm Blues. Ragtime, made popular by pianists Scott Joplin, King's, Louis Armstrong's Hot 5 and Hot 7, was intended to accompany dance with its Hailey and King Oliver's Creole Jazz Band. During the 1930s syncopated rhythmic patterns. Syncopation is a RHYTH and 1940s, New York came into the spotlight with the mic technique derived from African music in which a emergence of the jazz style known as swing. With the part of the beat that is usually unaccented is instead emphasis on music for dancing, the swing bands or Big 281. Jayasanti.qxd November 3, 2004, 3:12 p.m. page 282. 282 Jim Crow. Bands 10 or more musicians consisting of a brass jazz is still the most recognizable and most highly section, a reed section and a rhythm section were led influential music in the world today. As an artistic and by band leaders such as Fletcher Henderson and Duke cultural tradition, jazz reveals the soul of African Ellington. Kansas City jazz also became popular with Americans and in all of its manifestations captures the band leader Count Basie at this time. Spirit of life in America. During the 1940s, a group of jazz musicians in Maozi Renee Simmons, New York City began experimenting with new musical ideas which developed into a style that came to further reading be known as bop, bebop, or rebop. This new style of jazz emphasized intense and elaborate improvisations, Conyers, James L., Jr. African American jazz and was developed by musicians such as saxophonist and rap, social and philosophical examination of Black Charlie Parker, trumpeter Dizzy Gillespie, and pianist expressive behavior. Jefferson, North Carolina, McFarland. Relates music to social and political consciousness. Thelonious Monk. Hard bop became associated with Martin, Henry. Enjoying jazz. New York, Schirmer. Saxophonists such as Cannonball Adderley and John gives a brief survey of various jazz styles. Coltrane. Medjol, Donald D., and Demoe, Richard S. Introduction. Jazz vocalists have also been instrumental in the to jazz history. Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, Prentice Hall. Development of jazz styles. Most often, the jazz vocal highlights some musicians and jazz styles. Ist uses the voice as a musical instrument blending Ramsey, Guthrie P., Jr. Race music, black cultures in with the rest of the ensemble. Some prominent jazz from bebop to hip-hop. Berkeley, University of California Press. Provides contemporary comments on social realities. Vocalists in the history of jazz have included Billy in relation to jazz Holiday, Ella Fitzgerald, and Jimmy Rushing. Although many jazz styles continued to coexist, the 1950s brought in the development of cool jazz epitomized by trumpeter Miles Davis, and the genesis of Jim Crow. Free jazz, first associated with saxophonist Ornette Coleman. In the 1960s and 1970s, many jazz music. Jim Crow was a set of ideas, social norms, life ways. Keans returned to the roots of jazz and began perform mythoforms, role-play symbols, sanctions, and Davising styles known as jazz funk and gospel jazz. During Tashions created after the Civil War by white politicians the 1980s and 1990s, electric jazz and jazz/rock fusion intent on maintaining a system of oppressive control became popular with musicians such as bassist Stanley over African American life and economics. With the Clark, saxophonist Grover Washington Jr., and pianist support of the U.S. Supreme Court, whose decision of Herbie Hancock. The catch-all term Contemporary 1883 declared the Civil Rights Act of 1875 unconstitutional. Jazz includes many new styles that are being developed. Tuitional, Jim Crow laws aimed their invasive enter currently. Latin jazz/Cuban jazz has also developed as prize at the level of social reality and psychological, a distinct style with such artists as drummer Pancho Manifestation in order to re-establish a stratified social Sanchez and pianist Chucho Valdez. Hierarchy based on white subjugation of African. While the many styles of jazz reflect the life American people, styles and culture of African Americans during the various historical periods, jazz can categorically be historical and political antecedents. Described as music having a vitality, originality, and spontaneity in which improvisation is an essence, there were many precursors to the enthronement of tile element, b. a distinctive relationship to time in Jim Crow as a living institution, such as the exploita, which the music is played a little ahead of, or a little tiv and bondage-centered sharecropping farming behind, the main beats, referred to as swing and system, the benign neglect of President Andrew enhanced with syncopation, and c. pitch and tonal Johnson to enforce Reconstruction laws, the rise of the inflections along with phrasing that reflect the ability of white rebel soldiers to gain political positions, creativity and musicianship of the performer. These in state and national government, the intimidation, characteristics are present in varying degrees in the terrorizing and murder of African Americans by wide range of jazz styles and various stages of jazz. Former Confederate General Nathan B. Forrest and his development. Ku Klux Klan, and the deaths of radical Republicans. Jayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 283. Jim Crow 283. Like Thaddeus Stevens of Georgia and Charles Sumner Laws of Louisiana. Plessy argued that he had a mixture of Massachusetts, who were committed to full rights of African American and European blood and that due for African Americans. Then, in 1877, Rutherford B. to his white-skinned appearance, he had a right to use Hayes became president and removed all federal the same accommodations used by whites. The court troops from the South. This act ensured and decided in favor of the state and wrote a decision that neatly established the national attack on Africans, stated that if Plessy had one drop of African blood, Americans in the South and the North. The then he was African and therefore had to comply with African rhetoric of white supremacist congressmen, the Jim Crow laws of Louisiana. The ultimate impact, like James Vardaman of Mississippi and Carter Glass of this decision, was that the separate but equal doc of Virginia helped other white supremacists to write trine was applied to all aspects of American life. Since and enforce anti-African social conduct rules and dis-African people were considered different and inferior, criminatory practices. These dehumanizing codes of when African people attempted to retain their dignity, behavior and rules for discriminatory treatment against and assert their equality with others, they were often African Americans, were called Jim Crow laws. Attacked. Thus, due to the Plessy decision, the tacit agreement between the Republican Party Americans were subjected to an onslaught and night, and the Southern Dixiecrats, mere of verbal and physical attacks, police brutality, which returned full control over the southern states, lynching, murders, several decades of situational and to the rebel white supremacists who had become politi-institutional discriminatory mistreatment, inhumane kians, encouraged local, state, and national movements, living and working conditions, and a total erosion of all to create and enact Jim Crow laws and customs to rob, of their economic, educational, civil, and human rights. Steal, and deny African Americans their civil rights and money, as well as to prevent African Americans the final overthrow of Jim Crow. From owning land, resigning from jobs, voting, renting land, in short, doing anything without the control of in the face of this systemic oppression, it took a white supremacist male. This peonage process set numerous African American leaders and their sub the stage for a national challenge to the civil rights porters many decades to successfully navigate an Act of 1875 that had ensured African American civil fight against this institutionalized subordination of rights in every aspect of American society. The 1883. Their race. Their efforts in protest against racism were Supreme Court decision against the civil rights ultimately manifested in the Supreme Court Decision Act then justified Americans' overt displays of white in the 1954 Brown v. Board of Education, the civil supremacist thinking, values, ideas, practices, and rights acts of 1964 and 1967, the 1960s civil rights iconic symbols in every educational, legal, scientific, activism, the 1960s and 1970s militant activism, and religious, economic, and social institution. The Black Studies movements, which were able to pro the Civil Rights Act of 1875 had safeguarded aggressively break down and decimate many vestiges of African Americans from being denied use of and the Jim Crow laws. In the final analysis, the lingering access to parks, public restaurants, post offices, retentions of Jim Crow and their potential negative churches, beaches, playgrounds, hotels, movies, impacts will need to be anticipated, identified, banks, swimming pools, hospitals, colleges, public analyzed, and eradicated such that the horrors of the schools, and other open public accommodations. The system of discrimination used against African hostile, pro-white supremacy decision by the U.S. Americans and other cultural groups will not continue. Supreme Court eliminated the ban on segregation or reappear. Thus, Southern legislators at local, state, and national legislative levels rushed to set up Jim Crow rules of conduct that created a system of legal separated accommodations for blacks and whites. Further reading. Asante, Mola Fikid. African American History, The Plessy Challenge. A Journey of Liberation. Maywood, New Jersey, The People's Publishing Group. This comprehensive history of African in 1896, in a Supreme Court case, Homer Plessy Americans discusses, among other things, the resistance to challenge his conviction for violating the Jim Crowism among African Americans. Asante.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 284. 284 Johnson Publishing Company. De Silva, Benjamin, Finkelstein, Milton, and Lashian, Arlene. Reporting that would inform and energize blacks. The Afro-American in United States History. Politically. Johnson maintains, however, that his goal New York, Globe Book Company. This is one of the key was to get into and win in the game of magazine pub resources on the historical and social issues confronting lishing, not to challenge the status quo of capitalism. Contemporary African Americans. In Johnson's view, ebony presents blacks in a posy newbie, i.a. Jim Crow's defense, anti-Negro thought in America, 1900 to 1930. Baton Rouge, Louisiana State Tiv-Light, which is rarely seen in white-dominated university press. Newby's book is a study of Jim Crowism media. Many in the world of black business agree with and its roots in the doctrine of white supremacy. His standpoint, maintaining that black success is in and of itself a contribution to black communities. In addition, many people have lauded Ebony for consistently tracking important black political issues in the United Johnson Publishing Company. States, particularly since the 1960s, and Johnson counts himself as one of Martin Luther King, Jr.'s early sup. The Johnson Publishing Company was founded in Porter's. In terms of the magazine industry, the success 1942 by John Harold Johnson in Chicago, Illinois, of the Johnson Publishing Company proved to the pub to date, the company is the most successful African lishing world that glossy, high production value mega American owned magazine publisher in the United Zines targeted at black consumers can make money. States. The Johnson Publishing Company is probably the success of Ebony gave rise to a host of new titles, best known for the magazines Ebony and Jet, but the publication that Americans. Essence, Black Enterprise, Honey, Savoy launched the company was Negro Digest, which, and Heart and Soul May Not Have. Johnson began in 1942 with a loan taken against his gained space on the newsstands had it not been for Mother's Furniture. Negro Digest was modeled on Johnson Publishing Company's pioneering efforts. Reader's Digest and contained reprinted as well as Cather and Squires. Commissioned articles from some of the most celebrated minds in the black and white communities. Further reading: Langston Hughes, Eleanor Roosevelt, Walter White, and Zora Neale Hurston, among others, wrote for Hall, James C. On sale at your favorite newsstand, Negro Digest in the 1940s. Johnson stopped Publi Negro Digest / Black World in the 1960s. In Todd Vogel Cation of the magazine in 1951, but brought it back, The Black Press, New Literary and Historical Essays. New Brunswick, New Jersey, Rutgers University Press. In 1961. Under the leadership of editor Hoyt Fuller, Hall provides an insightful history of Negro Digest. With the Negro Digest became an outstanding record of the focus on editor Hoyt Fuller's efforts to make the magazine explosion of black political and artistic thought culturally and politically relevant. The 1960s. The magazine was renamed Black World. Wolseley, Roland. The Black Press, USA. In 1970, but it never achieved the consistently high aims, Iowa State University Press. Wolseley's book Concirculation numbers of what became the company's Taines 2 chapters on black-owned magazines and features flagship publication, Ebony. An introduction by John H. Johnson. Fraser, E. Franklin. The Black Bourgeoisie. Glencoe, Ebony was first published in 1947 and was Mod Il, Free Press. This book contains a harsh critique of Eld on Life magazine. At first, Johnson had a hard middle-class oriented black publications in Part 7, the time convincing major advertisers that such a mega Negro press and wish fulfillment zine would sell, but with an initial advertising contract with Zenith, the magazine was launched. Featuring glossy pictures, advertising for consumer goods, and features on famous African Americans, Ebony and Jet Joint Center for Political have drawn criticism for being focused on celebrity, material gain, and the dream of middle-class status and economic studies. Following the lead of E. Franklin Fraser in critiquing black newspapers, some scholars and activists believe the Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies that magazines like Ebony present unrealistic ideals is a national public policy institute that of a wealthy, leisurely lifestyle at the expense of conducts research on the political and socio-economic. Jayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 285. Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies 285. Plight of African Americans and their communities. Of public hospitals, Black Trends in Medicaid and founded in 1970, their mission is to improve the managed care use, and HIV/AIDS data on African socio-economic status of African Americans, increase people their political participation and build constructive. Finally, JAPES has an international affairs relationships across racial and ethnic lines. JAPES's component. Since the late 1980s, the organization has widely recognized as one of the nation's leading conducted research and analysis in Southern Africa tanks, especially with regard to policy issues concerning African Americans, and it also has an international. The mission of the International Affairs Division is focus on the political, socio-economic, public health, to strengthen African democracy and governance, and educational conditions in the southern region of enhance African economic growth and productivity, Africa, and include the voices of African Americans in the context of Black studies, JAPES demon formation and implementation of U.S. foreign policy. Straits the role that research plays in the public policy. The Joint Center has researched the HIV/AIDS AP making process. Since its inception, the think tank has demic in South Africa and its socio-economic impact, provided policy-relevant data and analyses to policy as well as the Southern African political economy and makers, Black public officials, community leaders, economic and educational advancement. In addition, journalists and scholars Though its audience is wide, to research, JAPES has also engaged in capacity. JAPES's primary constituency has always been black, building in the region, provided election support, and elected officials. The research and data that is conducted gender empowerment trainings. Aided from the Joint Center has ultimately enabled while conducting the research is the primary via black policy makers with sound arguments and justiture of the Institute. Dissemination of the research is vacations to either support or oppose public policies, a key element in fulfilling the organization's mission that impact African Americans. The Joint Center issued its first publication, Black Elected Officials, a National Roster, in 1970. Since then, JAPES publications have grown in number and 5 research areas of JAPES. In scope, recent publications include The Future of JAPES has 5 main areas of research: focus on urban public hospitals, the big picture, African Americans, economic policy, social policy, public policy, and long-term economic outlook for political studies, health policy, and international African Americans, economic impact of affairs. Within the area of economic policy, the Joint HIV/AIDS on South Africa and Implications for Center has conducted research and analyzed trends: governance, welfare reform, devolution in job and labor markets, income differences between and the expansion of charitable choice, the racial groups, the effectiveness of affirmative transformation of African American policy views, action, and data on the development of black-owned, from talk to action, and online community businesses. JAPES has also disseminated valuable response to racial profiling, and building information on labor market education and training. Cultural competence, a toolkit for workforce in social policy. JAPES has produced research on development, the official public policy megapoverty, welfare reform and its effects on African zine of JAPES is Focus. In print since 1972, Focus Americans, and the Perceptions, Trends, and Problems provides monthly coverage on a broad range of public of black youth, as well as a wealth of information on policy issues concerning African Americans. The Black Family. The political studies area has focused on data concerning black elected officials, issues and projects and initiatives of JAPES. Tiered around race, ethnicity, and governance, shifting partisanship and new coalitions, attitudes of black. JAPES also has several programs and initiatives geared voters, black congressional districts, and planning for toward empowering various areas of the African urban revitalization and development. In the field American community. In economics, the organization of health policy, JAPES has made research country sponsors the Minority Business Roundtable. Views on the following. The Connections between MBRT is a membership organization for CEOs of healthcare and the economic well-being of African large businesses owned by persons of color. It is Americans, barriers to healthcare access, the future a vehicle for its members to collaborate, analyze. jayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 286. 286 Journal of African Civilizations. Public policy issues, and help formulate effective public policies that affect business people of color. The Black Leadership Information Exchange is another initiative of the Joint Center. BLIE is specifically geared toward black leaders concerned with how public policy impacts the black community. This network is designed to provide members with information on numerous policy sectors. Finally, JAPES has a program called NABER. NABER is a national network of community-based organizations working to bridge racial and ethnic divisions. Rico X. Further reading. Dawson, Michael. Black Visions. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Dawson has done an exceptional job of identifying the political contours of the African American community. www.jointcenter.org. This is the Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies website. www.nul.org. This is the National Urban League website. www.transafricaforum.org. This is the Transafrica website. Journal of African Civilizations. Professors Theophile Obenga and Molefi Kita Santi at the Sacred Temple of Hiru in Edfu, Egypt, 1996. The Journal of African Civilizations was founded in 1979 by historian, archaeologist, linguist, and literary was an early venue for pioneering black psychologists critic Ivan van Sertima and was such as Naim Akbar and Asa Hilliard, as well as such immediately hailed by St. Clair Drake as one of the varied voices as Charles Finch, Leonard Jeffries, most important events in the development of research Rosalind Jeffries, Mamadou Chinyelu, and Cheek and publication from the perspective of Pen. African and Tadiop. The Journal of African Civilizations was scholarship. The journal has been a forum for poesy designed to correct the damage done by the mythitive, proactive images of African genius and contribumakers in the racist tradition. The journal therefore shone to world civilization. Using the monograph affirmed Africa's significance in the history of world format, the Journal of African Civilizations has civilizations. In this regard, the journal is in the published the following volumes: Black Women in Paini of Journal of Black Studies, Western Journal of Antiquity, Nile Valley Civilizations Black Studies, Journal of Black Psychology, and Great Black Thinkers, Imhotep. Golden Age of the Moors, Egypt, Child of Africa, and Great Black Leaders, Ancient. Jeffrey Yawera Giddings. And Modern. Ivan van Sertima's book They Came Before further reading. Columbus exemplifies the sort of scholarship the Jouer Drake, S. Black Folk Here and There, an essay in NAL has encouraged and inspired. In fact, the journal History and Anthropology. Los Angeles, UCLA Center for Jayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 287. Journal of Negro History 287. Afro-American Studies. This is a comprehensive study of the Journal of Black Studies is published 6 times the African world by one of the major African American per year. It is open to a wide discourse on the nature scholars of the 20th century. Of Black Studies as a discipline, publishing articles www.cwo.com/tildelukumi/vanzertima.html. This website from various perspectives and interests, while main includes a very informative tribute to Dr. Ivan van Sertima attaining a strong disciplinary focus on Africans every by Runiko Rashidi. Whereas agents and subjects as opposed to victims, problems, and objects. Cynthia Lehman. Journal of Black Studies. Further reading. The Journal of Black Studies was founded in 1968, at Asante, Molefi Keet, and Karenga, Maulana. The Beginning of the Black Studies Revolution, by 2 Handbook of Black Studies. Thousand Oaks CA, Sage. Former UCLA graduate students, Robert Singleton. This is the first comprehensive collection of works by Key and Molefi Keet Asante. Singleton and Asante, because of their work in the Journal of Black Studies, they took their idea to the budding social science publisher Black Scholar, or the Western Journal of Black Studies. Mazama, AMA. The Afrocentric Paradigm. Sarah Miller, who was developing social science. Jouer Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. The editor of this volume now's at Sage Publications. Sage agreed to publish the has collected the most important essays in the field of journal and give editorial control to a board-selected Black Studies in a single volume. Several of the works by the founding editor, Molefi Keet Asante, included here were originally published in the Journal of some of the leading scholars in the African world. Black Studies have served as referees and authors for the Journal of Black Studies. In the first issue, published in 1969, the monumental African scholar, Kofi Asare Opoku, wrote an article on the mind of Africa that was to set the tone. Journal of Negro History. For the succeeding volumes of the journal. Among the international group of scholars who have been involved prior to the First World War, Africology, despite the journal are Boniface Abikara, Harold Cruz, impressive works of George Washington Williams, Gary Nash, Maulana Karenga, Marimba Ani, St. Clair W.E.B. Dubois, and others, largely languished in the Drake, Martin Kilson, Cornel West, Carrie M. Welsh, disrespect that racist scholars in the United States had Jan Carew, Gilbert Guasa, Abdias do Nascimento, placed upon it. A major breakthrough in combating Haynes Walton, EUSENUDM, Robert Addo. This racially imposed exile occurred when the Harvard Fenig, Ewart Gwynner, Ronald Takeke, Price Cobbs, trained black scholar Carter G. Woodson met with Irving Bernstein, Lee Rainwater, Charles Hamilton, group of his associates in Chicago in 1915 to found the Lerone Bennett, Clyde Taylor, Vincent Harding, Association for the Study of Negro Life and History. Woodson and Munford, Gun, Tony Martin, Ama Mazama, Thomas. His cohorts sought to counter prevailing notions that Kokoman, Fefe Dunham, Ronald Walters, Keith Baird, Africans and people of African descent elsewhere had Atukwe Okai, and Dorothy Pennington. No past that was worthy of serious scholarly study. The Journal of Black Studies set the standard, for they believed that a scientific presentation of the true Black Studies research from its beginning by developed versions of the African and the African diasporan past ing a strong system of peer review, ensuring that RT would not only win respect for the race in academia cles are well edited, and securing editors who but also serve as an inducement to better race relations, encourage the best minds to publish in the journal. Generally, they thought that such a presentation of the indeed, it remains the most prestigious journal in its historical record of people of African descent in the field. In 2003, the journal had a readership of more United States would raise the self-esteem of African than 3,500 in North America, Africa, South America, Americans as well. They knew that the achievement Europe, Asia, and Australia, and it has maintained of this latter goal could have important cultural as well loyal subscription base over time. As political and economic consequences. Jayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1 p.m. page 288. 288 Journal of Negro History. Within a few months after the founding of the essays began to appear in the early issues of the Jurassnel, Woodson moved ahead with the idea of NAL, many by Euro-American scholars, the organs disseminating studies of the black past as widely as favorable reputation was quickly established. Possible. Thus, on January 1, 1916, the first issue of after Woodson's death in 1950, several African the Asnelha's scholarly organ, the Journal of Negro American Scholars who served as editors Continued History, appeared. This revolutionary developed the traditions that the founder had established and meant was made possible by Woodson's borrowing solidified the JNH's international reputation as the $400 against his $2,000 New England Mutual Life leading scholarly organ in Africology. Notable among insurance policy to pay for the original printing costs. These were Lorraine Williams, the first female editor. Woodson had wanted the inaugural issues of the JNH. And Alton Hornsby, Jr., the first editor based at A to be published by a black printer, but when black historically black undergraduate college printers' bids proved too high, he turned to the new. The contributions of the JNH have been celebrated era printers of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, who, internationally in 1991 in Washington, D.C., where the stayingly and ironically, were also the publishers of the journal was cited as both a chronicler of history and leading historical journal by whites, the American a maker of history, and in 2001 in Atlanta, Georgia, Historical Review. Where scholars, including Molefi Asante, lauded the from this beginning, the journal was published journal as a foundation for Africana studies. But quarterly, without missing an issue, until the 1980s. Ultimately the contributions of the JNH are not only in but the struggle to finance publication of the journal the path-breaking studies it has published but also in plagued the Asnelh throughout Woodson's tenure the doors it has opened to black and white scholars, and continued to plague the Asnelh, and its success particularly junior professors and those on the left, SOR, the Aslh thereafter. These and women. Even in recent times, the JNH's major financial difficulties led to a brief suspension of tributors remain those who were exiled and disposed publication in the early 1980s. Cessed by the academic mainstream. while Woodson knew that the JNH might never. Alton Hornsby, Jr. be a financial success. He also knew that in order to achieve its larger objective of presenting a scholarly further references chronicle of the African and African diasporan experiences, particularly to skeptics in the white world, he Asante, Molified. African American History, A Journey of Liberation. Saddle Creek, New Jersey, Peoples would have to establish and maintain the scholarly publishing group. This is one of the most recent works on integrity of the publication. Thus, he sought out the history of the African American. Of the most prominent African American and Euro Woodson, Carter G. The Miseducation of the Negro. American scholars and named them to his editorial Washington, D.C., Associated Publishers. This is the classic staff and editorial board. As impressive, research-based work by the founder of the Journal of Negro History. Asante.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 289. K. Playwrights. In the late 1920s, the Caramoo House was the Caramoo House. The only theater producing plays written and performed by African Americans. The theater group did not have the oldest existing African cultural institution in far to look for serious African American playwrights. America, the Caramoo House, is located in the heart as it was around the corner from the childhood home of the African American community in Cleveland, of the future poet laureate Langston Hughes, who took Ohio. It was founded in 1915 by Russell and Rowena Part in the early activities of the Caramoo House. Jelliff and known as the Neighborhood Association, Hughes was among the first children to participate in Settlement House until 1939, when it was renamed the Arts Program at the Caramoo House, and he and the Caramoo House. Caramoo is a Kiswahili word. Jelliffs came to know each other well. When Hughes, that means, among other things, a place of joyful return to Cleveland as an adult, their association meeting. Since its inception, the Caramoo House has enhanced his career as well as the reputation of the been committed to offering children the opportunity. Caramoo House. The years between 1936 and 1939. To engage with one another and participate in cultural came to be called the Hughes era, as the Gilpin performances enhancing experiences of their own players performed 6 Hughes plays at the Caramoo Culture. One of the Caramoo House's most successful house, Mulatto, Troubled Island, Little Activities has been its children's theater. Ham, Soul Gone Home, Don't You Want the success of its children's theater inspired the To Be Free, and Front Porch. Caramoo House to create the Dumas Dramatic Club. For over the decades, the Caramoo House has expanded, adults in 1920. Then, in 1922, a major dramatic actor, and it now offers the community such programs as Of the Time, Charles Gilpin, met with the group and children's storytelling, family activities, theatrical suggested that they take themselves seriously, and productions on the main stage, improvisation sessions, make the Caramoo House the best Negro theater in costume and set design workshops, writing classes, the world. Gilpin began his career as a singer and including script writing, speech and diction lessons, dancer in minstrel and vaudeville shows, and then an after-school cultural arts and education program, moved on to work in the legitimate theater. He is best classes in African drumming, African dance, tap, and known for his performance from 1920 to 1924 in modeling, and other cultural activities. The title role in Emperor Jones, for which he won Atissa Alkbulan, the Drama League Award and the Spingarn Medal. He also was honored with being named Crisis Magazine's Man of the Year in 1921. Further reading. The Drama Club accepted the challenge of this Caramoo House 75th Anniversary Souvenir Book. Accomplished thespian and renamed themselves the Cleveland O.H. Author. This is both a historical analysis. Gilpin Players. The Gilpin Players then sought real life and a commemoration of one of the oldest African American dramas written by African American cultural institutions. 289. Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 290. 290 Kuwaita. Mitchell, Laughlin. Voices of the Black Theater. Clifton, A Just and Good Society and a Good and Sustainable New Jersey, James T. White. This text identifies some of the world leading figures and major players in the creation and development of the Caramel House. Selby, John. Beyond Civil Rights. Cleveland O.H., Intellectual Heritage. World. This is one of the most comprehensive texts on the early history of the Caramel House. To construct his system, Karenga borrowed from N. Williams, Man's Black Theater in the 1960s and builds on a wide range of continental and diasporic 1970s, a historical critical analysis of the movement. African thinkers. Among the most significant thinkers Westport Court, Greenwood Press. Williams provides invaluable concepts Karenga evolved, redeveloped, and able insights on the Black Theater movement of the 1960s reshaped as essential elements in Kuwaita philosophy and 1970s. R.C. Kauturi, Julius Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, W.E.B. Du Bois, Leopold Senghor, Malcolm X, Robert Williams, Frantz Fanon, Marcus Garvey, and later Amilcar Cabral. Kuwaita incorporates all these Kuwaita thinkers' emphasis on the centrality of culture and cultural revolution in the liberation struggle, and the Kuwaita is a communitarian African philosophy overall life of the people. Later, Kuwaita incorporates developed by Maulana Karenga, an activist scholar, the womanist writings of Anna Julia Cooper, Mary and chair of the organization US, one of the major MacLeod Bethune's concept of the educated and black power organizations in the 1960s. The Phi socially conscious vanguard, Ida B. Wells's idea of philosophy evolved in the context of the black freedom right and responsibility of self-defense, as well as movement, especially the Black Power period. Thus it texts in the Huzia and Oduifa that reflect its concern engages the movement's central themes of freedom, with an egalitarian complementarity and partnership, justice, struggle, self-determination, unity, commune of men and women in the ongoing project for human unity, black power, and presence in the world, and freedom and human flourishing. Chali, the role and relevance of culture in the life and struggle of African people. Kuwaita is a Swahili word focus on culture and community. That means tradition, but the term has come to mean a synthesis of tradition and reason informed by and as a self-consciously cultural and communitarian developed in practice. Indeed, the focus on tradition is philosophy and practice. Kuwaita focuses on culture, a recognition and reaffirmation of the essentiality of and community as the twin pillars of its intellectual culture, the central idea in Kuwaita philosophy, while and practical foundation, framework, and focus. The attention to reason is a necessary mode of measure here. Kuwaita draws heavily on Turi's concept of the desirability and acceptability of an element in full re-Africanization, the self-conscious thrust to tradition, and in Kuwaita itself. Recreate, create, and circulate African culture on the practice, then, is the necessary test of both Tradi-continent and in the diaspora, ancient and modern. Shin and reason. Thus, Karenga currently approves and use it to constantly bring forth the best of what it SOR of Black Studies at California State University, means to be African. This re-Africanization supports Long Beach, and still the chair of us and the chair of and advances the liberation struggle and improves, and the National Association of Kuwaita Organizations enriches the present and future. As Karenga put it, understands Kuwaita as an open-textured culture provides the basis for revolution and recovery continually developing project. In Karenga's area. In fact, people's recovery of their Africanness words, Kuwaita is an ongoing synthesis of the best in the fullest and most progressive sense aids and of African thought and practice in constant exchange ensures revolutionary practice. Thus, at the heart of the with the world. Moreover, Kuwaita is a cultural and Kuwaita project is the thrust to inspire, inform, and social change philosophy that has as its central aim sustain cultural revolution and national or communal developing a logic and language of liberation, con-liberation, as well as new paradigms of being African-stantly linking theory and practice, empowering and human in the world. People to change the quality and conditions of their Kuwaita argues that African Americans are above all lives, and making a contribution to the creation of a cultural community, a cultural nation. And Africans. Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 291. Kuwaita 291. Struggle for liberation is first and at its foundation problem of liberation. Kuwaita maintains that without a struggle to free themselves culturally in the fullest a cultural revolution, there can be no real liberation of sense. Touré and Fanon had argued a similar concept the people. But following Frantz Fanon, it argues that Jean, and Amilcar Cabral in return to the source pro without the struggle for total liberation, a dynamic, vides a reaffirmation and expansion of this concept, self-affirming, self-developing, past and future-facing which is so central to Kuwaita. Kuwaita defines culture cannot be created. Moreover, following Amilcar Touré as the totality of thought and practice by which a Cabral, Kuwaita contends that, in fact, the struggle for people creates itself, celebrates, sustains, and develops national existence as a people is a cultural struggle and itself, and introduces itself to history and humanity. The struggle to defend, maintain, and develop Africanness occurs in at least the following 7 basic areas. Culture is in the final analysis a struggle for national ethics and spirituality or religion, history, social or existence, and ethos. The collective psychology shape the forward flow of human history by activities in the other 6 areas. It is in the context this concern for an understanding of the relation of culture that people engage in the search for models ship between culture, community, and live rational of excellence and paradigms of possibilities in every struggle is at the heart of Kuwaita's cultural national aspect of their lives and over time. Moreover, Kuwaitaism and Kuwaita rejects what it calls the theoretical philosophy involves creating a language and logic of clumsiness of those who make a distinction between liberation, one of both opposition and affirmation, and cultural nationalism and so-called revolutionary a corresponding live rational practice directed toward nationalism. For in Kuwaita philosophy, there are creating a just and good society and a good and sus 4 kinds of nationalism based on area of social attainable world. At the same time, the philosophy poses focus political, religious, economic, and cultural. A paradigm of mutually beneficial human relations and terms like progressive, reactionary, reformist, and cooperation for the common good. Revolutionary speak to an assumed quality of social in Kuwaita. The problem of unfreedom is first a practice and may apply to political, religious, economic, problem of cultural hegemony by the dominant or cultural thought and practice. So-called revolution society. For the dominant society rules not simply Ari nationalists are thus confusing areas of social by force of arms but also by force of ideas, that is, focus with qualities of social practice. And, further by an established definition of reality that even the more, they have given themselves and their allies oppressed often accept. For the oppressed, a Kichal self-congratulatory titles without defining revolutionary lenses to wage cultural revolution to break this hold and to pose, pursue, and flourish with a new paradigm of society and what it means to be African and human and to struggle for freedom. Thus, cultural struggle or revolution is essential to the preparation and process of any other struggle or revolution. Karenga defines cultural revolution as the ideological and practical struggle to rescue and reconstruct African culture, break the cultural hegemony of the oppressor over the people, transform persons so that they become self-conscious agents of their own liberation, and aid in the preparation and support of the larger struggle for liberation and a higher level of human life. Thus, the cultural revolution is tied to and part of all forms of struggle for liberation, especially the political and economic ones. The problem of liberation of the national community or nation, then, is understood in Kuwaita as a problem of culture, and the problem of culture is a Dr. Maulana Karenga, philosopher and scholar. Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 292. 292 Kuwaita. or even nationalism, which is thought and practice directed toward creating a just and good society and dedicated to the defense and development of a people, posing an effective paradigm of mutually beneficial with a common history, culture, life conditions, and human relations and human possibility. Self-understanding a nation. In Kuwaiti philosophy, culture is understood as a reconstruction, uniquely human way of being in the world, and each culture is considered equal in value to every other culture in the area of history. Kuwaiti begins with a self-tour. Thus, each people has the right and responsibility, conscious emphasis on the principle of recovery and to speak its own special cultural truth and make its own reconstruction of African culture. This return to unique contribution to the forward flow of human African history, Kuwaiti stipulates, is necessary first history. Thus African people are called to express, and because colonialism and enslavement lifted Africans share their culture as both a requirement of their struggle out of their own history and made them a footnote and gle and an indispensable method of enriching and forgotten casualty in European history, and second, expanding their lives. Within this overarching frame as a matter of agency, as Africans must return to their work, culture is the fundamental context within which history and culture so they may ground themselves, people understand and assert themselves, as well as and thus pursue projects in their own image and inter the fundamental source of their identity, purpose, ests. In this Sankofa initiative, Kuwaiti emphasizes the end direction. Therefore, African self-understanding recovery of models of excellence and possibility from shapes African self-assertion in the world, and it is ancient and recent African history and culture and they're essential that this self-understanding and self-assertion use to improve the present and enhance the future. Be founded on the best of African thought and practice in the areas of ethics and spirituality, Kuwaiti in constant exchange with the world. Builds especially on the legacy of the Moshan and Ifa ethical and spiritual traditions. It stresses 5 fundamental ancient and ongoing dialogue with culture. African concerns and commitments, profound upper here Kuwaiti calls for and poses its own project as achiation for the transcendent and sacred, the dignity continuous dialogue with African culture. To dialogue and rights of the human person, the well-being and with African culture is to ask it questions and seek flourishing of family and community, the integrity from it answers to the fundamental and enduring and value of the environment, and the reciprocal concerns of the African and human community. These solidarity and cooperation of humanity for mutual include questions of identity, purpose, and direction, benefit. Inherent in this ethical project is the central meaning and mission in human life, the grounds for Moshan idea of Siraoita, the moral obligation to a just and good society, our obligations to others, a constantly repair, heal, and restore the world-making framework for a rightful relationship with the envy it more beautiful and beneficial than before. This raiment, and the basis of human freedom and human central idea is interrelated with and reinforces the flourishing and its role in the liberation struggle itself. Ifa concept that humans are divinely chosen to bring again, at the heart of this conversation with African good into the world, and that this is the fundamental culture is the continuing quest to define and become mission and meaning of human life. The best of what it means to be African and human in the area of social organization, Kuwaiti the fullest sense. Concerns itself with the central question of quality. This involves an ongoing search for models of relations, as well as the principles and practices that excellence and paradigms of possibilities in every area cultivate these and reflect the best of African culture. Of human life, but especially in the fundamental 7 key to this concern is the embrace and practice of the areas of culture, history, ethics, and spirituality or Nguzasaba, which are standards religion, social organization, economic organization, of personal and social excellence directed toward political organization, creative production, and ethos. Moreover, while forcing the community's capacity to define, defend, lowing Malcolm X, it involves creating a language and develop its interest in the most positive and pro-and logic of liberation, one of both opposition and ductive sense. These principles are umoja, affirmation and a corresponding lib-rational practice Kujakagulia, Ujima, Ujama, Nia, Kumba, and pose a new paradigm of how humans ought to relate Imani. and live. Following Kwame Nkrumah, Frantz Fanon, in addition, Kuwaita has expanded to include A and others. Kuwaita also places emphasis on the self-conscious concern with the issues of the quality of political education and organization of the masses in male-female relations and the development of a WOM order to make them self-conscious agents of their own honest thrust within the Kuwaita project, incorporating life and liberation. Kuwaita also borrows from and the thoughts of Maria Stuart and Anna Julia Cooper, builds on C. Kauturis and Frederick Douglass's as well as the stress of the ancient African sacred texts, understanding of the indispensability and enduring the Huzia and Oduifa, on the indispensability and equal character of struggle to expand the realm of human status, presence and power of women in all things good, freedom and human flourishing, and of value. Under the initiative of Tiamoyo Karenga and Chimbuko Tembo, and through the internal diseconomic discourse, Science of the women and men in the organization US, Kuwaita womanism has emerged as a constitutive. The central category in Kuwaita economic discourse is element of Kuwaita philosophy. Kuwaita womanism Ujamaa, an African concept of defines itself as thought and practice directed toward shared work and wealth introduced by Julius Nyerere, enabling African women to achieve equality with and which also means African socialism. The root of the African men in personal and public relations and in the word Ujamaa is Jamaa, meaning family, which subcontext of a free and equal black community. Kuwaita jests kinship as the basis of the production, distribution, has several defining commitments and practices with and consumption of goods. In the Kuwaita African respect to this project, cultural grounding, ethical framework, this kinship extends to nature and every grounding, self-definition, the partnership of women thing and everyone in it, and thus supports an economic and men, rootedness in family, rootedness in commu ethic that demonstrates a profound respect for the needy, service, and social action and struggle. Integrity and value of the environment and approaches the world as a shared heritage not to be monopolized or privatized by a few. Thus, it also resists economic and Pan-African tradition. Other practices that promote the plunder, pollution, and although the Kuwaita approach to politics recognizes depletion of the earth. Moreover, Ujamaa as the Prince the practice, as it is commonly understood, to be a ple and practice of shared work and wealth seeks to process of gaining, maintaining, and using power, it encourage a just and equitable distribution of resources also expands its meaning. In this expanded definition, of the world to enable everyone to live a life of dignity politics is, in the ancient Egyptian tradition of governance and decency. It also supports the rights and interests of Nance, an ongoing quest to create the Moshan society workers, care for the vulnerable, and the historical and world or in modern terms, a just and good ongoing effort to aid the poor in their struggle to end society and a good and sustainable world. In the poverty and live full and meaningful lives. Pan-Africanist tradition of Marcus Garvey, Kuwaita stresses its central concern for Africans everywhere influence on the Black arts movement. And the unity and common struggle for freedom, self-determination, power over individual and collective one of Kuwaita's most significant areas of influence destiny and daily life, and meaningful and effective in the 1960s was the Black arts movement and its participation in all decisions that affect African people contribution to the discourse on a Black aesthetic. In significant ways. Here Kuwaita focuses on the in his influential article, Black Art, Mute Matter Interrelatedness of Freedom, Justice, Power of People Given Force and Feeling, which appears in the Over Their Destinies and Daily Lives, and Peace in the Norton Anthology of African American Literature, World. It argues that the struggles for these and other Karenga outlines aspects of the Kuwaita aesthetic. He essential goods are the motive force of history. And in argues that art in the African tradition supported by the tradition of Malcolm X and his model of Bandung, Kuwaita is never art for art's sake but always art. Kuwaita argues also for the unity and common struggle for human sake. Building on Leopold Senghor's For People of Color and Other Progressive People to writings, he contends that art must have three basic. Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 294. 294 Kuwaita. Characteristics: it must be functional, collective, and the Kuwaita Institute of Pan-African Studies committing. It must be functional, of use and value, and the international impact of his ideas. Of the people, collective, rooted in and reflective of, especially through the Pan-African holiday of the beauty and good of the people, and committing. Kwanzaa and its 7 principles, the Ngozasaba, directed toward an emancipating and enhanced sense, which are grounded in and grow out of Kuwaita Fi of humanity and human possibility, especially in the philosophy. Kuwaita has become an influential found a context of the struggle for human freedom engine and framework for black intellectual discourse flourishing and social practice. Its influence is evident in addition, Kuwaita argues that the ethos of a black arts movement and the discourse on the black people is its self-understanding derived from its self-aesthetic, in black studies, where Karenga's book, Assertion in the World in the Other 6 Areas of Culture. Introduction to Black Studies, is the most widely used. Furthermore, it contends that there are 3 modal introductory texts in the discipline, and in the black periods in African history that have shaped the Lives Power movement and its major conferences, whereof Africans and thus informed their self-conception. Karenga was the major theorist. It was in the context, the classical period in the Nile Valley civilizations, of the Black Power movement that he developed the especially Egypt, the Holocaust of enslavement, and the concept of operational unity and a definition of black reaffirmation that occurred in the 1960s, self-respection. Thus, Africans are the fathers and mothers of, and self-defense, and heirs of the reaffirmation of the 60s. Each context. In addition, Kuwaita also is evident in the dis reveals not only an identity but an obligation of content course and documents in the Black Student Union youth practice, so that the people may know an intro movement, the rites of passage movement, African duce themselves to history and humanity in ways that life cycle ceremonies, and naming practices in the represent the best of what it means to be African and spread of the model of us organizations youth move human in the fullest sense. Thus, the classical period meant, the Simba Wachanga. A signify presents a paradigm of spiritual and ethical grounding Kant voice in the 1960s discourse on the relevance and intellectual achievement, the Holocaust of enslaved role of religion and the need for an African-rooted ment presents a model of human durability and adapt sacred literature and theology. Kuwaita continues to tip vitality, as well as an unquenchable commitment to offer new insights into African ethical and spiritual human freedom and human dignity, and the reaffirma tradition with Karenga's translation of Nkomention that occurred in the 1960s presents a model of Antares on the Huzia, the sacred text of ancient Egypt, profound commitment to African cultural integrity, the Oduifa, the sacred text of ancient Yorubaland. Ancient and ongoing African social justice tradition. Moreover, Kuwaita and the Ngozasaba have had the parallel struggle for human freedom and human impact on the international black community and are flourishing. To this is added the ancient conception of being used by groups as diverse as the black conhumans in the IFA tradition as chosen ones, divinely co-usness movement, the student union in South chosen to bring good into the world and not let any Africa in their mission statements, and churches in good be lost. In Kuwaita philosophy, this therefore Trinidad, in addition to being used widely as a cultural becomes the fundamental mission and meaning of an philosophical framework. Human life and the transcendent way Africans under recently Kuwaita was evident in the million-man stand themselves within their cultural context. March in Karenga's Day of Absence mission statement and ethics of sharing policy, which define the meaning and goals of the march. Kuwaita is also present in the reparations movement, especially in its broad influence of Kuwaita discourse around the ethics of reparations and the use through Karenga's lectures and writings, his activist of the ancient Egyptian concept of Sira-Oita, meaning intellectual works with his organization US, NACO, to repair and restore the world, as a central way to and understand the project. Kuwaita and US also have Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 295. Kemet, Afrocentricity and Knowledge 295. Made a well-known contribution to the founding of earliest African responses to the moral and cultural questions the classical African studies movement, with its Confronting Humans, provides a thorough discussion of the special focus on the study of ancient Egypt and philosophical and ethical basis for the reconstructive functions of Kawaida. Ancient Yoruba and the framing of its discourse. US initiated and hosted the first annual Ancient Egyptian Studies Conference in 1984, which was the occasion of the founding of the Association for the Kemet, Afrocentricity Study of Classical African Civilizations and the release of Karenga selections from the Huzia and Knowledge. Sacred Wisdom of Ancient Egypt, which offered a framework for both discourse and research on the Kemet, Afrocentricity and Knowledge is the third motion moral and spiritual imagination. Likewise, of Molafai Keita Asante's 3 books explicating in 1999, US held the International Conference of his theoretical ideas on Afrocentricity. Asante's first Yoruba Culture and Ethics, where Karenga's newly groundbreaking text, Afrocentricity, a theory of released translation of the ODUIFA, the ethical social knowledge, points toward a new para teachings also became a model and framework for digme of knowledge and social theory. His next book, Discourse and Research in this Area of Inquiry and the Afrocentric Idea, outlines the dimensions practice. In addition, the Nguzasaba and Concepts of the Afrocentric Project. In Kemet, Afrocentricity and of Kawaida are used as an African-centered value knowledge. Asante not only reasserts the per-orientation and vision grounding in various cultural, perspective that Africans ought to be viewed as subjects educational, political, economic, and religious pro-and agents acting in their own image and interest, but jects, including student retention in schools. He continues his critique of the Eurocentric constructological counseling, and political caucuses. Shins of history, race, and culture, especially where the essential texts by Karenga, which offer critical they intersect. What is missing in this book, however, treatment and expression of Kawaida philosophy, is the strong gender analysis that Asante undertakes the quotable Karenga, essays on struggle, elsewhere in various articles and book chapters. Position and Analysis, a collection of essays Asante strategically divides Kemet, Afrocentricity that originally appeared in the Black Scholar, Kawaida and Knowledge into 3 sections: Interiors, Antiri Theory, an introductory outline, and Ors, and Exteriors, each with a different set of themes: Kawaida, a communitarian African philosophy and problematics. Informed by a Diopean perspective, as well as selections from the Huzia, Sacred Asante scrutinizes the problematic assumptions, found wisdom of ancient Egypt, ODUIFA, the ethical dashan, core and contours of disciplines other than teachings, and his magnum opus, Mod, the Black Studies that claim to study African people and moral ideal in ancient Egypt, a study in classical those who have taken up the question of Africa. African Ethics, which originated in his second. Moreover, he asserts the significance of an African doctoral dissertation. As the texts demonstrate, the understanding of human relationship as fundamental Kawaida philosophy initially focused on race, commuter revising the text for human interaction, while at the Niti, and culture, and later expanded to include same time always challenging Europe to forego Hagesons for other critical issues such as class, gender, Moni for a view of sharing the world on equal footing, environmental justice, multiculturalism, and ethics. With a plurality of perspectives. Most important, in without abandoning its original and central concerns. This text Asante builds on his work in the Afrocentric idea, introducing a new element, the Afrocentric. Maulana Karenga. Paradigm. See also Us. African Interiors. Further reading. The concept of interior is linked to that of place, Karenga, Maulana. Mod, the moral ideal in ancient, which refers to a person's location in time and space, Egypt, a study in classical African ethics. New York, no matter where that person is. The idea of place, as Routledge. This book, which is an investigation into the Asante sees it, is fundamental to any intellectual. Asante.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 296. 296 Kemet, Afrocentricity and Knowledge. pursuit, as a person always begins speaking from self-conscious, placing events in relation to African some psychological, cultural, economic, social, or history and culture while constantly asking the case moral place. This person is not without a location, Anshin, what else do I need to do to center this on African? Therefore any discourse on intellectual issues is a state terms. There are three areas within Africology that meant of the speaker's place. A corollary idea Asante identifies for the examination of phenomena, sets forth is the idea of centeredness. The centrality of cultural/aesthetic, social/behavioral, and policy issues. African ideals takes a presumptive position over the in addition, Asante delineates the following three form or constitution of African ideals. In this context, important functions of Africologists' research in the Asante explores the idea of place as location, chal context of the Afrocentric paradigm, lending Afrocentric researchers to locate and root themselves in African ideas and values while daring to 1. To logically explain African experiences, establish the perspective as a legitimate response to 2. To develop holistic approaches to analyzing the human condition. Asante's definition of location role of Africans in world culture involves the purposive placement of a person's self or 3. To explain, interpret, and analyze African behavior position rather than the mere factor of place as a new I or from an Afrocentric perspective. Tral idea. Thus, a person has to have a place, but that person can definitely choose a location, that is, choose African anteriors. To be located in some place. For Asante, the advantage of the Afrocentric perspective is that it gives scholars Kemet, or ancient Egypt, is a fitting starting point for an intellectual tradition other than that of the Greeks addressing African culture in its classical form. Asante to root themselves in, which may lead to new kinds of underscores the legitimacy of Kemetic high culture as valid knowledge. The proper source of many African knowledge systems. Asante also undertakes an analysis of what may be in the section of the book called Anteriors. His study called the European Study of Africa. He concludes that of classical African societies involves a process HR African studies demonstrates that where neither race actizes as reconfirming and delinking. Asante uses nor biology is problematic, perspective on data may historical data in reconfirming Kemet not only as an b. African studies rarely employs an African method anterior African society and as interior within Africa but ology or philosophical outlook. In fact, historically, also as undeniable, based on the abundant documenta it tends to atomize African people. In contrast, Asante of its history. He also dispels much unscientific misposits Africology to counter the Eurocentric information on Kemet by delinking Eurocentric perspective represented in that discipline. Africology, he dating schemes and chronology from it and offering explains, is not merely a collection of courses on an alternative chronology. African subjects but a methodological discipline with for Asante, Kemet is the beginning point for any a definite African location. It unifies the concerns of real discussion about Africa, as well as a rich resource social science with those of the humanities using of ideals and concepts that can provide the basis methodology rooted in Afrocentricity. Also important for new Afrocentric theories on phenomena. Thus he is the fact that it presupposes that science is an attitude restores Kemet to its rightful place by exposing the toward imagination and creation, not simply a series of misconstruction of Kemet as an Oriental culture by methodical steps. Early Egyptologists. By scrutinizing most of the essential texts written on classical Africa by Europeans and Eurocentric scholars, Asante reveals that Europeans the Afrocentric paradigm had no real interest in linking Africa to Kemet, nor the Afrocentric paradigm is concerned with cost. Did they see African societies as interconnected and logical, epistemological, axiological, and aesthetic interrelated? On this account, he proffers a diapason problematics and issues. It gives researchers funk orientation to replace the European perspective intentional, categorical, and etymological approaches to order to draw different interpretations and conclusions knowledge construction, offering a resource of case than the traditional European ones that always questions and concepts that distinguishes Africology from Africa and Africans in the most negative light. Disciplines such as history, psychology, and sociology. Perhaps because of his training in languages and this framework compels the Africologist to remain communication, Asante offers a more comprehensive. Asante.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 297. Kiswahili Movement 297. Discussion then diopted of the importance of addresses, a reoccurring theme throughout the text, language in reorienting the images, ideas, and interknowledge. Asante sums up this topic with the resolupretations of the African world. Therefore, language in that the approach to human knowledge in its oral script and its polysemic symbolic form Afrocentric project cannot end in critique but must becomes another topic of his section on anteriors. And in concrete action that leads to harmony, under Asante addresses the interrelatedness of the rhetoric standing, justice, and, in a word, Mot. And the power of Mot to the creation of the good. Consura J. Wilson. Society, resolving that the rightness of speech depends on a person's ability to maintain a correspondence of further reading. Heart and tongue. Mot, for Asante, not only is the foundation for African society but also becomes a Asante, Molifikid. The future of African American method of textual analysis that incorporates unity, rhetoric. In Ronald Jackson and Elaine Richardson, Elimination of Chaos, Elevation of Peace, and the CRE Understanding African American Rhetoric, Classical Origins to Contemporary Innovations. New York. Asian of Harmony and Balance. Routledge. In this essay, Asante argues for an Afrocentric perspective on the future of African cultural expression. African exteriors. Asante, Molifikid. L'idéologie de la supériorité raciale comme fondement de la déportation d'Africains. The final section of Kemet, Afrocentricity and par les Européens. In Isabel Castro Henriques and Louis Knowledge addresses 6 topics relating to being ex Solomolens, de raison, esclavage, et droit, les fondements rear or viewing oneself as exterior to Africa, Carter idéologiques et juridiques de la traite négrière et de l'esclavage. Paris, Editions UNESCO. This is an appliqué. Woodson's notion of miseducation, Ralph Ellison's notion of the principles outlined in Kemet, Afrocentricity and Invisible Man, Marxism, Psychology, Sociobiology, Knowledge to the historical problem of the enslavement of and the last but most important and reoccurring topic, Africans. Knowledge. Asante, Molifikid. Racism, Consciousness, and Asante recognizes the timelessness and relevance Afrocentricity. In William Banks, The Anthology of Woodson's assertion that Western education does African American social and political thought. New York, more damage to the psyche of African people than Oxford University Press. This is a restatement of the Sen good. Asante notes that this indictment of education trial idea in Kemet, Afrocentricity, and knowledge, in the sense that Asante is concerned with the relationship also applies to historically black colleges, whose between culture and consciousness in the African person. Educational framework reflects the orientation of the dominant culture. Next, Asante demonstrates how the theme of miseducation became the theme of Ellison's Invisible Man. He ultimately concludes that Ellison is Kiswahili movement. Himself a victim of dislocation and that his book was written not for African descendants but for Europeans. In Africa, Kiswahili is widely spoken in Tanzania, so that they can see the so-called invisibility of the Kenya, Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, African, Burundi, Rwanda, and the islands of Zanzibar. Asante then revisits Marxism and argues that Karl Madagascar, and the Comoros, prior to the colonial Marx was unable to understand the interrelatedness of era, before European nations carved up Africa among culture and economics, and that this misunderstanding themselves at the Berlin Conference near the end of the context of African economic systems caused the 19th century, European missionaries learned Marx to assign them the lowest step in his hierarchy. African languages for the purpose of converting. He also notes the inadequacy of Western psychology Africans to Christianity or for spreading the gospel. To deal with problems of race and racism in the mines in East Africa, Kiswahili was widely used for Maran imaginations of white and black people, with time trade dating back hundreds of years. As a result, sociobiology, Asante expresses concern not with the of this trade along the coast of East Africa, the total data generated, as he recognizes some legitimacy in number of Kiswahili speakers far exceeded the nexus of social construction and biology, but with number of native speakers of Kiswahili. Therefore, the misconstruction and appropriation of theory for Kiswahili was a logical choice for the European social or political engineering purposes. Finally, he Zionaries. After learning Kiswahili, the missionaries. Asante.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 298. 298 Ku Klux Klan. Transcribed Kiswahili according to the Latin script and began advocating the use of Kiswahili as a Pan-African, translated their Bible into Kiswahili, as well as Crete language. In 1966, activist Maulana Karenga created in grammar books, dictionaries, and other books in the African holiday Kwanzaa and its accompanying the language. The missionaries also helped spread principles, the Ngozasaba, using Kiswahili words. Kiswahili to other African ethnic groups that they every year, Kwanzaa is celebrated by millions of were attempting to convert Africans all over the world. In 1977, the Kiswahili the missionaries' work assisted the colonial admin movement continued at the Second World Black and Istraders, who followed the missionaries in forming Poly-African Festival of Arts and Culture held in size with regard to language, during the colonial era, Lagos, Nigeria. Heading the African American delegate German and British colonial language policies specified SHAN, the US organization, led by Karenga, promoted the use of Kiswahili in the lower levels of administration, the adoption of Kiswahili by Africans everywhere, and education. The introduction of Kiswahili in colonial. Karenga and others believe that Kiswahili is illogical and missionary schools contributed to the spread of choice for a Pan-African language because it is not Kiswahili. Some believe that the German language attached to a large ethnic group and is similar in stroke policy, which strongly supported the use of Kiswahili, to many other African languages, and not a tonal led to the expansion and eventual adoption of Kiswahili language, making it easier to learn. By the beginning as a national language in former colonies of the 21st century, Kiswahili was the first choice of language instructors in Afrocentric schools, suggesting that a new generation of youth will be exposed the national language of Tanzania to the popular language. In 1962, Julius Nyerere, president of the newly independent Republic of Tanganyika, delivered his Republic Day speech in Kiswahili. He then declared Kiswahili further reading the national language. Kiswahili would be used in all Mazrui, Alaman M, and Sharif, Ibrahim Noor. The spheres of educational, economic, and political active Swahili, idiom and identity of an African people. Trenton, Idas. In 1967, Kiswahili was declared the official LAN New Jersey, Africa World Press. The authors argue the importance gauge and the policy of Ujamaa was adopted, which, of Kiswahili from an African cultural perspective. In part, maintain that the resurgence of Africa and Nurse, Derrick, and Spears, Thomas. The Swahili, her people must be rooted in the values and traditions reconstructing the history and language of an African people. Kiswahili was to be used as the sole society, 800 to 1500. Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press. This text documents the early history of the language of instruction in primary schools, and its African roots. Government documents, forms, labels, and so on were Roy Campbell, Zaline Makanai. Empowerment to be translated into Kiswahili. There were several gov-through language, The African Experience, Tanzania, and Earn Mental agencies created to implement Tanzania's Beyond. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. In this book, New Language Policy, Tanzania became the lone model. Roy Campbell discusses the significance of Kiswahili as a for instituting African language policy in newly independent Pan-African language. Pendant African nations, while the rest of the former colonies were maintaining European colonial language policies. In fact, a significant debate rages in Tanzania today, which is echoed throughout Africa, between Ku Klux Klan advocates of colonial languages and advocates of African languages. As a result, many of the policies the Ku Klux Klan is a white supremacist implemented by Nyerere have since been modified. Organization created to harass, intimidate, and murder, and English has been accommodated black men and women in order to maintain white power. The Klan has historically targeted blacks who were willing to stand up for their rights, such the international language of Africa as those who expressed their desire to vote and to. In the mid-1960s, some African scholars, notably, achieve legal equality. After 244 years of slavery, the Kenyans Iikwe Arma and Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Civil War, backed by the 13th Amendment to Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 299. Ku Klux Klan 299. The Constitution ended the nightmare for millions of disinformation, believed themselves superior to and enslaved African descendants. After the war, recon more godlike than blacks. From 1890 to 1900, the destruction, which lasted from 1865 to 1877, was a move white Southern leaders of the Klan looked away as to create a more inclusive democracy in the country by these misinformed, mostly poor and working class, bringing within the protection of the laws. Millions of Klan members used lynching as a means of racial con newly liberated Africans. This protection was guaranteed. Lynching was so prevalent across the South that teed through two constitutional amendments. It was a happening to which people traveled from 14th Amendment, which made Africans citizens, far and wide. In the decade from 1889 to 1899 alone, and the 15th Amendment, which gave African the yearly average lynching rate was 188. There was then a lull in without some negative ramifications, however. Klan activity, but although the political pressure from the African American community was vehement, the organization did not disappear altogether. Murder and brutalization of Africans in the South. Geographical expansion. There were whites in the South who sought a return to the status quo that existed before the Civil War, during the period of World War I and into the 1920s, which whites ruled over blacks. In 1865 and 1866, the Klan appeared, not just in the South and border Pulaski, Tennessee, a core of these Southern whites, states, but with claverns, or chapters, that stretched. Veterans of the Confederate Army, formed what was from Maine to Oregon. The Klan became urban and initially thought to be a social club. They called it the very active in politics in key states, helping to elect Ku Klux Klan, a name partially derived from the one of its own, Earl Mayfield, to the U.S. Senate. In Greek word kuklos meaning circle. Their ultimate 1915, the Klan was given a boost nationwide with the goal was the overthrow of the liberal Republican state release of the D.W. Griffith film Birth of a Nation, in governments. Between 1866 and 1875, under the which the organization is depicted as saving the South leadership of the Grand Wizard, Nathan Bedford, and white womanhood. The film is believed to have forced the Ku Klux Klan killed an estimated 3,500. Contributed to the lynching of 76 African Americans and brutalized many more in the uniformed soldiers who fought in World War I, as well areas where they were most active, the upland, and as to the riots of the period in Atlanta, Georgia. The Piedmont areas of the Deep South and border states. Aura of white supremacy was the driving force behind by 1873, as a result of the federal Ku Klux Klan, both the cross burning by the Invisible Empire of the Act, which allowed the president to suspend habeas Ku Klux Klan on Stone Mountain, Georgia, in 1915, corpus in order to protect the 14th and 15th and the blatant parade of robed Klansmen down amendments to the Constitution, the Klan retreated to Pennsylvania Avenue in the nation's capital in 1925. Watch the effects of its societal violence against what in the 1920s, the Klan's membership was estimated to they called black republicanism. The effects were between 3 and 5 million paid subscribers. Between so systemic that by 1877, the conservative Democrats 1930 and 1954, the Klan remained in a protracted had gained control of all southern state governments' state of dormancy, but it made its anti-communist, and were using legal means to reconstitute society as anti-union organizing, and anti-Roosevelt positions it existed prior to the war. This agenda was felt across the nation. Along by the collapse of Reconstruction and from 1954 to about the late 1960s, the resurfacing Klan-backed conservative Rutherford B. Hayes's of the Klan coincided with the rise of what some have selection by the House of Representatives. In fact, it characterized as the Second Reconstruction the civil can be argued that Hayes's subsequent ascent to the rights movement. Calling itself the United Klan of Presidency set the stage for the 1896 Supreme Court America, and with Robert M. Shelton as the grand decision in Plessy v. Ferguson that blacks and whites wizard, the Klan used intimidation, coercion, and were separate but equal, which gave legal support violence in the hope of halting the legislative process to the color line. Aimed at creating an even more inclusive American, the Klan's retreat was a regrouping and recruit democracy. In addition to lynching, the Klan used men of new members who, through ignorance and bombings and assassinations. Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 300. 300 Ku Klux Klan. To stem the tide of change sweeping the country. And has found itself being mimicked by white while the United States was in the throes of the civil supremacist groups like the Skinheads, White Aryan Rights Movement, the Klan perpetrated a number of resistance, Church of the Creator, and others. But the heinous crimes against not just individuals but existence of the Klan has been threatened by an inhumanity itself. Vative legal challenge issued by the Southern Poverty. One such crime was the 1962 assassination of Law Center in Montgomery, Alabama, headed by the Medgar W. Evers, the field secretary of the NAACP. Lawyer Morris Dees. In a series of litigations, Dees in Mississippi. Another was the N1 in court. One of the first such cases was the 1963 bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church murder trial of mobile teenager Michael Donald in Birmingham, Alabama, in which 4 young 1981 members of the United Klans of America who churchgoers were killed. Then there were the 1964 were involved in the murder were convicted, and the Philadelphia, Mississippi, murders of 3 civil Alabama court ordered the Klan and each defendant rights workers, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and to pay the $17 million in damages the court awarded Michael Schwerner. The former was black and to the victim's mother. In Georgia, the center sued the latter 2 white. When the bodies were recovered, Klan because of its mob action against civil rights from a gravel pit, Chaney had been beaten so badly testers in Forsyth County in 1987. The case ended in that every bone in his body was broken. A multimillion-dollar judgment against the Klan ring in 1968, Martin Luther King, Jr., was assassinated leaders. In Memphis, Tennessee, where he appeared in support as a result of court actions by the Southern Poverty of striking sanitation workers. Although the Klan was law center against both the Klan and other white not charged with the murder of Martin Luther King, supremacist groups, by the mid-1990s Klan MEM on blacks inspired by the examples of the Ku Klux Klan had begun to drop off. In both Mississippi and Klan increased the possibility of such an attack. Once Alabama, the continuing efforts of government OFFI again, a period of protracted dormancy set in for the jails at the state and national levels to imprison Klan. It was not until 1979 that a new faction of members have since resulted in the indictments and the organization appeared. Under the leadership of convictions of the perpetrators of the murders of the clean-shaven Louisiana college graduate, David Medgar W. Evers and the 4 churchgoers killed at Duke. The Knights of the Ku Klux Klan initially touted 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, but itself as anti-gay, anti-welfare, and anti-establishment. The subtle and overt violence that hatred produces, but eventually its true, old Klan white supremacist continues, as evidenced by the brutal murder of James Cause became evident. In 1975, a splinter group of the Bird by white men in Jasper, Texas, by the fires set in Knights, the Invisible Empire, Knights of the Ku Klux Black Churches, and by other acts of violence against Klan, established itself under the leadership of Bill African Americans. Wilkinson. Both factions had limited memberships. A. J. Williams Myers. But wide support from many whites across the nation. In fact, what was most disturbing about the new Klan was its ability to enter the mainstream, as further reading evidenced by David Duke's successful run for the Dubois, W.E.B. Black Reconstruction. New York, Louisiana State Legislature and his shockingly close free press. Considered by run for the U.S. Senate, as well as by the moral many critics to be Dubois' most scholarly book, black support he received from many whites. Reconstruction presents the period after the Civil War as an opportunity for the American nation to choose freedom and equality. The reactions of the white racists in the South rendered this choice nearly impossible. The 21st Century Klan. Wood, Forrest. Black Scare, the racist response to emancipation and Reconstruction. Berkeley, University of. From the 1980s into the 21st century, there were no California press. The Ku Klux Klan and other groups of cyclical resurgences or protracted periods of whites responded to the emancipation of Africans with Mancy for the Klan. The Klan has continued to exist bitter resentment. This book chronicles that history. Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 301. Kush 301. The 25th dynasty, which was known as the Kushite Kush Rejuvenation dynasty, lasted from 747 to 656 BCE, and was one of the most beloved dynasties in Kemetic Kush is the name given to a period of Nubian history. It was a period in which the pharaohs of Kush, during which there were 2 successive capitals, also ruled Kemet and restored many of the Manu Napata and Miro. It is generally agreed that Kush-Mance reintroduced cultural rituals, and extended from about 656 BCE to about 642 CE. Agriculture. Kush was located south of Egypt. From Aswan to Piankai came to the throne in about 747. Below Khartoum. Many Eurocentric scholars Arabi.c.e. He was the first pharaoh from Kush to conquer nearly locate Kush culturally and racially outside of Kemet, and he established the foundation for the 25th Africa, when it was in fact an African civilization with dynasty of Kemet of 747 to 656 BCE. Piankai also commonalities with other African cultures, such as left a thorough, well-known historical document, divine kingship, matriarchy, and cosmology. Known as the Victory Stele. Initially, Piankai ruled southern Kemet from Kush. He was asked to come to Kemet in about 734 BCE to help the Kemetians, the Napatan and Meroitic periods, subdue a local ruler of Delta, Tefnukt, who wanted to conquer Kemet. Piankai's narrative describes in the Napatan period lasted from 1000 to 250 BCE. Detail how he came to rule the entire Nile Valley. The exact location of the administrative center of throughout the Victory Stele, Piankai demonstrated Napata is unknown, but it is known that Napata was impeccable piety, courage, and an unwavering belief associated with the area surrounding the Gebel Barkal that he was restoring Ma'at, order and balance, to mountain. The Kushite people referred to it as the DW Kemet. After each of his military conquests, he made WB, meaning Holy Mountain, and it was there that contributions to the treasury and granary of the god they dedicated a temple to their primary deity, Amun. Amun. This was to demonstrate his gratitude for the location of the city near the sacred mountain must divine assistance, and to restore Amun's temples have been very significant because royal personages throughout Kemet, after helping to liberate Kemet, were still being buried there even after the capital was from Tefnakht. Piankai returned to rule from Kush. Moved. He had a fondness for horses, and when he died, the Meroitic period is dated from 250 to 350 CE. Piankai was buried with his beloved horses. Incorrectly called an island, Mero was a center of Taharqa, was the biological son of Piankai. He trade and one of several settlements located between began his reign at the age of 20, in about 690 BCE, the second and first cataracts of the Butana steppe, when he was beckoned by the pharaoh Shabitku to triangular area formed by the confluence of the Atbara come to Egypt. Taharqa is one of the most well-known and Nile rivers. The first historical record of Mero kings of antiquity. He is mentioned in the Bible was when it was at the height of its power. It is sure as an ally of the people of Israel in a war against Mice that some event of political significance precipitated the Assyrians. His mother, Abar, dictated the transfer of the capital of Kush from Napata, a significant role during his reign. The relationship to Mero. This transfer marked the beginning of a cull between King Taharqa and his mother, demonstrated Tural, economic and artistic Imhotepian period in the honored and revered position of motherhood in the history of Kush, that is, a rebirth of artistic and Kush and other African cultures. In an African political excellence. Text, matriarchy denotes that kingship was determined within a matrilineal system, and while matriarchy does not imply rule of women over men, women such as queens and the Kushite pharaohs were regarded as divine. Queen mothers had political and economic power in pharaohs were viewed as divine because they were matriarchies. Indispensable to the sacred order of the universe. In the 6th year of Taharqa's stele, he explained coronation of a Kushite pharaoh was not considered how for 20 years his mother nurtured and prepared to be an apotheosis, it was an epiphany. The divine hymn for kingship. In this text, he associates himself creator was maintaining motion, balance and order with divinity. In Kemetic cosmology, for example. Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 302. 302 Kush. The goddess Azet, through immaculate evaluatin, socially constructed cultural term. Conception, conceived a son, Hiru, and traditional African culture must be viewed through then raised him to defeat the enemies of Kemet and the lens of spirituality. Based on the value system of rule as the pharaoh. Similarly, in Taharqa's stele, Abar many African cultures, the large size of the Kandakes raised him to defeat the enemies and to become king. Probably represented productivity, motherhood, in the stele, the respect and adoration that Taharqa has material wealth, and a powerful nation. The text and for his mother is unquestionable. Iconography suggests that the Kandakes were also one of Taharqa's projects, as pharaoh was to consider divine rulers, as they are positioned at the continue Piankai's restoration projects. He further same height as and next to the primary deity of elevated the status of Amunare's temples. Taharqa Mero, the lion god aped Mach. The fame of the referred to himself as the divine son of Amunare. Kandakes is also evident in the King James Version. Like other kings, Taharqa was portrayed as the slayer of the Bible. In the story of the conversion of the enemies, maintainer of Mot and the epiphany of Ethiopian eunuch to Christianity, his importance is divine order. Affirmed by his authority under the Queen Kandake. Kandake Amenishukito ruled Mero from about Kandakes, ruling queens of ancient Mero 40 to 20 BCE. She was buried in Pyramid N6. In one of the unique features of Kush was that it Mero, which contains one of the most remarkable, had a series of ruling queens, known as Kandakes, finds from antiquity. The treasure of her magnificent or Candaces. The name Kandake was a title and not golden jewelry is now in museums in Berlin and a specific name. The appearance of Kandakes was a Munich. Kandake Amenishukito's lofty pyramid is natural component of the elevated position of women gilded in gold, well preserved, and about 70 feet at the in the Kushite culture, especially that of the queen base. On one of the temple walls, she is shown as a mother. The first, second, and fifth rulers of the Miro commanding woman, holding prisoners by a cord and were Kandakes, piercing the neck of one with a javelin. The Kandake queens were well known in the another female ruler, Amenetir, differs from European classical world. During the tenure of Gaius other Kandakes in that she was always associated with Pertonius, the Roman prefect of Kemet, from 25 to her husband, Natakamene. Their spiritual connection 21 BCE, the Romans conquered Miro, which was and right to rule were evident in their names, which ruled by a Kandake queen. The evidence is not con are both amalgamations of Amun. The political enclosive as to which Kandake it was, because Strabo-cultural connection of Miro with Kemet can also be described the Kandake as blind shin to her Miroitic name, which means daughter of in one eye but did not name her. She was probably the son, lady of diadems, Amenetir, she had in Kandake Amon Irenas or Ameneshukato. Strabo Egyptian name the Queen of Upper Egypt, lady of detailed how the Kandake and her generals led in the two lands, Merkeri. Amenetir was a large inadequately prepared and scantily equipped army woman who was equated with celestial beings and to counter-attack the Romans. During the attack, her associated with divine order, or Mot. Army pulled down statues of Roman rulers. A bronze There is not much historical data about the head of the Roman Emperor Augustus, who ruled Kandake known as Nawademak. However, because from 27 BCE to 14 CE, was probably taken during African culture has a spiritual foundation, her position this attack, as it was found in the area that was for can be determined by interpreting the symbols that merely Miro. The Kandake and her people lost the surround her. She was portrayed on the pyramid near battle. However, in negotiations afterwards, she won the holy mountain of Gebel Barkal as being protected back much of their land and possessions. By Ozet, who stood with her wings outstretched on the temple walls, the Kandakes are usually around the queen, who was holding a lotus flower. Pictured as large women with long, pointed finger, the lotus was a symbol of rebirth and resurrection. Nails and beautiful sacred jewelry. Eurocentric shoalwings have been a symbol of protection from at least ours have described Kandake Ameneshukato and the time of the Old Kingdom in Kemet. In her picture other Kandakes as obese women. However obese as there was also a male figure, probably her eldest son. Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 303. Kwanzaa 303. Or another heir, who held a palm branch in his hand. The palm branch, like most symbols in African culture, Kwanzaa, has a multiplicity of meanings. It has been shown to represent time, Ozet worship, and eternity. Thus, in Kwanzaa is a 7-day African American and Pan-African many ways, she was shown through the symbolic holiday that celebrates family, community, and culminating to be a ruling Kandake who was divinely Tur. The holiday begins on December 26 and content connected to the sacred universal order. Uis through January 1, and its name comes from the Swahili words Matunda ya Kwanzaa, which mean first fruits and indicates the holiday's roots in the first Meroitic writing. Harvest celebrations recorded in African history. The Meroitic language of Kush had a written script. These harvest festivals bear various names, which the inscriptions were in a cursive-like script and in reflect the language of the society in which each is hieroglyphic writing. Most of the signs can be intercelebrated. Some of these are, Pert and Min in ancient Pret phonetically, but their meaning has not been Egypt, Umkosi in Zululand, Inkwala in Swaziland, interpreted. Unless a Rosetta Stone can be found at Odwira in Asante land, and Odu Ijizu in Yorubaland. Contains script in Meroitic and the same words in it as a harvest festival, then, Kwanzaa's central deciphered language such as Greek, it will probably message expresses the ancient African model and be a long time until the language is fully under practice of producing, harvesting, and sharing good instead. Due to the synthesis of Kemetic and Kushite the world. Key to this commitment to bringing and culture, its notable pharaohs, and the unique poesy sustaining good in the world is practicing the Nguzoshan of ruling women. Kush is a civilization that is Saba. Vitally important to the reconstruction of African indeed, at the heart of the meaning and activities history. Of this 7-day holiday are the Nguzo Saba, which are aimed at reaffirming and strengthening family, Miriam Motkari Manjas, community, and culture. Thus, each day of Kwanzaa is dedicated to one of the principles and is organized further reading around activities and discussion to emphasize each principle. These principles are Umoja to Adams, William. Nubia, Corridor to Africa. Strive for and maintain unity in the family, community, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. This book is Nation and Race, Kujakagulia. One of the key works on Nubia. Its focus, however, is on to define ourselves, name ourselves, create for our Nubia as a corridor between Africa and Egypt, which the selves, and speak for ourselves, Ujima to build and maintain our is Africa. Community together and to make our brothers and Emery, Walter. Egypt in Nubia. London, Hutchinson. Sisters' problems are problems and solve them. This remains one of the most cited works on the Nubians. Together, Ujama to build it deals, however, with the influence of Egypt on Nubia and maintain our own stores, shops and other busy and not with the significant impact that Nubia had on Nessus and to profit from them together, Nia Egypt. To make our collective vocation the build Manjas, Miriam. Kush, the jewel of Nubia, reconnecting the root system of African civilization. Ing and developing of our community in order to Trenton, New Jersey, African World Press. Manjas's book is one of Restore Our People to Their Traditional Greatness, the first Afrocentric analyses of the history and place of Kumba to do always as much as we Nubia in the context of Black studies. Can, in the way we can, in order to leave our Kamusha, I, and Nicholson, P. The Dictionary of Ancient Nighty more beautiful and beneficial than we inherited Egypt. London, British Museum Press. This is a reference at Imani to believe with all our heart in our work that contains information on Kush. People, our parents, our teachers, our leaders, and the Strabo. The Geography of Strabo. Cambridge, Mott, Harvard University Press. Strabo's, although it is rooted in an ancient African history, geography is one of the earliest works to treat the role of and culture. Kwanzaa was developed in 1966 in the Nubia in the Nile Valley. Modern context of African American life and struggle. Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 304. 304 Kwanzaa. As a reconstructed and expanded African tradition are urged to live by to enrich and expand their lives, by Maulana Karenga, an activist scholar, who is Kermuhindi, symbolic of children and the future of Rentley Professor of Black Studies at California State African People that they embody, Kikumcha Umoja University, Long Beach. Having emerged during the, symbolic of the foundational principle and Black freedom movement of the 1960s, Kwanzaa practice of unity that makes all else possible, and reflects the movement's stress on self-determination, Zawadi, symbolic of the labor and love of parents. Return to the source, and the recovery and reaffirm and the commitments made and kept by children. Their shin of African identity and culture. Moreover, are also two supplemental symbols, a representation Kwanzaa is founded and framed in Kawaida Filoso of the Nguzo Saba and the Bendera, containing Phy, which stresses cultural grounding, a values around the three colors black, red, and green, symbolic respectation, and an ongoing dialogue with continental and Tivoli of African people, the struggle and the promised diasporic African culture in pursuit of paradigms of and future that come from the struggle. Human excellence and human possibility. First, within the framework of the five overarching celebrated by members and friends of the organize and general activities of Kwanzaa mentioned above, Shanus, which Karenga's several specific practices are central to its celebratories and in which the holiday developed, Kwanzaashan. These include the Umoja Night is currently celebrated by an estimated 26 million gatherings at home or in the community to mark the persons throughout the world African community and beginning of the holiday, to pay homage to the ancestors on every continent in the world. Tours by pouring libations and sharing the lessons of Kwanzaa, as explained by Karenga in his 1997. Their lives and teachings, and to commit to the Book Kwanzaa, a celebration of family, community ties, and promotion of the Nkosazana. This commit and culture, is organized around 5 fundamental meant to the Nkosazana is done on Umoja Night, as well as on harvest or first fruit celebrations. These activities are each of the 7 nights of Kwanzaa, especially at home. The ingathering of the people to reinforce at the evening meal, family members light one of the bonds between them, especially those of family, 7 candles each night to focus on the principles in unity and culture, special reverence for the ritual called lifting up the light that lasts, that is creator and creation in gratitude for the bountifulness to say, upholding the Nkosazana and all the other and goodness of the earth and in commitment to pre-life affirming and enduring. Principles that affirm the serving and protecting it, commemoration of the good of life, enrich human relations, and support past, to fulfill the obligation to remember and honor human flourishing. The ancestors, and to teach and reaffirm the mission also, a central and culminating event is the gather and meaning of African history, commitment to ing of the community on December 31st for an African the highest African cultural values the ethical and karama featuring libations and ceremonies spiritual values that bring forth the best of what it honoring the ancestors, as well as narratives, poetry, means to be African and human in the fullest sense, music, dance, and other performances to celebrate the and celebration of the good of life and goodness of life, relationships, and cultural grounding. The world, of family, community, and culture, of Rela finally, central to the celebration of Kwanzaa relationships, and of cultivating, harvesting, and sharing the practice of pausing and turning inward as persons good in the world. And a people and thinking deeply about the wonder Kwanzaa has 7 basic symbols that represent its an obligation of being African in the world. This origins and cultural views and values. These are the is done on January 1st, Siku ya Tamuli, symbolic of African harvest celebration meditation, which is the last day of Kwanzaa and the shins and of the rewards of productive and collective first day of the new year. At the heart of this process labor, Mkaka, symbolic of tradition and history is the obligation of Africans everywhere to sit down in and therefore the foundation on which to build, Kinara's sober assessment, measure themselves in the mirror, symbolic of ancestral roots, the parent of the best of African culture and history, and ask people, continental Africans, Mishima, themselves where they stand in relationship to the symbolic of the Nkosazana, the 7 principles, highest of African and human standards. To do this, which form a central value system that African people each person must ask himself or herself 3 basic. Kayasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 4:30 p.m. page 305. Kwanzaa 305. Questions: Who am I? Am I really who I am? And further reading. Am I all I ought to be? The person then commits or karenga, Maulana. Kwanzaa, a celebration of family, recommits to the Nkosazana and other fundamental community and culture. Los Angeles, University of African Values and Practices that represent and bring Sankari Press. This is the authoritative work on Kawaita, forth the best of what it means to be African and Kwanzaa, and the Nkosazana. Human in the World. www.officialkwNZAwebsite.org. This is the main website for Maulana Karenga. Information about Kwanzaa. www.us-organization.org. This is the website for the organizer. See also Kawaita, Nkosazana Us. Elisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 307. L. In particular, the racism that continued to enslave last poets, Black Americans, and a burgeoning black nationalism. The music of the last poets was a clarion call to the last poets were poet-musicians whose music those mired in complacency. It echoed the ethos of mirrored the social climate of the turbulent late 1960s and 1970s social activists, particularly those, and early 1970s. Best known for their provocative and, like the Black Panthers and the radical faction of the politically charged messages that sometimes reflected Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, who the rhetoric of the Black Panthers, the last poets advocated self-sufficiency and challenged black exhorted their listeners to become social and political people, to shun resignation and to think seriously, activists by heeding the words in their music. About social revolution as an ideological construct. Although members of the group continued to record the use of language to provoke is a hallmark of through the late 1990s, the importance of the last poets. The word nigger, which is ubiquitous poets, lies primarily with their first recording, The Land in the group's music, appears as neither an egregious mark last poets, nor an empty gesture, rather, it is calculated to address the group was born in May of 1968 at a fate held black people's self-perceptions. In Run Nigger. In Marcus Garvey Park in honor of the birthday of written at the height of the civil rights movement, the late Malcolm X. Their name, The Last Poets, was the last poets ridiculed the passive tactics of the taken from a poem by a South African poet. Abiodun movement's leaders' time is running out of talks. Oyewole, David Nelson, Gylan Kane, and Felipe Marches, tunes, chants, and prayers, as they berated Luciano, were among the founders, other original black people, for the meaninglessness of their lives. Last poets were Umar bin Hassan, Suleiman el-Hadi. Run, nigger, run like you run when the liquor store is, and Jalil Nuriden. Of the seven, Oyewole and Ben closing and It's Saturday Night. Niggers are scared. Hassan have sustained careers in the spirit of their first of revolution is a message to those whose words are recordings grander than their actions, as well as a poem about from last poets to time has come, self-love and social responsibility. Niggers are lovers. The last poets embodied the spirit of the griot, or niggers loved to hear Malcolm but they didn't love African storyteller. In fact, their early music is Maud Malcolm. Niggers love everything but themselves. Eld after West African practices, with its minimalist I love niggers because niggers are me. And I should drumming and half-spoken, half-sung vocal delivery only love that which is part of me. Intended to accentuate the importance of the words. When the revolution comes parodies the life. The group's harsh texts were meant to inform, anger, style in which blacks would rather eat chicken and incite, and are themselves a triptych of black watch TV than acknowledge a social revolution in full issues in the late 1960s, the class distinctions that swing. It applauds the actions of those committed to divided all Americans but ostracized black Americans' aggressive resistance as it denounces the acquiescence. 307. El Asante.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 308. 308 Letter from the Birmingham jail. Of those who prefer peaceful dialogue, guns and the reason for the letter. Rifles will be taking the place of poems and essays. On April 16, 1963, Martin Luther King, A Vital End. Two Little Boys is a poignant tale in two parts, lost determined African American civil rights leader, and a youth and black love. In this poem, we witness a fellow activist, Ralph Abernathy, were arrested and day in the life of two young drug addicts who steal, detained in the Jefferson County Jail in Birmingham, get high, and eat ravenously at Sylvia's restaurant in for violating a state court order to stop participating Harlem. The concluding lines, "Oh beautiful black in civil rights protests." City Commissioner T.E. Bull. Minds create a world where children can play with. Connor ordered that King and Abernathy be placed life, not death, and oh beautiful black brothers, and in isolation, supposedly for their own safety. In Sisters come together to create life, to create love, to reality. This was a failed attempt to break their spirits, create, and to create underscore the urgency of the challenge of isolation, in fact, strengthened King's desire for something better. Determination. Given their uncompromising style, it is not surprise in that same year, in response to the demand for ing that the last poets inspired younger musicians. Civil rights, 8 clergymen Bishop N.B. Harmon, the messages espoused and the traditions embraced Jr., Bishop C.C.J. Carpenter, Bishop G. Murray, by this maverick pre-rap group were adopted by a host Bishop J. A. Durick, and P. Hardin, Jr., Rabbi M. of rappers and adapted to the issues of the 1980s, Graffman, Edward V. Ramage, and E. Stallings. 1990s, and 21st century. Many rappers from KRS issued 2 statements in Birmingham newspapers, one and Dead Prez to Ice-T and Tupac are drawn, one in January and one in April on the very day of, especially to the teaching aspect of the Last Poets and King's arrest, in which they accused outsiders of have infused their music with similarly bold social and unwise and untimely protests that incite violence. Political statements meant to be heard and heeded. These clergymen believed the fight against injustice, Gail Hilson Woldu, should be waged exclusively in the courts. From an isolated, cold cell, King wrote an eloquent further reading letter in response to the clergyman's criticism. This let Last Poets. Vibes from the Scribes, selected poems. Though worthy of a pharaoh's papyrus, was written Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This was one of the first on toilet paper and the edges of newspaper and smug works to present the Last Poets to a wide continental gled out of the jailhouse a few sheets at a time to African audience. Wyatt T. Walker, SCLC's executive director, and his Oyewole, Abiodun, and Hassan, Umar bin, with Kim Green. Secretary, Willie Pearl Mackey, who edited and published. On a mission, selected poems and a history of the SISD, its content. Excerpts of the text were published. Last Poets. New York, Henry Holt. This is a very useful on May 19 in the work on the Last Poets. New York Post Sunday Magazine. In May, The Crisis and many other newspapers published the whole text. Letter from. The publication improved national support for the Birmingham campaign against segregation. The Birmingham jail. In the letter, King responded to the SCLC's being called outsiders who promoted unwise and untimely. Letter from the Birmingham jail by Reverend Martin protests that led to violence, expressed his disappointment. Luther King, Jr., was provoked by a major demonstrament in white moderates and the white church, Anshan in Birmingham. In the summer of 1962, Fred made clear his own position in the African American Shuttlesworth attempted to desegregate local busy scene. King refuted the charge that he was a metal nesses in Birmingham, Alabama. When he was not some outsider, since he was invited to Birmingham successful, he contacted Martin Luther King, Precy because of the injustices in the city. He saw himself dent of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference as an apostle carrying the news of freedom to in Atlanta, Georgia, for support. In April of Birmingham. This intervention was not an overly hasty 1963, a large group of activists was assembled to decision, as the 4 basic steps of all nonviolent CAM march in Birmingham. The aim of this march, one of pains, were followed in Birmingham. First, the group their most ambitious campaigns, was to end segregation determined by the facts that local bombings and racist by fighting a bastion of Southern racism. Acts meant that the march was necessary. Second, the Elisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 309. Lift every voice and sing 309. Black community had tried to negotiate with the white an appeal and a request for a blessing for the future of community to support putting a stop to the attacks, but America. This was his eloquence and his dignity. The promises the white community made were not kept. The effects of the letter were multifaceted. Though third, self-purification, as a mental and psychology some of King's fellow clergymen were left untouched, preparation for direct action, had been an ongoing. Others dedicated the rest of their lives to the non-VO process in the previous months and had finally led Lent's struggle for the rights of African Americans to the decision to take direct action. And fourth, there is a general consensus, however, that the letter protest was planned and staged. Was meant for a much larger public, the African American community and American society. In fact, the letter was never directly sent to the clergyman. In the effect of the letter. This view, the impact of King's irresolute action and philosophy of dignity have not ended. Martin Luther King was not looking to bring tension into the situation, the tension already existed because Rita S. Fierro of the racist nature of the South. Moreover, direct action is always premature in the minds of those who further reading do not accept its relevance. King's letter was meant to Abernathy, Ralph D. And the walls came tumbling free, both the segregationist and the African American. Down. New York, HarperCollins. This book is a personal. He recognized, however, that freedom is never given memoir about the struggle for freedom, justice, and equal up voluntarily by the oppressor. It must be demanded ity by one of the men at the center of the fight. Base, S.J. Blessed are the peacemakers. Baton Rouge, by the oppressed. King had no illusions about the new Louisiana State University press. This is a good work on the political administration, as he had experienced white activist tradition and the efforts by the preacher-influenced moderates as a weak, unreliable ally. Movement for social transformation to bring about civil. In fact, throughout King's 10-year experience in rights, the nonviolent civil rights movement, white moderates Harding, Vincent, There is a River, New York, did not provide the level of support that he expected. Harcourt Brace. This book, by a scholar who knew Martin King, said that white allies used time as an excuse for Luther King, Jr., is remarkable for its treatment of King's life and actions, as well as one of the best works, Demon in Action, while the church was a supporter of the SDA, stating the African American community's long history of status quo. Instead, the Birmingham protests took on the resistance to oppression. Immediacy of the movement of the 60s. Washington, J.M. A Testament of Hope. King's letter revealed his understanding that the New York, HarperCollins, Washington provides the reader violation of segregation statutes was not morally with a collection of personal testimonies about the civil wrong, that the violation of unjust laws was a Mayorites period that are very revealing. Sure, in which good people must take pride. He compared his extremism to that of Jesus, and he harshly criticized the white church. He thought that lift every voice and sing. Birmingham's religious leaders would join him in a righteous cause. Instead, King asserted, the days in the United States, millions of school children begin when Christians were ready to suffer for justice were their mornings with a ritual of reciting the pledge no more, and a weak, ineffectual voice had taken its of allegiance, and singing the national anthem, the place, too few had broken away from the conformity Star-Spangled Banner. However, millions of African of the majority. This criticism was all the more harsh. American school children who grew up during the era coming from King, himself a minister. In this letter of Jim Crow practiced an alternative morning ritual. He showed his disappointment with other ministers instead of singing the traditional national anthem, and white moderates. They sang Lift Every Voice and Sing. This song King was well aware of his position as a moderate became known as the Negro National Anthem. In the African American community, he saw himself as being in the middle between the extremists and the Johnson brothers and their song. The forces of complacency. King dealt with the objections raised by the white ministers in Birmingham, and written in 1900 by the brothers James Weldon. When he had addressed them, he closed the letter with Johnson and J. Rosamond Johnson. Elisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 310. 310 Lift Every Voice and Sing. The Negro National Anthem has to New York shortly after the Lincoln celebration and endured the test of time and has continued to be one set out to become Broadway playwrights. Much to of the most influential African American cultural James and Rosamond's surprise, their lyrical tribute to icons. The history of the Negro National Anthem. African American determination developed a life of its begins in Jacksonville, Florida, at the turn of the 20th own after they departed Jacksonville. School Children's Century. At the time that Lift Every Voice and Sing. Continued singing and teaching Lift Every Voice and was composed. James Weldon Johnson was principal sing to others in Southern black churches, schools, of Stanton Public School in Jacksonville, Florida, and civic clubs. Soon, the song became quite popular in J. Rosamond Johnson was a public school teacher. This region. It was so highly favored that the words and both men possessed artistic flair, great poise, and score were often hand-copied and pasted into the back's appreciation for culture, history, and politics. James of existing church hymnals and choir books. The received a bachelor's degree in 1894 and a master's. Johnson's had the composition published and copy degree in 1904 from Atlanta University. It was there righted, but it is likely that the song was most widely that he began to explore his love for poetry and was disseminated by these communally driven methods. Exposed to the impact of organized political activism. The Negro national anthem is, in fact, complex. His brother John was a gifted musician, who honed especially when one considers that it was initially his craft at Atlanta University and at the New England written as a children's choir song. It has resonant and conservatory of music. He dreamed of writing and haunting lyrics that speak frankly of the harsh realities producing musical scores on Broadway. In the close of African American life. James Weldon Johnson's knit Jacksonville community, the Johnson brothers. Prose does not avoid delicate subject matter, and talent did not go without recognition. Accordingly, the lyrics often allude to physical and psychological when Jacksonville city leaders decided to plan a seal violence. He mentions the chastening rod and the bration commemorating the birthday of former Precy. Blood of the slaughtered to honor the sacrificial dent Abraham Lincoln. James Weldon Johnson was death of African American ancestors who toiled and asked to make a special contribution to the program, prayed for their children to have a bright future. Which was held on February 12, 1900. Rosamond Johnson added an intricate melody to the in his autobiography, James Weldon Johnson difficult subject matter of Lift Every Voice and Sing. Recounts the circumstances surrounding the composition has a varied tempo and wide-ranging shun of Lift Every Voice and Sing. He was asked to pitch, and it lacks the chorus that makes hymns easier give an address at Jacksonville's planned celebration to recall. Yet, it was originally written for and per of Lincoln. He intended to also write a poem as informed by a group of children, and children's choirs additional honor to Lincoln. However, as the time for are credited with spreading the song throughout the program drew nearer, James found he could not south and eventually the north by the 1920s. Gather the inspiration to write the poem. In a final attempt to produce a fitting tribute to the former president, James recruited his brother Rosamond to call the Johnson brothers. Laborate with him in writing an original song for the continue to contribute. Assembly. They wrote Lift Every Voice and Sing in one night. As James called out and wrote down prose, in 1920, James Weldon Johnson was appointed as his brother set the words to music. The brothers' first black executive secretary of the National immediately sent the manuscript to their New York Association for the Advancement of Colored People publishers, where it was copied. The Johnsons then. He served in this capacity until 1930. Taught the song to a choir of 500 African American. Johnson's influence led Lift Every Voice and Sing. Children who had been gathered especially for the to be adopted as the official song of the NAACP. Celebration of Lincoln's birthday. Sometime in the 1920s. By then, Lift Every Voice and Sing had become a popularized tune that was familiar to millions of African Americans. It proved to the song goes national. Be a fitting clarion call for the civil rights organizers although they were moved by the passionate expression, thus solidifying its role as a freedom and protest ince of writing this song. The Johnsons did not realize songs sung during marches, demonstrations, and the composition's potential for endurance. They moved protests for civil rights. Elisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 311. Lift Every Voice and Sing 311. James Weldon Johnson went on to become a sing-a-song full of the faith that the dark past has consummate teacher, lawyer, writer, and activist. He taught us. Was the first African American to pass the bar in the sing-a-song full of the hope that the present has state of Florida, and the first African American profs brought us. SOR at New York University. He also served as a diplomat, becoming the American consul in Puerto Cabello, facing the rising sun of our new day begun, Venezuela, in 1906. In 1909, he secured another post in Let Us March Until Victory is Won. Foreign Affairs and was appointed as consul in Corinto, Nicaragua. He was a major influence during the Harlem Renaissance, and in all his endeavors, he champstony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, pioned the African American struggle for freedom. Felt in the days when hope unborn had died, some of his most famous works include the books Yet with a Steady Beat, Have Not Our Weary Feet, of American Negro Spirituals, God's Come to the Place for Which Our Fathers Sighed, Trombones, 7 Negro Sermons in Verse, and the Autobiography of an Ex-Colored Man. We have come over a way that with tears has been his brother Rosamond fulfilled his dream of become watered. Ing a successful songwriter. In New York, he and James we have come, treading our path through the formed a dynamic songwriter team with the African blood of the slaughtered. American composer Bob Cole. Together Cole and the Out from the gloomy past, till now we stand at last. Johnson Brothers wrote over 200 songs. Rosamond Johnson went on to write the music and conduct the Where the White Gleam of Our Bright Star Is Cast orchestra for the 1911 revue Hello Paris. This marked the first time an African American had ever conducted a God of Our Weary Years, God of Our Silent Tears, white orchestra for a performance with a white cast in a New York theater. Rosamond Johnson edited numerous Thou Who Hast Brought Us Thus Far on the Way, collections of African American music. His goal was to Thou Who Hast by Thy Might, let us into the light, elevate the standards of black music, an aspiration keep us forever in the path, we pray. Which lift every voice and sing certainly fulfills. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met Thee. The song becomes culture. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, the practice of singing the Negro national anthem we forget Thee. Continues today. It is part of the official repertoire of Shadowed Beneath Thy Hand, May We Forever Stand, any gospel choir, and it can now be found as a standard selection in many church hymnals. This anthem, true to our God, true to our native land, has endured because it honestly reflects a bleak past. Aisha Francis. Yet remains hopeful for a triumphant future. Thus, whether it is being sung by a choir of 1,000 or further reading, recited as a poem by one person, lift every voice. Bond, Julian and Wilson, Sandra Catherine. Lift and Sing is a tradition that has had a lasting history. Every voice and sing, a celebration of the Negro national and cultural influence on the state of race relations. Anthem, 100 years, 100 voices. New York, Random House. In this nation. This is a precious account, among other things, of the circumstances leading to the writing of the Black National Anthem. Lyrics to the Negro National. Johnson, James Weldon. Along this way, the anthem, lift every voice and sing. Autobiography of James Weldon Johnson. New York, Viking Press. This book contains valuable insights into the Lift Every Voice and Sing, Till Earth and Heaven Ring, Johnson Brothers writing of the song. Ring with the Harmonies of Liberty. Levy, Eugene. James Weldon Johnson, Black Leader, Black Voice. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Levy Let Our Rejoicing Rise, High as the Listening Skies, provides important biographical information about James. Let It Resound Loud as the Rolling Sea. Weldon Johnson. Elisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 312. 312 Lukumi tradition. Affected the modern-day expression of the Yoruba Lukumi tradition. Tradition, Researchers now claim that Cuba holds an older expression of the religion in the Lucumí tradition. The word Lucumí refers to the Afro-Cuban manifesto. There also are many similarities to Yoruba foundation of Yoruba in Cuba and on the North American con the Zango tradition of Trinidad, the Candomblé of Tynant, as well as to the practitioners of Yoruba in those Brazil, and the Santeria of Puerto Rico. In addition, the regions. During the latter half of the 18th century, a large Lucumí tradition itself has spread outside Cuba. A number of enslaved Africans were taken to Cuba from Venezuela, Panama, Colombia, Dominican Republic, the home of the Yoruba in southwestern Nigeria. These Puerto Rico, Mexico, Spain, Virgin Islands, Curaçao, Africans were indigenous to the Yoruba kingdoms of Canada, Costa Rica, France, Germany, Sweden, and Oyo, Egbedo, and Idsha, and brought the beliefs, Tradi Great Britain. Today the Lucumí tradition is the motions and philosophies of Yoruba to Cuba. Widely practiced form of Yoruba. In fact, in the United there was diversity to the traditions of Yoruba. In states, 90% of the Orisha worship originated with the Africa. This diversity was seen in the regional variations Lucumí tradition in Cuba. Among the Oyo, Egbedo, and Idsha. However, due to Tyrrhene right, the European slave trade, and many years of interaction between the diverse groups, the groups merged in further reading the Americas to form one common tradition. The result of this unity was the religious practice of La Regla de Babatunde, Emmanuel. A critical study of Beni and Osha Lucumí. New York, Mellon. This is a scholarly presentation of the culture of the Beni and Yoruba people. This unification of various Yoruba traditions in Cuba. Curry, Mary Cuthrell. The Making of Gods in New York. Did not in any way affect the theology and metaphysics. New York, Garland. This book is based on a dissertation of Yoruba-speaking people in southwestern Nigeria or about the nature of African religion in New York City. The regional variations in their traditions. Murphy, Joseph. Santeria, an African religion in although the elders of this community were America. Boston, Beacon Press. This is a good introduction. Enslaved, they still managed to organize and standard to Santeria and various forms of Lucumí. Is the ceremony and ritual of the present Lucumí tradition. This organized effort addressed the new geographical and social realities that practitioners of the religion faced in the Western Hemisphere. Because lynching of the favorable climate for African social and political integration in Cuba, the Yoruba in Cuba were able. White mobs are known to have lynched 3,386 African to maintain much of the ritual and ceremonial Americans during the period between Reconstruction integrity of the religion. However, on the continent and the passage of the Civil Rights Acts, lynching is of Africa. British colonialism fostered Christianity, defined as execution without due process of law. Islam sent jihadists into West Africa, and internal usually by hanging. In fact, the practice of lynching conflicts decimated the old Oyo Empire of ancient is more accurately described as a manifestation of the Yoruba land. Thus, while the fundamental principles depravity and inhumanity of those southern whites of the Yoruba tradition are adhered to by all practi who participated in or condoned the vile practice enchanters throughout the African world, including Conti of the northern whites who responded to the travesty Nental Africa and the diaspora in South America and of justice with apathy. Lynch mobs typically come elsewhere. There are some rituals and ceremonies that prized members of all classes of a given southern have disappeared over time. White community, including women, children, and yet Lucumí remains a strong tradition in Cuba. Prominent business and government and religious analysis and comparison of the Yoruba chants, initial leaders, as well as the working class men with whomtions, rights, and aesthetics show that Lucumí manifesta the savagery is traditionally associated. These mobtions are the preserved form of the traditions of old took part in the castration, burning alive, gouging of Yoruba. Because the social and political changes that and hanging of anyone who was charged with have taken place on the continent of Africa have crime against whites, whether or not the accused was Elisanti.qxt November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 313. Lynching 313. Guilty of what was charged. The majority of the explain lynching resulted in what appears justification. Lynching victims were male, however, some African for the brutality. The compartmentalized views of American women were lynched as well. The various disciplines further dislocated scholarship figure of 3,386 people lynched excludes the countless from concern with injustice, immorality, and murder. Cases that went unreported. Lynching may be understood as a scapegoating ritual. Anti-lynching activism was, by necessity, an effort in which white communities projected their fears of persuasion. Popular belief, influenced by the white repression and evil onto innocent black men to purge press, held that lynching was a justified response to themselves of sin and guilt. This insight directs it in the rape of white women by black men. But the cry of shame to the essential question, how were Southern rape, was meant to stifle the cry for liberation and free whites capable of such depravity in their action and DOM among blacks. Black activists worked diligently. Northern whites capable of such inaction? To redress this misconception and mobilize opposition, obvious answer is that the enslavement of African to the injustice of lynching. Their empirical studies Americans dehumanized white Americans. Revealed that rape was not the most common charge. Kismet Beckman. Against those who were lynched, and that the justification for lynching to protect the virtue of Southern white women veiled its actual motivation, which further reading was to crush black economic success, halt Black Barnett, Ida B. Wells. On lynching, Southern horrors, activism, and perpetuate white dominance. Rape was a red record, mob rule in New Orleans. Salem, New Hampshire, Air. Charged in about a third of the cases, and those accused. This is a fine reprint of the work of Ida B. Wells Barnett. Sations were specious. In an appeal, Frederick of the first campaigners against racist violence in the South. Douglas asked how it was possible that men who had Brundage, W. Fitzhugh, under sentence of death, traditionally been left alone with white women and lynching in the South. Chapel Hill, University of North, children might suddenly be prone to rape. And Carolina Press. This book demonstrates in vivid detail the nature of lynch law in the South. Asserted that black men convicted of crimes were sure Harris, Trudy exorcising blackness, historical, and to receive swift justice through due process of law, literary lynching and burning rituals. Bloomington, making the supposed need for mob justice unnecessary. Indiana University Press. Harris has developed an impresario. For nearly 100 years, the tireless efforts of Tant thesis in this book dealing with the nature of the white African Americans to persuade white Americans to mind in its attempt to exorcise blackness through the help pass anti-lynching legislation were met primarily process of lynching. With opposition and apathy. Raper, Arthur F. The Tragedy of Lynching. Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press. This is a description of while activists continued in their efforts to irradiate the brutality of lynch law. Kate Lynching, the emerging discipline of Americans. Angrando, Robert L. NAACP crusade against social science cast its light on lynching and turned lynching 1909 to 1950. Philadelphia, Temple University tragedy into a popular topic of research. The intent of press. This is one of the best histories of the NAACP's sociological, economic, and psychological theories to campaign against lynching. Emisanti.qxt November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 316. 316 Mott. African life. Many have embraced Mott as principle represents a concept of the interrelatedness of moral and practice for achieving this. In his major work on worthiness in every area of life. Thus, to stand worthy the subject, Mott, the moral ideal in ancient Egypt, before God means and requires a worthiness in rela study in classical African ethics, Molinishan to and before nature and other humans. This is Karenga discusses the evolution and essential tenets based again on the concept of Mot as an interrelated of this ancient and renewed tradition. Furthermore, he order of rightness. In King Unaz's text in the Huzia, has translated and edited ancient Egyptian sacred texts. Unaz says that he comes before God, standing worthy, and compiled them in a sacred text called the Huzia, bearing Mot, free of accusation by any divine being, sacred wisdom of ancient Egypt. The text takes its bird, beast, or human living or dead. Thus, he seeks name from the ancient Egyptian for the two divine to justify his quest for immortality by worthiness powers by which the Creator conceived and called the before God, nature, and humans. World into being. They are who authoritative utter worthiness before humans and nature is achieved ants and sia exceptional insight. Thus, the name by practice of the 7 cardinal virtues and other Huzia means authoritative utterance of exceptional virtues in the declaration of virtues and the decla insight. For in the creation process, Ra conceives the rations of innocence in the Huzia, which leads to the world in his heart mind and calls it into being with the development of character. In addition, worthiness word. In the renewed Moshan tradition, the name before nature requires practice based on the concept reaffirms the authoritative, deeply insightful, and of SRWDT 3, Sira Oita the moral obligation to sacred character of the text. Constantly repair, heal, and restore the world. Some of the basic concepts in the Moshan tradition making it more beautiful and beneficial than it was are addressed in the Huzia, such as the human as the when it was inherited. More expansively, it means to image of God, the dignity of the human, the require raise up that which is in ruins, to repair that which is meant of standing worthy before God, nature, and damaged, to rejoin that which is severed, to replenish others, the necessity of moral and social excellence, that which is lacking, to set right that which is wrong, to especially as expressed in the 7 cardinal virtues, strengthen that which is weakened, and to make flourish the declarations of virtue, and the declarations of that which is fragile and undeveloped. Thus, redio innocence, the essentiality of service, the cultivation gnam in the Huzia says, I restored what I found of the setgemic person, and the concepts of judgment, ruined. I rejoined what I found severed and I replenished justification, and immortality. What I found depleted. Likewise, Pedo series the renewed Moshan tradition takes as its funda says, I made magnificent what I found ruined in its mental point of departure the concept that humans are place. I restored what was damaged. And Ramses 3 bearers of divinity and dignity. These two terms are asserts, I restored the whole land. Interlocked as they evolve from the oldest recorded service, especially to the most vulnerable in the evidence of moral and spiritual teachings that humans community and society, is a central tenet of Moshan are in the image of God. This concept was first ethics. Here, other directedness is seen as central to our advanced in 2140 BCE in the Book of Kiti in the moral and spiritual grounding as humans and to Crete Huzia, which says humans are the images of God. Ing and sustaining the good society and world. It is this and came from his very ancient tradition which argued that one can measure the person. From this evolved the concept of the inherent moral quality of a society by how it treats its most vulworthiness or dignity of human knowable members. Therefore, the Huzia says we should beings. It is a transcendental and equal worthiness that give bread to the hungry, water to the thirsty, clothes cannot be denied or diminished by social status or any to the naked and a boat to cross over for the boatless, be other external condition or attribute. This concept of a father to the orphan, a mother to the timid, a help to human dignity is clearly stressed in the Husitic text, in the widow, a shelter for the battered, a staff of support the narrative of Jedi, in which the sage Jedi tells for those of old age, a refuge for the wretched, a raft for the king he can neither experiment on nor kill and name the drowning and a ladder for those in the pit. Moreover, in the Huzia, Saba Ankshishankai Ord status, is still a noble image of God. Says, serve God that he may protect you. Serve your worthiness before God, nature, and brothers and sisters that you may enjoy a good repute others is essential to the Moshan moral project. Itchen. Serve a wise person that he may serve you. Serve. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 317. Mot 317. Anyone who serves you. Serve any person that you may to humanity. The concept of judgment after death, benefit from it and serve your mother and father that, as moral theorists have argued, represented a major you may go forward and prosper. Development in the moral thought of humanity and acted as a counterweight and check on the excesses of holders of absolute power on earth. As early as the cultivation of Book of Unas in the Hosea, the pharaoh recognizes the Setgemic personality. That he is subject to the demands of Mot, and says he the Moshan moral tradition also seeks to cultivate the comes before the creator after death, wishing to be Setgemic or hearing person, as opposed to the Sekadic judged by what he has done and given eternal life in or non-hearing person. The expansive meaning of the reward for his righteousness. Word SDM, Setgem to hear, listen is to be responsive and responsible. Thus, a Setgemic person is responsive to and responsible toward the divine, a process of judgment. Nature, and others, in contrast to the Sekadic person, the definitive text for the judgment, justification, and who is unresponsive and irresponsible. Seba granting of eternal life is the book of coming forth. Tahotep teaches that hearing is better than every by day, especially chapter 125. In it, the day of judge thing, for it creates goodwill. Moreover, in the Ment is called the day of assessing characters and declarations of innocence, one asserts as part of her the day of great reckoning. This again reveals it or his justification. I have not been deaf to truth. Stress on virtue and character as expressed in the, which is a parallel claim to the declarations of virtue and the declarations of, I have not been blind to injustice. This deafness to innocence. In the process of judgment, the resurrected truth is another way of saying being unresponsive person must declare himself or herself innocent of to the demands and requirements of Mot. And the offenses against God, nature, and others. These declaresponsiveness called for are deeds that respond to rations are known as the declarations of innocence. Human need, sensitivity to the needs of the environment are mainly declarations of innocence of offenses meant, and deference to the will of the divine. Against other humans. In fact, the first declaration both deafness to Mot and what the book of is I have not done evil to humans. But, as noted, Kananpur calls blind to what one should see. Above, these offenses, like the realms of existence and our obligation the divine, nature, and society, are intermetaphors for moral insensitivity and ethical unrelated, and thus offenses in any realm have implied responsiveness and irresponsibility to others. Thustions in the others. Moshan ethics argues that persons with such blind in conclusion, the quest for immortality is a desire-ness are disabled in their humanity and vitiate moral not only to live in the afterlife of the spirit world but community. This ethics of responsiveness is rooted also to continue as a powerful presence on earth in a deep appreciation for the virtue of reciprocity. Through a legacy of work and service, and thus to locus clas psychus of the stress on the reciprocal nature endure in the minds of the people. This is succinctly of good is found in the text of Lady Taiset, who stated in the Hosea in the text of Setefu, which says, doing good is not difficult. In fact, just speak. A glorious spirit in heaven, a continuing power on in good is a monument for those who do it. Earth, justification in God's domain, resurrection after those who do good for others are actually doing it for death. These are the rewards of the righteous person themselves. They are in fact building the moral calm, and a righteous person is one who receives them. Humanity and good world they and all others want and will be counted among the ancestors. His name will deserve to live in. Endure as a monument. And what he has done on earth finally, the renewed Moshan ethical tradition shall never perish or pass away. It is within this embraces the ancient concept of judgment that carries framework that practitioners who follow the way of with it two other interrelated concepts, justification Mot cultivate character, serve the people, and leave and immortality. These three concepts, along with the legacy worthy of an enduring presence and praise both idea of humans as bearers of divinity and dignity, rep in heaven and on earth. Resent some of ancient Egypt's and thus Africa's most significant and enduring ethical and spiritual legacies. Maulana Karenga. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 318. 318 Mali Empire. Further reading. Sundiata Keita's reign. Asman, January. The mind of Egypt, history and the historical founder of the Mali Empire was the meaning in the time of the pharaohs. New York, magician Sundiata Keita, one of the most legendary figures in nature of Egyptian civilization in the time of the pharaohs. African history. He is also referred to as the cultural Karenga, Maulana. The Huzia, sacred wisdom of ancient Egypt. Los Angeles, University of Sankara Press. Hero and ancestor of the Mande people. Born in fundamental ethical principles in the ancient Egyptian text. Approximately 1210, Sundiata was the son of Nair Karenga, Maulana. Maud, the moral ideal in ancient Magan, the ruler of Kangaba, a small state situated Egypt, a study in classical African ethics. New York, on the upper Niger River. He may have left Kangaba Routledge. This book seeks to establish the intellectual as a measure of voluntary exile to avoid a jealous half-basis for the rediscovery of African moral ideals. Brother, or he may have been exiled by Sumanguru Kanti, king of the Soso, who killed Sundiata's father and took over the kingdom. Sundiata responded to the yearnings of his people Mali Empire to return to Kangaba to help them regain their independence. He assembled a coalition of Mande chiefs, the Mali Empire, located around the upper Boundan. In 1235, he led them to victory in the Battle of Ares of the Senegal and the Niger rivers, was the Scc Kairana. According to legend, Sundiata triumphed on and vastest of the three great empires in West because he was a stronger magician than his opponent Africa. The empire lasted from 1235 until about 1468. Sumanguru was. This victory marked the beginning of and was responsible for uniting the vast interior of the Mali Empire. After overpowering the Soso, West Africa, a mostly inhospitable region of forests, Sundiata merged his authority with the Mande people, mountains, savanna, and desert, and home to a rich and established a strong centralized monarchy. Diversity of peoples, including nomads, traders, farm. Sundiata was both a real historical personage and a fishermen and cattle herders. Mali surpassed the cultural hero, and his rise to power is still celebrated earlier empire of Ghana in both wealth and influence. In the Mande-speaking world by Jalis. Jalis are individuals who inherited an African gold with the Arabs across the Sahara. Mali acquired special knowledge about history. Genialo controlled both the trade and the mining of that gold. Geese and music, and have historically performed. The region had never known such unity and prosper variety of social and political roles that they continue ity. To understand the history of Africa, and to perform today. Standing of Mali is essential. Though the topic of state, Sundiata expanded the state by adding to it. The formation has been a subject of debate in African Mare Ghana Empire, with its West African gold fields. Studies. It is undeniable that Mali became one of. He built his capital at Niani, which was his home. The huge states of pre-modern Africa, with a complex region. Under Sundiata, Mali gained fame and eco-governmental structure headed by the king and other nomic strength by controlling the region's trade routes, bureaucrats, and gold fields. Although he was a Muslim, Sundiata at the peak of its existence, the Mali Empire allowed the people to practice their traditional really extended across West Africa to the Atlantic Ocean and Juns. Thus, the territory controlled by Mali included over 50 million people. Administering such a prized three distinct regions, the Senegal region with vast territory was a formidable task that its founders, people speaking Niger-Congo languages, the central managed by establishing a government sensitive to the Mande states occupied by Soninke and Mande, and diversity of the land, population and cultures, and the region of Gao that was occupied by people who accepting the indigenous rulers and their customs. In Spoke Songhay essence, Mali was distinguished by its ability to send gold was not Mali's only mainstay, though it was Trali's political and military power while allowing the one of the most lucrative. Mali also profited from the local rulers to maintain their identities alongside salt trade over which it had established control. Its Islam capital, Niani, was situated on the agriculturally rich Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 319. March on Washington 319. Floodplain of the Upper Niger River, with good grazing. Mossy Kingdom to the south took over a sizable part land farther north. Thus a class of traders emerged in of southern Mali. Also, the Kingdom of Gao, which Mali, some of whom were of Mande origin, while had been under the authority of Mali under the rule of others were Bambara, Sinink, and Diola. In the 14th Mansa Musa, gave rise to a Songhay kingdom that century. Cowra shells were established in Mali as they eventually eclipsed the renowned power of Mali. Form of currency for trading and taxation purposes. As the memory of the ancient Mali Empire still Mali continued to prosper. The Mali Empire was built echoes today in the activities of the griots the pro from its monopolization of the trade routes from professional historians, praise singers, and musical enter Western and Southern Africa to Eastern and Northern Tainers among the Mande people. Today, the Mande Africa, though located farther south than Ghana, they are spread over the modern West African states of Malians lived in an agriculturally fertile land. Mali, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Senegal, however, the bulk of the gold trade proceeded up the Burkina Faso, and the Gambia. They do not enjoy the Niger River, and this gave Mali a firm grip on this level of political unity they experienced under the lucrative monopoly. Historical Mali Empire, but they have maintained a remarkably unified culture. This is perhaps due to the Mansa Kankan Musa's reign. Mali people's great admiration of their past, and the griots on whom they rely to remind them about their although Mali flourished in economic wealth and glorious place in history. Of all the griot histories, the influence under Sundiata, it was under Mansa Kankan most revered is that which tells the story of Sundiata Musa that the empire attained the peak of its Proskita, the founder and first king of the Mali Empire. Parody. His reign from 1307 to 1337 has often been viewed as the golden age of Mali, in both literal and David Shachiagam figurative terms. Mansa Musa, the most significant of the Mali kings, expanded Mali's influence over the further reading. Large Niger city-states of Timbuktu, Gao, Engen. Davidson, Basil. African civilization revisited. From under him, Timbuktu became one of the major antiquity to modern times. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Toural centers not only of Africa but also of the entire press. Davidson illustrates the challenge and achievement world. Also, under his patronage, vast libraries were of humankind in Africa's long history through the detailed built and Islamic universities were endowed. Thus, description of the ancient African civilization that is Timbuktu became a meeting place of the finest poets, unmatched by any other civilization in world history. Niani, D.T. Sundiata, an epic of Old Mali. London, Scholars, and Artists of Africa and the Middle East. Longman. This book captures the oral tradition of the Mali. Mansa Musa's wealth became legendary, sup-empire as told by the griot Mamadou Kouyate. Since the ported by a gold trade with exports that placed Mali at 13th century, Malian griots have told the story of Sundiata, the center of world history. He was a devout Muslim, the Lion King, who first regained his throne by defeating his who built magnificent mosques all throughout the opponent and uniting the scattered kingdoms of West Mali's sphere of influence, and his gold-laden pilgrim Africa into one strong Mali empire. Age to Mecca made him a historical figure as West Africa came to be regarded in the whole wide world as a fabled land of riches. Mansa Musa extended the Mali Empire over an area larger than Western Europe. March on Washington. During his reign, In Washington, D.C., on August 28, 1963, more than 250,000 people gathered for a march that to this day the decline of the empire is said to be the largest gathering on the Lincoln after the death of Mansa Musa, the Mali Empire Memorial, and the largest demonstration for human began to decline. A combination of weak and ineffective rights in U.S. history. People gathered for the march seeing rulers and increasingly aggressive raids from its on Washington in the name of freedom. The march, neighbors greatly reduced its powers. In 1430, which included all people from all walks of life, Tuareg Berbers in the north seized some of Mali's was organized for jobs and civil rights for African cities, including Timbuktu. Barely a decade later, the Americans. This nonviolent event included prayer. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 320. 3:20 March on Washington. Song, and one of the most influential speeches of this volunteers managed to pull together a well-organized nation's history. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.'s March. The official budget for the march was only "I Have a Dream" speech. Organized by what the $120,000. Buttons were sold for 25 cents each and press called the Big Six. A. Philip Randolph. Contributions came in from around the country to fund President of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, the march. A portfolio-style memento was also sold. Whitney Young, president of the National Urban with Life magazine, photographs of dog attacks. Holmes League, Roy Wilkins, president of the Destroyed by Fire, and other civil rights movement. National Association for the Advancement of Colored Pictures. The book was sold for $1.40,000. Were people. James Farmer, founder and printed. Celebrities also participated in the cause. To President of the Congress of Racial Equality, raise money. The Friday prior to the march, a fundraiser. John Lewis, president of the Student Nonviolent Concert, was put on at the Apollo Theater in Harlem. Coordinating committee, and Martin Luther and well-known artists participated. Josephine Baker, King, Jr. founder and president of the Southern Thelonious Monk, Herbie Mann, Quincy Jones, and Christian Leadership Conference. Tony Bennett, James Baldwin and Burt Lancaster led a march in Paris in support of the march in Washington. President Kennedy tried to persuade the leaders of the Moving Spirit event to cancel the march, saying, "We want success in of A. Philip Randolph. Congress, not just a big show at the Capitol." Yes, march originator A. Philip Randolph, whose interest I'm for the bill, but I am damned if I will vote for it. It was jobs for African Americans, had attempted to plan the point of a gun. When he was unable to stop the mass march on Washington in 1941. In response, march, he publicly supported it. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who was fearful of such a massive march, intervened by quickly signing security concerns. An executive order banning discrimination in the defense industries and creating the Fair Employee Police officers were put on high alert, as officials in practice committee. Randolph's vision would not be Washington, D.C., were concerned about violence signed away that easily, however. In 1962, Randolph erupting during the march. Local police and suburban met with Bayard Rustin, who would become the officers, were all given riot control training in prepare. Deputy director of the march, and they decided that the mission for the event and then called to duty on the day of focus of the march should be economic equality. At the march, due to the recent events in Birmingham, the country was still feeling the ripple effects where blacks had been attacked by police with water of the recession of 1959, and over 1 million African hoses, batons, and violent dogs. Police dogs were pro-Americans were looking for work. In fact, the black prohibited, as was the sale of alcohol for the entire day. Unemployment rate was twice as high as the white for the first time since Prohibition. Officials studied unemployment rate. 70 different emergency patterns and placed nearly, however, with the mass violence in Birmingham, 15,000 paratroopers on standby. The police secretly Alabama, and President John F. Kennedy's civil rights rigged the sound system to enable them to pull the bill still stuck in limbo in Congress, the scope of the plug on it in case of any violence, they said. In Addy March changed to equality in regard to civil rights. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover and other officials as well as jobs. On June 11, 1963, the same day that tried to sabotage the march numerous times by Tap, Kennedy made his civil rights speech, and a day pinged the phones of both King and march organizer before the murder of civil rights leader Medgar Evers, Rustin in the months before the event, and, on the King announced plans for the march to the press. Morning of the march, by tapping the phones of some NAACP and NUL members were leery of celebrities in a last-minute attempt to force them to getting involved in the march, fearing it would be a withdrawal from participating in the march. Violent and controversial event, while groups like But No Matter How Many wished defeat on the SNCC and CORE, who were a little more radical, march on Washington through determination and insisted on controversy. But by June all six organized by their sheer number, the people triumphed. Nations had agreed to participate. With just 2 months arrived on August 28 in cars, Freedom buses, and free to plan the event, Rustin and his team of CORE DOM trains. A man from Chicago roller skated the Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 321. Marie Laveau 321. Entire trip to Washington, D.C. Media attention for the occasion, but halfway into the speech King March was larger than it had ever been, for a demon raised his head up from his notes and began to prostration. All the major networks were present at the Vice, a new speech, what is said to be one of the great march, and the media spent over $300,000 to broadest speeches in American history. He told the crowd of cast the event. It was also the first of its kind, his dream that his children could one day live in to be televised all over the world. New York's Penn Nation, where they would be judged not on the color of station, reported the largest early morning crowd since their skin but on the content of their character. The end of World War II. CORE members from said, when we allow freedom to ring, when we let it, Brooklyn walk 230 miles over a span of 13 days. By ring from every village and every hamlet, from every 11 o'clock that morning, more than 200,000 people were at state, and every city, we will be able to speed up that the Washington Monument. There a stage was set up day when all God's children, black men and white, for the performances of artists such as Bob Dylan, men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, Odetta, and Peter, Paul, and Mary. By noon, Restless will be able to join hands and sing, in the words of the demonstrators, had begun to march toward the Lincoln Old Negro spiritual, free at last. Free at last. Thank Memorial. March organizers rushed to the front of the God Almighty, we are free at last. Thrilled demonstrators to lead. The marchers were, it is an understatement to say that demonstrators walking and swaying side to side singing we shall just protested on that day, they made history. No other overcome. At the Lincoln Memorial Mall, people's speech made during the civil rights movement is as war signs that read we march for first-class citizens famous as kings, and no other demonstration for rights now, and we march for jobs for all now. Peace in U.S. history has been larger than the march. Archbishop Patrick O'Boyle presented the invocation on Washington. In his speech an advocacy for equality, and then the speeches began. The irony in what and peace, King delivered a message that was felt was said that day was that even though the march was from the demonstrators who sat on Lincoln's Mall, all partially endorsed by President John F. Kennedy's Civil the Way to Capitol Hill. It is said that after King spoke, Rights Bill, some speakers spoke out against the bill, the crowd dispersed, and A. Philip Randolph stood on criticizing it as incomplete. NAACP President Roy the platform alone. As Rustin looked on, he told his Wilkins cried out to President Kennedy to be more friend, that it looked like his dream came true, and active in working for the civil rights of African. Randolph replied that it was the most beautiful, and Americans. He also spoke about past NAACP president glorious day of his life. W.E.B. Du Bois, who had died that morning in Ghana. Disha M. Shabazz. Whitney Young spoke about underdeveloped black schools and the role that the students must take to fight further reading for their education. One of the most controversial speeches of that day was made by 23-year-old John Harding, Vincent. There is a river, the black struggle Lewis. He said that if blacks did not receive meaning for freedom in America. New York, Harcourt. Harding full legislation, they would march through the South provides a masterful account of the struggle for liberation. King, Martin Luther, Jr. Why We Can't Wait. Lewis's speech Lish 1963. This is King's powerful treatise on why was interrupted 4 times by the energetic crowd. African Americans could not wait for freedom. It is a people stood on their feet in support of what Lewis was poignant and powerful appeal to conscience. Saying. Speakers spoke all day about the inequalities of Saunders, Doris E. The day they marched. Chicago, the South and the North and the injustice that African Johnson Publishing Co. This is a very useful examination of Americans' experience in America. Demonstrations used to protest discrimination and injustice. Moral leadership of the march. After Mahalia Jackson sang I Been Booked and Marie Laveau, I Been Scorned, Randolph introduced King as the moral leader of a nation. Martin Luther King stepped Marie Laveau was a 19th-century spiritual figure to the podium to deliver a speech he had prepared just of immense power and prestige in New Orleans. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 322. 322 Marie Laveau. Louisiana. She appeared to transcend restrictions practitioner to maintain her or his spiritual balance. Based on class, gender, race, and status under enslaved power in Vodou is marked by spirituality and nullement conditions via an African spiritual system called Edge, and not by controlling people or the elements. Vodou. Vodou operates in all aspects of people's lives, such as Marie Laveau was born in 1801 in New Orleans. Economics, ethics, health, interpersonal relationships. Her mother, Marguerite d'Arcantel, was a healer of and safety. African and Native American heritage. Her father, Africans who were brought to New Orleans originated Charles Laveau, was a plantation owner who served in Nally came from a number of African ethnic groups, the state legislature. Her grandmother, Marguerite, and so Vodou developed in a unique way as it mixed Simard, was from the Congo. In 1819, she married practices from many African ethnic groups from all Jacques Paris, a freedman, who disappeared shortly parts of Africa. Ironically, enslavers who were threat after their marriage. She later enjoyed a common law end by Vodou actually encouraged its globalization. Marriage to Louis Christophe Dumini de Glapion, African spirituality was transplanted with Africans in also a freedman. In 1826, she became a hairdresser America, and the cruel treatment they received under whose clients included the wives and mistresses of chattel enslavement encouraged even stronger Spiri New Orleans' wealthiest men. In 1830, Laveau had 12 faith. In New Orleans, Vodou was spiritual Razis become an established Vodou spiritual leader. Using tents to enslavement in its promotion of African knowledge passed down to her within Vodou, she was an identity. Healer, herbalist, diviner, and doctor until her death on Vodou rituals were held secretly at Bayou St. John, June 15, 1881. At Lake Pontchartrain, and in private homes rather Vodou is a powerful form of ancient African spiritu than publicly. Congo Square was the only place in Haiti that a significant population of enslaved Africans New Orleans where enslaved Africans could legally brought with them when they came to New Orleans. Gather, and this was permissible only intermittently legislative attempts to suppress Vodou appear in the throughout the history of the city. As consistent historical records from before the Louisiana Purchase Vale Lance was not conducive to the esoteric nature of until after Reconstruction. Vodou was feared and thus Vodou, Africans practiced Vodou clandestinely and came vilified by officials in New Orleans, and people of Congo Square to socialize and celebrate African descent suspected of practicing it were heritage through dances such as the bamboula and the closely monitored. Vodou adherents were imprisoned, Kalinda, tortured, whipped, and murdered. Laws such as the Black Codes were passed to regulate the behavior of Marie Laveau's Vodou practice. Africans and prevent them from building altars, congregating for spiritual purposes, making ritual drums. Marie Laveau conducted rituals in the backyard of her and speaking any African languages. Enslaved house on Saint Anne Street, as well as at Maison Blanche, Africans were encouraged to report one another her home on the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. In adding to authorities, many Africans feigned a superficial shin to presiding over voodoo rituals. Laveau offered Christian conversion and continued to practice voodoo relief to those who came to her privately. Clients in secret consulted her about all sorts of problems relating to the spiritual system. Takes its name from the fertility, finances, health, legal matters, love, luck, African word voodoo, which translates as God, Spirit, and protection. She supplied guidance and spiritual serving or following the spirits, or the snake under amulets called gris gris, juju, or mojo, which whose auspices gather all who share the faith. The were used to ask for the intervention of certain spirits. Snake represents balance, clairvoyance, life force, and to cause certain events to occur or as protection. She wisdom. According to Vodou, events are causal, linked. Also enlisted the use of altars, anointing oils, baths, to one another through an intricate network of cosmobrick dust, candles, colognes, dolls, floor washes, logical interdependence. An omnipresent creator is incense, powders, seals, soaps, statues, and talismans manifested through myriad intermediary ancestral and in her practice. Through her practice of Vodou, and her nature spirits. These spirits can bring good or harm, prescriptions requiring patients' willing participation, and they must be honored in rituals that recognize. Laveau taught people that they were agents in these sacred interrelationships in order for the Vodou own well-being. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 323. Maroon Societies 323. Vodou recognizes the interconnectedness of nature living in New Orleans who were denied and distrustful and spirit, so in Vodou herbs play a significant role in of basic medical care depended on African healers sustaining good health. Laveau used her medicinal like Laveau to treat their physical, mental, emotional, skill and herbal knowledge to tend to those wounded and spiritual ailments. Marie Laveau centered Vodou as in the Battle of New Orleans. She was asked by an intricate part of life at a time in history when many city of New Orleans to help with those stricken by the outsiders sought to annihilate African culture. Her epidemics rampant during the 1850s, which infected autonomous actions maintained Vodou centrality of people with yellow fever, cholera, malaria, and small ancient African spirituality in daily life. Pox. Marie Laveau was an intelligent businesswoman. Wendy Carmen Trott. She was given gifts and paid money for her successful assistance with the problems people brought to her. Further reading. Her home on Saint Anne Street was reputedly one of those payments. Laveau altruistically shared this. Gandolfo, Charles. Marie Laveau of New Orleans. Wealth, she supported her children, grandchildren, and New Orleans Historic Voodoo Museum. This great-grandchildren. She also took people in need of is an excellent introduction to the life of Marie Laveau. Haskins, Jim. Voodoo and Hoodoo. New York, assistance into her home. She visited prisoners, those Scarborough House. Haskins has the ability to translate who were sick as well as those who were awaiting important ideas in ways that can be understood by the lay execution, and brought them food and helped them reader. Build altars in their cells. Klein, Victor. New Orleans Ghosts 2. Metairie LA, People of African Descent, Whether Enslaved or Lycanthrope Press. This book delves into the legend of the free, were considered insignificant in New Orleans great Marie Laveau and other figures of New Orleans. And thus often were privy to the personal affairs of the city's most prominent citizens. Enslaved and free Africans informed Marie Laveau of what they learned, and, as a hairdresser, she herself learned Maroon Societies. Much first-hand from her white clientele's gossip. Laveau used this knowledge of the power structure enduring the 17th and 18th centuries, particularly in the New Orleans, as well as her talent as a vodoprakti West Indies and Guyana, enslaved Africans who mansioner to protect and maintain vodou. People of age to escape and become fugitives were known as European descent were among Laveau's clients and Maroons and formed Maroon societies. The spirit in ritual participants. Her expertise and knowledge these fugitives that desired to be free was the basis of earned her friendship and acceptance, and she used the system of these societies. In fact, the tension her social position to encourage continuation of between the desire of enslaved Africans to be human African spirituality and free and the obsession of Europeans to degrade neither Marie Laveau's predecessors' Sanite deed, and enslave them is reflected in the historical clash Carlos, John Montinet, and Dr. Yahya Noor her representing race relations in the Americas. Africans contemporaries among them Malvina Latour, James who were enslaved never lost their desire to be free. Alexander, and even Laveau's own daughter, Marie Maroon societies were established throughout the Philomene Laveau Glapi and attained the unification of African diaspora. Across the Americas North, the Vodou community in New Orleans that Laveau had Central, and South whenever and wherever the expertly accomplished. Marie Laveau was entombed in opportunity to be free presented itself, African St. Louis Cemetery, and although it has been more than suffering the brutality of involuntary servitude would a century since her passing, gifts and offerings including seek to get away from those they believe to be alcohol, bags, beads, evil and obsessed with exploiting African people. Bones, candles, candy, cigarettes, cigars, coins, flowers, communities of freedom seekers were located in food, herbs, money, and various other items are still left swamps, bayous, heavily wooded areas, mountainous for Marie Laveau by those paying reverence and seek terrains, and other isolated areas hidden away from her intervention as an ancestor. Mainstream populations. Marie Laveau was influential throughout the social. Some of the well-known Maroon societies were strata of New Orleans. People of African heritage located in Brazil, Jamaica, Ecuador, and Haiti. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 324. 324 Maroon societies. Maroon societies were also founded in the United Grammatical Structures from their primary languages states in such places as Louisiana, Virginia, north to the languages of the oppressive groups within the Carolina, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Tennessee. New lands, creating Creoles, Ebonics, Gullah, Brazilian. These societies were also in place in Suriname, Panama, Portuguese, and other Africanized forms of language. Mexico, Honduras, Venezuela, and Colombia. In these the African ancestors of diasporic Africans placed societies, men, women, and children from various identifiable linguistic markings on the languages the African cultural groups were armed and prepared to were forced to adopt in the new lands. Contemporary defend themselves against intruders who threatened archaeologists, in studying and examining African their liberty. Burial sites and plantations, are finding numerous the constant driving force and irresistible goal of artifacts that attest to the continuation of African. The Maroons was to be free and African. Wherever culture within the new lands, in the name of being bondage existed, resistance emerged. Technically, human and African, men and women from various Maroon societies were communities established by or agent that threatened their liberty. Liberated Africans who fled the unnatural condition of the enslavers were equally determined and relent chattel slavery. The term Maroon originates from the less in their efforts to prevent the loss of their prop Spanish cimarron, meaning a runaway or wild ani urdi. Africans were met with an insidious assault on mal. During chattel slavery, the captured African was their psychological and physical value. In a shameful considered to be property and, therefore, the term attempt to justify the institution of slavery, the best maroon or runaway animal was misapplied to the minds in the fields of psychiatry and psychology, for African human being who resisted slavery and escaped instance, described Africans as mentally ill by nature, in order to live in the natural human condition of free, making it necessary for white people to control them. DOM. Maroon societies represented African resistance. Samuel Cartwright identified two mental diseases to chattel slavery and dehumanization. They reaper that he claimed were symptomatic of black people and scented the acceptance and recognition of their inalien justified their enslavement. One disease, drapetomania, able right to be African and free. He described as an ailment that caused enslaved the Maroons exhibited dauntless courage and deter African people to have an uncontrollable urge to mination, allowing nothing to impede their claim to flee from their masters. The prescribed treatment for liberty. The Maroon communities provided a place to this illness was brutal beating. The other disease, establish, maintain, and defend their liberty on their diaesthesia Ethiope, was said to affect both the own cultural grounds. Obviously, the survival of these minds and bodies of Africans. The symptoms of this communities depended on the Maroons' raiding nearby ailment included being disobedient, answering displantations for food, livestock, and clothing. The poor respectfully, and refusing to perform labor. The purpose of these raids was also to liberate others from scribed remedy was to force patients to carry out bondage. The Europeans created a punitive system as a extremely difficult and rigorous chores that were deterrent to Maroonage if Africans were recaptured, believed to send vitalized blood to the brain to give they risk suffering severe, inhuman punishments liberty to the mind. These were considered to be legit such as amputations, floggings, or even death. Innate psychological and therapeutic cures and interventions utilized to restrict running away. The society's preservation of African culture. The extent of the societies. In spite of the bestiality and savagery of slavery, knowledge of Maroon communities spread through African culture was able to continue and expand in the plantations. The sites of these communities liberated territory. In freedom and in bondage, were most likely seen as African lands or places where Africans Africanized everything. African languages, the culture, traditions, and beliefs of African people, for example, experienced the process of hybridization were free to be experienced. In the minds of the many as the different groups commingled and sought Africans trapped in bondage and oppression, Maroongistic and cultural unity. Africans transferred the communities were more than safe havens they were. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 325. Maroon Societies 325. Icons of hope and freedom and a stimulus for the societies. Resistance. To these free places escaped and liberated determination to. Africans brought cultural templates from throughout maintain independence. The African continent, including Nigeria, Dahomey, the Gold Coast, Angola, the Congo, and the process of dehumanization and cultural destruct Mozambique. These Africans were identified as Shin-fueled Africans' determination to transform their UFON, Efik, Yoruba, the Fanti Asante, as well conditioned from enslavement to freedom and was the as Sudanese Muslims and Mand Incas. They spoke impetus to their engaging in their own salvation, Lingala, Manding, Yoruba, Shwi, Igbo, and other land recreation, and reinvention. It was common for the gauges. Groups and individuals finding their way to plantation owners to separate families, children and the communities brought their culture kits, which car their parents, husbands, and wives, and family ride patterns for beliefs, religious practices, traditions, members of their extended families. Mores, and festivals, and enabled them to recreate these and other cruel acts on the part of enslavers' familiar societies they had known in Africa. Inspired entire families to seek refuge elsewhere. The communities of Quilombos and Palenques are fortunately, networking systems existed between the reputed to have become places where diverse popular Maroon communities and captives in outlying areas were able to meld together with the common on farms and plantations, those who were part of such goal of being African and, by so doing, perpetuate systems rescued enslaved Africans seeking freedom African culture. The African sense of agency and provided them with shelter. Responded to enslavement in three distinct ways, the indomitable African spirit in its quest to be free, resistance, revolt, and recreation. Resistance against refuses to disappear or to rest until all Africans have slavery took many forms. The flight of African cap been liberated and live within an equitable society. Tibbs was one form of resistance that may have begun. This spirit resides in men, women, and children. It as early as the 1500s, during the formation of the continues to reincarnate throughout the generations. Spanish colonies. Some of the captives escaped and some of the Maroon communities are still operating, found safe havens among Native American groups. Under the peace treaties that were established nearly, however, it is the act of recreation that best describes 200 years ago. Many past and present Maroon leaders Maroonage. The establishment of Maroon Community can be named and have become part of Pan-African ties indicated Africans' rebellion against the inhuman history, Queen Nanny in Jamaica, King Zumbi in conditions suffered while they were in bondage, and Palmers in Brazil, Diego de Guzman in the Dominican. More important, their yearning for and achievement of republic, Nyanga or Yanga, the liberator in Mexico, freedom. Longos in Venezuela, Lorenza Smallwood, a conjuror in the antebellum South, involuntary servitude was man, and Grace Sherwood, both of the dismal swamp, the rule of the day. For the African captives forced into in the United States, and Toussaint L'Ouverture's servitude, this meant demonstrating their discontent in Haiti. A remarkable variety of ways. The numerous forms. The same indomitable spirit of the Maroon can be ranged from damaging equipment, feigning, seen in African communities throughout the diaspora, illness, and refusing to do certain work to outright vio the struggle to recreate, transform, and promote lent confrontations. The institution of slavery was a societies that respect the rights to liberty and equality, serious form of exploitation, which was accompanied of all people continues. Exemplary of this undying by the notion that the captive African was not a calm spirit are settlements and towns such as Allensworth, Platt human being and thereby could be considered Rosewood, and Eatonville in the United States, nanny property. Thus special laws were put in place to Protown and Accompong in Jamaica, the Republic of Tech the farmers and plantation owners, while the Palmers in Brazil, the community of Yanga in enslaved Africans did not have human rights but were Mexico, and Haiti, obligated to those who had purchased them. Like what must be clearly stated is that the act of a stab chattel, they could be bought and sold and forced to lishing a Maroon community was more than resisting reproduce to supply laborers for the benefit of the oppression or revolting against slavery. The established plantation owners and mining officials who had meant of Maroon societies was a conscious attempt on complete power over them. The part of African ancestors of diasporic Africans too. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 326. 326 MDWNTR. Recreate Africa. The creation of Maroon societies. The ancient Egyptians were well aware of the should be understood as an intentional act of location, various uses and connotations of their language. They an agency of free African human beings. It is the made distinctions among the standard language they recreation of Africa. It is Africans overwhelming used for official documents and standard texts and the desire and irresistible urge to be free and African, and language they used in casual conversation, common not just their need to escape from enslavement, that everyday writing, and literature. Literature was called must be understood as the basis for Maroon societies. MDWNFRT, meaning beautiful speech or beautiful words, and the scribes or artists who could compose. Veridimoltri nobles. Them were called NFRMDW, meaning beautiful of further reading. Speech. Carey, Bev. The Maroon Story. Kingston, Jamaica, Agouti Press. Carey, a Maroon and a descendant of Maroons, recent discoveries. Provides an inside look into the Maroon heritage of recent discoveries by Gunter Dreyer, the director of Jamaica from 1490 to 1880, and clarifies that African values, traditions, and customs were in operation there. The German Archaeological Institute suggests that Leeming, Hugo P. Hidden Americans, Maroons of MDWNTR is not only the oldest attested African land. Virginia and the Carolinas. New York, Garland. This book gauge but very well may be the oldest attested written, makes visible the re-establishment of African communities script in the world. using writing samples from as Maroon settlements within the United States. It is Kriti cemetery area near Abydos, known as the Mother of Kali, important for an understanding of the weaving of pots because of the numerous amounts of pottery re-Africanization into the cloth of black nationalism. Discovered there, Dreyer has carbon dated with certainty these writings to between 3300 and 3200 BCE, which is some 5,300 years ago. MDWNTR MDWNTR first appeared in writing shortly before 4000 BCE and remained in active use until the 11th Kemet, means Black Country or Black Inab century, making it the longest continually used IT region, and it is the ancient name of the country language in the world. Beginning with the Muslim in the northeastern region of Africa known since the conquest of Egypt in 641 CE, Arabic gradually Greek encounter with it in 800 BCE as ancient replaced Egyptian as the dominant language in Egypt. Egypt. The word Egypt is derived from the Greek like Latin. Egyptian is considered a dead language, Aegyptios. The word Aegyptios is derived from the and it can only be studied in writing, though it is still ancient Egyptian word HWTK3PTH, meaning the sang spoken in the rituals of the old Egyptian Christian Comtuary of Ta. PTH, or Ta, was the indigenous name unity called the Coptic Church and among members of Memphis, the capital of Kemet in the Old Kingdom. Of the Azar Azet, a religious group begun by the ancient Egyptians called their writing system Panamanian philosopher Shechem or Shechem. MDWNTR, which means God's Word or Divine Word. Scholars in Black the history of MDWNTR. Studies often use the term MDWNTR to refer to the ancient Egyptian language in all periods, and most scholars classify MDWNTR history into 5, therefore may use the term interchangeably with major phases. Hieroglyphics. However, many Western writers have come to use the term hieroglyphics to refer to the one. Old Egyptian is the name given to the oldest Egyptian language and script. The term hieroglyph known phase of the language. While Egyptian comes from 2 Greek words meaning sacred, carved writing existed before 3000 BCE, the early Ings. The system as a whole is called hieroglyphic. Inscriptions are only of labels and names. Old. The hieroglyphic script gave birth. Egyptian proper is dated from approximately to the hieratic and demotic scripts. In fact, the 2600 BCE, when the first connected texts hieratic and demotic scripts are merely simplified appeared. This phase of the language lasted cursive forms of the original hieroglyphic signs until around 2100 BCE. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 327. MDWNTR 327. 2 Middle Egyptian, sometimes called classical. The placement of MDWNTR into the Afro-Asiatic Egyptian, is closely related to the Old Egyptian. Family has been a surreptitious way of maintaining it. First appeared in writing around 2100 BCE. That the ancient Egyptians were at best Caucasians and survived as a spoken language for some at least Semitic. The Afro-Asiatic linguistic classifica 500 years, but it has remained the standard. Shin is an attempt to separate ancient Kemetic Lan hieroglyphic language for the rest of Egyptian gauge from its African context. The Afro-Asiatic history. Middle Egyptian is the phase of the Lan linguistic classification was rejected by the body of gauge that is most often taught at universities. Egyptologists who attended the international and in language programs. Colloquium held in Cairo in 1974 on the peopling of the Nile Valley. These scholars collectively agreed that 3. Late Egyptian began to replace Middle Egyptian. Language could not be separated from its Egyptian as the spoken language after 1600. African context. In addition, most recent scholarship BCE, and it remained in use until about 600, has demonstrated that 5 of the 6 of the languages BCE, though descended from Old and Middle grouped in the so-called Afro-Asiatic linguistic Cate Egyptian, Late Egyptian differed substantially. Gori have an African origin. Indeed, Ancient Egyptian from the earliest phase of the language, Perdico is a branch of African languages spoken by Black Lar in grammar. Traces of late Egyptian can be Africans in antiquity. Found in texts earlier than 1600 BCE, but at Middle Egyptian is the phase of MDWNTR most did not appear as a full written language until commonly studied in universities. Many of the after 1300 BCE sources needed to adequately study ancient Egyptian for Demotic developed out of late Egyptian. The are in French and German. In fact, most universities' vernacular successor to late Egyptian, it first require that students have a reading comprehension of appeared around 650 BCE and survived until both French and German before they will accept them the 5th century CE. Into advanced studies of the ancient Middle Egyptian 5. Coptic is the name given to the final phase of language MDWNTR. Egyptian, which is closely related to Demotic. It. Troy D. Allen. Appeared at the end of the 1st century CE, and it was spoken for nearly 1,000 years. The last further reading. Known texts written by native speakers of Coptic Allen, James P. Middle Egyptian grammar, and date to the 11th century. This is the only stage of introduction to the language and culture of the language in which the vocalic structure is hieroglyphs. Cambridge, UK. Cambridge University known and distinct dialects are recognized. Press. This is an excellent work that includes lessons on MDWNTR with answers in the back of the text, as well as when classifying ancient Kemetic language genet information on the culture and history of ancient Egypt. Eichelly, most scholars adhere to the linguistic classify book, Adrian de Egyptian Reading Book. Leiden, Katijen set forth by Joseph Greenberg in his work Nederlands Instituut voor het Nabije Oosten. This is one of studies in African linguistic classification. It was the best small books published for those interested in beginning the study of the ancient Egyptian language. Greenberg, who suggested the name Afroasiatic to Faulkner, Raymond O. Concise Dictionary of Middle replaced the entrenched and racially charged name Egyptian. Oxford, UK. Griffith Institute Ashmolean Hamido-Semitic. While the name Hamido-Semitic was museum. This is the essential dictionary for students of the changed, the underlying racial theory that implied that language. The original speakers of these languages were Gardner, Alan H. Egyptian grammar. Caucasian or black-skinned whites is still applied. Oxford, UK, Griffith Institute Ashmolean Museum. This is erroneously to Afroasiatic. Currently, this linguistic the essential work in English for any student of the ancient Egyptian language MDWNTR. Family consists of 6 branches, Ancient Egyptian, Mokhtar, G. The General History of Africa, Akkadian Hebrew Arabic, Berber, Chadic, Cushitic, Studies and Documents, Proceedings of the Symposium and Omotic. However, the Science of Historical Lin held in Cairo from January 28 to February 3, 1974. Gui's Tix has not yet been able to satisfactorily recon Berkeley, University of California Press. This work pro-struck this language family. Vides a transcript and record of the topics debated by Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 328. 328 Melanin Theory. Cheek and Tatiop and Theophile Obenga during the Cairo distinct ethnic identity intact. What follows is the colloquium on the peopling of the ancient Egypt. Victimization of African people, particularly males, Obenga, Theophile. KMT language through primary within society. The tools used in the victimization texts, original data precise examination comment. Of African males are fashioned in many shapes and San Francisco, Anc. This is a good introduction to ancient forms but are all for the singular purpose of European Egyptian language, culture, and history from an Afrocentric perspective. Genetic survival. African women are not primarily www.anconline.com. This is an important website for those targeted, as it is believed that females are more interested in the study of ancient African civilizations and susceptible to assimilation into Eurocentric society and cultures. are less able to stage effective resistance to European. www.asiaafrica.com. This website provides information on genetic domination. Many aspects of African culture, both ancient and modern. The various forms in which attacks against African it is a useful guide to the contemporary discourses in males are carried out are institutionally ingrained into African studies. Society. The systematic marginalization of African males is perpetuated in order to emasculate them. This emasculation process comes in the form of unemployment, imprisonment, political disenfranchisement, melanin theory. Social marginalization, a depressed view of their African origins, and so on. The evidence that melanin theory holds that melanin controls people's theorists point to in making this case is the exponent responses to various social stimuli. The melanin contial increase in African male incarceration rates, a long tent of an individual is a hereditary trait that is passed with the expansion of the prison industrial complex, on from parents to offspring. Melanin is found in all the steadily rising African male unemployment levels, human beings, with the concentration being higher African homosexuality, African male unaccountable in people of African descent than it is in people of ITY, the lack of presence of the African adult male in European descent. Melanin has many qualities, and the home setting, increasing African male homicide contributes to many bodily functions and traits, such rates, and so on, as skin complexion and hair texture. Melanin theory is associated with the writings of melanin theory. Richard King, Francis Cress Welsing, and to some applied to social issues. Extent, Marimba Ani. There are several others who adhere to the idea that melanin influences an individ. The issue of homosexuality among Africans is given UAL's spiritual sensitivity. Cress Welsing, a psychiagrate consideration as an indicator of the emasculation tryst, in her book The ISIS Papers, The Keys to the of the African Male. According to the Malonists, the colors, suggests that there is currently a color con-European worldview encourages homosexuality, infrontation in the world resulting from the efforts of contrast to the traditional African worldview in which specific groups to perpetuate their own ethnicity. Homosexuality is taboo. Thus applicability of the rights that Europeans struggle to perpetuate their scientific model of cause and effect is demonstrable. Ethnicity is a difficult one in that the genes that per when the relationship of the independent variable, the perpetuate African characteristics are dominant in rela setting, and the dependent variable, sexual orientation, shin to the recessive genes of Europeans. Therefore, are considered. This model is supportive of Cress. If a European and an African have a child, the child Welsing's theory of color confrontation in the setting will bear distinctly African characteristics. The color of modern-day color confrontational America, African confrontation delineated in melanin theory occurs. Males are taking on the contextually definable role of because of the European struggle to genetically being passively emasculated. According to the theory, survive as ethnicities intertwine. This is indicated by homosexuality. The change in set according to Malonists, the color confrontation is thing that also produces a change in sexual orientation. The result of insecurity in Europeans, particularly is explained by the color confrontation being in males. The argument asserts that Europeans will stop active state of existence. Cress Welsing insinuates that at nothing in order to survive with their genetically the emasculation of the African male characterized by Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 329. Mechanism 329. Homosexuality is detrimental to the black community. Themes, however, it retains an enthusiastic following. She goes even further by offering tactics to be in the lay community, employed primarily by black women in order to avert the current situation. She urges black women to rear their sons from an early age toward masculinity and accountability. Further reading. Cress Welsing also mandates that for the sake of Bynum, Edward Bruce, the African unconscious, roots genetic survival, black people should defer acquiring of ancient mysticism and modern psychology. New York, material goods and instead focus on protecting and sub-teachers college press. Bynum's book is a comprehensive porting their ethnic group, even at the cost of their lives. Discussion of the African roots of modern psychology. Cress-Welsing, Francis. The ISIS Papers, the keys. This would then halt the passive role African men to the colors. Chicago, Third Word Press. This is Cress assume in the color confrontation. This tactic is Sugg-Welsing's major work on the theory of color and the jest in order to reverse the African American trend of confrontation between whites and blacks, assimilating into the status quo of African extinction. King, Richard D. African Origin of Biological. Cress-Welsing asserts that the color conflict is the basis psychiatry. Germantown, Tennessee, Seymour Sith. This is one of for the racism practiced in the world. According to the key works by the pioneer of the melanin theory. Progenitors of the melanin theory, genetic survival is the basis for the practice of oppression. Cress-Welsing sees the symbolism of this oppression based on color exemplified in sports. The ball's messianism. Used in various sports are each of a particular color specific to a given sport. Cress-Welsing contends that messianism is, among other things, the belief in a save the balls used are an incessant reminder of the color or. African American history has provided researchers confrontation. For example, the basketball and theorists with fertile ground for the discussion of football are typically brown. Scoring, which is a direct messianism among the oppressed. The term Messian method of winning, is characterized in basketball by ism is borrowed from Christian theology, but it is often the balls passing through the round white net, and used in the context of the African American condition, football by kicking the brown ball through white, where suffering, pain, and degradation have under upright posts. The correlations here are whites repet scored the need for a deliverer. Thus, the history of demonstrations of fear and schizophrenic fasci African Americans may be written as the history of nation with the African male apparatus of procreation, the many attempts to find someone who would answer, and with European genetic domination. The African all of the questions surrounding the existence of a male phallus is denoted by the brown balls used in the oppressed people. It is possible to look at the great respective sports, and the domination is emphasized deliverer tradition as producing the panoply of David by a white vagina-like net and two upright posts, which Walker, Nat Turner, Henry Highland Garnett, depict white women's legs. Cress-Welsing goes for Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, there to suggest that the greatest symbolism of white Booker T. Washington, Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther supremacy is of a European depiction of Jesus, as he King, Jr., and Malcolm X. hangs from a brown wooden cross. The European accompanying this tradition, which is basically image of Jesus, is synonymous with European men secular, has been a religious tradition rooted in the dying because of the gigantic phallus of the African idea of spiritual deliverance. Thus, personalities such man. The phallus of African men is connoted by the as Father Divine, Elijah Muhammad, Daddy Grace, brown wooden cross. Cress-Welsing views this, and Louis Farrakhan often appear larger than life removal of the cross from the body of Jesus, as in the because they seem to have the answers to the issues Bible story, as symbolically insinuating the castration confronting the community. Messianism is not simply of the black man, which would serve the purpose of the belief in a savior, it is sometimes also the accept guaranteeing the survival of European genes. Melanin tans of that mantle by an individual who assumes theory is not widely adhered to and has been criticized that he or she has special or unique powers of deliver for its seemingly heavy reliance on essentialist ants. The study of leadership in the African American. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 330. 330 Middle passage. Community has revealed their tendency to believe in the tendency of 21st century U.S. scholars has been messiahs who often are characterized by dogmatism, to focus on geography and consider the impact of the strict codes of conduct, and a sense of infallibility. Middle passage on the North American boundaries of racial redemption seems to be an esoteric compo the American state. In many ways, this has precluded none of messianism. In effect, it is the role of the mess examination and analysis of the Middle Passage and its SIA to defeat evil, to overcome racial exclusion, and repercussions in the Caribbean and Central and South, to bring in a new day when equality and justice will America. Scholars' temporal assumptions revolve be the calling cards of society. Messianism's appeal around the year 1807, when the U.S. Constitution in the African American community is based on its called for the legal termination of the transatlantic slave logic of defiance and its magnetic character. The trade, and the year 1830, when both the United States Messiah is automatically a person of charisma, one and Great Britain took naval action to proscribe it. Who believes that change can come, particularly if the Middle Passage and the transatlantic slave human beings would only listen to what the Messiah trade are conventionally regarded as one event, and has to say. Event that was ended by the mid-19th century activities of the British and American governments. Mollify Kita Santi. However, this view fails to acknowledge that the Middle Passage continued to be used by the slave. Further reading. Trade after legislation prohibited it in 1807 and 1830. Essayunum, EU. Black nationalism, a search for slave traders, continued throughout the 19th century to an identity in America. Chicago, University of Chicago refined their methods for ever greater profits by Sacre Press. This book remains one of the most authoritative facing the health and lives of the millions of African studies on the Nation of Islam, who were brought to the Americas. The fact that Johnson, James Weldon. Black Manhattan. New York, Columbia University Press. In this book, one of the great enslaved Africans had an enormous impact on Est African American intellectuals, gives his account of the structuring the societies of the Americas until the close development of culture and organizational leadership and of the 19th century is obscured by the unanalyzed direction in the largest American city. Assumption that legislation ended the slave trade. This Smith, Robert, and Walters, Ronald. African American assumption also misses the effect on Africans of the leadership. Albany, State University of New York Press. Ships themselves, which defined a group of people as here two distinguished African American political science African in the space between one shore and the next. Tests provide a panoramic view and comprehensive assess the ship served as a crucible whose literal and figment of the theory and praxis of leadership in the African American community. Radiv Heat gave birth to a new African person. Thus what follows here is a challenge to the conventional temporal assumptions that the use of the Middle Passage for the transatlantic slave trade ended with the Middle Passage. Legislation that prohibited it was not abolished, and by the beginning of the U.S. Civil War, there was the Middle Passage was the dreadful passage across no Atlantic slave trade and therefore no middle the Atlantic Ocean made by Africans who were passage. Both continued to the cusp of the 20th century, forced into tight quarters with inadequate food and touri with serious ramifications and consequences. Water and the ill and dying among them for several the horrors and the magnitude of the middle weeks or even months en route to being sold into slav passage are irrefutable and inescapable. While they're airy. The Middle Passage and the transatlantic slave might be debate over the number of Africans, debate trade are inextricably linked, with an examination of that sometimes reflects historiography and the role of the Middle Passage serving to illuminate one aspect history as rationale, it is clear that tens of millions of the incalculable tragedy of Africans' enslavement were dragged from their homes in the largest known geographical and temporal factors contribute to our expatriation in history and that millions possibly understanding of the Middle Passage, but considering tens of millions lost their lives in the process. It is, only these factors is a disservice to the scope and in fact, those conditions, the conditions of death, and impact of abominable human suffering of the Middle as important, survival that characterize the Middle Passage. Passage and its implications. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 331. Middle Passage 331. The Slave Trader's Calculus. Hemisphere, in smaller slave ships, which were sometimes built for greater speed and maneuverability. An important segment of the contemporary debate ity, and as a result of technological innovations to the end discourse on the Middle Passage has been ships, such as copper sheathing. These innovations reduced to science, by which is meant the science of were tied to an economic calculus of demographics. Today's cliometric historians. They attempt to measure the early trade and the consequent passage consisted the impact of the Middle Passage in its most quantify predominantly of young African males. The populable terms. Interpreting the statistical data, the historian patterns on both sides of the Atlantic prompted ANS have come to various conclusions about the notions and debates that concern the infinite supply Middle Passage. Some historians assert that the sheer of such a labor force and its expendability. This cal numbers underscore incalculable horrors, whereas Laus disregard for Africans characterized discussions others, while never calling the slave trade humaniter associated with the Middle Passage. Such discussions argue that as it was refined, conditions improved centered on a population that could always be replenished for those forced to endure the Middle Passage. No matter what the losses. Therefore, when the numbers are these, from 10 to 20 million edicts and actions of 1807 and 1830 dictated that the Africans were shipped during a period of some 4 cent journey across the Middle Passage enter a new phase, Touries, over a distance of approximately 3,000 miles, one in keeping with the goal of maximization of profit on a journey lasting anywhere from 3 weeks to its through stealth, speed, and tonnage, new demo 3 months. The loss of African lives during the Middle graphics and new models of labor efficiency helped passage ranged from 5% in the last quarter of the 18th traders to maintain their profit margins and rationalize century to staggering rates estimated as high as 70%. Risk. For the entire process of the trade from capture the legal prohibition of and illicit trade in enslaved through seasoning. In addition, this was over the Africans actually may have helped to increase ton course of the 19th century, during which mortality in age and profitability in 3 ways. First, from 1810. General increased. On, and decidedly after 1850, children made up to this scientific, almost clinical enumeration and 40% of cargoes and women a further 15%. The analytical discourse that accompanies it are conscience of such a high percentage of children created acquaintances of the scientific age that also spawned the higher person per ton ratio, and there being young may modern concept of inequalities between the races and have been thought to add to their potential productive thus enabled one race to enslave another. It was these ity. Second, the additional concentration of women. Scientific notions of race and racialized slavery that must have added significantly to the reproduction of provided the rationales for the slave traders' calculabor in this second phase of the Middle Passage's lose and the official policies that regulated the longevity. Third, the increase in both children and Africans' journey through the Middle Passage. Thus women in the vessels making the Middle Passage in debates concerning the tight packing or loose this period meant that the ratio of crew to enslaved packing of captive Africans bound for the Americas Africans might be drastically reduced during the voyage could be judged scientifically in regard to the number age, a clear reduction in the economy of labor. Of humans who might be inhumanely crammed into however, while those in the slave trade continued to vessels whose holds were filled with Africans nearly profit, captive Africans continued to experience to the point of suffocating them. Packing was trauma, suffering, illness, and death during all phases laded by a science that matched ship tonnage width of the Middle Passage. In fact, as the illness and the possibilities of maximum profit. It was calculated death of Africans increased during the 19th century. That on average there should be 2.5 slaves particularly among children, so too must the trauma per ton, with ship tonnage calculated against the of psychic and cultural dislocation have increased. Length of the voyage. There were instances, however, in which the number of captives on a single vessel the Africans experience exceeded this ratio by almost 50%. The voyage was shorter and more bearable in some of the most potent history of diasporic Africans. Direct trips from the African coast to the American is in their resistance. The Igbo landing of Daughter's Port in question in either the southern or northern of the dust is simply one metaphor of that resistance. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 332. 332 Middle Passage. A metaphor that has been repeated time and time again. Those who survived. There were many Africans who, as a paradigm of the ultimate act of resistance, such found misery, suffering, and death on the middle. Resistance emphasized the distinct philosophical passage, but there were also many Africans whose notions that undergirded the conceptualizations of showed incalculable strength and resilience as well. Liberty and freedom among Africans on the middle as philosophical conviction. The story of the Middle Passage and the extremes to which they might go to passage, from slave ships to mutinies to mass suicides, secure it. In an age where property was deemed Pareto insurance policies, is not just a story of the enslaved mount, and where they themselves were defined as meant of Africans, but also a centuries-long story of property, Africans who resisted denied those who African survival and resistance at sea sought to reduce them to mere things, to property, the holds of these ships, which contained the energy power to do so. The first phase of the Middle Passage, of resistance and survival in the Middle Passage, as the slave vessel lay off coast partially filled, became the crucible in which captive Africans, confused with the constant threat of a slave mutiny, struck the material, intellectual, and philosophical coal. Even within sight of western shores, there was North Tour, as well as what was to become African Americaning, to protect investors from an epidemic of African consciousness. This consciousness began in the middle suicide at the last moment. As exceptional as accounts passage with resistances to enslavement at sea, in and of mutiny and mass suicide may be, these and other incalculably cramped space, in a void that was thought, accounts of resistance solidified a record of African to preclude any thought of or movement toward free rebellion in the Middle Passage. This record provided resistances that included onboard insurrections, a preamble to the observation that the stretch of the en masse suicides, transatlantic slave trade conscribed by the shores of in viewing the slave ships on the Middle Passage as Africa and the coasts of the Americas was the space, a crucible of the consciousness of Africans in the where security was priority, a security that some Americas, scholars have had the tendency to focus on, thought might be inherent in the conception of the negative, viewing the slave mentality as a one-earn, racialized slavery from its inception, because the sided, monolithic consciousness. The traumatic process of restraining and constraining African consciousness attributed to all captive Africans who started at the beginning of the capture. Traveled the Middle Passage provides a dubious there are conservative reports of 55 mutinies, destruction of the consciousness of an entire race. Such between 1699 and 1845, and of 250 documented cases a construction must be erroneous because it does not of rebellion at sea. Clearly the insurance clauses that explore how the tenacity Africans showed in raising protected investors against such losses underscored tense and survival has shaped the consciousness of their occurrence, as well as investors need to be the diasporic African community. Scient in anticipation of African resistance even on that captive Africans resisted enslavement at sea high seas. In many ways, insurance policy, and that so many Africans survived the Middle Passage debates, and laws like the 1799 Parliamentary Passenger is evidence of the Resistance and Survival Incorporated Acts, told the resistors' tale, even if it did not fully con into African bodies and minds and passed on through the immediate rhythms of the events. It is clear that generations of Africans in the Americas, African the resistors shaped history in ways we are only begin sacrifice, resistance, and survival during the Middle Ning to understand. Africans in shackles did this, passage became part of African consciousness. Africans in the Middle Passage forced change. Text of resistance and survival, and of freedom and liberty, that epitomizes the best modern philosophies of liberation. The African's choice to survive. What could possibly be found in the history of the Magankita Middle Passage that is uplifting or inspirational? What could be the possible object lesson of its resistors and further reading? Survivors to their descendants and to the modern world. Curtin, Philip. The Atlantic Slave Trade, a Census. At Large. In the holds of slave ships that made the Madison, Wisconsin University Press. This is one of the middle passage are the legacies and resonances of earliest quantitative studies of the slave trade, and it's those who remained enslaved, those who resisted, and conservative estimates have been disputed. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 333. Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party 333. Eltis, David. Economic Growth and the Ending of the African Inferiority. As a result, he concluded that the transatlantic slaving trade. New York, Cambridge Uni-African Community must study African people in the Versity Press. Eltis provides a useful analysis of the impact context of all disciplines. He also proposed that more of the slave trade on Europeans and Africans. Emphasis be placed on education with a practical Mannix, Daniel. Black Cargoes, A History of the Antation, for instance, he called for political education Atlantic slave trade, 1518 to 1865. New York, Viking Press. This is a vivid and often revolting account of the conditions so that more Africans could understand the political that prevailed during the Middle Passage. Process. Woodson envisioned higher education as a Williams, Eric. Capitalism and Slavery. New York, tool that African people could use to help serve the Capricorn books. This book views the Middle Passage masses of their people and especially to teach Africans within the broader context of the European-initiated triad how to thrive economically. Gular Trade Routes. The Miseducation of the Negro stands as one of the most important early works in the Black Studies canon. By bringing to light the Europeanization of education, Woodson's work laid the theoretical foundation. The Miseducation. Dashin for the Study of African People. The book was of the Negro. Clearly ahead of its time, written over 30 years before the Black Studies movement, the Miseducation of the Carter G. Woodson's Miseducation of the Negro Can Negro raises the very issues that ultimately caused be considered one of earliest rationales for the profilation of Black Studies departments across tans of Black Studies. Written in 1933, Woodson's The Country. Furthermore, Woodson's work remains book focuses on the Eurocentric education and induct deeply relevant as public school systems continue to trination of African people, and how it was systematically miseducate the masses of young African students. Cali detrimental and damaging. Woodson, who is Rico X. known as the father of Black history, discussed several key issues, but his primary contention was that further reading. African people were being miseducated by being indoctrinated with Eurocentrism through all levels of Asante, Molafikid. Afrocentricity. Chicago, African the Educational System. Throughout the book, American Images. This book follows in the tradition of Woodson's classic in pointing out the problems of Woodson gave examples of how, across all disciplines, Eurocentricity for African people. The subject matter being taught to African students Williams, Chancellor. The destruction of black included little or no information about African or civilization. Chicago, Third World Press. This book deals African American people. He also noted that the little with the reasons for the failure of Africans to retain their information that was taught only worked to reinforce culture in the face of the onslaught by outside forces. White supremacist notions of African inferiority. Woodson, Carter G. The Miseducation of the Negro. Woodson asserted that this miseducation had a Sari Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is Woodson's classic. Socio-politically apathetic and uninterested in advancing their race. Comparing African resistance and uplift efforts in the 19th century to those in the early 20th Mississippi Freedom century, Woodson noted that the educated Negro had lost moral courage because of compromise with white Democratic Party culture. In addition to delineating the problem of the miseducation of African people, Woodson also recalled the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, mended solutions. Being a strong proponent of the which was also known as the Freedom Democratic study of black history, Woodson naturally called for party, was active from 1964 to 1968 in indeed more study of self by African people. In the 1930s, owing to obtain political power for Mississippians who when Woodson was writing his book, many African were kept disenfranchised by the racists of the people placed little value in studying and understand Mississippi Democratic Party. The MFDP was ing themselves. Woodson, however, believed that such comprised of civil rights organizations and a concede study was the only way of dismantling the belief of arable number of African residents of Mississippi, and Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 334. 334 Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. Their goals were to replace the MDP within the culminated in the Mississippi government joining the National Democratic Party, empower the Black Papa Civil War effort on the side of the Confederacy, Lashon in Mississippi, and expose the racist terror that prevented enfranchisement in the South. The tactics. The era of Reconstruction they used to achieve these goals included voter registration, voter education, freedom schools, freedom after suffering a loss in the Civil War, the pro-slavery summer negotiations, and protest within the government of Mississippi was replaced by recon Democratic national conventions. Struck government with the help of the Union Army, which stood sentry over the transformation. Then the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. The background of brought about another change in Mississippi by not democracy for blacks in Mississippi, allowing political officers to refuse to pledge Allah. During the first half of the 1800s, Mississippi was against to the Union. Blacks entered positions in state considered both an agrarian and a frontier society. It government and on school boards, and black children was populated with Native Americans. European set entered schools in large numbers. And enslaved and monument Africans. Of these under military jurisdiction, Mississippi voter regis populations, only the European men had full rights. As Trajan in 1867 resulted in the enrollment of 60,167 U.S. citizens. By the middle of the 1830s, a movement blacks and 46,636 whites entitled to elect delegates was afoot to discourage the presence of free Africans to the state constitutional convention. Freedmen's in Mississippi. A law passed by the Mississippi Legis Bureau schools in Mississippi enrolled 13,721 black. Literature in 1822 moved to limit emancipation in order to children, about 10% of school-age blacks. In addition, limit the size and proportions of the state's freed black. 83 whites and 17 blacks were elected as state daily population. This law gave the legislature authority to gates. The state constitutional convention met in 1868, decide on all emancipations in Mississippi. Even with the majority of delegates listed as Republicans, emancipations sharply declined and the free black popula, the party that was seen at that time as the guardians of Shin, never exceeded 1,400. Liberty. This convention approved a moderate state constitution that met the requirements of the 14th Amendment. The terrorism of the Democratic Mississippi laws party was still prevalent, however, and their threats, and Mississippi was notorious for its official sanctioning of boycotts, kept many people away from the polls, which racist relations. That there was such a small number of in turn prevented ratification of the state constitution. Free blacks in Mississippi between 1810 and 1860 was by a majority of voters in 1868. Attributable to unjust laws and racist codes. Free blacks the Republican Party and scalawags elected were discouraged from moving into Mississippi, and Governor James Alcorn and changed the proposed free blacks who resided in the state suffered under law's state constitution to allow ex-Confederates to hold that assumed all blacks were slaves. Blacks within the office, covertly reversing the stipulations of the borders of Mississippi, might be asked to prove their 14th Amendment. New elections were held and free status at any time by showing a certificate with one by these Republicans. The voters in this election, their name, color, physical stature, and other distin ratified the modified state constitution. In the distinguishing features, the certificate was to be renewed of 1,870, a new state legislature met and ratified every 3 years at a cost that was high enough that many the 15th Amendment. Congress accepted the blacks could not afford to renew it. Without proper doc results and approved the readmission of Mississippi Amendmentation presented in a timely fashion, free blacks into the Union in February 1870. During 1871, the coup Mississippi were subject to enslavement and sale on the Klux Klan increased their violent terrorism of blacks auction block. The collusion of the state government in Mississippi. They targeted the black schools. In this racism illustrates the tradition of hostility that lay state government only put up a feeble effort to defend at the cultural bedrock of the Democratic Party in its citizens, and federal troops were required to sub-south, often called the Dixiecrat Party in reference to press the Klan. The Southern conservatism displayed by it. Mississippi's during the next 4 years, a legislature with 25% black resistance to black emancipation and citizenship membership initiated changes, which included reforming. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 335. Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party 335. Public education, founding a black state university, and respectively. The League encouraged civic education, reorganizing a judiciary financed by the state, as well as participation through motivation and literacy. The building new hospitals, asylums, and public buildings. Council advocated black voter education, registration, notwithstanding the black minority in the legislature, and voting. It also campaigned against police brutality. John R. Lynch, a 24-year-old formerly enslaved person, and for full citizenship rights for black Mississippians, was chosen as Speaker of the House in 1871 by the in 1955, when the National Association for the Republican majority in the legislature. As a result, advancement of colored people, with Governor Alcorn resigned and led his Republican Fall Medgar Evers as its first field secretary in the state, lowers in unifying with the Democrats to form what was attempting to recruit adults to the organization, was called the New Republican Party of Mississippi. They met with unexpected success with young people. Ironically, in February of 1874, the Mississippi Legislative NAACP Youth Councils were training youth to tour elected its first black senator, Blanche K. Bruce, to imagine the potential of political power. The Congress, the U.S. Senate. Bruce served a full term but was the of racial equality and the Southern Christian last of an era. Leadership Conference, and its spin-off in 1876, a tightly run presidential race was Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, resolved in the famous compromise known as the Participated in Freedom Rides that inspired the Tilden-Hayes Compromise. Rutherford B. Hayes, the NAACP Youth Councils and fired their enthusiasm. Republican candidate, agreed to remove Union Army Corps and SNCC began sending people into troops from the South in exchange for the uncontested Mississippi in 1961. As the action of the civil rights seat of the presidency. The compromise removed the groups in the area increased, the groups launched soldiers who were protecting the black populace in an effort to coordinate their activities. From 1962 to Mississippi from being terrorized by hate groups, 1965, an umbrella structure, the Council of Federated specifically the Dixiecrats. By 1876, the Democratic organizations, was formed as a Confederation Party of Mississippi had come to power and overtly of the civil rights and citizenship education groups in enshrined white supremacy in government operations. Mississippi. Its mission was to represent and promote repression was on the rise and a new set of black the interests of all national, state, and local civil rights codes was created in Mississippi that forced blacks groups operating in Mississippi to live in designated areas, outlawed miscegenation, COFO, with a significant contribution from SNCC, forced labor on black citizens in the form of Indian worked with local populations to sponsor freedom toward servitude, and gave courts the ability to apprehend summer in Mississippi. They organized college ties black minors to whites in indentured servitude. Students from Mississippi and other states to affect in essence, these codes, along with the repression of Tivoli conduct voter education, register voters, serve the Jim Crow social environment, created a new form as interviewers, teach in freedom schools, and purge of slavery. These policies set the stage for an eco-form other duties that were needed. These activities nomic system of sharecropping that kept blacks poor were met with brutal repression from law enforcement in Mississippi while rebuilding the wealth of former agencies as well as hooded terrorists. After COFO. Slave owners. For close to a century, political, social, assisted local citizens in preparing to exercise their economic power was out of reach for the blacks in political power. Their next step was to help the local Mississippi population develop political machinery to represent them, as the MDP disallowed black participation in the political life of the state. The Civil Rights Movement in Mississippi. The travesty of the 1950s through the 1960s brought a second recon Mississippi Democratic Party struction era to Mississippi. Its prime agents were the African descendants residing in Mississippi. In 1964, the MFDP challenged the MDP on its long civil rights movement, and the youth movement. History of the systematic exclusion of blacks from the Mississippi Progressive Voters League and equal participation in the political processes of the Regional Council of Negro Leadership emerged on state. The ideological force behind the MDP was the Mississippi political landscape in 1947 and 1951, White Citizens Council and organization committed. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 336. 336 Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party to White Supremacy. The MDP, which controlled all Mississippi, on April 26, 1964. The approximately the branches of government in the state, gave white 300 delegates present elected a temporary state exec supremacy state power. It passed laws and established Youth Committee, which was responsible for setting up regulations to discriminate against the potential black precinct and other state meetings. The meetings were electorate. Some of the petty tactics of the MDP, to parallel those of the Mississippi Democratic Party, included changing the location or time of a convention, and the MFDP made efforts to comply with state laws to ensure black absence, blocking the entrance of that applied to the formation of political parties. Blacks to convention halls, and denying blacks who registered voters in the MFDP had already did attend opportunities to speak or vote. The 1963. To attend precinct and county meetings of the MDP. Gubernatorial campaign blocked black participation, but were rebuffed. In the summer of 1964, which state conventions were held in segregated facilities, became known as Freedom Summer, the MFDP. And dissent from whites and blacks was squelched engaged in freedom registration drives, picked the manner of a dictatorship instead of a democracy. Freedom candidates, launching freedom. The MFDP also challenged the MDP's conclusive schools for literacy and political education, and the demonstration of disloyalty to the National Democratic National Convention challenge. Party. Citizens of Mississippi who supported the National Democratic Party's goals were denied MEM freedom registration drives. Membership in the MDP. The MDP had declared in public speeches and in printed tracts that it was not a part of. In November of 1963, about 83,000 blacks voted the National Democratic Party. It claimed in a piece of in a mock gubernatorial election in which COFO 1963 campaign literature that it was entirely independent. President Aaron Henry ran against Governor Paul B. Dent of the National Democratic Party. This was a clear Johnson. Official registration figures in 1964 showed indication of its conscious disloyalty to the National, that only some 20,000 blacks were registered in parent organization Mississippi as compared to 500,000 whites. That in 1960, the MDP did not honor its pledge to figure represented less than 7% of the 435,000 blacks support the nominees of the Democratic National in the state who were at least 21 years of age. The convention. The MDP intentionally voted against freedom registration drives were designed to show candidates put up by the national body, and a majority that thousands of blacks wanted to become registered of its delegates at the 1964 Democratic National Voters. By setting up registrars and deputy registrars, convention supported the Republican candidate. In counties across Mississippi, the MFDP registered Barry Goldwater. Similar to the days before this, SEC 80,000 blacks in Mississippi in 1964. However, while on Reconstruction, there was little difference between those 80,000 Mississippians were being registered. The Mississippi Democrats and the conservative 80 people were beaten, 35 churches were burned, Republicans when it came to black enfranchisement. 1,000 people were arrested, 30 homes and other built. Finally, the MFDP challenged the determination of INGs were bombed, 35 shooting incidents involving the state's political power structure to keep Mississippi civil rights workers took place, and 3 civil rights as a closed society. Rather than being an open society, workers were brutally murdered. That welcomed democratic debate, the MDP-led government passed 5 restrictive bills that prohibited freedom candidates. Picketing, banned the distribution of boycott literature, restricted the movement of groups, established CUR in June of 1964, before the Democratic National Fuse, authorized municipalities to pool police staff and convention. The MDP excluded blacks from its process equipment, and increased the penalties assessed for selecting delegates. In response to generally being city courts. This was all done to reduce dissent. Locked out of MDP meetings, the MFDP held its own set of parallel precinct meetings, including county conventions in 26 of the state's 82 counties and a state. The organizational structure of the convention to select its own of delegates to challenge Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. The seating of the regular all-white delegation in the MFDP was open to all citizens regardless of race. Atlantic City. The MFDP candidates, who planned to and was officially established at a meeting in Jackson, run in a mock election in November of 1964, were Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 337. Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party 337. Mrs. Victoria Gray, opposing Senator John Stennis, MFDP, with the remainder of the seats going to the Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, opposing Representative MDP. However, thanks to Johnson's pressure tactics, Jamie L. Whitten, the Reverend John Cameron, opposed. The Credentials Committee denied the MFDP any seats. Representative William M. Colmer, and Mr. James the MDP, staying true to their renegade nature, Houston, opposing Representative John Bell Williams. Announced after the convention that it would no longer the platform points of the candidates of the MFDP. Permit seating delegations that were segregated. Included anti-poverty programs, Medicare, educational. Though the MFDP was unable to break the MDP's aid, rural development, urban renewal, and the Garin control over the convention, the challenge they posed of constitutional rights to all. This was in sharp in 1964 successfully forced the National Democratic contrast to the platform of the MDP party to reform its rules for delegates election. In 1964, Mississippi had no black office holders, except in the all-black town of Mound Bayou. By 1994, it had 751 freedom schools. Black elected officials, more than any other state. In the summer of 1964, 41 freedom schools opened throughout Mississippi in non-academic set. The struggle continues. Things such as church basements. SNCC was a major organizing force in these efforts. During 1964, 3,000. The MFDP presented Congress with documentation children enrolled in these schools. Freedom schools of the rejection of thousands of qualified blacks from were just the beginning of the improvement in voter registration and of the brutality against those for blacks in Mississippi. The schools, staffed by who tried to register. One congressional presentation volunteers, set out to provide black students with the MFDP's unsuccessful bid to stop the basic literacy and citizenship skills they would need to seating of the all-white congressional delegation in Organize for Action and become a formidable voice of the U.S. House of Representatives in January of 1965. The Civil Rights Movement. The schools didn't have it. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 struck down the easy. They were often targets for white mobs and were racially discriminatory. Voter registration tests used inconsistently, vandalized and burned. Mississippi. Federal registrars were sent to southern states to assist in the implementation of the act. A restrictive poll tax was also struck down in the Democratic National Convention challenged Department of Justice lawsuit in a federal district. The MFDP attempted to seat 44 delegates and court in Mississippi. Within 2 years, the black voter 22 alternates at the Democratic National Convention. Registration went up ninefold, from 6.7% of it was the role of the Credentials Committee to deter Mississippi's blacks voting to 60%. The voting rights mine if the MFDP would replace the MDP. Although ACT was eclipsed in Mississippi, however, by reign the MFDP was more loyal than the MDP to the national of segregationist terror that swept the South between Democratic Party. The efforts of the MFDP were stalled 1965 and 1969. The following 8 years saw two by the direct intervention of the Democratic nominee Democratic parties in Mississippi. For President, Lyndon B. Johnson. Johnson was in an effort to ensure implementation of the promise earned with offending the racist Southern Democrats of the 1964 Democratic National Convention, a body who were a powerful force within the party, and he Chale coalition consisting of the NAACP of used undercover intelligence to spy on the MFDP for Mississippi, the Freedom Democratic Party, the MDP. Prince Hall Masons, the Mississippi teachers at the nationally televised Credentials Committee Association, the Mississippi AFL-CIO, and the meeting, Fannie Lou Hamer of SNCC and MFDP. Young Democrats formed the Loyal Democrats of Fame, described her experience as a sharecropper who Mississippi. The chair of the configuration was evicted for registering to vote. Aware of Hamer's was Aaron E. Henry. Some of the coordinators of the ability to inspire with her words, Johnson announced LDM were Charles Evers, Hodding Carter III, and a press conference during her testimony. Johnson's Lawrence Guillot. In 1968, the LDM protested the prospective running mate, Hubert H. Humphrey, nearly all-white Mississippi delegation at the convention cajoled Johnson into setting up a process to urgition. The LDM was successful and was seated as the pseudo-compromise, 2 at-large seats for the representation from Mississippi, replacing the MFDP. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 338. 338 Montgomery bus boycott. The 1964 convention adopted a non-discrimination requirement to be included in the call to the 1968 Montgomery bus boycott. Democratic National Convention. The LDM, which had subsumed the MFDP, included many who had in the 1950s segregation laws and city ordinances participated in the 1964 challenge and who again deemed it a misdemeanor for blacks and whites to contested the seating of the racist Democratic Party intermingle in public transportation in Montgomery, delegation. This time they were victorious. The LDP. Alabama. This was the law across the South. Violators eventually functioned as the nationally recognized were promptly arrested and prosecuted under law's Democratic Party in Mississippi. Established to separate the races. A clear example of the segregationist group, called the Regulars, this is Section 1413 of the Birmingham Racial included a mere 2 black delegates in their delegation, segregation ordinance, which states that although the black portion of the Mississippi population was 40%, they were rejected by the 1968. Every owner or operator of any jitney, bus, or Democratic National Convention but were recognized taxi cab in the city shall provide equal but SEPA by state officials, ran the state Democratic Party PRI rate accommodations for the white and colored mayoral elections, and continued to mount political races by dividing separate vehicles or by clearly tense. Their new tactics included vote dilution devices indicating or designating by visible markers the such as increased candidate filing requirements, at area to be occupied by each race in any vehicle large elections, and racial gerrymandering. Blacks in which the two races are permitted to be car were still prevented from electing candidates of their ride together and by confining each race to choice to office. In 1966, the MFDP had filed a suit in occupancy of the area of such vehicle so set federal district court to halt the discriminatory Gary apart for it. It shall be unlawful for any person mandering of state legislative district boundaries. It to operate or cause or allow to be operated or to took 14 years, until 1979, for significant black reparade in operating for the carriage of white and sanitation in the Mississippi State Legislature to be colored passengers any vehicle not equipped as obtained. Provided in this section. And it shall be unlawful for any person, contrary to the provisions of Darrell's Eyes WIPO. This section providing for equal and separate accommodations for the white and colored further reading. Races, to ride or attempt to ride in a vehicle or a division of a vehicle designated for the race to Fay, Robert. Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. Which such person does not belong. Failure to Microsoft Encarta. This is comply with this section shall be deemed a description of the MFDP and its role in Mississippi misdemeanor. Democratic Politics. Henry, Aaron E. Mississippi Delegation. The New York Review of Books, p. 1. Knowing that the segregation laws were morally Henry's letter sets the record straight on the purpose, object unjust, several unknown and uncelebrated African tiv, and success of the MFDP. Americans challenged this legislation by refusing to Kelly, Robin D.G. Freedom Dreams, the black collaborate with laws that oppress their humanity. Radical Imagination. Boston, Beacon Press. This book provides an introduction to the black radical tradition in most instances, violators of segregation laws were 20th century. Jailed without due process. Prior to December 1, Parker, Fr. Turning Point, the 1964 Mississippi 1955 the date of the Montgomery bus boycott. Freedom Summer. Washington, D.C., Joint Center for there had been several rebellions against the bus laws. Political and Economic Studies. This is an authoritative the African American community in Montgomery narrative of the turning point in the civil rights struggle that was not passive and complacent about segregation occurred during Freedom Summer. It is a penetrating laws, but they were forced to endure many demeaning examination of the issues. Episodes before they were able to change the laws. In Robinson, Cedric. Black Marxism, the Making of the Black Radical Tradition. Chapel Hill, University of North 1943, Rosa Parks had paid her bus fare in the front of Carolina Press. Robinson provides an excellent overview the bus, exited, and then attempted to re-enter through of the black radical tradition. The rear door, only to watch the bus drive off, leaving. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 339. Montgomery bus boycott 339. Her on the curb. In 1949, a black professor, Joanne Segregation, and with her blessing he went to work. Robinson, sat in the whites-only front section of and the next day, Nixon called the minister of the Dexter empty bus and was verbally assaulted by the driver Avenue Baptist Church, Reverend Martin Luther and then thrown off the bus. She commenced a strong King, Jr., as Coretta Scott King recalls in her intro and silent protest campaign against the system introduction to the words of Martin Luther King, toing several letters to Montgomery Mayor W.A. Gale, describe the incident and to urge a boycott of the informing him of an impending citywide bus boycott. Buses. It's the only way to make the white folk see. In 1950, Dr. Vernon Johns was forced to give up his that we would not take this sort of thing any longer. Seat to a white passenger. These are just a few of the he said. Martin agreed and offered the Dexter Avenue protest actions of African Americans. Baptist Church as a meeting place. Over 40 leaders from all segments of the black community came to the meeting. They formed the Montgomery Improvement, the NAACP, and its strategy association, elected Martin president, and with all these protest actions occurring, the NAACP organized a boycott starting on December 5. Was just waiting for the campaign for victim and the right moment to galvanize public freedom and respect. Anger and sentiment against the bus segregation laws. In 1955, 15-year-old Claudette Colvin was arrested. This was to be the beginning of a painful, year-long for refusing to give up her seat to a white passenger. Campaign to end bus segregation in Montgomery. NAACP officials thought they had found the perfect Alabama. The consequences were quite severe for the symbol, but then it turned out that she was pregnant. African American community and the price costly. Although her pregnancy was not relevant to the segregation, there were no bargain outlets or cheap options for an issue. A focus on it might have jeopardized the freedom and dignity. In 1954, just a year prior to the NAACP's ability to win in their protest against the Rosa Parks incident, the U.S. Supreme Court had segregation laws handed down the decision in Brown v. Board of on Thursday, December 1, 1955, Rosa Parks education that ruled segregation unconstitutional. Boarded a full bus and took her seat in the black SEC. However, most of the southern states, and especially in the fifth row of the bus. The first four sections, Alabama, refused to be in consonance with the nation of the bus, were designated as the whites-only SEC and remained adamant about maintaining segregation. That section filled up very quickly, leaving as social structures. White passengers standing. According to the law, and while the Montgomery authorities pressed on with the ordinance above, whites and blacks were forbid the prosecution of Rosa Parks, the women's political den, to occupy the same row. So the bus driver asked counsel, under the leadership of Professor Joe, and all African Americans in the fifth row to vacate the Robinson, was taking steps to link strong political section. The other three people in the section come action to the trial. The group printed and distributed plied, but Rosa Parks did not. She was summarily over 50,000 flyers asking Montgomery's African arrested American community to mount a one-day protest, and Rosa Parks had been educated at Alabama State, boycott the Montgomery Bus Company by staying off college, and became a seamstress. She had completed the buses on December 5, the day of Rosa Parks's several workshops and courses in race relations and trial. The one-day protest was successful, as there was a seasoned NAACP secretary and worker who Montgomery buses with predominantly African had been active on the Claudette Colvin case. Above American roots were empty, but Rosa Parks and her record was impeccable. E.D. Nixon, a leader NAACP, lost their case. Parks was convicted of violating the African American community, was quite fulfilling segregated seating laws, such as Section 1413. You're with her, and was sure that in Rosa Parks the above. Fresh from this defeat, the Missing in Action met to chart. NAACP had found its poster figure against public news strategies, including the extension of the busboy transport segregation laws. Nixon went to the jail and caught. That evening, over 8,000 people gathered at the posted bond for Rosa Parks. He solicited her Permis Holt Street Baptist Church to listen to the President of Zion to commence a public campaign against the Missing in Action, and to resolve to continue with the boycott. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 340. 340 Montgomery bus boycott. On December 8, after almost 4 days of the continuing that the boycott was over. News of this trickery boycott, Missing in Action officials met with attorneys from the Reached King and the Missing in Action officials in enough time for bus company and city commissioners to resolve them to counter it by spreading the truth in the grass differences. The Missing in Action presented a case for established roots establishments of the community, such as local racial seatings with no mobile area, as well as the eateries, bars, and nightclubs. Employment of African American drivers to serve on January 26, when city officials made their African American neighborhoods The attorneys and fourth attempt to force the African American commissioners rejected the proposal completely. 90 To end the boycott, it was clear that the missing in action return to the boycott with strategies to establishment was getting desperate. While conduct sustain it. This was a serious challenge because of the a carpool. King was hawkishly tailed by a motor nature of the community. It was one of the poorest cycle cop. The moment that he dropped off his communities in the nation and its members needed the passengers, the cop ordered him out of the car and income that going to work on the buses provided. They arrested him for driving 30 miles per hour in a 25-mile. Protesters had no choice, they still had to go to work, per hour zone. Following this, a less legal route was go to school, and carry on the activities necessary for used by some members of the white community to try survival, such as paying the rent or mortgage and to dissuade the missing in action from continuing their protest. On putting food on the table. Most members of the January 30, Martin Luther King's Montgomery home community were in service jobs and positions. They was bombed while his wife and baby daughter and a nannies, cooks, maids, butlers, dishwashers, and friend were inside. Fortunately, no one was injured. Laborers. This was not a community in which owning on February 1, E.D. Nixon's home was also bombed. An automobile was a basic rite of passage. On February 21, King, along with 89 African American activists in the bus boycott, were charged with being a party to conspiracy. They were indicted organized defiance. For hindering and preventing the operation of business, the missing in action turned to the 45,000 African American without any just or legal cause. King was ordered community members to organize carpools to get people to pay $500 in fines in addition to another $500 in court and from work. With family and community members' costs. As the boycott continued, the business community volunteering their cars and services as drivers, local 90, especially the downtown store owners, began to insurance agents started canceling liability policies on feel the economic pressure of the protest. The boycott what were called the missing in action taxis. King's response to was costing them thousands of dollars because this was to seek out a black insurance agent in Atlanta. African American patrons were less likely to take who provided policies covered by Lloyd's of London. Weekend shopping trips into the downtown district. Thus the missing in action had worked out a scheme and schedule. The store owners formed a group called the Men of that enabled the African American community to Montgomery in reaction to the boycott. The aim of the successfully continue the boycott group was to negotiate a way to end the boycott. Not meanwhile, city officials were seeking ways to for moral reasons, not to end segregation, but to break the protest and the spirit of the boycott. Their profits from evaporating. Their negotiations tried several strategies. On December 10 they put their never really led to any outcomes. First strategy into effect when they completely with on June 4, 1956, the U.S. District Court ruled 2-1. Drew city buses from African American routes and that racial segregation on the Montgomery city bus neighborhoods. Their second strategy was to threaten lines is unconstitutional. A Southern judge cast the taxi drivers with prosecution if they charged African dissenting vote. The city of Montgomery resisted this American patrons less than the 45-cent minimum fare ruling and appealed it. 5 months later, on January 21, 1956, they initiated their third. November 13, the U.S. Supreme Court affirmed the strategy when the City Commission met with 3 decision of the Federal District Court and declared black ministers who were not part of the missing in action and unconstitutional. Alabama state and local segregation reported that a compromise had been reached and the laws. Even with this announcement, the missing in action did not boycott ended. This news was leaked to the press, with immediately endorsed patronage of city buses. The newspapers, especially the mainly white newspaper, waited patiently for the arrival of the mandate from the Montgomery Advertiser encouraged to report the Supreme Court. On December 20, the federal Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 341. Moorish Science Temple of America 341. Injunctions prohibiting segregation on buses were Canaanite Temple, then later it was re-established as delivered to both the city of Montgomery and the bus the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, and finally, It Company, and Alabama state officials were served was incorporated in 1928 in Chicago as the Moorish with injunctions. Science Temple of America. Its founder and December 21, 1956 saw the end of racial segregation. Prophet, Noble Drew Alley, was born in Alabama. African Americans returned to the Timothy Drew in North Carolina. There is still some city buses, but not without a price and future anguish. Mystery surrounding Ali's early life and influences. The city halted bus service at 5 o'clock that afternoon but it is known that he spent a portion of his youth to several sniper attacks aimed at the buses. On a Cherokee reservation, and that he was part of a Supreme Court decision to integrate the buses led to Freemasonic Lodge as a young man. Both experiences, a wave of countless bombings of African American, evidently played some role in his decision to establish homes, churches, cab stands, and service stations. On the Canaanite Temple and eventually the Moorish. January 27, 1957, an unexploded bomb was disc of Science Temple. Ali's stated purpose was to inform aired on the porch of the King residence. Just over the people in the Americas who were labeled Negro. Year later, in February of 1957, King and several men colored, and black of their true nationality and origins Easters who served in the Missing in Action moved to Atlanta, whereas Moors. The temple membership officially they formed the Southern Christian Leadership tains that they were born in the Americas but are the conference and elected king as their president. Descendants of the peoples of the old Moroccan, yet Montgomery and Alabama remain the cradle of empire. The word Moroccan, according to the temple, the civil rights movement, as they were the proving is the modern word for Moabite. Ground for King's nonviolent resistance techniques. Coretta Scott King, In My Life with Martin Luther Political Philosophy. King Jr. wrote that Montgomery was the soil in which the seed of a new theory of social action took as a nationalist organization, the temple membership route. Rosa Parks, The Bus Boycott, The Nameless Places, great emphasis on identifying themselves specif 45,000 African American citizens of Montgomery, the Icoli as Moors and Moorish. Although the members Missing in Action, and the Women's Political Council can best be reject the use of the word black to describe them, described as the droplets of water that would precede nothing in the official literature instructs them to the flood of the 1960s civil rights movement. Reject Africanity. They avoid describing themselves as black because they understand that the term black has Adniye Coker. No international recognition as an actual nationality connected to a nation and government. Moorish. Further reading. Americans also point to the negative meanings Pri King, Martin Luther, Jr. Why We Can't Wait. Merrily associated with the term black in the English New York, New American Library. King gives a remark language. Although the membership does not directly able account of the civil rights struggle, explaining why it assert an understanding of the ancient Kemetic Khan was impossible for the black population to wait for white sept of Namo, they to end segregation and injustice. Madhubuti, Haki. Enemies, The Clash of Races. Adhere to the concept's basic principles by refusing Chicago, Third World Press. Madhubuti's book is an exploit to identify with the pejorative Eurocentric designates ration of the difficult struggle blacks have had in the united of black, Negro, and colored. The temple membership states to gain equality and justice. Believes that in doing so they are spiritually, politically, and psychologically empowered. Moorish Science. Teachings. Temple of America. The official teachings declare that Moorish Americans are to propagate the faith and to establish the faith. The Moorish Science Temple of America Incorporated is of Mohammed in America. But Moorish Science nationalist and Islamic organization that was founded. Temple Muslims do not practice religious orthodoxy. In 1913 in Newark, New Jersey. It was first called the MSTA. Islam submits to Allah via adherence to a Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 342. 342 Moorish Science Temple of America Simplified Spiritual Creed. Moorish scientists, as they Moorish nationality and Islamic faith. Ali warned that call themselves, are taught to maintain love, truth, it would be legally and spiritually detrimental for peace, freedom, and justice. Temple members are them to describe themselves using slave designates taught to engage the world with these spiritual principles such as Negro, Black, and Colored. In his essay A Pleas in This Order, with love being first and justice warning from the Prophet in 1928, Ali said that being last. Moorish Muslims are more concerned with through the adoption of their free national name following the basic spiritual principles than they are. Moorish Americans would receive therewith following the more orthodox practices associated divine rights unmolested by other citizens. Temple with the religion of Islam. In fact, Ali called Moorish adherents use the term Asiatic to refer to Africans and science Islamism to distinguish it from the Islamic Asians collectively, and although MSTA members call religion the African continent Amexim, the Moorish science Ali represents a homegrown teacher whose teach literature still uses the terms Africa and Africans doings are seen as having direct relevance to the refer to historical and cultural identity. Moorish Africans' peculiar conditions in the Americas, as Evi Americans are customarily identified by their use of dinst by the fluid approach to the ritualized practice the surnames Bey and El. Of spiritual laws. Nevertheless, his teachings are closely related to Sufism and to the Marabout and Murid Islamic orders of Africa, in that they follow the essential beliefs. Basic elements of Islamic cosmology. While remaining there are 5 essential beliefs that emerge from an regionally centered and drawing their key guides and examination of the temple teachings, that the venerated ancestors from their own immediate Moors were an Africoid people with historical roots, community and unique history. In both Africa and Asia literature of the lands, that there was a pre-Columbian Moorish Science Temple of America includes the presence in the Americas, that African Americans Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of are direct descendants of Moors, America, that the Moorish Science Temple interpretation Quran questions for Moorish Americans, and of Islam has both historical and theological press Moorish literature. The Moorish Quran is different dense that justify its credibility, that the official from the Orthodox Muslim Holy Quran al-Sharif. Declaration of Moorish nationality via the govern. Whereas the Quran al-Sharif focuses on the revelations of the rights for temple members as full U.S. citizens under Arab Prophet Muhammad, the Moorish Quran focuses federal law on the life and teachings of the Prophet Isa. The Moorish Quran is much oriented groups that stem from the original Chicago shorter in length than the voluminous Quran of based MSTA organization founded in 1928. Such Mecca, with the Moorish Quran consisting of only splinter groups go by various appellations, but they 63 pages. The Quran Questions is a kind of catechism generally utilize the Moorish name and use portions that addresses key issues and perspectives concerning of the original teachings. The groups are varied, with the Moorish worldview. An example of the 101 case some putting greater focus on the nationalist entions asked is what does the word colored mean? Political element than others. The MSTA is now lead colored means anything which has been painted, by Brother R. Jones Bey, who was voted its national stained, varnished, or dyed. This example illustrates Grand Sheikh in September of 2002. The heads of the why Moorish Americans have rejected the nomenclature. Various temples are known as sheikhs or sheikhesses, tour of colored. The Moorish literature is a collection and the heads of the various states are known as of essays and editorials authored by the Prophet noble grand governors or grand governesses. One of the Drew Ali that includes the essays What is Islam? Most unique aspects of the Islamic MSTA is its and a divine warning by the Prophet for the history of having had women as the heads of temples, nations, and states. When Ali established his temples, he instructed his membership to publicly and officially declare their José Vittorio Pimienta Bey. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 343. Moynihan Report 343. Further reading. American families were securely middle class and living according to the dominant culture's values, the Enutum, EU. Black Nationalism, A Search for an Identity in America. New York, Dell. This book remains. Other half were struggling in a pathological existence. One of the most informative works done of the rise of black. The committee concluded that much of the economic nationalism in the 1960s. Instability in the African American community was Pimienta Jose V. Othello's children in the New due to the legacy of 300 years of enslavement, which world, Moorish history and identity in the African led to drastic structural distortions in African American experience. Bloomington in, First Books American Lifestyles, specifically a deteriorating library. This work describes and explains the nature of family structure. In particular, through the institution Moorish identity in the African American community. It is of slavery, the family structure of African Americans based on personal and historical accounts. Wilson, Peter Lambourne. Sacred drift, in the margins had become matriarchal. This matriarchal structure of Islam. San Francisco, City Lights Books. This work had continued into the 1960s when the Moynihan examines the margins of Islam, claiming that there a report was written. However, while this family struck some groups that are not fully Islamic but have roots and tour was initially the result of enslavement and origins on the fringes of the religion. Oppression, the continuation of this structure after the removal of those conditions indicated that the pathology that plagued the black community had become self-perpetuating. Moynihan Report. Matriarchal Family. Published in 1965 and officially titled The Negro Structure Controversy. Family, The Case for National Action. The Moynihan Report was the product of a federally funded study by matriarchal families the committee meant designed to pinpoint the reasons for African families that were headed by women and where Americans lagging economic growth and stability in women were the principal wage earners of the wake of significant civil rights legislation. Families. In this family structure, girls received more. President Lyndon B. Johnson turned the government's education than did boys. Women secured better jobs. Attention to the noteworthy gap in wealth, employ than men and women were the primary transmitters meant, and income between whites and blacks. Of culture. The committee cited the matriarchal structure. Johnson recognized that due to recent legislation, tour as pathological not because it was inherently such as the Civil Rights Bill of 1964, legal barriers no pathological, but because it was not the predominant longer existed for African Americans, and he desired mode of family structure in the dominant culture. To discover the root of this large discrepancy in order committee argued that matriarchal structure alienated to help African Americans achieve economic success. African American men and made them feel innate to this end. He appointed a committee headed by Quate because they could not attain economic or Daniel Patrick Moynihan, a senator from New York, social status equal to that of either white males to study the reasons for the discrepancy. Or their African American female contemporaries. The study was informed by research done by further, African American women resented their African American sociologist E. Franklin Frazier. Spouses for not contributing more to the family. Frazier believed that enslavement, urbanization, Nomi Kali. As a result, many men abandoned their racism, and oppression inhibited African American families, and the divorce rate rose. As marriage subfamilies from functioning properly. Moynihan, subsequently became less frequent. The number of il primary author of the Negro family, the case for legitimate births in the African American community national action, ended the report with a quote from Rose significantly. These phenomena in turn perpetuated Frazier that described the detrimental impact of disrated the matriarchal structure in African American gainized family structure on the African American families. Community. Thus family structure was a central focus. The Moynihan Report further outlined the problems of the Moynihan Report. Of female-headed households for the children reared after completing the study, the committee deter in this family structure. First, children who were mined that while approximately half of all African the products of such environments often suffered. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 344. 344 Moynihan Report. From lower IQ scores, arguably because of limited inferiorities in African Americans' capabilities. It was opportunity rather than inherent intellectual deficiency easy to overlook that qualifier in analyzing the extensive size. Male African American children. From these data that shows African Americans had lower incomes, homes had a much more difficult time adjusting to the higher rates of illegitimate births and infant mortality, expectations of the dominant culture than did females. More divorces, lower IQ scores, and higher delinquency. They earned lower grades in school than African rates, in addition to a pathological family structure. American females, and engaged in delinquent behavior further, although the report also states that these data or more often are not reflective of all African Americans. Generalization of the data was common because there were no data on the other half of African Americans, the African family structure labeled pathological Americans who were succeeding in America. The report repeatedly indicates that the issue's civil rights leaders and intellectuals criticized the resulting from a pathological family structure only Moynihan report for many reasons, not the least of applied to the half of the African American population which was its questionable methods in calculating with this structure. However, the pathology of this and reporting statistics. The Moynihan report did lower class became problematic for all African not attempt to undertake the weighty task of examine Americans due to segregated housing, which resulted in contributing factors to each of the issues it from the increased African American population in raised, limiting itself to superficial explanations of urban centers and the subsequent exodus of white rest the phenomena. This left the public with misunderstandings to the suburbs. Middle-class African Americans' standings as to the nature of the problems faced by could not move away from their lower class nay the African American community. Thus social probors, and they therefore could not escape the contemgram development, one of the fundamental reasons in adding influence of the pathological existence of that behind doing the report in the first place, would only segment of the African American population. This touch on the superficial aspects of the problems often resulted in African American families managing rather than solving the much more critical, structural only a short-term escape from factors. That pathology. Jill Kissick. The influence of the report. Further reading. The publication of the Negro Family, The Case for FMC Program Segments 1960 to 2000, The Moynihan Report, National Action Thrust. Its principal author, Daniel. When Politics and Sociology Collide. Retrieved November. Patrick Moynihan, into a rather harsh spotlight, because 15, 2003, from http://www.pbs.org/fmc/interview/3seg2.htm. He had a reputation as a supporter of civil rights. This is a transcript of an interview with Daniel. Patrick said that he had undertaken this study to help develop Moynihan on the Public Broadcasting System's website. A plan to aid in the economic and social betterment. The majority of the interview focuses on his perspective on of African Americans, with an eye to their achieving the now infamous Moynihan Report. Social and Economic Equality of Opportunity with Rainwater, Lee, and Yancey, William A. Moynihan Report and the Politics of Controversy. Cambridge, MIT. Members of the White Majority Culture. All of the Issues Press. This work was contemporary with the publication of outlined in the Moynihan Report were deserving of the Moynihan Report. It includes the complete Moynihan, the attention and action of the federal government report, as well as analysis of the impetus for the study and yet, there were no specific recommendations in the immediate public, governmental, and academic of the report, because the purpose of the Moynihan Report cuscions of its contents was solely to articulate the problems. www.dol.gov/asp/program/history/webid-maynihan.htm. This in addition, due to the time of its publication, is the official Department of Labor's historical website. It not only offers the complete Moynihan Report broken down. Moynihan Report contributed to the turmoil being by chapter, but it also has as an to use the report to prove the inherent inferiority of introduction. President Lyndon B. Johnson's speech Intro African Americans. This was not difficult to do, though Duchaying the purpose and plan for the study that later became the report explicitly states that there are no inherent known as the Moynihan Report. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 345. Multicultural Education 345. The United States and other nations is highly stratified multicultural education. By race, social class, and language. There are wide discrepancies in the academic achievement of middle multicultural education is an idea, an educational class white students and African American, Latino, reform movement, and a process. A major tenet of and Native American students. The racial, ethnic, and multicultural education is that all students, regardless class stratification in the larger American society is of their race, ethnic group, culture, or language, should reproduced in the schools and the nation's colleges be provided an equal opportunity to learn in schools, and universities. Colleges, and universities. Because multicultural education theorists and researchers Katayan focuses on providing equal educational offer have constructed various theories to explain why opportunities for all students, it is consistent with the schools and universities have not been able to create democratic ideals and values that are expressed in equal educational opportunities for disempowered the founding documents of the United States, such groups such as African Americans, Latinos, and as the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, Native Americans. Some of these theories focus on and the Bill of Rights. A major goal of multicultural the need for curriculum content that includes the education is to actualize for all the ideals that the history and cultures of various racial and ethnic founding fathers intended for a small elite. Multi-groups, the need for school reform that reflects the cultural education is a process because the goals cultural and learning styles of diverse groups, and the toward which it aims, such as educational equality and need for more African American and other teachers justice, are ideals toward which we must continually of color. Other theories and research focus on the work but may never totally achieve. Inequitable funding that is received by urban schools. Multicultural education theorists and researchers attended by African Americans, Latinos, and other believe that an important part of a political democracy groups that are disproportionately low income. A is cultural democracy. When cultural democracy group of theorists who call themselves critical multi exists within a political democracy, racial, ethnic, culturalists argue that schools and universities are to rule, and language groups are able to fully participate carrying out their latent function, which is to sort in the civic life of the nation-state while maintaining various racial, ethnic, and income groups into their important aspects of their community cultures, predetermined roles in adult society. Ties, and languages. The history of ethnic groups in the United States and other nations indicates that it is the African American roots. Difficult for a political democracy to exist when full of multicultural education. Plural democracy is denied to disempowered groups. Ethnic and racial groups focus on cultural survival and multicultural education emerged out of the civil empowerment rather than on the overarching issues of rights movement that began in the United States in the mainstream society when they are denied full PAR 1960s and 1970s. An important consequence of the participation in the economic and political community's civil rights movement was the demand by African of a nation-state. They also focus on cultural survival Americans that school, college, and university occur when the mainstream society does not reflect and curriculums be reformed to reflect their history, culture, incorporate their histories, struggles, perspectives, and identity, and perspectives and that more black teachers' dreams. The structural inclusion of ethnic, racial, and professors be hired. In response to these demands, plural, and language groups is an essential requirement. Colleges and universities established Black Studies for Justice and Equality in pluralistic democratic courses and programs. The first response of the nation-states. Nation schools to the civil rights movement was to implement Black history courses at the high school level and to incorporate into elementary schools units educational reform. and lessons on blacks who left a mark on history. In their quest to attain equal educational opportunities, African American scholars who were teacher edu for students from diverse ethnic, racial, cultural, and categories and curriculum specialists were among the first language groups. Multicultural educators have docu educators to create theories, curriculums, and materiment the ways in which educational achievement in ALS for the integration of Black history into school. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 346. 346 Multicultural Education. Curriculums. Later, these teacher educators broadened the knowledge construction process, prejudice the scope of their work to include other ethnic groups, reduction, equity pedagogy, and an empowering who were victims of institutional racism, such as school culture and social structure. Although each Native Americans, Mexican Americans, and Asian dimension is conceptually distinct, in practice they Americans. These African American teacher educa overlap and are interrelated. Each of the dimensions is tours were among the first and major architects of MUL defined and discussed below. To cultural education. They include James A. Banks, Carl A. Grant, Gwendolyn C. Baker, and Geneva Gay. Content integration deals with the extent to which teaching ethnic studies, concepts and strategies, teachers use examples and content from a variety of which was edited by Banks and published in 1973 by Cultures and Groups to illustrate key concepts. Princey, the National Council for the Social Studies, as its 43rd Pleas, Generalizations and Theories in their subject area yearbook, was one of the first educational publica or discipline to use a comparative approach to the teaching of ethnic content. James A. Boyer, Asa Hilliard, and the Knowledge Construction Process describes Teach Barbara A. Sizemore are other African Americaning activities that help students to understand, investee scholars who have influenced the multicultural educagate, and determine how the implicit cultural movement in significant ways through their assumptions, frames of reference, perspectives, and research, teaching, public lectures, and service. Biases of researchers and textbook writers influence the African American teacher educators who were the ways in which knowledge is constructed. Among the architects of multicultural education were knowledge construction process helps teachers and heavily influenced by the early work of African students to understand why the cultural identities and American scholars and Black studies scholarship. Social positions of researchers need to be taken into the historical works of W.E.B. Du Bois, Carter G. account when assessing the validity of knowledge. Woodson, John Hope Franklin, and Benjamin Quarles claims. Multicultural theories hold that the values, heavily influenced Banks and the other African personal histories, attitudes, and beliefs of researchers, American constructors of multicultural education, cannot be separated from the knowledge they create. These teacher educators were working to incorporate Black history into school curriculums prior to partici the prejudice reduction dimension of multicultural painting in the formation of multicultural education. Education seeks to help students develop positive and consequently, the current multicultural education democratic racial attitudes. It also helps students to movement is linked directly to the early study of understand how ethnic identity is influenced by the African Americans undertaken by scholars such as Context of Schooling and the Attitudes and Beliefs of George Washington Williams, W.E.B. Du Bois, Carter. Dominant social groups. G. Woodson, Horace Mann Bond, and Charles H. Wesley. The multicultural education movement is an equity pedagogy exists when teachers modify their linked in another important way to Black studies in teaching in ways that will facilitate the academic that both have struggled for academic legitimacy since achievement of students from diverse racial, ethnic, their founding, cultural, social class, and language groups. This includes using a variety of teaching styles and approaches that are consistent with the range of learn the dimensions of styles within various racial, ethnic, and cultural multicultural education groups. Since the multicultural education movement emerged, a number of theories have been developed to provide an empowering school culture involves restructuring coherent overview of the field. James Banks' System and the Culture and Organization of the School. So that Zions of multicultural education are cited frequently. Students from diverse racial, ethnic, social class, and by scholars and used widely by school districts to language groups experience equality. Members of the conceptualize and develop courses, programs, and school staff examine and change the culture and social projects. The 5 dimensions of multicultural structure of the school. Grouping and labeling production delineated by Banks are content integration, TISAs, sports participation, gaps in achievement among. Emisanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 6:22 p.m. page 347. Multicultural Education 347. Groups, different rates of enrollment in gifted and force that supports multicultural education and its special education programs among groups, and the goals are the American democratic values embodied interaction of the staff and the students across ethnic in the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and racial lines are important variables that are and the Bill of Rights. Multicultural education's reign examined and reformed. Enforcement and perpetuation of American democratic values provides it with its greatest possibility for survival and for being on the right side of history. Multicultural education and the future. James A. Banks. The U.S. Census projects that people of color will make up 43% of the nation's population by 2050. In further reading, 2002, students of color made up 40% of the population. Banks, James A. Multicultural education, in the nation's public schools, they are projected transformative knowledge, and action, historical and to make up 60% of the school population by 2050. In contemporary perspectives. New York, Teachers College 2002, 1 in 5 students in U.S. schools was a child. Press. This comprehensive book covers all spheres and bases in the multicultural education debate of immigrants. It is projected that 1 in 3 students. Banks, James A. Diversity and citizenship will be a child of immigrants by 2040. As racial, education, global perspectives. San Francisco, Josinek, Language and Religious Diversity in the United Base. This book is edited by the leading scholar on multi-states increases and the nation's need to respond to cultural education in the nation. It is a highly important this diversity intensifies. A conservative movement has collection of essays for educators. Become a powerful influence in the United States as Banks, James A., and Banks, Cherry A. McGee. Well as in other Western nations. Handbook of Research on Multicultural Education. San the politically powerful conservative movement in Francisco, Jossie Base. This handbook of the current research in the field of multicultural education seeks to the United States is questioning the nation's commit provide the state of the art in the field. Meant to racial and ethnic diversity and promoting fear gay, Geneva. Culturally responsive teaching, theory, and concern about immigration to the United States. Research and practice. New York, Teachers College Press. The September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks on the This is one of the key works in culture and education and United States have given impetus to and helped to synthesize as much of the literature in the fields. Legitimize conservative sentiments in the nation. Grant, Carlay, and Latson Billings, Gloria. Consequently, multicultural education exists today. Dictionary of Multicultural Education. Phoenix, Arizona, Oryx Press. This is a comprehensive dictionary of the words, within strong contradictory forces. Changing demo concepts, and terms used in multicultural education. Graphics, which have been called the demographic Nieto, Sonia. The light in their eyes, creating imperative, are an important force prodding multicultural learning communities. New York, Teachers Cultural Education and Equity. The Conservative Move College Press. This is a penetrating inquiry into the ment exerts a counterforce. However, the greatest creation of multicultural learning environments. N 349. N. With the rise of the anti-slavery movement in the narratives of the enslaved. Early 19th century came a demand for stories that would emphasize the harsh realities of slavery. These narratives of the enslaved, which are also called slave, began to appear in print in the late 1830s, and early narratives are autobiographical stories about life in 1840s. White abolitionists believed that testimony of slavery, recounted orally or in writing. They range former enslaved Africans would touch the hearts of from the earliest recorded narratives of the 1600s to the people in the North who were unaware of or apathetic thousands of oral histories collected from elderly about the situation of Africans in the South. These Africans in the 1930s by the U.S. Works Progress abolitionists would often add a preface or appendix to administration. These narratives are rooted in the oral narrative of the enslaved that introduced the writer tradition of storytelling, which has been an explicitly as a person of good character and summarized what political tradition, combining both autobiography and the narrative, would reveal about the horrors of social criticism. The narratives of the enslaved enslavement. The narratives of the enslaved of this sent one of the few indigenous literary forms, if not the period, tell about passing from bondage in the South. Only one. Many themes commonly occur in the narrative, a kind of hell on earth to freedom in the North. Most tives, human suffering under the bondage of slavery, of the narratives reveal a common experience, the physical and spiritual abuse, the longing for freedom. Enslaved person has a personal crisis, such as the struggle to acquire literacy, which is associated with of a loved one by the slave owner, that causes him or power and freedom, the importance of family and the her to decide to escape. Difficulty of maintaining family bonds when enslaved, the growing determination to escape from a model for enslavement, and a new self-definition after freedom. Literature of the oppressed. During the formative era of African American autobiography, from 1760 to the end of the Civil War, narratives of the enslaved comprised most of the leader in the United States, approximately 70 narratives of which are written by blacks from 1861 to 1865. After the fugitive or former slaves were published as discrete Civil War and the abolishment of slavery in the United Entities, some in broadside formats, others in bulky states in 1865, Africans continued to write about their sometimes multi-volume texts as the narratives of the experiences. From 1865 to 1930, at least 50 Africans enslaved evolved in the crisis years of the 1850s and wrote, or told to another person who then wrote down. Early 1860s, they addressed the problem of enslaved book-length accounts of their lives. Most of them meant with unprecedented candor, unmasking as never authors of African American literature before 1900, before the moral and social complexities of the including Frederick Douglass, William American caste and class system in the North, as well Wells Brown, Harriet and Jacobs as the South. And Booker T. Washington, 349. And 350. 350 narratives of the enslaved launched their writing careers through their narrative speech, as the narrative solicited by black interviewers of the enslaved. During the Great Depression of the clearly elicited a more straightforward response. On the 1930s, the Federal Writers Project gathered spoken part of former slaves. That ex-slaves dared to risk self-personal histories and testimony about slavery from exposure to share as much as they did with white 2,500 former slaves in 17 states, generating about interviewers about the horror of slavery, and the 10,000 pages of interviews that were published in Black's Thirst for Freedom is a tribute to the interview 18 volumes. ERS and, in many cases, a demonstration of the blacks. The narrative of the enslaved reached a milestone: courage and reluctance to conceal the most fiendish in 1845 with the publication of the narrative of the examples of the antebellum South. Life of Frederick Douglass, an American slave, written by himself. Selling more than 30,000 copies, a literature of testimonies. In its first 5 years of publication, Douglass's book became an international bestseller. Abolitionist in most post-emancipation narratives, slavery is leader William Lloyd Garrison stressed depicted as a kind of crucible in which the resilience, that Douglass's narrative represented the usual industry, and ingenuity of the enslaved person was rents of slavery, but he also noted that Douglass tested and ultimately validated Thus the narrative of presented his story from the viewpoint of a former the enslaved asserted the readiness of the freedman slave who seeks mental as well as physical freedom. And freedwoman for full participation in the post-civil that view made Douglas's narrative stand out from war social and economic order. It has been estimated the rest. That a grand total of all contributions to this genre, Harriet and Jacobs, the first African American including separately published texts, materials that woman to write her own narrative of the enslaved, appeared in periodicals, and oral histories and showed how sexual control by white masters made views, numbers approximately 6,000, a significant slavery especially oppressive for black women. Her body of work for a people just out of enslavement. Autobiography, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl. In addition to autobiographies, slave testimonies, shows how she fought back against this appear in diaries, folklore, speeches, sermons, letters, oppression and gained freedom for herself and her pre-Civil War publications, church, legislative, and 2 children. The best-selling narrative of the judicial records, petitions, abolitionist newspapers, enslaved of the late 19th and early 20th centuries was major newspapers during that time, such as the Booker T. Washington's Up From Slavery, a New York Times, scholarly journals, private printings, classic American success story. Because Washington's and broadsides. These are the primary sources that autobiography discussed black progress and inter-war corroborating witnesses to the enslavement, jail cooperation since the freeing of Southern slaves resistance, and freedom of African people in 1863, it received more acceptance from whites than United States. Did the autobiographies of former slaves who told of Dariana M. Proctor. Injustices to blacks in the post-Civil War South. Further reading. Criticism and Refutation. Federal Writers Project. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Ulrich B. Phillips, a Georgia-born Yale professor, interviews with former slaves. New York, posed profound questions regarding the Slave Narratory Print Services Corporation. This is a first-person account TIV's authenticity. Phillips, considered the historians of slave life told by former slaves in the form of interviews. Historian, dismissed the words of the formerly Hopkins, Dwight N., and Cummings, George C. L. Cut enslaved. Unfortunately, it took 40 years before Shoal Loose Your Stammering Tongue, Black Theology in the R-Ship began to refute the extremely biased, if not slave narratives. Marinoll, New York, Orbis Books. The authors offer a theological approach to slave narratives and racist research done by Phillips. However, some interviews with former slaves. Questions do linger about the legitimacy and reliability Rasmussen, R. Kent. The African American ity of the narratives of the enslaved. For instance, the Encyclopedia. New York, Marshall Cavendish. Majority of the interviewers were white, and this encyclopedia provides brief descriptions of African have dampened the full force and truth of poor blacks. American History and Culture. And 351. Nat Turner's Rebellion 351. That he was destined for some great mission on behalf Nat Turner's Rebellion of God. He began preaching among the enslaved, inspiring them with tales of his communion with thee. In August of 1831, Nat Turner led the bloodiest slave spirit and gaining a reputation as a divinely ordained rebellion in U.S. history. Believing that he had been messenger ordained by God to free African Americans from Turner often wondered why he remained in slave bondage. The slave preacher from Virginia killed on earth if God in heaven had chosen him for great. Nearly 70 whites before militiamen stopped him and Ness, and in 1821 he finally decided to run away. After his followers. Although his rebellion ultimately failed, hiding in the swamps for 3 weeks, however, he had forever affected slavery and race relations through return to the plantation, explaining that the spirit out the country and helped lead to the Civil War. Had ordered him to resubmit to his master. Turner May Nathaniel Turner was born the slave of a farmer have also been motivated by less spiritual concerns, named Benjamin Turner in Southampton County. According to some records, he married a woman Virginia, on October 2, 1800. According to local leg named Cherry several months later. In 1822, the new and Turner's African-born mother, Nancy, considered couple was separated when their master died suddenly, killing him at birth so that he would not grow up in, and his heirs sold Turner to prominent landowner Bondage, the name of his father, who escaped from Thomas More and Cherry to a nearby farm. Like his slavery when Turner was a baby and was never heard birth, this prominent moment in Turner's life, coined from again, has been lost to history. Several months sided with a major insurrectionist scare. In July, before Turner's birth, an enslaved blacksmith named Charleston Whites uncovered a planned uprising that Gabriel Prosser had planned. A full-scale rebellion in may have included as many as 9,000 enslaved and free the state capital of Richmond, but was betrayed by blacks and was led by two church leaders, a Free Cara fellow conspirator. Southampton suffered its own painter named Denmark Vesey and an Angolan-born minor insurrection scare around the same time, when conjurer known as Gullah Jack. Africans murdered 3 whites in a span of less than 18 months, but it was generally thought that most Turner's vision. Enslaved persons would not rebel against their condition in this isolated backwater. Turner began experiencing visions again while in his mid-20s. He told other Africans that when he looked at the sky he saw the sun darkened, blood flowing in. Nat Turner becomes a leader. Streams, representing the hands of Jesus on the cross. Turner showed exceptional intelligence from a young and black and white spirits struggling in battle. On corn age, teaching himself to read and performing experie in the fields, he saw drops of blood, on leaves in the ments with paper, gunpowder, and earthen molds. He saw blood-drawn numbers and images. The could recall events that had occurred before he was spirit also instructed him, he later said, in the move born, even though no one had told him about them, ments of planets and tides and the changing of the, and he had congenital bumps and scars on his head, weather and seasons. This further convinced the African and chest, which according to some African traditions community that Turner was in direct communication, were a sign that he would become a great leader with God, and he expanded his ministry through. Many of his compatriots believed that he had super Southampton County. Some whites began to fear that natural powers, and even local whites agreed that he Turner might inspire the enslaved to rebel, but since he was uncommonly talented, the austere young man was a dutiful worker and his preaching had no overt, devoted himself to prayer and studying the Bible, racial message, Thomas More and his wife Sally focusing especially on the biblical idea that humans indulged him. For the most part, he was seen as a harmar to search for the kingdom of God before other less dreamer whose religion made him more docile, things. In Turner's mind, whatever the African people even after he ministered to and baptized a white man in required would be given to them if they sought first. 1828. All of this activity proved an asset during that which was pleasing to God. After weeks of reflex rebellion, when he would draw on not only his large falchion, he later recalled, a spirit twice spoke to him lowing, but also his familiarity with the local geography while he worked in the fields. This convinced him and his connections with some of the most disgruntled. And 352. Nat Turner's Rebellion. Africans in the county. Even if he did not know it at the Turner himself struck the first blow, but his sword was time. Turner was gathering intelligence for a war too dull to inflict a mortal wound, so others finished. By the late 1820s, tensions between North and the task. After securing several firearms and practice south over the issue of slavery had become so intense in military drills, the rebels swiftly moved through that some foresaw open war between the states. The countryside, killing white families and gaining anti-slavery sentiment, was led by such activists as new recruits at each stop until their number swelled. William Lloyd Garrison, Frederick Douglass, and to over 40 men. Among the victims were relatives of David Walker, whose controversial appeal to the Turner's first master, although Cherry's master was colored, citizens of the world argued that it was the wool spared. Turner took only one life, a young woman of God that the enslaved should rise up against their named Catherine Whitehead, whom he beat to death. Masters It was during this period that Turner had his with a fence post. She and most of the more than 60. Most apocalyptic vision. According to the confessions, white casualties were killed in the first hours of Nat Turner. On May 12, 1828, the Spirit told him to rebellion while most people were sleeping. By early watch for a signal to fight against the serpent and morning, however, frightened blacks and several slay my enemies with their own weapons, for the whites who had narrowly escaped death fled to time was fast approaching when the first should be last. Jerusalem with tales of a massive black uprising led and the last should be first. Thus Turner came to by a preacher named Turner. Some even thought that believed that God intended for him to lead his people in the enslaved had joined forces with an invading army armed rebellion against their masters. From Great Britain or Haiti. Hundreds of militiamen he began waiting for a sign to begin, showing no headed toward Jerusalem to intercept Turner, some outward sign of his plans except for an incident when attacking any enslaved or free blacks they could find. He received what was probably the first whipping of in fact, the first black casualty was an innocent his life after he told Thomas More that the enslaved bystander who had drunk himself into a stupor after should be freed. More died soon after and his widow watching Turner's men kill his master. Married a carriage maker named Joseph Travis. By Turner's own admission, Travis was a relatively kind of chaos after the rebellion master, but this did not change Turner's convictions. When a solar eclipse occurred on February 12, 1831, the uprising essentially came to an end at noon. Turner believed that he had finally received a divine when militiamen routed the exhausted rebels on the signal to begin his war. He told several trusted allies highway to Jerusalem. Although the rebels initially about his vision and they began recruiting other held off the malicious charge, the greater number of enslaved and free blacks. Turner also revealed his militia finally proved too much for the rebelling plans to Cherry, although neither she nor their blacks to fight, and Turner and his troops fled into the children took an active role in the rebellion. The Upper Wilderness. Nearly all of them were captured or killed. Was scheduled to begin on July 4, but when in the following few days, along with over 120 Inode came, Turner fell sick from anxiety. His courage sent enslaved and free blacks who fell victim to a returned on August 13, however, after another solar reign of terror so brutal that even some whites found eclipse convinced him of the righteousness of his task. It excessive. One crossroads on the Jerusalem High. 8 days later, Turner and his lieutenants met in the way was thereafter known as the Blackhead Signpost Woods near the Travis plantation and decided to begin because the head of a lynching victim was mounted their rebellion that very night while most of the local there. Many of the armed whites who began patrolling militia was away at a religious revival. They intended the countryside wanted to exact revenge on all the to head toward the county seat of Jerusalem, killing black people they saw, whether or not they had been every white they encountered and recruiting more involved in the rebellion. By the end of the week, rebels from the African community along the way. However, the violence had largely died down. Over the next few months, more than 40 rebels were tried and executed for murder and inciting the rebellion. Lion. Another 10 who had played lesser roles had there. The insurrection began several hours after midnight. Death sentences commuted by the governor, provided with the murder of Joseph Travis and his family. That they left the state immediately. One of the last two. And 353. Nat Turner's Rebellion 353. Die was Turner himself, who remained free for free blacks and black preachers also came under 2 months but was finally captured on October 30 by a fire after the rebellion. Most southern legislatures farmer who saw him emerging from his hiding place banned or severely restricted both groups and made it near a local farm. He was taken to the courthouse in more difficult for masters to emancipate their slaves. Jerusalem, where he gave a full confession describing this in turn contributed to the growth of black his religious visions and the details of the insurrectionitas elsewhere, many free blacks migrated to the Shan. Even though he had been defeated, he still north and west after they found that they would no believed in the righteousness of his actions. When longer be tolerated in southern cities. Over 200 of asked about cash that was allegedly stolen during the Southampton County's Free Blacks, for example, revolt. He turned to a free black and said, "You know, migrated to the north or to Liberia within months of money was not my object." The rebellion. Since Turner had been literate, many states created or strengthened prohibitions against teaching Africans to read. Ironically, the rebellion, Turner's confession, nearly brought an end to slavery in Virginia. Decades on November 1, Turner gave a second confession. Old debates about whether or not it would be safer to this time to local slaveholder and lawyer Thomas R. expel all blacks, free and enslaved, finally came to agree. Later published as the Confessions and, however, Virginia planters were not willing to of Nat Turner. Gray's account shows a pro-slavery, give up the free labor that was the source of their anti-Turner bias and contains details that cannot be wealth, and slavery survived until the Civil War. Verified independently, but it also shows a grudging respect for Turner's intelligence, spirit, and religious. Nat Turner becomes a legend. Devotion. Most other whites, however, were not so generous. Turner's conviction and death sentence on in the years that followed, Nat Turner was remembered November 5 were a foregone conclusion, and he was by whites as one of the most hated figures in Southern, hanged 6 days later, disappointing the huge crowd history, becoming a boogeyman whose name was used by not making a statement from the gallows. Local to scare small children. Many whites continued to white-skinned and dissected his body, making a purse believe that he was a mentally unbalanced fanatic, from his skin and keeping his skull as a souvenir. Influenced by abolitionists and free blacks, who had the effects of Nat Turner's rebellion, were used false religion to take advantage of allegedly immense and far-reaching. Many Southampton simple-minded and superstitious enslaved Africans. It Africans who were guilty of nothing more than failing. Was unthinkable that his actions might have been a to resist the rebels were sold away to the Deep South. Calculated, understandable response to oppression. Turner's wife and children seem to have escaped. African Americans in Virginia and elsewhere took reprisals, possibly because their connection to the different view, however, calling him General Nat Preacher was not widely known. In an effort to and referring to the rebellion as Nat's Fray or Old Vent, future uprisings, Virginia and other Southern Nats War. Through folk stories, he was transformed. States greatly expanded their slave patrols and merely into a fierce general and a trickster hero who had TIAs. This large group of armed, well-trained white men defeated white men both in battle and with his mind. Would one day form the core of the Confederate despised by the dominant culture. Turner was lionized army. Although many Northern whites condemned by Southern blacks as one of the few Africans who the rebellion, sectional tensions increased as slaves successfully waged open war against slavery. Holders became further convinced that their way of David Broadnax life was under attack. Northern abolitionists in particular were targeted for inspiring violence. Bounties. Further reading were placed on William Lloyd Garrison's head, and Greenberg, Kenneth S. The Confessions of Nat. One jury in Raleigh even convicted him in absentia for Turner and related documents. Boston, Bedford Books. Inciting rebellion. Although no evidence of a connect, the author provides the general context of Nat Turner's shin between Turner and Garrison or any other rebellion, as well as Turner's discussion of the rebellion abolitionist has ever been found. And related materials. And 354. 354 Nation of Islam. Greenberg, Kenneth S. Nat Turner, a slave. Elijah Muhammad was that African Americans are rebellion in history and memory. New York, Oxford. The original black nation of Asia known as the Tribe. University Press. This is Greenberg's newest attempt to of Shabazz. This nation was said to have originated in place the rebellion in the American society's memory as Africa when a great explosion divided the earth from moment of passion and vision. The moon some 60 trillion years ago. The tribe of Rabato, Albert J. Slave religion, the invisible institution in the antebellum South. New York, Oxford. Shabazz discovered that the rich land between the University Press. This book, which is one of the best works. Nile Valley and Mecca was the best part of the earth on the religion of Africans during their enslavement, also is on which to live. But since the tribe of Shabazz was a good introduction to the life of Nat Turner. Enslaved for 400 years, Fard Muhammad and his messenger Elijah Muhammad were sent by Allah to relocate the lost-found nation in an independent state. Therefore, since the so-called Negroes were nation of Islam, not and could not be American citizens by nature or race, they could be said to constitute a nation within the nation of Islam is an indigenous African nation. Hence, Elijah Muhammad renounced American socio-religious movement that was founded his U.S. citizenship and urged his followers to do in 1930 by W. D. Fard in Detroit, Michigan, and likewise developed by Elijah Muhammad. Though it began as another core belief of the Nation of Islam is that it is a socio-religious protest movement, its worldview is the religion of salvation and truth for black people, a large extent embedded in the Quran. It should not be confused with ortho people. The theme White Devil comes directly from Dox Islam, which evolved in Mecca around 622 CE. The teachings of Noble Drew Ali, which identify white the Nation of Islam, arose in the United States in people as the embodiment of the Satan in the Bible. Response to the crude, racist bigotry, socio-economic. The Nation of Islam also believes that Yaqub, injustices, lynching, and mob violence against African descendant of the tribe of Shabazz, 6,800 years ago in Americans in the first decades of the 20th century. Mecca, created a vengeful plot to enslave the tribe. Another factor in the receptivity of the African Yaqub was skillful in genetics and developed the American community to Islam was the failure of the white race through creating Adam and Eve by cross-black church to influence public policies in African breeding. 2,000 years later, Allah raised Americans' favor. Hence, the most despondent Moses to civilize the white race. Members of the African American community began the teachings of the Nation of Islam included to search for a new cultural and religious identity, images of the Armageddon by which the white race which they found in Islam would fall ignominiously into destruction, while in the East the black Muslims would rise triumphantly to rule the world, and freedom, justice, and equality origins and early teachings would prevail forever. The belief that Allah would the Nation of Islam evolved from the Moorish science restore the New World Order after the final battle temple founded by Noble Drew Ali in 1913 in Newark, against the White Devil was preached in Elijah, New Jersey. When the temple split into two factions, Muhammad's Mosque in Chicago. Images of Armage W. D. Fard moved to Detroit and trained several minis. Don were also significant in the sermons of Malcolm X, TERS to create a new group, the Nation of Islam. Among the national spokesmen of the Nation of Islam, at them was Elijah Poole, later Elijah Muhammad, who at Harlem's Temple No. 7 in the late 1950s. The time was an unemployed auto worker from the Elijah Muhammad turned the Nation of Islam into South. His knowledge of the Bible, as the son of a popular movement with a massive following by Baptist minister, was what inspired W. D. Fard to make establishing mosques in poor inner-city areas. The Elijah Muhammad, the supreme minister of the nation created several social and educational institutes of Islam. This explains why the Nation of Islam derives actions and activities in places where there had been its ideology from both the Bible and the Quran. None. It reached into the poor, drug-infested neighbor, a core of the socio-religious teachings of both Fardhoods and the prisons, with its message of a radical and break with the past and a new beginning. And 355. Nation of Islam 355. Current teachings. Enslavement, as well as providing a break with degradation, poverty, and the racial bigotry of the there is a continuation of some of these teachings in American establishment. For African Americans, Islam the contemporary Nation of Islam. Now the goals of symbolizes a rejection of white Christianity and its the Nation of Islam are to secure freedom, justice, and Eurocentric history and culture, and offers a new way of equality under the law, equality of opportunity, and life based on complete submission to the will of Allah. An end to police brutality and mob attacks against, however, the Nation of Islam's claim that it consists African Americans. The Nation of Islam's other goals of the descendants of the original, Great Black Asiatic for those of African descent include employment. Nation is a fantasy of a glorious history of black Afro opportunities, exemption from all taxation, prohibition. In addition, the notion of the tribe of Shabazshan of intermarriage or race mixing, knowledge of located between the Nile Valley and Mecca is without Islam, and a separate state for African Americans. Any historical reality. The idea of Islam as the religion the Nation of Islam believes it is important for its of non-whites is also untrue and caused Malcolm X to members to be clean in spirit, mind, and body. This break away from the nation after his visit to Africa and belief is the source of the group's prohibition of Alco, the holy city of Mecca, in 1964. This visit transformed hal, gambling, fornication before marriage, adultery, him from a black Muslim into a Muslim, as he met and dancing for its members. The members also have blonde, blue-eyed men he could call his brothers. Dietary limitations excluding pork, collard greens, cornbread, and neck bones from their diets because they are reminders of slavery, and including foods changes in leadership, such as fish, chicken, and rice. Members are required in 1963, Elijah Muhammad's son, Wallace D. to change their last names to X in order to rid them Muhammad, and Malcolm X found themselves let selves of their slave names. The X is also said to down by Elijah Muhammad's infidelity within the represent the unknown identity associated with the Ummah. By 1964, African ancestry. In the Nation of Islam, men where serious breakdown had occurred in the relationship suits and ties and are clean-shaven, and women cover between Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm. When their heads wear long dresses that reach to their toes, Malcolm was assassinated. Many people accused and wear no makeup. There is a separation between the Nation of Islam in the death of its most popular the sexes during prayers. Members are taught to spokesperson. Adhere to a strict moral and economic code that Wallace D. Muhammad succeeded his father, Elijah Muhammad. The economic development of the Nation of Islam as leader of the Nation of Islam after the latter's death has involved the establishment of farms, livestock in 1975. Imam Muhammad rapidly evolved the nation and vegetable cultivation, rental housing, private home of Islam into the world community of Islam in the construction, real estate purchases, food processing west. He accused his father of failing to give the centers, restaurants, Islamic schools, clothing factories, true Islam to his community. He bestowed honor on banking, business league formations, import and export by ibn riba, a great person of African heritage in businesses, healthcare, administrative offices, and men. The history of early Islam, and changed the title of the and Women's Development and Leadership Training Nation of Islam's publication from Muhammad Units. In 1972, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad speaks to Bilalian News. But by 2003, Imam opened a $2 million mosque and school in Chicago. Muhammad had resigned his leadership, explaining this nation-building program is in that the imams did not want to follow the strict Islam attempt at fostering the principle of self-determination that he taught. Elijah Muhammad's brother, John, through collective ownership of business. Muhammad took over the world community of Islam in the West when Imam Muhammad resigned. Criticism of the teachings. The Nation of Islam under Farrakhan. In many respects, the Nation of Islam has brought hope to disenchanted African Americans. It connects them the shift from the Nation of Islam's Asabiya to the purely Uman. And 356. 356 National Association for the Advancement of Colored People of the World Community of Islam in the West had New York City by a group of black and white citizens left to avoid that Louis Farrakhan, a follower of Elijah committed to social justice and improving the quality Muhammad and the most popular preacher in the of life for African Americans. It was based on the Nation of Islam, sought to fill. Farrakhan succeeded in Niagara Movement, a group of African American acquiring the major temple and residence of Elijah activists and scholars who opposed Booker Muhammad in Chicago. The temple was renamed T. Washington's Tuskegee Machine, which was of the Mosque Mariam and Muhammad's University political network and the dominant voice and inter of Islam school. It focuses on educating African preacher of the African American people at the turn of Americans and other minority groups to arm them in the 20th century. Washington used his vast connect their struggle against racism in the United States. The Shins to influential whites and their financial support Nation of Islam under Louis Farrakhan has restored to gain prominence and position as well as to build the worldview of Elijah Muhammad, including that of Tuskegee Institute. He also used his access to money Fard Muhammad as the long-awaited Messiah of the end influence to dictate the discussion about the future Christians and the Mahdi of the Muslims. The Nation of the African American Community of Islam also continues to uphold the December fast in 1905 in Niagara Falls, Canada. 29 activists met to distinguish it from Ramadan, which is practiced by to discuss how to minimize Washington's influence Orthodox Muslims under Minister Louis Farrakhan, and create a new class comprised of what W.E.B. Do the legacy of Elijah Muhammad continues and the BWA called the talented 10th of the black population of Islam advances as an institution committed. The activists were educated men and women, to the transformation of the American society. And they felt that the social, political, and economic situation of blacks demanded bold action. The group Kwame Botwe Asamoah, which included Ida B. Wells and Monroe Trotter, planned to move aggressively to gain full rights of further reading. Citizenship for Blacks. Lee, Martha F. The Nation of Islam. Syracuse, New York, the Niagara Movement agitated in the courts and Syracuse University Press. This work makes a contribution demonstrated a willingness to be defiant in its fight to the understanding of the organization as a contemporary against racism. It was with this spirit that the Niagara nationalist movement, following lines laid down by earlier movement members, led the 1909 founding of the Scholars. This book goes into areas that are not discussed. National Association for the Advancement of Colored in earlier works. People, which has grown to include 500,000 Marsh, Clifton E. From Black Muslims to Muslims, the resurrection, transformation, change of the lost members and become the nation's most important found nation of Islam in America, 1930 to 1995. London, Civil Rights Group. There are 1,700 branch chapters. Scarecrow Press. This is a very useful introduction to the N450 college and youth chapters. The organization Nation of Islam, which includes answers to lots of cases, has had a powerful influence on the legal structures about its origins and programs of the country, and Thurgood Marshall and Charles MacLeod, Amina Beverly. African American Islam, and Houston, two of the most distinguished lawyers ever. American Millenarian Movement. New York, Routledge. To serve in the organization, made legal history with this volume grew out of MacLeod's doctoral dissertation, their arguments before the Supreme Court on Islam in the African American community. It is one of the few works to seriously look at the movement since the NAACP has made bold investigations of Mob Essienutum's massive black nationalism, brutality and protested mass murders of blacks, segregation and discrimination. The organization has also made testimony before congressional committees on the vicious tactics used to bar African Americans. National Association. From the ballot box. Many members of the NAACP for the advancement legal staff participated in the battles between the white Southerners and the progressive forces to alim of colored people. Innate racial segregation. Among these pioneers for justice have been some who are well known, such as the National Association for the Advancement of W.E.B. Du Bois, Thurgood Marshall, Walter White. Colored People was founded in 1909 in James Weldon Johnson, Roy Wilkins, and others. And 357. National Black Political Convention, Gary, Indiana 357. Thousands of others, whose names may not be larger role in the decision-making that affected their remembered but who placed their lives on the line for communities on a daily basis. They sought to continue civil rights and justice. This is what has given the and further developed the visions of such key figures as NAACP its noble history. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. The hope was that an agenda could be developed that would be real. Mario Root. Vant not merely to the delegates but, more important, to the people they served at home. Further reading. Among the issues and goals that were discussed: Cruz, Harold. The crisis of the Negro intellectual. During the course of the convention were the following: New York, William Morrow. This is an excellent look at the various tensions in the African American intellectual comm. The education of African American children, unity over civil rights, culture, and progress. The creation of a program for black farmers and Lewis, David Levering. W.E.B. Du Bois, Biography of a Race, 1868 to 1919. New York, Henry Holt. Written by One Rural Development. Of the master historians of the contemporary era, this book, The Institution of Daycare for All Working Parents, shows the intimate way in which Du Bois led the discus. The creation of geriatric centers for the aged Zions about race in the nation. The establishment of Home Rule for the District of Columbia. The establishment of a national network of national black political community health centers. The elimination of capital punishment convention, Gary, Indiana. The creation of a national health insurance program. From March 10 to March 12 in 1972, the national a government guarantee of a minimum annual black political convention was held at the West Side, income of $5,200. High school in Gary, Indiana. The convention was a minimum wage guarantee of $2.50 an hour, cock-aired by Gary Mayor Richard G. Hatcher, U.S. The creation of a Black United Fund, Representative Charles C. Diggs, and poet-activist Amory Baraka of the Congress of African Peoples. The agreeing on which issues were relevant to the convention was an all-African American gathering. Masses of African Americans proved to be a far easier that brought together both integrationist and national task than coming up with viable solutions for the IS leadership in an effort to create a progressive polit. Challenges raised. The ideologically diverse gathering ICL agenda for the African American community of delegates struggled to reach consensus regarding of the 8,000 convention attendees. 3,300 were. Many issues raised during the course of the event. The delegates representing 42 states. The delegates claimed most dramatic occurrence involved the Michigan membership in various civil rights, community, and delegation, led by Detroit Mayor Coleman Young. Political groups and were selected via statewide polity, fearing that the agenda was too separatist. The heavily Cal caucuses. African American elected officials were unionized. Michigan group walked out in protest of automatically given delegate status. Among the dealie what they viewed as a platform that if it was endorsed Gates were Jesse Jackson, Louis Farrakhan, Bobby might jeopardize what they considered beneficial ties. Seal, Julian Bond, Betty Shabazz, Coretta Scott with organized labor. King, Barbara Jordan, Carl Stokes, Coleman Young. The work of the convention culminated with the Louis Stokes, Vincent Harding, Patricia Patterson, ratification of the Action Agenda for Black People. Kim Weston, Walter E. Fauntroy, Ronald Dellums. This 55-page document touched on domestic and for Richard Roundtree, Yvonne Braithwaite, and Patricia Ine policy issues and articulated a plan for African Patterson. American empowerment in the public and private. The convention participants held diverse view sectors of American life. After the convention, its dealie points regarding the best political direction for the Gates-pressured President Richard Nixon's African American community. The group addressed Chin to create several policies in line with the aims of both local and national issues. What the attendees. The National Black Political Convention. The Nixon shared was a desire for African Americans to play a administration-created business funding, affirmative. And 358 National Black United Fund. Action, and welfare reform measures that mirrored would serve as founding members on the national recommendations offered by the delegates. In addition, Board of Directors, with grant support from the Democratic Party, created a platform that Cummins Engine Foundation, NBUF was incorporated. Ideas first generated at the convention. Rated in New York and located its national headquarters, although some goals in the action agenda for THIRD in Harlem. Walter Bremen served as the Black People Became Reality, much of the Agenda organization's first executive director, and James was never implemented. One legacy of the convention, Josephs, president of the Cummins engine, was the upsurge in the number of African American foundation, became chairman of the board. Affiliate elected officials and African American community organizations immediately sprang up in major urban groups after this 1972 meeting. Centers such as New York, Detroit, Boston, San Francisco, Dallas, and Houston. Christopher K. Johnson. NBUF's overall mission was to find ways for the Black community to fund its own liberation struggle. Further reading. NBUF challenged social inequities and the unequal Gibbs, Wilma L. National Black Political Tribution of Power in American Society. Most Imper Convention Collection, 1972–1973. Indianapolis, Indiana Tant. It created a viable, systematic, and cost-efficient historical society. This Indiana Historical Society documechanism for Black Americans to make charitable mentation contains a brief yet very useful biographical contributions to Black organizations engaged in social sketch of the convention. Hull, Mary. Struggle and Love 1972–1997, From the Change and the Development of Black Human Potential. Gary Convention to the Aftermath of the Million Man Funding Programs that Focused on Human Services, March. New York, Chelsea House. Hull provides an Excel community development, social policy development, length summary of the events leading up to the convention. Social advocacy and cooperative economics were given the event itself, and what it accomplished. Top priority. During its initial stage of development, NBUF relied primarily on foundation support and payroll deductions as a means to support the work of the National Black United Fund. Organization. Workplace giving was viewed as an appropriate fundraising strategy since most Black in 1972, the National Black United Fund income was derived from salaries. Being cognizant of founded as a Black philanthropic institution whose the high percentage of African Americans employed purpose was to enhance the quality of life for Black by the federal government, NBUF recognized that the combined the genesis of the NBUF is linked directly to the campaign program, which permitted Federal Brotherhood Crusade, which was created in Los employees to contribute directly to nonprofit Organi Angeles in 1968 by a group of concerned Black activists' actions. Through payroll deductions, could provide a led by Walter Bremen of the Cummins engine stable and reliable source of revenue for the Organi Foundation. These activists were inspired by the Civil's Action and its affiliates. However, NBUF was initially rights and social change movements of the era to CRE denied entrance to the CFC program. In response, a group to promote charitable fundraising in the 1976 NBUF legally challenged the unfair, discriminatory Black community. The Brotherhood Crusade's mission natary practices of the CFC. In 1980, NBUF secured was to create a systematic and strategic model for the legal right to enter the CFC program when a Fed Black fundraising and Black self-help. Errol Court ruled that the organization's constitutional in 1972, some nationally recognized Black leaders' rights had been violated. This breakthrough allowed SAW to establish a network that would link the myriad other alternative charitable organizations to movement for social change with independent benefit from federal employee campaigns that had fundraising efforts from around the country. Among previously been dominated by the United Way of these Black leaders were the Reverend Negile Riley, America. The Reverend Dr. Leon Sullivan, Quincy Jones, Walter Bremen continued to provide visionary Dr. Dorothy Height, Leroy Jones, and Lucius Walker, all of whom however, following his death, NBUF board members. N 359. National Council for Black Studies 359. Engaged in a bitter and eventually destructive struggle. Further reading. Over the control of the organization. As a result, many Bakewell, DJX. The Brotherhood Crusade, a prominent board members departed, leaving NBUF in conceptual model. Black Scholar, 11, 22–26. This is a state of disarray. It was several years before Dana's study of the early movement that led to the creation of the Alston was selected as the permanent executive director National Black United Fund. Tour. Under Alston's leadership, NBUF. Carson, Emmett D. The National Black United Fund continued to expand its mission, focusing on affiliate from movement for social change to social change development, environmental concerns, and women's organization. In new directions for philanthropic fund issues as part of its overall program objectives. Raising. Carson documents the development of the philosophy that informs the National Black United Fund. In 1987, William T. Merritt assumed the position of King, Davis E. Fundraising in the Black Community. CEO and President of the organization. Under his Metuchen, New Jersey, Scarecrow Press. King analyzes the leadership. NBUF incorporated the National Black Promises as well as challenges of fundraising in the African United Federation of Charities, a Federo-American community. Of over 45 national black nonprofit organizations engaged in social justice, policy advocacy, community development, and charitable services, and expanded National Council. Its mission to include wealth and asset building for individuals, families, and nonprofit organizations in for Black studies. The Black community. Throughout its over 30 years, NBUF and its affiliate the National Council for Black Studies Incorporated (AITS) have succeeded in generating millions of dollars. Was founded in 1975 by a group of academics, under in charitable revenue by participating in employee the leadership of Bertha Maxwell, that pioneered some of the earliest rural, state, and local government employees as well as Black studies programs on university campuses in the corporate employees. Through its local affiliates the United States. The purpose of the organization is to organization distributes grants to community-based promote and strengthen academic and community organizations and institutions serving the Black programs in the area of Black studies. Munity. However, NBUF's many accomplishments Bertha Maxwell Roddy, often referred to as the pale in comparison to the community's potential for. Mother of the Black Studies movement, was the philanthropic development. Substantial funding, EDU person responsible for convening the group in 1975 in cational programs, marketing tools, and adequate Charlotte, North Carolina, from March 18 to March access to philanthropic dollars are still needed to 21. This group had as its goal to review and analyze continue realizing the dream of Black social and the structure and goals of Black studies programs economic empowerment. Moreover, internal strife, across the nation. A follow-up meeting was held resulting in legal battles between the national body July of that year at the Educational Testing Service and several of its local affiliates, has threatened to in Princeton, New Jersey. It was at this meeting, divert the organization's resources and energies from convened by ETS's William Harris, that the organizer its main purpose and mission. Was created, with Maxwell elected temporary. NBUF strives to maintain its leadership role as the chairperson. Premier Black fundraising and philanthropic organi from its inception, the organization viewed itself as by providing stable and ongoing support for as representing the academic discipline responsible for Black nonprofit organizations, NBUF hopes to serve describing and analyzing the world from a Black pair as the anchor for a new vision of economic perspective. However, the term Black perspective could meant and the social revitalization of the African not be sustained, as the organization's members came American community. The essence of its mission and from various disciplines and professions and held ongoing purpose is clearly stated in the organization's numerous perspectives. Over the years, the organizer motto, as NBUF continues to be, the helping hand matured, along with the discipline, placing the that is your own highest value on curriculums and scholarship rooted in the history, culture, social realities, and worldview of Patricia Reed Merritt. Africa. In 1985 the organization sharpened its statement. And 360 National Council for Black Studies of Purpose, specifying that the National Council for those programs NCBS dared to organize Black Studies is a professional organization that teaches scholar activists to defend their measured but defines, promotes, and enriches Black studies as a essential victories. Vehicle to further the development of people of early on, the council formed an intervention African descent. The book's Afrocentricity, the committee, the primary function of which is to theory of social change and the Afrocentric investigate complaints of institutional attacks on idea by Molefi Keita Santi and Kawaita Black Studies programs or individual Black Studies theory by Maulana Karenga contributed faculty. In fulfilling its charge, the committee has immeasurably to this evolution advocated for and defended Black Studies through, in addition to its revised statement of purpose, the negotiating with university administrators, publish organization needed a concise slogan or motto that ing editorials in local and national media, and filing would communicate its raison d'etre quickly and EAS amicus briefs with the court. In the mid-1980s, the NCBS found such a motto in a phrase coined attack on the discipline was widespread enough to for a very successful NCBS conference, which was prompt Dolores P. Aldridge, then the president of organized in 1983 by Abdul Al-Kalimad for the Illinois Council of Black urged public elected officials to hold public hearings studies. The phrase academic excellence and social to address the issue of the destabilization of Black responsibility became and continues to be the motto studies through the removal from chair positions of the organization because it so clearly reflects its of persons of strong Black studies leadership. All commitment to scholarship for the betterment of its too often, poorly supported programs were being community exploited by administrators anxious to seize the moment to disrupt Black studies. Citing specific cases at the State University of New York at Albany, a radical organization. The Ohio State University, San Jose State University, by its very nature, the National Council for Black and Portland State University, Aldridge-related studies was a radical organization at the time of these attacks to the declining retention and graduate founding. Black studies programs were illogicaltion rates of Black students, who depended on the intellectual extension of the civil rights movement of mentoring of individual Black faculty and the 1960s that challenged the Eurocentric curriculum port of Black studies programs for their academic and white supremacist philosophies of the American Success Academy. Maulana Karenga, in his introduction to Black Studies, indicated that one of the princely changes in leadership roles of Black Studies scholars is to critique and correct the literature written by others. Black students headquartered for the first 16 years of its existence at and other progressive students and community Indiana University in Bloomington, NCBS benefited activists demanded a comprehensive transformation greatly from the unequivocal support of Herman of higher education, requiring a rethinking of its Kerr Hudson, then the Dean of African American Affairs, curriculum, the hiring of Black faculty, and the kind of and Joseph Russell, who served as the executive direct student support services that would enhance the lecture of the organization from 1976 to 1991. Under the leahood of success for students who had been socially auspices of Russell, as the newly appointed vice and economically deprived. However, while these Chancellor for Minority Affairs at the Ohio State goals for Black Studies programs were clear, the university, the national office moved to Columbus, establishment of the programs turned out to be for the Ohio. Shortly after its relocation there, the executive most part a political compromise rather than the out-director position was assumed by Jacqueline Wade, come of enlightened, rational decision-making, and the former director of the Black Studies program at what was accomplished fell far short of what was the University of Pennsylvania. In 1994 the Organi envisioned. In fact, the old establishment did not Zashin's contract with the Ohio State University expect Black Studies programs to survive, and when expired, Silas Williams, who was completing his ever possible, institutions found ways to undermine second term as president of NCBS and had accepted Black Studies programs and the faculty who taught in an appointment as Dean of the College of Arts and 361. National Council for Black Studies 361. Sciences at California State University, Dominguez Surveys of Black Studies. Hills, was able to negotiate a new contract for NCBS. On that campus. During its 8 years at Dominguez between 1987 and 1988, Ford engaged noted Hills. The organization had a series of executive direct historian Darlene Clark Hines to survey Black Studies tours, Hans Onia Caldwell, Josh Akaba, Tina Lee, faculty at various campuses to chronicle the Achieve and Faye Edwards. In the spring of 2002, the national men's of the discipline. One of those campuses was invited to relocate to Georgia State, the University of Washington in Seattle, which had university, under the auspices of Charles Jones, only recently established the Department of Com Chair of the African and African American Studies Parative American Studies, a consolidation of Afro Department, and with a new executive director, American Studies, Asian American Studies, and Patricia Dixon. Chicano Studies. Solace Williams, who was then the director of Afro-American Studies, invited Hines to meet with the executive board of NCBS. That meeting, dedication to academic excellence, resulted in the development of an NCBS proposal because of the primary emphasis of Black Studies on the Ford Foundation and a 3-year, $300,000 grant, high quality, accurate, and complete educational exp focused on 3 areas: professional development, renses for students. Much of the Council's attention, curriculum standards, and program data has been devoted to curriculum development. This centralization. Dolores P. Aldridge, president of the, resulted in the publication of the Black Studies Core Organization, and the person who shepherded the pro-curriculum, which was developed by a composal, became the project director. The awarding of MIDI, chaired by Perry Hall, and subsequently this grant, constituted a major milestone in the history referred to as the Hall Model. As an interdisciplinary of the organization model, it requires an introduction to Black Studies. Professional development was a very important course and a series of 3 courses, each in 3 component of the grant, since many, if not most, faculty broad subject areas, social and behavioral studies, teaching in Black Studies programs were self-taught in history, and cultural studies. The culminating areas of the Black experience. While a Scholars Discourse is a senior seminar in which students are taught, research might have centered on some aspect of expected to synthesize their knowledge from other the Black experience, his or her training was in a courses and apply that knowledge in ways useful to traditional discipline. The grant provided support for their community. NCBS to enroll 15 to 20 scholars who recently graduated in the 1980s. The Ford Foundation commissioned, aided with their doctorates and newly appointed Black, a series of studies on the discipline of Black Studies faculty in the NCBS Summer Institute to study that were carried out by various African American with some of the most prominent scholars in the field. Scholars. Especially noteworthy among these studies of equal importance were NCBS Administrative was Afro-American Studies, a report to the Ford Training Workshops for New and Aspiring Black Foundation by Nathan Huggins, the Director, Studies Chairs and Program Coordinators of the W.E.B. Du Bois Institute for Afro-American, the Curriculum Standards component of the grant research at Harvard University. The report identified was assigned to the curriculum and accreditation institutions like Harvard and Yale as home to the pre-committee, headed by William A. Little, in collaboramire Black Studies programs in the country. NCBS. Shin with Carolyn Leonard and Edward Crosby. The challenged this assessment on the basis that the study committee was charged with collecting data on had used only traditional criteria for determining qualifying curriculums and curriculum models, constructing ITY. NCBS asserted that there were many programs model curriculums, and compiling curriculum devil whose outreach efforts and development of student oppment guidebooks. One of the products that resulted leadership had significantly impacted the Black com from this project was the holistic Afrocentric munities around their respective institutions. The curriculum development model, which Diff also stated that these achievements were more conferred significantly from the curriculum in the Hall consistent with the goals envisioned for Black Studies model and broke away from other curriculum models programs than were the purely academic achieve that used Eurocentric disciplinary categories. Use of traditional and 362 362 National Council for Black Studies disciplinary categories had led Black Studies scholars Ghana, the Association of African Universities, and to define the African world experience in terms of the W.E.B. Du Bois Center for Pan-African Culture. Black History, Black Psychology, Black Music, Black NCBS was successful in taking 350 African art, and the like, whereas the committee's Holistic Americans to Ghana, in addition to participants from Model Reconceptualized and Repackaged Knowledge England, Germany, the Caribbean, and many other in ways that better reflect an African worldview and African countries. Transcend the artificial disciplinary boundaries with the annual conference being held in Ghana imposed on knowledge as if they were universal. During the summer, the organization located the holistic Afrocentric model is also an alternative to the Summer Institute there, availing the Institute Fellows periodization model developed by Abdul Al-Kalimat of outstanding Ghanaian scholars, as well as those and associates in their textbook An Introduction to From the United States, and giving Institute Fellows Afro-American Studies, a People's College primer first-hand exposure to West Africa. Many of the Insti, which is organized chronologically, focusing TUT Fellows collaborated with Ghanaian scholars in uncritical periods in the social development of the research projects, exchange programs, and other African American community scholarly activities. Because of the multiple benefits Dolores Aldridge personally took on the task of that were gained from holding the Institute in Africa, collecting and analyzing baseline data on Black all subsequent institutes have been held in Ghana. Studies programs across the country. While initially in addition to the success of its annual conferences, planning to survey only institutions with Black, the Council achieved a major milestone in 2002 when studies programs, the project ended up designing it joined the list of organizations that participate in the survey instrument that was administered to all four-year National Black United Fund. Patricia Reed Colleges and Universities in the United States. Merritt, a member of the executive board and author of Sister Power, spearheaded the application process for this honor. As a member of the Success with Ford Consortium, NCBS can solicit financial support, foundation support, through payroll deduction, and ultimately build in the success of the projects funded by the Ford Endowment to support its efforts in perpetuity. Foundation inspired the foundation to award NCBS, and over the years NCBS has maintained special extension in funding for another 3 years. Thus, Ford relationships with organizations having similar miss provided the organization $600,000 over the 6-year Zions. Among those organizations are the National Period from 1988 to 1994. The second period of Fund Association of Black Cultural Centers, African Inc. coincided with the organization's interest in Reking American Heritage Studies Association, associationing, and formalizing its links with Africa. Although for the study of classical African civilizations, the early period in the development of Black Studies Association for the study of Afro-American life and witnessed the first introduction of students and many history, the assault on illiteracy, the National Black Faculty to Africa. By the 1990s, most Black Studies Pro-Child Development Institute, National Society of Grams focused primarily, if not exclusively, on the Black school educators, and the Association of Black African American Experience. In response to the Sidhu psychologists' Asian, in 1991 NCBS began planning a series of international conferences, the first to be held in Ghana, Leadership and Expansion, West Africa, in the summer of 1993. Solace Williams, who was president of NCBS from 1990 to 1994, and while there are many prominent teacher scholar William Little, chair of the International Affairs activists who have played essential roles in the committee, co-chaired the conference planning development of the National Council for Black Committee. In this capacity, they traveled to Ghana in studies, and an even larger number of those who 1991 and 1992 to lay the groundwork for NCBS's first have conducted the research, written the textbooks, international conference, and to build relationships developed the courses, and published the books, and with educational, governmental, and non-governmental periodicals that serve as the foundation for the discus organizations. As a consequence of these efforts, the plan there are 9 individuals who have provided conference was co-sponsored with the universities of leadership to the organization during the various and 363 National Negro Congress 363 phases of its almost 30-year history. These people are Lexington Mott, Lexington Books. This is a critical work listed below in chronological order, by 2 women pioneers in the field of Africana studies. Al-Kalimat, Abdul, and Bailey, Ron. An Introduction to Afro-American Studies, a People's College Primer. Bertha Maxwell Roddy, University of North Chicago, 21st Century. This book is a progressive Inter-Pre-Carolina at Charlotte, 1975 to 1978. Tashin of the field that has been criticized for being too biased towards socialism. William King, University of Colorado at Boulder, Asante, Molafikid. Afrocentricity, the Theory of 1978 to 1980. Social Change. New York, Amulify. Asante's book is one of the first attempts to state what the field could benefit William Nelson, Jr., The Ohio State University, most by studying. 1980 to 1982. Hall, Perry. Black Studies Core Curriculum. Carlene Young, San Jose State University, Bloomington Inn, National Council for Black Studies. This was the first attempt by a scholar to develop a core 1982 to 1984 curriculum. Dolores P. Aldridge, Emory University, 1984 to 1988. Harris, Robert L., Hines, Darlene Clark, and McKay, Nellie. 3 essays, Black Studies in the United States. Charles Henry, University of California, Berkeley, New York, The Ford Foundation. This is an official report 1988 to 1990. For the Ford Foundation. Huggins, Nathan. Afro-American Studies, a report to Celeste W. Williams, California State University, The Ford Foundation. New York, The Ford Foundation. Northridge, 1990 to 1994. This was the first report on the subject for the Ford Foundation. William A. Little, California State University, Little, William A. Holistic Afrocentric Curriculum, Dominguez Hills, 1994 to 1998. Development Model. Los Angeles, National Council for Black Studies. This was the NCBS's answer to the call for a James Stewart, Pennsylvania State University, curriculum model. 1998 to 2002. Shirley Weber, San Diego State University, 2002 to 2004. National Negro Congress. Thanks to the many individuals who have dedicated themselves to the NCBS, the organization continues to the National Negro Congress had its begin expand into new areas. The NCBS conducts an annual NINGS at the Conference Economic Crisis and the Student Essay Contest, administers program reviews, Negro, which was held in Washington, D.C. in May, and publishes a newsletter, The Voice of Black Studies. Of 1935. The conference was sponsored by the Joint in 1992. The NCBS published its inaugural issue of Committee on National Recovery and Howard the Afrocentric Scholar, the Journal of the National University's Department of Political Economy. The Council for Black Studies, with partial support coming conference produced evidence that depression and initially from West Virginia University and more recovery trends were forcing African Americans into recently from Loyola Marymount University in Los an even lower economic and social position than the Angeles. With William Little as the editor, the journal had previously occupied. It decided to create was renamed the International Journal of Africana National Congress to educate African Americans in the studies in 1998 to reflect the global perspective being techniques of group action and in developing and promoted by the National Council for Black Studies Action Plan. And the integration of African American, and the organizing committee convened for the first diasporic studies in the evolving discipline. Time in November of 1935 in Washington, D.C. The meeting included all types of African American. Celeste W. Williams. organizations and had as its goal developing a platform to unite them in a program addressing African further readings. Americans' economic, social, and civil security needs. Aldridge, Dolores P., and Young, Carlene. Out of the National Negro Congress was structured to be the revolution, the development of Africana studies. A federation of organizations, to include people of and 364. 364 National Negro Congress. Different political parties and philosophies as well as approach. In his view, problem solving could occur those of different races, and to assume the responsi through statesmanship, politics, and appealing to the ability of coordinating a national plan of action, which legislatures, and he saw no reason to continue the was to be developed the following year at the Chicago NNC practice of developing additional local units. Convention. This argument was opposed by Edward E. Strong, for at that first organizational meeting in 1935, Temer National Executive Secretary, who believed it to be Prairie national officers and organizers were elected a communist plot to weaken NNC influence and appointed. After the Chicago Convention increase the sway of the Communist Party. February of 1936, the temporary officers became remained adamant in his refusal to change the ideole monant. The elected officers were A. Philip Randolph, Ogie of the NNC to one that supported educational president, John P. Davis, executive secretary, Marion Forum over developing affiliated groups. Cuthbert, treasurer, and Joseph Evans, assistant tree in the end, the executive committee's decision surer. The overall purpose of the NNC was to develop to become an educational forum contributed to the unorganized protest against Jim Crow laws and tradidemise of the NNC. The new policy reduced the shins. Its agenda included ways to bring about social impact of the NNC in the Black United Front move political and economic advancement for African men and removed the most effective avenue the NNC. Americans had to reach African Americans. The NNC had always the participants at the Howard University confer had a problem with not following through on the recents agreed that African Americans were experiencing allocations adopted at its national conventions. With an economic crisis whose root was racism. American new focus, the NNC was losing touch with its affiliate industry and unions made it a practice to exclude organizations, which had the responsibility to transmit African Americans, thereby creating the crisis. It was these resolutions locally. To the organizations disbelieved that African Americans needed options to the May, it soon became evident that the new policy of NAACP, and that the NNC could provide a viable writing papers and issuing press releases rather than alternative. Members of the NNC intended to prove to the old policy of confrontation was a failure. Their fellow Americans that African Americans are perceiving that there was no future in the NNC, valuable segment of the American economy, and many of its executive officers resigned. Local affili important resource in times of national emergency and AIDS and labor unions also began to leave the Congress only seeking what is rightfully theirs under the after it was branded by the House Un-American U.S. Constitution. Activities Committee as a subversive organ. At the outset, the organization identified several Zashin. Losing members and influence, the NNC. Immediate concerns. They were to see that African decided in November of 1947 to join forces with the Americans exercised their right to seek and find new organization called the Civil Rights Congress full employment that provided a living wage, to, which had been formed in Detroit in 1946. Opened the doors of trade unions to African American. The program of the latter organization was similar in membership, to provide assistance to African nature to that of the old NNC. It used protest to attract American farmers who were in dire straits and losing attention to violence against African Americans in their farms, to stop vigilante violence, lynching, and the form of lynchings, police brutality, and police brutality, to help African Americans to be nation. The CRC, however, was also denounced by able to use their voting rights and serve on juries, to HUAC as a communist front organization. Secure rights for African American women and youth, the NNC did serve a useful purpose. during its to oppose colonialism, fascism, and war. First 4 years, it showed that it could deliver acceptable during the first few years of its existence, the programs to its affiliates. For all of the years of its personal philosophy of the NNC's first president, A. existence, it continued to use its forum to agitate for Philip Randolph, guided the organization. He believed full citizenship with all of its inherent rights, for that it was only through constant struggle that African Americans, by far, its most significant country Americans, could hope to get justice and freedom. Intuition was its ability to keep in front of African 1945, the NNC instituted a basic change in its policy. Americans, and the American public at large, the idea, a view promoted by board member Benjamin J. that the guarantees of the Constitution are attainable. Davis argued that new times called for a new if the populace in sufficient numbers would marshal. N 365. National Urban League 365. Their forces to bring to bear the moral condemnation the North still provided opportunities unavailable in of the world. The South. Zetla KLV. Origins. Further reading. Philanthropic organizations funded initiatives to edu Davis, John P. Let us build a national Congress. Kate and train the unskilled labor pool in the North. Chicago, National Negro Congress. This states clearly the organizations established with interracial boards. Need for African Americans to make a united effort to over such as the Committee for the Improvement of the Political, Economic, and Social Evils Perpetrated Industrial Condition among Negroes in New York against them. Foner, Philip S., and Lewis, Ronald L. Black, The National League for the Workers, A Documentary History from Colonial Times to Protection of Colored Women, and the Present. Philadelphia, Temple University Press. The Committee on Urban Conditions Among Negroes essays in this book outline the course of black labor from provided housing and vocational the mid-19th century to the 1980s. And educational training. These groups, led by Ruth Hughes, Cicero Alvin, Toward a Black United Front, Standish Baldwin and George Edmund Hayes, later the National Negro Congress Movement. Ann Arbor MI, consolidated to form the National League on Urban University Microfilms International. Hughes documents conditions among Negroes in 1911. African American attempts to develop a Black United Front movement. Baldwin, the wife of philanthropist and railroad miller, Kelly. Black turns red. The Christian Century, magnate William H. Baldwin, was active in the 53. This is a report of the proceedings of the National League for the Protection of Colored Women Negro Congress held in Chicago in 1936. And spent much of her time as an advocate for Social Streeter, John B. The National Negro Congress Justice, especially for the protection of women from 1936 to 47. Cincinnati, O. University of Cincinnati Press. Mistreatment and Manipulation. George Hayes, a Soci Streeter, provides an in-depth examination of nationalologist who worked in New York for the Committee Negro Congress Development for the Improvement of Industrial Condition Among Negroes, believed in training blacks as social workers. Hayes approached Baldwin with his theory regarding National Urban League. The importance of both research and training to prepare blacks for urban life and of educating blacks in the National Urban League is an organization that the social sciences together they worked to establish was founded on social work theory and research to the National League on Urban Conditions among initiate and promote community-based programs to Negroes, which Baldwin insisted that Hayes lead to assist urban Black America. The need for such an ensure the incorporation of his ideas into the frame organization emerged from the history of blacks in the work of the organization. United States. After the end of the Civil War in 1865, the League provided programs that included when emancipation promised a great deal but actually selling, education, employment, and housing for the offered little freedom to blacks in the South. Then migrants. Under Hayes, the League also created a social Plessy v. Ferguson and Jim Crow laws increased service department at Fisk University, which created a oppression and legal separation of the races. The 20th model for developing a vested interest in Black century brought the Industrial Revolution to the North, legs serving urban communities. Due to the success which provided job opportunities for the wave of its programs, by the end of World War I the League European immigrants to the United States. The avail had grown to include 27 affiliates staffed by paid ability of social, cultural, and employment opportunity professionals. Ties contributed to an exodus of blacks from the South. The League had a pivotal year in 1918. The first of two northern cities. Migrants new to the North encountered the year's many changes involved the League's name. Tiered limited access to anything but menial jobs, and many thought the name National League on Urban were offered little except the effects of urbanization. Conditions among Negroes was cumbersome, so the poor housing and limited access to education. Organization agreed to shorten its name to the, although discrimination was prevalent, Urban Life in National Urban League, with the change becoming N 366. 366 National Urban League. Official in 1920. Also during this time, the League also sporadically published the Urban Office became an affiliate, and plans were underway to League Bulletin, which reported the work and progress establish a national program that would reorganize of the organization. To broaden its audience, in 1923. And change the direction of the League. George Hayes. The League started its own magazine, Opportunity, left the League to join the Department of Labor, and Journal of Negro Life. The magazine's purpose was to Eugene Kinkle Jones became the next to direct the create a forum for black authors and provide the public National Urban League with authoritative, scholarly articles pertaining to the issues and situation of blacks in the United States. It also chronicled current activities, providing informa works and progress about people, programs, practical information. This era of the National Urban League, with its values, education, work, self-sufficiency, and recognition national programming and leadership, became one of black artists. Further expansion. League members, under the leader as the Depression hit, the National Urban Ship of Eugene Kinkle Jones, expanded Employment League's Department of Industrial Relations worked opportunities for blacks by creating personal relation tirelessly to create and retain opportunities for blacks, ships with business owners. In addition, the League who were losing jobs and consideration in favor of engaged in a continual struggle to get blacks into the white workforce. To understand the severity of unions by working with the American Federation of the Situation, the League conducted two major studies, labor and creating publicity campaigns urging blacks. How unemployment affects Negroes and to join labor unions. To formalize this initiative, the employment status of Negroes. The studies confirmed National Urban League established a department of that the number of unemployed blacks was disproportionate industrial relations. It promoted its campaign by conscionably high relative to their proportion of the pop attributing articles to black trade labor and trade publication. Jones led petition drives and letter writing campaigns. The National Urban League also sponsored a campaigns to impress upon business leaders that the study to ascertain the veracity of the notion that the League could not economically support any established unions discriminated against blacks. The study, which meant that would not employ blacks during this era, was conducted by Charles S. John and Ira Day Reid. The League also expanded its responsibilities by revealed that blacks were in fact being denied admitting access to middle-class employment for blacks Zion to major labor unions. Through providing preparation that enabled them to another initiative the National Urban League and pass civil service exams. Kinkle embarked on was to persuade public agencies to adopt the organization's projects, which gave form to civil rights battles. The League's social service ideology. The League also provided vocational and educational programs for after World War I, the National Urban League began children. In addition, the League realized the need to its foray into the political spotlight and also began to get back to the theory and practice of social science address civil rights issues. In 1934, the National Urban Research, so it established the Department of Research League approved a proposal of anti-lynching legislation and investigations. The department collected and initiated letter-writing campaigns to senators. As lies data on the social and economic conditions of the federal government became the nation's chief blacks in cities, usually in the form of a survey. The employer, it became necessary for the League to involve surveys allowed the League to present its case with FAC itself in ensuring blacks a place in New Deal programs. THIRD data. The League's Department of Research and set up by the U.S. government for the recovery of the investigations also was responsible for getting the economy. By encouraging public protests and private Carnegie Corporation to finance the New York Publishing Facts and Recommendations, Jones, and the National Library's acquisition of the Schomburg collection, the Urban League played a significant role in ensuring that largest collection of research materials about the blacks were on the agenda of the New Deal. African World, which had been founded by Arturo in 1941, Lester Granger succeeded Eugene Schomburg, an Afro, Puerto Rican. In addition, this Kinkle Jones and continued the crusade for the department of the League filled requests for information National Urban League. He took a more public stance about blacks for research and educational purposes than Jones had in fighting for civil rights and social. And 367. National Urban League 367. Work programs. Granger continued the League's cause, and the SNCC. Young Net League also focused on housing issues in urban black work and brought the civil rights movement to the communities. The National Urban League had had a government and corporate America, which created Housing Bureau for some time, but it was not until programs and funds to eradicate discrimination. Granger's tenure that local league affiliates saw pushed for a domestic Marshall Plan in the book Santation of their city governments and organizations. To be equal, influencing President Lyndon B. The League also supported the 1941 March on Johnson's War on Poverty policies. There was a need Washington for jobs and civil rights. Granger used for the government to understand the dimensions of pressure tactics to force the attention of the federal urban affairs, and they focused attention on young government on the issue of discrimination by unions. Because of the expertise and leadership he'd shown, the strategy worked, and he also represented the null in this area. Consequently, he was appointed to deter on government committees to investigate discrimination the infrastructure for the U.S. government's nation in the Defense Work and Armed Services. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Consequently, Granger and the League played a sig under Young's direction. The League was able to significant role in desegregation of the military forces. Expand its affiliates to new locations, including the League also committed Fortune 500 companies to South, where programs to serve the black community recruit at historically black colleges and universities had never existed before its presence. Whitney Young. In addition, the National Urban League Guild took a stand, outside of his role as leader of the forum, to provide volunteer assistance to any Organi League, to speak out against the Vietnam War. Zashin that received support from the League. Tragically, Young died in a drowning accident in its next phase, from 1950 through 1972, the Lagos, Nigeria, in 1971. National Urban League became a multifaceted advocate for the black community. The League's new executive push for corporate representation. TIB Director, Whitney Young, Dean of the Atlanta University School of Social Work, was the catalyst for in 1972, under Vernon Jordan, the next leader of this growth. Young transformed academic social work National Urban League, the boundaries of equality and urban studies theories into government and Organi, and opportunity continued to expand. While many national policy during his leadership of the League, he believed that the work of the civil rights movement expanded fundraising twofold and brought the was over. The League moved to ensure its foothold in National Urban League back from a financial deficit. The black community. The National Urban League. The League revamped its board to reflect geographical, changed with the times, and created programs that occupational and racial balance and challenged reflected the needs of the black community. Jordan infrastructure of the organization to be relevant to the push for black representation in corporate board issues it was currently facing. With the additional fund rooms and for minority business development. The the League continued its efforts of recruiting blacks. League became a resource for the government in core into the social work field by providing graduate degree denating programs and giving aid to communities in and fellowship programs within the organization. Need. The League's other new initiatives included Young also created bold proposals to aid the dissident, increasing the number of black voters, environmental vantaged. An example of this was the Full Commit programs, and new job opportunities for women of MENT of the National Urban League in the struggle for color. Under Jordan, the tradition of research content civil rights. Young coordinated the League's efforts by introducing the yearly report The State of with those of other organizations to forward the cause Black America in 1976. This report, under the direction of Justice and Equality for Blacks, Young and the Shin of Robert Hill, gave statistics and other relevant. League contributed significantly to the 1963 March on Information on Blacks and the Community. Washington. Facilitating commonality and communications with other civil rights groups, like the United Growth and Outreach, Negro College Fund, NAACP, the SCLC. John E. Jacobs began his reign of leadership in 1982 and, core, sustained the growth of the League. He memorialized and 368 Negritude. Whitney Young by establishing the Whitney Young-Leon Gontran Damas, who in 1937 Training Center, the Whitney Young Race Relations published the first book of Negritude poetry program and the Whitney Young Commemoration Pigments, which was quickly banned by the French ceremony. Jacobs also established programs to pre-government because of its unapologetic challenge to vent teen pregnancy, assist single mothers, and curb French colonialism. The three poets, who came from crime in urban communities, countries colonized by France, were then students in as the world became a global market, the National France. They had been influenced by the Haitian Indie Urban League again had to restructure its program Jeunesse movement of a few decades earlier, in which Ming for Outreach. Hugh B. Price, who was appointed Jean Price Mars led the Haitians in resisting the president of the League in 1994, focused on economic American military occupation of Haiti, empowerment, youth development, affirmative action, and the digital divide. Mark Morial, former mayor of Pan-African Connections, New Orleans and the youngest to hold the post, was elected League president in 2003. His challenges to the Negritude poets were in close contact with the make a connection to the hip-hop generation and poets of the Harlem Renaissance, and the ideas of young professionals who have no connection with the Negritude are reminiscent of the early Pan-Africanist civil rights era. His goal is to continue in bridging the thinker Edward Wilmot Blyton and his efforts to widen gaps between blacks and whites in education, home to the African personality. Presence Africaine, the ownership, healthcare, leadership development, and Paris-based publishing company created by alien voter participation. Diop played a major role in disseminating Negritude ideas and writings. In addition, to Martin Icahn, Tiffany Fontenot, women, the Nardal sisters, held literary salons in Paris, where Negritude was widely discussed. Further reading. The Negritude movement was very influential and more, Jesse Thomas, Jr. A Search for Equality. Truly Pan-African, since in addition to the three major University Park, Pennsylvania State University Press, poets mentioned above, it included scores of others more provides a chronology of the changes blacks from all over the African world, such as Jacques Renst between 1830 and 1960. Rabbi Manangara, Jacques Romain Weiss, Nancy J. The National Urban League, 1910 to 1940. New York, Oxford University Press. Weiss, Etienne Leroux, Paul details the early history of this organization, including its Niger, Guy Tyrolene, and David Diop, to Young, Whitney. To be equal. New York, McGraw mention only a few. The Writings of the Pan-African Hill. This is one of the two books written by the most poets were gathered by Senghor in his famous Prominent of all National Urban League leaders. Young Anthologie de la Poésie Nègre et Malgache de Langue lays out his vision of an America free of racism. Français. www.nul.org. This is the National Urban League website, which provides comprehensive information on the organization, including its programs, publications, and resources. Resistance and critique of society. Negritude was primarily born out of resistance to assimilation and colonial alienation. The French OFFI negritude Chale policy toward its colonial subjects worldwide was openly assimilationist. While an assimilationist policy, negritude is a literary, primarily poetic, movement seems to imply that the colonized can acquire the that emerged in Paris in the 1930s. Its main propo-colonial culture, it is nonetheless predicated upon an answer Césaire, who deeper, more fundamental belief in the inferiority of coined the word negritude and gave the movement the colonized. Indeed, if the colonized were not in its masterpiece, Return to My Native Land, Rire, why would they renounce their own cultural? Leopold Sédar Senghor, who defined ways and adopt another culture. Therefore, Africans and theorized negritude as the sum total of the Culin French colonies were viewed as culturally deficient tural values and expressions of the black world, and forced to submit to French culture, supposedly. And 369. Negritude 369. For their own good. The French language was, and contrast, they viewed the African universe as dominated continues to be, a crucial component of that precious by life and rhythm, spirituality and mystery, Inno-French cultural package. Sense. Unfortunately, the integrity of the African thus, to counter the African cultural deficiency world has been greatly jeopardized by Europe's save fabricated by the French and other Europeans in their age assaults on Africa. Hence, the necessity to retrieve attempt to rationalize their white supremacist plans, a pre-colonial consciousness, the true negritude of Césaire, Senghor, and Damas elaborated the concept Africans everywhere of negritude. As Senghor put it, negritude is a certain way of being a man, especially of living as a man. Contradictions and issues. It is sensitivity, and as such, soul rather than thought. African expressions such as I want you to feel me as however, the negritude movement was not without opposed to I want you to understand me or signify some serious contradictions. It seems as though, Kant in that regard. The values and attitudes that char indeed, the apostles of negritude, in particular actorize and define African people, Senghor and Césaire, never fully succeeded in remove explained, constitute a specific black ontology, being themselves from the French cultural and intellect African essence. All the black people in the world, Toile Matrix, despite their repeated assertions about the according to Senghor, have in common a particular beauty and worth of African culture. For example, physiopsychology that is unique to them, and Mani Césaire, in his famous Return to My Native Land, manifests itself independently of where they find them, not hesitate to refer to the black man as one who has selves in the world. Never invented anything, while Senghor did not have any qualms identifying rational thinking as fundamentally European. There are at least two reasons for this. Dedication to African culture. First, there is the great influence of Eurocentric anthro, the main characteristic of negritude, as understood pology, a fundamentally racist enterprise, over the deaf by Senghor, is an intimate, unmediated contact with initiation of negritude. Second, there is Césaire and the cosmos and the life forces, resulting in an extreme Senghor's deep love and admiration for French culture, sensitivity to rhythm, the pulse of life. Through this and language. In the end, Senghor in particular argued positive definition of African culture, Senghor, and his that there was no contradiction between chanting the Friends were attempting not only to deflate all claims merits of negritude and embracing French culture, of African cultural inferiority, but also to encourage indeed, in the name of humanism, Senghor developed African people to re-embrace what is theirs. In one of his concept that since all cultures have only cultivated his poems, Damas demanded that his black dolls be fragments of humanity's potential, the best of each cull given back to him, while Senghor advocated African tour should therefore be gathered and a civilization socialism as the ideal political and economic form of the universal offered to tomorrow's humanity. The Organization for African People. Main problem with the civilization of the universal. In fact, Senghor insisted that cultural independence construct is that it negates the self-sufficiency and was the indispensable requisite for economic, political, autonomy of African culture vis-a-vis European and other types of independence. Césaire also made tour, while locking African culture in a relationship of the case for the critical importance of a conscious dependency on and necessity with European culture, a return to African culture on the part of diasporic reflection of Senghor's own ambiguity. Africans could expect regeneration, only other issues have been raised as well. Some have from Africa, and not from Europe, which could only be cast doubt on the existence of a black essence, while expected to further their alienation and dislocation. Others have questioned the sincerity of the negritude and Western culture were presented as being poets, in particular that of Senghor, who supported the indialectical opposition to each other. Indeed, the French neocolonial agenda in Africa. Césaire's vote in negritude proponents made a critical assessment of favor of the total assimilation of Martinique into the Western culture and its many shortcomings, and French Republic in 1946 was not missed either. As Claude that it is materialistic, individualistic, hypocrite negritude was to be lived, not simply written about, idiotical, and violent, and has only succeeded in creating has been asked whether or not the primary audience of a world devoid of real life, joy, and imagination in the negritude movement was in fact African people. And 370 Negro. Whatever the answer to these questions, though, it is the term was specifically applied to all African ethnic, undeniable that the negritude movement played a group central and below the Sahara Desert, particular major role in raising the racial and cultural conscious, largely those persons of the Congo and Sudan. The term ness of many African people worldwide, and that it has also been used to describe enslaved persons, writers. Whether they were directly descended from Africa or mixed with Europeans or Native Americans. The term Ama Mazama was also expanded to African Negro to categorize and distinguish Africans born on the continent of Africa. Further reading from Africans born in the diaspora. B.A. Sylvia. The concept of negritude in the poetry of Negro was further developed into the derogatory Leopold Sédar Senghor. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton Nigger, and applied to all African peoples before an University Press. This is an excellent study of Senghor since the period of enslavement. The concept was philosophy, always imbued with notions of racial inferiority, and Césaire, aim. Return to My Native Land. Middlesex, UK, Penguin Books. This remains one of the most beautiful, was made synonymous with the word slave. In sociophile literary pieces produced by an African person, in cultural context, the Negro is a creation or invention, lates in a powerful and poignant manner the feelings that a primitive subhuman being who embodied the nega have come to be associated with the negritude movement. Tiv and stereotypical beliefs and ideas that European Damas, Leon Gontran. Poems from Pigments. Black Americans applied to all African people. In the Expand World, 21, 4-6. This is a selection of translated poems Zion of racial idealization of African people, the term from the first book of negritude poetry. In the poems, and several derivatives of it and related words, where Damas engages in abiding and uncompromising critique of applied to Africans by European Americans. The Out French Colonialism and African Assimilation. De Pester, René. Bonjour et de la négritude. Paris. Growths of the word include terms such as negris, negrillo, negrito, negritic, negroid. Anthologie de la Nouvelle African Features and Characteristics, and, also, the Poésie nègre et malgache de langue française. Paris. Lowest category of human beings, negritude, negrophile. Cekje Croix. Paris. Who has a filial relationship with Africans or engracid. In this book, Senghor provides information about extreme interest in African history and culture, negritude as a theory. Negrophobia, Negroness. Before the interaction with Europeans, indigenous Negro. Africans and Africans born in the African diaspora had no words that identified them as black, nor did the term Negro, similar to Nègre in French and Nègre, they refer to themselves as such. U.S. postbellum in German, had its origins in the Romance languages. Southern whites used the term nigger to refer to as it means black in Spanish, Portuguese, and Latin. Africans in day-to-day interaction and in the popular Negro as a primary racial and or color referent was media. In response, many blacks began to refer to not used to identify people of African descent until themselves as Negroes as a social corrective, in order middle of the 15th century, with the initiation of the to challenge being called by the routine epithet nigger. African Holocaust. By the 18th century, Negro had a different face. In this search for collective pride in become an Anglo-American term applied to all nomenclature, discussion also surrounded using a persons of African descent and used to designate them capital or lowercase n to refer to Negroes in print as the lowest division of humankind. Later Negro in American society, the individual of N 371. Negro Convention Movement 371. African descent striving for self-realization and Africans and other Africans designated with honorary acceptance in white society. White status from references to all people of African. By the 1950s, there was a concerted movement descent. While there remains discussion about the among people of African descent in North America to concept and term Negro in world society, most cease using the term Negro. The terms used to suppars agree that its original designation was that of Slav plant. It included colored, black, and later, Afro-Aryan and servitude. It should also be noted that the American, because of the imprecision of the term's term, as expressed in many other languages, is concolored, and Afro-American, however, beginning in the cidered as offensive as the term nigger. Thus, the term 1960s and continuing into the 1980s, the terms pre-Negro is rooted in the imposed social condition of fared and used by Africans born in the United States Africans. In addition, the term is usually not included African American, African, and Black. As an ideological concept in examinations of race, despite the negative denotations of the color black, the advanced study of racial formation among people, the term black continued to be used to describe of African descent in the diaspora, or in understand African Americans, because the Black Power moving critical theories of the concept of race. The term meant of the 1960s used the term as a designation of Negro is still used as a research indicator for finding political protest against racism. Materials about African people before the 1960s. One of the main criticisms of the terms Negro and Catherine Olakimi Bankole colored was that they did not identify people of African descent with their ancestral homeland. Of further reading. Africa. In 1988, Jesse Jackson and other black leaders called for the uniform use of the term African Asante, Molafikid. The Afrocentric idea. American. In Contemporary African World Society, the Philadelphia, Temple University Press. This is an insightful term. Negro is considered outmoded and offensive, and discussion of the power of naming and defining. Bankole, Catherine Olakimi. You left your mind in. There are many critiques of the term. Richard B. Africa, Journal Observations and Essays on Racism and More examine the term Negro as a function of African American self-hatred. Morgantown, West Virginia, nationing by either external forces to control blacks or as house. Bankole analyzes the negative impact of racial self-identification and actualization by stereotypes on African people, especially as it relates to blacks. Malcolm X linked the term Negro to the system of hair. Nathan. The Black Anglo-Saxons. Chicago, oppression that enslaved African people. Molify, Third World Press. This is a classic study of Negro psychopathology. Asante analyzed the concept of Negro and concluded Malcolm X, with Alex Haley. The autobiography of that it ignores the ancestral bond that people have to Malcolm X. New York, Grove Press. This book illustrates, the continent of Africa, and is a crypto term. In con, among other things, the manufacture of Negroes, temporary African American cultural, social, and more. Richard B. The name Negro, its origin and evil intellectual thought. The term is a pejorative applied to use. New York, Argentina Press. Moore's book is a Fasci Africans and African Americans perceived as sellouts, nating study of the origin and evolution of the term Negro by the black community. According to Nathan Hare and Catherine Bankley, those who Negro Convention movement demonstrate Negro behavior seek only to fit in, serve, and emulate the dominating culture. They shun the Negro Convention movement was a series of activism and reform and are often rewarded for their national, regional, and state meetings organized by unswerving anti-African attitudes and actions. Free blacks in the North in the 3 decades leading racial and ethnic categories for Africans born in up to the Civil War. This period was at the height of North America continue to be used in the government the abolition movement, which was largely domi and private sector. Such categories include African Nate by whites. The conventions were an attempt by American/Black and sometimes Black/Negro as African American leaders to unite and formulate a person having origins in any of the Black racial national agenda. The first national convention was any groups of Africa. Scholars note the exclusion of North Tiated by Hezekiah Grice of Maryland and assembled. And 372. 372 Neocolonialism. In 1830 at the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal African American men. Although some women did church in Philadelphia, with Bishop Richard Allen seek to participate, acceptance of female delegates presiding. This was shortly after the publication of Varied. At the Rochester, New York, convention in David Walker's appeal and a year before Nat Turner's 1848, a presentation was made by Mrs. Sanford and Revolt. Subsequent national meetings were held. Each delegates extended 3 cheers for women's rights. Year through 1835, when the American moral reform Mary Ann Shadd Cary was accepted as a delegate to society was founded with a similar spirit of defiance. The 1855 convention in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and resistance to slavery and racism. Delegates after a spirited discussion resulted in a vote of 38 yeas. These early conventions consistently voiced opposition to 23 nays. The last known national convention met to the American Colonization Society and its scheme in 1864 in Syracuse, New York, to plan a course to return Africans to Africa. They were adamant that action following the Civil War. Delegates formed the issue of slavery had to be settled in America and National Equal Rights League, which was short-lived. That if Africans wanted to return to Africa it had to be, although the convention movement ultimately failed on their own terms. However, they did consent to produce a lasting organization. It was among the establish a black settlement in Western Canada for earliest attempts at autonomous political organizing those who felt emigration was a last resort. This was in by African Americans in the United States. Response to the discriminatory laws or black codes. Michelle Reef. Established in Ohio and other northern states that severely restricted black freedom. Convention Dealey. Further reading. Gates endorsed William Lloyd Garrison and the American Anti-Slavery Society. They expressed strong Bell, Howard Holman. Minutes of the support for temperance and sought to establish Avoca proceedings of the National Negro Conventions, Chanel School for Black Youth. 1830 to 1864. New York, Arno Press. Bell documents the nature of the debates held within the Negro Convention. The following national conventions were initiated movement by the fervent abolitionist David Ruggles and Tookie, Shirley. Black women abolitionists, a study in place in the early 1840s. The conventions continued to activism, 1828 to 1860. Knoxville, University of Tennessee be comprised of leading businessmen, clergymen, and press. Ye identifies and analyzes black women's contribu abolitionists and grew increasingly radical over time. Shins to the struggle against slavery. At the Buffalo, New York Convention in 1843, Henry Highland Garnet called for a slave insurrection and Frederick Douglass opposed the suggestion. At the Troy, New York Convention in 1847, delegates called neocolonialism on all freed persons to agitate, 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 against the institution of slavery. While neocolonialism is a complex system of economic, William Lloyd Garrison continued to utilize a strategy domination of a politically independent country by of moral persuasion. Black convention delegates were former colonial power and/or the capitalist world. It more inclined to support political parties calling for operates not only in the economic field but also in the abolition. This trend continued into the 1850s, when political, religious, ideological, and cultural spheres. Convention delegates rejected Garrison's notion that the word neo is Greek for new or modern. Thus, the Constitution was a pro-slavery document. Many neocolonialism is new colonialism. A neocolonial attendees insisted that the United States was their state is a client state, meaning the entrapment of a home, although emigration garnered substantial substate in the clause of a former colonial power or import following passage of the fugitive slave law in realist powers. Thus the necessary condition exists for 1850 that allowed white enslavers to pursue escaping the establishment of client states by imperialist Africans across state borders. Nations for the continual hegemony of Africa, Asia, the 1840s and 1850s also witnessed a proliferation in Latin America of state conventions, which achieved greater success. Neocolonialism, therefore, is the highest stage of the national conventions had in compelling state imperialism. Governments to revoke discriminatory legal measures. Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of the convention movement, was largely dominated by Republic of Ghana, coined the term neocolonialism. And 373. Neocolonialism 373. During the All-African Peoples Conference in Ghana, secure favorable political and economic policies via in 1958. But it was in Cairo in 1961, during the Third Remote Control. This was accomplished by various All-African Peoples Conference, that the term gained means, such as the propping up of puppet govern international currency. At this conference, Speaker Mance, systematic propaganda, and psychological after speaker denounced neocolonialism. They saw warfare against or physical assassination of neocolonialism as posing the greatest danger to the dent-minded political leaders like Patrice Lumumba, political and economic independence of the African of the Congo, Walter Rodney of Guyana, and Almacar countries. One such danger is the policy of Balkaniza Cabral of Guinea-Bissau. In some cases, it was of African states for manipulation by the capital attained by sponsoring military overthrow of governist world. This can be more insidious with regard to men's pursuing non-capitalist paths of economic, the legitimate aspirations of African states for political development, as was the case of Kwame Nkrumah's stability and economic freedom than is the outright government in Ghana. Political control of colonialism. Neocolonialism was similarly denounced at the First Tricontinental, the nature of the neocolonial state. Conference of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, which took place in Cuba from December of 1965 to January. A nation becomes neocolonial or a client state if it is of 1966. The delegates at this conference set out the independent de jure and dependent de facto. Such a characteristics of neocolonialism and the necessity to state is one in which political power lies in the entrance struggle against it. They also endorsed a comprehensive forces of the former colony, while economics of resolution to fight neocolonialism. Power remains under the control of international during the colonial epoch, the nature of economic finance capital. In this case, the country continues to end political domination of Africa, Asia, and Latin be economically exploited in the interest of foreign America was trans-investors. The primary objective of neocolonialism is parent. In Africa, there were colonial governors, OFFI, the maximizing of super profits for the capitalist jails, police, and missionary schools. Colonialism nations, which accomplished this by using puppet and permitted the European colonial powers to exploit corrupt regimes in the client states. African peoples in a variety of ways. They settled in a neocolonial state. The state in theory has its and/or seized fertile lands, controlled natural political independence and all the outward eco-resources, and secured cheap labor. They imposed attrainments of sovereignty, such as national flags, system of low-priced payments for the peasants' cash national anthems, and a seat at the United Nations. In crops and established a monopoly-controlled market. Spite of that, its economic system and political policy for the importation of the manufactured goods from size are directed by outside powers. Neocolonial the metropolis, thus securing profits through invest states thus become pawns of the very former colonial mant. The result of the imposition of unfavorable powers that are supposed to have granted them terms of trade on the colonies is that it obliged the national independence. In this case, the client states peasants to sell their cash crops cheaply and pay become enmeshed in the net of foreign financial and higher prices for the manufactured goods imported diplomatic dependence. Thus, such states are in from the capitalist world. Also, the colonies were pendant only in name, since their ability to pursue and turned into bases for producing primary products independent course of action is usurped by those who such as minerals and single agricultural products control international finance capital. For export, often an entire country was turned into a one or two commodity producer country. For political operatives within the government, example, Ghana concentrated on cocoa, India on cotton, Tanzania on sisal and coffee, Zambia on copper. Neocolonialism operates covertly by manipulating Senegal on peanuts, Jamaica on sugar and bananas, politicians, military generals, business moguls, and Chad on cotton. Intellectuals into maintaining and preserving the eco. This unbalanced, mono-economic culture was to gnomic, political, administrative, and cultural ideas and serve as a colonial legacy in the newly independent policies of the former colonial government. These were countries. In post-independence Africa, the former the phenomena that had been entrenched in the neo-colonial rulers and the capitalist world sought to colonial state before the transfer of power from N. 374. 374 Neocolonialism. Colonialism to independence. The client state was left in the defense of neocolonialism, but it also serves as with economic, political, administrative, and educative the basic component in protecting and enforcing national systems based on European models and designed adherence to the imperialist policies. Neocolonialism to perpetuate the colonial relationship. Thus political maintains various contacts with the military personnel. Leaders became culpable for their lack of enthusiasm of the developing countries. This situation is perfected for formulating and pursuing an independent course of by arms procurement and military training by foreign action, one that may have involved losing contributions personnel in the client states and military academies offered in exchange for their continued conformity to in the imperialist countries. The policies of the colonial and imperialist powers. Such leaders are strongly dependent on foreign country neocolonialism as buoyants to maintain the machinery of their government. A threat to world peace. Neocolonialism poses a serious threat to world peace. Economic dependence. Contrary to the views held by the corporate medias, the imperialist forces employ every means possible commentators and the ruling classes in the capitalist to undermine the national, political, and cultural values world. This danger does not come from those who seek of the independent country. In addition, they form in its demise. It comes from the puppet regimes, grafters, apparatus of domination, including armed forces that self-seeking technocrats, elite class, non-manufacturing are docile with regard to imperialist policy. Likewise, business communities, and intellectuals who champion the imperialist powers resort to a policy of containment, the course of foreign privatization of public corpora by employing their arsenal of alliances, network options, institutions, utilities, social services, and natural military bases, and economic devices such as aid, COR resources, as well as from superpower nations that use corruption, sabotage, and blackmail. They employ psycho-military might to ensure the entrenchment of neocolonial weapons of propaganda with a view to nihilism in third world countries. Neocolonialism indoctrinating the masses with the imperialist ideologates, a situation whereby the masses of the people ical dogmas. Western democracy and the parliament become systematically exploited beyond what crewmatary system are singled out as the only valid forms of described as safe limits of exploitation. Hence, governance. Hence, the slightest departure from the masses of the third world people frantically migrate to Western notion of democracy by a political leader in the capitalist countries seeking economic haven. Developing country deems the leader a totalitarian, for social and political activists, the prerequisite for tater, or communist. Capitalism, the free market creating the correct internal and global strategies to petition, and laissez-faire theory are put forward as defeat. Neocolonialism lies in their capacity to dissect constituting the only economic system capable of and expose to others the means by which a neocolonial moding development. In the economic field, imperial state is made and sustained. The eradication of neoist forces resort to the deception of using groups such colonialism in Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, and Latin as food for peace, alliance for progress. Economic America can be accomplished through revolutionary recovery and structural adjustment programs and policies and independent action springing from a non-new partnership development, which are linked to violent direct confrontation with the imperialists that international financial institutions like the World Bank draws its strength from the exploited and disinherited and International Monetary Fund. Masses. In the case of Africa, an African-centered curriculum at all centers of learning must be recognized as fundamental to the defeat of neocolonialism. Military dependence. Furthermore, the imperialist powers force military Kwame Botwia Samoa and defense pacts and treaties on the client states, thereby subjecting the state's foreign policies to the further reading intentions of the imperialist powers. In some cases, Amin, Samir. Neocolonialism in West Africa. The treaties lead to securing military bases and stand. New York, Monthly Review Press. This is a powerful armies of the imperialist powers in the neocolonial analysis of the function of neocolonialism in Africa by one states. Not only does this serve as an essential weapon of the leading Marxist theorists on the African continent. And 375. New Deal 375. Nkrumah, Kwame. Neocolonialism, the highest exchange commission. The Federal Securities Act stage of imperialism. London, Ibadan, Nairobi, Heinemann required the disclosure of information on stocks that educational books. The leading philosopher of neocolo were being sold, while the SEC's function was, and nihilism explains in detail how neocolonialism continues to be, to ensure that the laws were being followed. African nations enslaved economically. Load. These innovations leveled the stock market. Smith, Stewart. U.S. Neocolonialism in Africa. New York, International. In this volume, Smith explores playing fields so that those interested in investing in how the United States engages in its own brand of neo-stock market could do so as informed consumers. Colonialism, even though it does not have a record of major. The second aspect of the New Deal, the commit colonial interests on the African continent. Meant of federal money to relief agencies, was significant in that up to this point in history, America had not committed itself to the aid of the needy. However, as the majority of the country fell into the category of the New Deal needy, it was clear that action was required by the government. Therefore, the Social Securities Commission, the New Deal was a federally funded initiative which was dedicated to providing pensions for retired men by Franklin Delano Roosevelt that was designed workers and those who had been victims of work accidents to reverse the impact of the Great Depression of the dents, was established. Also, the Federal Emergency 1930s. Roosevelt became President of the United States Relief Administration was founded to admin in 1933, at the height of the greatest economic disaster funds to a variety of relief agencies that has ever devastated the nation. He recognized that the hands-off policy adopted by his predecessor, Herbert focus on employment. Hoover, was not helping to revitalize the economy, provide jobs, or boost morale of the American people. While these changes were significant, the New Deal because of this, he saw the necessity of federal interest, mostly remembered for its creation and regulation vention in the economy on an unprecedented scale, of employment through a large number of agencies. Roosevelt kept the American public informed of the Civil Works Administration, civilian goals, objectives, and progress through his now famous Conservation Corps, National Industrial Fireside Chats. These informative messages were delivered. Recovery Act, Public Works Association aired via the radio and helped to keep up people's morale, Tennessee Valley Authority and Farm, and maintain their trust in their president. Security Administration provided jobs for men. The New Deal was three-pronged, it focused on and women throughout the country. Citizens were set enacting regulatory legislation for banking practices to work beautifying parks and beaches, building, and the stock market. It dedicated significant monies to dams, and planting crops, among many other projects. Relief agencies and securing fair labor practices, and these programs provided work for many who had sought to boost the economy by creating employment. Been unemployed for years, pumped money back into. Roosevelt was not timid in his approach to any of these, the people's pockets, and helped to revitalize the spheres, and within 2 months of taking office, he shut economy, if even just temporarily, and the New Deal down all of the banks in the United States through the also created legislation that regulated employment. Emergency Banking Act. He took this step to deter practices. The National Industrial Recovery Act, the mind how all of the banks in the country were faring. National Labor Relations Act, and the Fair Labor. This drastic step led to the creation of the Federal Standards Act. All sought to establish safe, amicable deposit insurance corporation, or FDIC, which working environments by setting a minimum wage insured the deposits of participating banks for up to, and child labor laws, encouraging unionization, and $5,000. For the first time since the rush on the banks in regulating working conditions. 1929, which had left many without their life savings and contributed to the Great Depression, Americans' failure of the initiative. Again entrusted their money to banks. Another major piece of regulatory legislation was, however, the New Deal did not pull America out of the Federal Securities Act of May 1933, which was Great Depression. It left the government with a huge accompanied by the establishment of the securities deficit and did not provide nearly enough jobs to put all. And 376. The New Negro. The unemployed Americans back to work. Further, the Mid-Hudson Regional Information Center website, on rapid influx of money into the economy led to swift, which Franklin Delano Roosevelt's fireside chats, a staple inflation. It was not until World War II, which of his presidency and the New Deal, are available in their entirety. The speeches are from 1933 to 1944, the duration Roosevelt hesitated to enter due to the state of Roosevelt's presidency, and on a wide variety of topics. Domestic economy, that America finally came out of, including the New Deal and World War II. The Great Depression. Also, Roosevelt seized in Gupta, Pranav, and Lee, Jonathan. Retrieved November unprecedented amount of authority in the name of 2003, from http://www.bergen.org/aast/projects. Bettering the Economy, which threatened the balance of depression/successes.html. This is the Bergen technical power established by the U.S. Constitution. Ultimately, Schools website, which was created by the schools. The Supreme Court rendered some of Roosevelt's Poly students as a class project and is user-friendly. In chart size unconstitutional in that they overstepped the form. It very generally outlines the programs created during the New Deal, as well as the program successes and administrative boundaries of the U.S. government. In failures. Essence, the New Deal's greatest achievement was not Powell, Jim. FDR's folly, how Roosevelt and his new in improving the American economy, but instead in deal prolonged the Great Depression. New York, Crown boosting the morale of the American people. Forum. Powell's book outlines the New Deal and the many. The New Deal was of particular interest to African ways in which it failed in its objective to end the great Americans, who during times of economic difficulty, depression, It sheds light on Roosevelt's faulty reasoning are often the first to lose their jobs, remain unemployed when devising programs meant to benefit the economy and the longest, and encounter the most difficulty in succor highlights the people who suffered for longer periods of time due to the New Deal programs. In new positions due to the increased competition for even the lowest paying, least skilled positions. African Americans were thus especially hard hit during the Great Depression, however, rather than reaping any of the New Negro. The financial benefits of the many programs of the New Deal, African Americans found themselves on the out. The New Negro, an interpretation is a collection of side of economic development. Like many programs essays by various authors that was edited by Allen designed to help Americans, the New Deal really only Locke and published in 1925. Locke theorized the benefited white Americans. Roosevelt focused very concept of the New Negro to identify members of strongly on unionization, and unions routinely a community emerging from hundreds of years of excluded African Americans, thus making finding jobs enslavement and beginning to develop mechanisms to virtually impossible for African Americans. Further, live their lives on their own terms. The book was programs such as Social Security largely favored inspired by Harlem, Mecca of the New Negro, a whites. Therefore, it was not until the United States 1925 issue of the survey graphic Harlem number, entered World War II that African Americans were able, which was the monthly illustrated number of the to find steady gainful employment. Social Work Journal Survey Magazine. The New Negro. The New Deal was innovative and ambitious, to addresses the themes of African American culture and say the least. It sought to bring the United States out identity, as well as the socio-economic, political, and of the largest economic depression ever encountered educational issues pertaining to African Americans. In this country, unprecedented amounts of govern the New Negro was a critical text in the initial meant money were spent to regulate banking and the development and articulation of black thought and stock market, as well as to provide relief and jobs for thus is an ancestor of black studies. Locke organized Americans. However, these efforts were only superfiacator of artists and scholars from all disciplines who chaly helpful to Americans in general, and they were challenging the perceptions of black people that decidedly unhelpful to African Americans. Were articulated by outsiders and interpreted as fact. Locke provided a rationale in the New Negro for Jill Kissick. Developing the text, which included the issue of too much being written by people who did not know the further reading. African. His inspiration to establish in a text the fireside chats of Franklin D. Roosevelt. Retrieved November Humanity of the Black People, Illustrate Blacks Potent 15, 2003, from www.mhrick.org/fdr/fdr.html. This is the title, and highlight Blacks' achievements provided. And 377. The New Negro 377. Some of the earliest documentation of the production two essays that illustrate this situation are James of many of the 20th century's greatest black artists Weldon Johnson's Harlem, the culture capital and scholars early on in their careers, as well as Elise Johnson McDougald's The Task of Negro recording the birth of the Harlem Renaissance. Womanhood. In his introduction to the New Negro, the work of Bavarian artist Winold Rice largely Johnson questioned the future of Harlem as well as its dominates the visual art in the New Negro. He did the potential. He wondered if blacks were going to be cover illustrations, the book decorations, and many of able to hold onto Harlem or if it would become just the portraits in the text. This begs the question, why a famous ghetto? The prophetic nature of Johnson's would an author whose rationale for a text is African inquiries is amazing, as these are some of the very Americans' lack of ownership over their community, same questions still being debated in the 21st century. Then select an artist outside that community to illustrate. McDougald's statements are equally penetrating. Trait the faces of the New Negro? This question was in her essay. She attempted to enumerate the contribu not answered satisfactorily by Locke, who in his introductions of Negro women to society, while simultinduction to the book gave a weak explanation of the usly addressing and dismantling stereotypes. She first value of Winold Rice's illustrations to new African-located black women in the center of her community, American artists, many of whom still lack sufficient. Then she battled misconstrued perceptions head-on, outlets for their own works, while Rice, a white artist, arguing that sexual promiscuity was a matter not of was featured prominently. Still, this is not a major race but of socio-economic conditions. McDougald's criticism of a book that contributed so much to black essay is an important resource that demonstrates the thought. Snail-like pace at which black women's issues are the new Negro is divided into two parts, the being dealt with today. Negro Renaissance, which addresses the diversity of Melville J. Hershkovitz's essay in this section, the black's creative expression, and the new Negro in Negro's Americanism, embarked on a mission to the New World, which outlines the many people and find out whether there is an African genius that is institutions contributing to the emerging black world. Peculiar to America. He thus attempted to discover. Both parts of the book begin with an essay written by black culture that was not purely imitative of white, a scholar in the field to provide the context. This essay culture, by undertaking an anthropological journey in, is followed by first-person essays that delve more Harlem. Hershkovitz determined, however, that it was deeply into the themes the scholar addressed. The same cultural pattern in a different shade. For him, in the case of the arts explored in the Negro, to have suggested that no culture exists beyond white Renaissance, in addition to essays, Locke has taken American culture, and that black people are perhaps the bold step of letting artists' works speak for them, only colored in white people, is a serious indictment selves. The literary contributions include poetry, and smacks against the very progressive and proic plays, essays, and critiques, as well as fiction such as tip position of the rest of the essay's authors. Zora Neale Hurston's Spunk and Negro Dancers by, although the impetus for the inclusion of this case Claude McKay. The inclusion of nonfiction and fictionable essay in the new Negro is unclear. The position in this section allowed, for example, for William Shinn taken by Hershkovitz has adherents in this century. Stanley Braithwaite in the Negro in American as well. Literature to discuss the burgeoning field of black, the new Negro. An interpretation should be literary expression, and for the following pages to required reading for any serious scholar of black, invite the reader to sample the works themselves. Studies. The creative work and theories presented in Whereas the Negro Renaissance addressed the text provide a view of the past that serves as a issues of education, community, gender, and economy, measuring stick of African Americans' potential and ICS from the perspective of the arts, the new Negro progress. W.E.B. Du Bois said it well in the final line. In the New World dealt with those same topics in of the final essay in the text, the Negro mind more direct and formulaic way. What is most interest reaches out, when he reminded his readers in 1924. About this second section is that many of the disses he had done in 1899 that he saw the problem of the courses presented in it are still relevant and are color line as the problem of the century. Currently being taken up by scholars and by the communities dealing with the challenges under discussion. Kelly R. Willits. And 378. 378 and Gozasaba. Further reading. Ujama to build and maintain our own stores, shops, and other businesses. Alex Asensa, Yet, and Hanks, Lawrence. Black and Multiracial Politics in America. New York, and to profit from them together, Nia to University Press. This is an excellent collection of to make our collective vocation the building and developing essays on the political nature of the social and coping of our community in order to restore our people to rural relationships in America. To their traditional greatness, Kumba. Dyson, Michael Eric. Race Rules, Navigating the To-Do Always as Much as We Can, in the Way We Can, in Color Line. Reading Ma, Addison Wesley. This is an order to leave our community more beautiful and ben collection of essays that deal with the problem of racial official than we inherited it, Imani to believe divisions in America and among blacks. With all our hearts in our people, our parents, our Locke, A.L. The New Negro, an Interpretation. New York, Albert and Charles Boney. This is the classic teachers, our leaders, and the righteousness and work on the subject. Victory of our struggle. Since their introduction in the 60s, the Ngozasaba have become the basis for cultural grounding and value orientation of many independent schools, Ngozasaba. Rites of passage programs, cooperatives, black student unions, educational programs, and various, although most widely known as the 7 Principles, other community and professional organizations of Kwanzaa. The Ngozasaba are the core values of Kawaita Philos. Ngozasaba have also spread throughout the world. Afi, a philosophy of cultural and social change out African community through educational and cultural, of which Kwanzaa and the Ngozasaba were created. Exchanges and through the practice of Kwanzaa, evolving in the midst of the Black Freedom Movement Pan-African holiday that celebrates family, commu of the 60s, the Ngozasaba reflects central themes Naiti, and culture. In fact, one of the reasons Karenga from it as well as from communitarian African culture created Kwanzaa was to introduce and affirm the N philosophy. Developed in 1965 by Maulana, importance of the Ngozasaba and other communiter. Karenga, an activist scholar, chair of the organization EN African Values. Thus, Kwanzaa is a 7-day California State University, Long Beach, the Ngoza holiday in which each day is organized around the Dis Saba were put forth as a communitarian African value cushion and practice of each of the 7 principles. System essential to building and developing commu as Kawaita and the Ngoza Saba have developed Naiti, strengthening the African liberation struggle, and over the years, the original interpretation of the Prince cultivating and expanding social practice rooted in pleas has expanded to reflect both a reaffirmation of the African culture. Original message of cultural grounding and struggle as originally introduced by Maulana Karenga and extended meanings to address current concerns the organization us, the Ngozasaba were given in and issues. Thus, in Karenga's annual Founders Swahili and English to affirm their rootedness in Kwanzaa message, 2000, on the official Kwanzaa web African culture and to capture their communitarian site, he explains the following particular and the unique character, that is, their emphasis on family, commuversal meaning of the principles, Naiti, and culture. The words Ngozasaba are Swahili words for principles and 7, respectively. Karenga Umoja calls for a commitment to work for provided the 7 principles with their original a continued and heightened unity of African people meanings as follows, Umoja to strive for in their families and communities through the and maintain unity in the family, community, nation, world, and to continue to forge their future in the N race, Kujakagulia to historic struggle to expand the realm of freedom define ourselves, name ourselves, create for ourselves, and increase shared good in the world. And it is and speak for ourselves, Ujima to build and maintain our commuman good among the peoples of the world based on Naiti together and to make our brothers and sisters mutual respect for each person, people, and culture, problems are problems and solve them together, liberation for the oppressed, justice for the and 379. Namo 379. Wronged, power for the people and a just peace at possible in people and in the world, and in our every side of conflict and war in the world. Capacity to create good, to find it, cultivate and harvest it and share it in an unlimited number of mean Kujakagulia calls for a comingful and mutually beneficial ways. Commitment to work for the right of every person and people to determine their own destiny and daily finally, the Ngozasaba continue to be viable and lives, to speak their own special cultural truth and dynamic responses to historical and cultural shall make their own unique contribution to the forward lens to the African community. The principles are flow of human history. Incorporated into every institutional form, including Ujima calls family, churches, corporations, schools, committees, for a commitment to work for the good world we and so forth, that now exist in the African American all want and deserve to live in, a world, as the ODU community, making the Ngozasaba the most ubiqui of ancient Yorubaland says, where there is full 2 symbols of the cultural revolution of the 1960s. Knowledge of things, happiness everywhere, peace. Tiamoyo Karenga. Well-being, security of person and where everyone can live lives of dignity and decency in a context of. See also Kwanzaa, Kuwaita maximum human freedom and human flourishing. Ujama calls for a further reading. Commitment to work for the strengthening of Karenga, Maulana. Introduction to Black Studies. Los the Principle and Practice of Shared Work and Angeles, University of Sankari Press. This is the explanation of shared wealth in society and the world. And Shin of the Nguzasabo by the creator of the principles. For economic practices that reflect due respect for www.officialkwNZAwebsite.org. On this website, Karenga, the dignity of work and the rights of the worker, explains the full meaning of the principles that link a right to a life of dignity with the right to a decent life, and that demonstrate appropriate care for the poor, responsibility for the ill, disnamo, abled and aged, and a right relationship with our environment. In West Africa, the Dogon people of Mali believe that Nia calls for a commitment to work for the African concept of Namo, the power of the SPO. The realization of the collective vocation of Restore Ken Word, carries a life force that produces all life and ing the rightful power and proper place of African influences everything. By human utterance or through people in the world and of daring greatness through the spoken word, human beings can invoke a kind of the amassing and using of knowledge to serve and spiritual power. Namo is a force that gives life to do good in the world. Everything. It is present everywhere and it causes everything. Furthermore, humans have power over the Kumbha calls for a commitment to word and direct the life force. Thus all of human CRE work for a world which is better and more beautification and natural phenomena emanate from the profile than we inherited it. Reaffirm the ductive power of the word Namo, which is itself an ancient African ethical commitment to constantly life force. For the Dogon, all magic is ultimately word heal and restore the world, a practice called Siraoi magic, whether the word is manifested in incantations, ta in ancient Egyptian. This moral obligation calls blessings, or curses. In fact, if the word did not exist, on us, everywhere and at all times, in society and all forces would be suspended, there would be no pro in nature, to raise up what is in ruins, to repair what creation, and therefore no life. For the ancient is damaged, to rejoin what is severed, to replenish Egyptians, Namo, or the power of the spoken word, what is depleted, to strengthen what is weakened, was linked to their ethical principle, Mod. Mod pro, which is fragile and undeveloped. Vidi the ancient Egyptians with a value system to Imani calls for a commitment to work for live by. The ancient Egyptians believed that the nature a sustained and steadfast belief in the good and the of Mod was expressed by the living person, indeed. And 380. 380 Namo. Its essential quality related to the life-sustaining power relationship. This relationship is imperative wherever of speech itself. The Dogon's conception of the word Namo exists. And its life-sustaining power is no different from that the African's preference for the spoken word over of the ancient Egyptians. The written word speaks to the word being viewed as the power of the word is different from one indie life force. The written word does not have the transvisual to the next. The word power of the creator is formative powers of the spoken word. Only the word more powerful than that of any other being. In African that is spoken can engage the human being and put philosophy, individuals have, by the power of their him or her on the path of harmony. Furthermore, words, dominion over things, which they can command Namo creates a relationship between the speaker and change and make work for their purposes. The and listener. The written word cannot facilitate human Dogon believe that to command things with words is to interaction and is therefore lifeless. The spoken word practice magic. The power of the speaker will deter permits us to experience life in the most significant of mind how fascinated the audience will be. Namo is ways. The effective African orator understands the derived not only from the spiritual nature of words but transformative power of the word. Africans every also from the spirituality of the presentation. However, where know that words have power when they walk morality is the prime consideration for African oratory away from events invigorated, ready for revolution, or public discourse. The power of words, Namo, is in praise in the laud. proportion to the moral character of the speaker as well in African culture. Naming is also an area in which as the oratorical skill he or she possesses. It is imperative the concept of namo or the power of the word is tip for the speaker to guide his or her creativity in the ever-present. Naming is an essential characteristic in direction of a higher level of consciousness. The philosophy and religion of peoples throughout ultimately, cosmic harmony is the objective of Africa. Understanding namo, the power of the human utterance within the African worldview. The word, is primary to an understanding of the universe. Attainment of harmony is the aim of all participants. Naming is a creative act. What we cannot conceive when the community is called together for a common does not exist. And every human thought that is cause. Namo, through the spoken word, is a power expressed becomes reality, that is spoken into full instrument that is evident in numerous ways. It being. Once a person names it, it moves into excess addresses profound life circumstances. Furthermore, tense. The power of namo through naming creates the spoken word creates human relationships that bring life. In addition, without naming, life would be static, about social transformations. The word, in an African there would be no possibility of social development or sense, is the sacred force of life and creates reality for growth and no integration into human society. African people. The preeminence of namo is a defin. Naming is significant for Africans because it identifying cultural characteristic of African people. Fees who they are and where they hope to ascend. The contemporary African preacher in the Black African naming ceremonies are sacred, and each time church is an ideal example of the power of namo. Parents name a child they are commenting on the life. The nature of African communication can best be path of that child, how that child will see himself or appreciated by understanding that namo flows herself, and their hope for what the future of African through the African's existence in the United States. People will be. The name goes with the child as a most Africans, given the nature of American history of symbol as he or she navigates through life. Slavery and the subsequent racism and oppression, can in Africa and in all other places where Africans are immediately recognize the transforming power of vocal present. Every boy and girl is given a name with some expression. It is clear when someone says, man, that significance. Many Africans believe that names are cat can rap, and also when someone leaving a Baptist important because a child's name has a psychological church says, I didn't understand all those words the effect and may affect his or her behavior. A name is a preacher was using, but they sure sounded good. Description for the totality of a person, and is thus tied. Although Africans revere the spoken word, there is into a person's behavior, attitude, and feelings of self-extensive literary tradition in Africa. However, the writ esteem and importance. Therefore, it is important to 10 word is, to a large degree, without life. It creates make the right choice when naming. Distance between the writer and the reader, who may never have a chance to interact or build a human. Adissa A. Alkbulan. N 381. North Star 381. Further reading. Sustained him until the paper became self-sustaining. A British woman named Julia Griffiths became most Alkbulan, Adissa A. The essence of spoken soul, language and spirituality for Africans in the United States. Instrumental in rescuing Douglas from financial unpublished doctoral dissertation, Temple University. This Astor and preserving the North Star. Griffith's move to research discusses the spiritual elements essential within Rochester from Newcastle-on-Tyne, England, and the African oral tradition. Became the paper's financial manager and journalism Asante, Molafikid. The Afrocentric idea. Supervisor, as well as an advisor to Douglas. Her Philadelphia, Temple University Press. This work is the efforts enabled Douglas to become financially secure definitive text on Afrocentricity and African oral expression. And afforded him the opportunity to focus primarily Jan Hines. Muntu, African Culture and the on producing the paper. Western World. New York, Grove Press. This is the definitive text on Dogon cosmology and their belief in the African Americans provided little financial assist concept of Namo. Tans to the North Star. During its initial year of Pub Mazama, AMA. The Eurocentric discourse on writing, location, the paper acquired 5 white subscribers, an exercise in self-glorification. Journal of Black Studies, to each black subscriber. Whites possessed greater 29, 3-16. This essay effectively debunks the most wealth than blacks did and could afford to purchase common Eurocentric myths about the spoken word. Subscriptions. However, the financial limitations of African Americans only partially explain the dearth of black support for Douglas's newspaper. Abolitionists functioned on the periphery of American North Star society, and Douglas may have been viewed as a curiosity or even a pariah. Cautious blacks. Therefore, the first edition of Frederick Douglass's North Star eschewed abolition to ingratiate themselves with the newspaper was published in Rochester, New York, on larger white society. Less than 20% of the African December 3, 1847. Douglas had moved from New American population supported the abolitionist cause. Bedford, Massachusetts, to Rochester so that the underlying factors involving the North Star's pro-circulation of his paper would not interfere with that duction carried equal significance to the anti-slavery of the Liberator or the anti-slavery Standard, paper's message it conveyed in print. As a man who had been heavily influenced by William Lloyd Garrison and a slave and never received a formal education, other white Boston abolitionists. Douglas, as publisher, represented a 19th century to publish the North Star after tiring of Garrison's anomaly. The crisp, lucid prose and clarity of thought-filling influence and returning from a successful anti that Douglas displayed in the North Star produced slavery-speaking tour of the United Kingdom with both awe and recrimination. A self-taught man gifted $2,175. Thus, to free himself from white abolitionists, with the writing elegance and elocution of a Harvard, Douglas joined fellow black activist Martin R. Graduate. Douglas undermined the erroneous concept Delaney and published his own newspaper of black inferiority. Douglas's abolitionist friends, dedicated to hastening the demise of slavery, extolled his virtues. As long as Douglas remained, Douglas mortgaged his house and incurred significant dependent on white largesse and functioned as a non-candidate to present his views about slavery, the voting abolitionist. However, when Douglas sought peculiar institution, it was Douglas's indefatigable equal stature with his benefactors, including as a VOT perseverance, that enabled the fledgling newspapering abolitionist, whites withdrew their support and to survive. Douglas had Delaney travel throughout limited the North Star's financial success. The Nation to raise subscriptions, while he remained the hostility white abolitionists displayed toward in Rochester to edit the newspaper. After 6 months, Douglas's enterprise proved mild compared to the Delaney had unfortunately failed to generate sufficient venom of those who recommended that he should be funds to enable the paper to achieve solvency. Exiled to Canada and have his publishing equipment, Delaney's inability to garner funds contributed to a rift thrown into Lake Ontario. Fortunately for Douglas, between the two men that resulted in Delaney's quit, the printers and publishers of Rochester supported his ting the enterprise and leaving the paper entirely in literary enterprise, which they viewed as publishing Douglas's care. After Delaney's departure, Douglas business that would bring revenue to their community enlisted the support of prominent white patrons, who Rochester's business leaders proved clairvoyant. And 382 Nubia. Douglas estimated that in the 16 years his newspaper principles were inconsistent with their practice with existed, white men in the city earned approximately regard to those of African ancestry. $100,000 from it. H. V. Nelson. Published weekly at a cost of $80 for the 4 pages and 6-column spread, and boasting an average circa further reading Lashon of 3,000, the North Star enabled Douglas to be an extremely proud man. As the first newspaper Faisal Douglas, Frederick. Life and Times of Frederick Ity and printing establishment owned by an African Douglas, written by himself. New York, Collier Books. American, The North Star served as an exemplary rep. This is Douglas's account of his life revealing his struggles and achievements. It is one of the three autobiographies of black achievement. The paper ran via Eichel Works by Douglas. Tours on the Fugitive Slave Law, Freedom Conventions, Quarles, Benjamin. Frederick Douglass. New York, and the Inhumanity of Slavery, and provided Informa Athenaeum Press. Quarles, an important black historian on myriad additional topics related to race, who uses his vast knowledge to bring Douglas's Chal racism, and the failure of American democracy. Lengths to Life, has written the best study to date of Frederick. By 1851 the North Star had become Frederick Douglass. Douglass Paper, a name that remained with the paper until its publication ceased in 1860. Douglass stated in a self-deprecating manner that since so many newspapers used the word star, as a neophyte his publication Nubia should drop the term. In reality, Douglass acted out of economic self-interest. He believed that his name and ancient Nubia is vitally important to the reconstruct notoriety could boost sales, particularly after Haitian of African history. The Nubian pharaohs of the bought the Liberty Party paper and its subscription 25th dynasty revitalized the glory of Kemet. Nubia was the nucleus of trading between a candidate of the political abolition party, Kemet, and other parts of Africa. Thus Nubia not only as the new organ for the Liberty Party, Frederick affected the course of the civilization of Kemet, but Douglass paper engaged in political abolitionism. Actually donated its own intellectual and material. It published anti-slavery speeches in their entirety, infrastructure to its junior. The concept of divine king presented debates on the Constitution, apprised its ship was born in Nubia, which was indeed the readership of anti-slavery meetings, and reprinted Mother of Kemet. Slavery features from other abolitionist newspapers. Douglass also acquired a list of contributors who location and names. Spoke with authority about the anti-slavery movement in the local and national context and revealed the Nubia was located south of Kemet in the area that is breadth of the unrelenting attack against slavery. Now the Sudan and parts of Egypt. This area has been perhaps one of the most unique aspects of known by several names. Ancient Greek historians. Frederick Douglass paper was Douglass's demand. Contemporaries of the Nubians wrote that Nubia that it be high quality. Douglass had no tolerance for was a land inhabited by black people and named it typographical and grammatical errors. Thus Black Ethiopia, which means the land of the blacks. Contributors, without exception, wrote extremely well. Another of the early names for Nubia was Tasseti. Like Douglass, they endeavored to show their erudity, meaning the land of the bow, so called because the shin and mental acuity, and refute charges of Negro Nubian warriors were renowned for their skill with inferiority. Bows. Nubia was also referred to as Yam. Yam was, although Douglass spent 20 years in servitude and considered to be an affluent land. Official letters lacked any formal education. His paper had an N reveal that the 6th dynasty pharaoh Merenra Mau's impact in furthering the abolitionist cause. Dispatched his official Harkuf to enlightening whites about the injustices and Yam to trade and to obtain soldiers. Harkuf, one of immorality of slavery and revealing the humanity of Kemet's most esteemed ambassadors, was an Advan blacks. His work revealed that blacks could speak Turar and a noble diplomat. On Harkuf's first journey ardently on behalf of their race and that Americans. To Yam, he returned with an array of gifts. He brought and 383. Nubia 383. Back even more gifts on his second voyage, which to the satisfaction of all. The primary point of contention took 8 months. On Harkuf's third journey, he is the southern boundary and how far into Africa. It reported that the cargo from Yam included multiple extended grains, unusual animals, extraordinary incenses, and remarkable woods. However, it was on his fourth expedition to Yam, for the 6th dynasty pharaoh Pepi early Nubian culture. 2. That Harkuf brought back the A group. Most prized item, an African of very small stature who was a dancer. Pepi too was extremely delighted because there is evidence of an early Nubian culture of the he believed that this small person was the embodiment mid-4th to early 3rd millennium BCE. This cultural of powerful spiritual forces. Yet another name for group is commonly referred to as the A group, a term Lower Nubia was Verwut. The time period when that was coined by archaeologist George Reisner. He name Verwut was in use is unclear. There is, however, believed that the people were culturally similar to the textual reference from the 6th dynasty in which ancient Kemites, but that they were unable to form ancient Egyptians obtained the help of the chief of their own culture. His influence is key to understand Verwut in building wooden barges. Thus Verwut is winning the low respect accorded early Nubian culture by of the many names by which the area that is now the Eurocentric historians, for he laid the foundation for Sudan had been known during ancient times. Archaeological excavation as it is practiced today. There is no book written about Nubian culture that does not refer to his work. Although the quality of his orientation excavations cannot be denied, all material remains whatever the boundaries of Nubia may have been, it must be interpreted, and Reisner's interpretations is clear that the Africans of the Nile Valley looked up asserted the superiority of a Eurocentric worldview. South and down north. African-centered scholar Cheek and Tatiop gave us insight into the significance the A group and divine kingship of this orientation by analyzing the word king, which in the ancient language MDWNTR is NSWT. The origin archaeologist Bruce Williams of the University of this word is SWT, meaning the sedge plant, which Chicago's Oriental Institute challenged the view that was indigenous to Upper Egypt, the area closest to the early Nubians, the A group, were unable to form Nubia. Bidi, meaning Lower Egypt, was never a sin in advanced culture. Williams argued that a stononym for king, as was proposed by those who argued incense burner found during excavations conducted that the kings came from the north. The word for by the University of Chicago during UNESCO's West in MDWNTR is IMT, which is a variation of International Salvage Campaign of 1963 and 1964. Unmai, meaning right-hand side. The word for east showed clearly that Nubia preceded Kemet in royal is I3BT, a variation of I3 meaning left-hand side. Inscriptions. The incense burner depicts a king in a using the orientation of the original African people royal boat, wearing the white crown of Kemet, of the Nile Valley, what is currently called the 6th Sarak, and cataract, located in the heart of Africa, near the representation of the falcon god, Hiru. This is the Butana steep, is actually the beginning of the Nile, most ancient depiction of a king in the Nile Valley or the first cataract. The 5th is the 2nd, the anywhere in history. This artifact was found in one of 4th, the 3rd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 2nd. The richest and earliest tombs in Cemetery L in ancient the 5th, and finally, the 1st will be the 6th. Diop Nubia. Through the context in which it was found, the posited that this southern orientation of the ancient quality and quantity of the wealth of the cemetery, and Africans is related to the south to north flow of the style and composition of the incense burner, the Nile, the origin of the Nile being in Central Africa, and date of this item was determined to be about 6 or the Nubian origin of the concept of divine kingship. 7 generations before the dynastic era in Kemet. However, scholars have never been in complete agree this would place it with the so-called A group, meant on the boundaries of Nubia. This is not to say that divine kingship and the origins of Kemet are inex. The Africans did not know where the boundaries lay, trisibly intertwined. The placement of the monarchy, however, no one in modern times has determined them in Nubia before it appears in Kemet could also place. And 384. 384 Nubia. The origins of the people of ancient Egypt in the south. Cataracts of the Butana steep, a triangular area. This leads to the conclusion that the Kemites were formed by the confluence of the Atbara and Nile rivers. Black. Furthermore, the matriarchal essence of the transfer of the center of rule to Miro-marked Egyptian royalty reflects the role of the Queen Mother, the beginning of a cultural, economic, and artistic of Nubia. Indeed, the notion of divine kingship and Imhotepian period in the history of Kush, that is, the Kemetic word for royalty, there was a rebirth of artistic and political excellence. Means the one who came from the south. This Klar. Greeks and the Phoenicians also worshipped him, answered their call. The 25th dynasty of Kemet. Kush. The 25th dynasty of Kemet was a union of Kemet, and the most well-known name given to Nubia was Kush. Kush, and one of the most beloved and respected, it was the name given to a period of Nubian history dynasties remembered by the Kemetic people. It was during which there were two successive capitals, launched when the Kushite king Piankai saved Kemet, Napata and Miro. The name Kush has been identified from foreign invaders. He wrote about his triumphs in fight in pharaonic texts from 2000 BCE. The famous Victory Stele, which is one of the most thorough and well-known documents from the Nile Valley. When Piankai saved Thebes in 740 BCE, he Napata installed his sister, Amenirtis I, as divine wife of it. Is generally agreed that Kush extended from 900 Amun. The female in this position played a major part to 350 BCE. The exact location of the administrative in the sacred ceremonies in Amun worship, she center of Napata, is unknown, but it was associated, owned a large amount of property and supervised with the area surrounding the Jebel Barkal mountain, large numbers of temple officials, and thus was Polat named by the ancients the Holy Mountain. The ically and spiritually powerful. In this way, Piankai location of the city near the sacred mountain must established a solid power base, which allowed him to have been very significant because royalty were still rule Kemet and Kush, being buried there even after the capital was moved. The power that the divine wife of Amun held can be gauged by a description of Karnak during the reign of Ramses III of the 20th dynasty. There were 81,322 Miro people in the service of the Amun, working in 125 dip. The Meroitic period is generally agreed to extend different categories of labor. There were also 421,262. From the 6th century BCE to the beginning of the Animals, 433 gardens and 83 ships. All of this was 4th century CE. The origin of the city of Miro is contained within 2,395 square kilometers of field, unknown. It is known that by 538 BCE royalty, who including 46 work sites and 65 villages. These data were being buried at Napata, had ruled from Miro. And about the temple come from an inscription made unknown event of political significance must have during the reign of Ramses III. Brought about the transfer of the capital of Kush from there is not as detailed a description of Karnak as Napata to Miro. It may have been the result of the that left during the 25th dynasty. However, the king's increase of trade routes to Miro, or it might have been of the 25th dynasty, enhanced Karnak, and the war because the Kushite rulers wanted to move away from ship of Amun became more extensive, thus weakened the powerful priests at Amun temple in Jebel Barkal. Safely assume that Karnak was considerably grander. The first historical mention of Miro occurred when the divine wives of Amun wielded so much power it was at the height of its power. Incorrectly called that they were treated as queens and addressed as an island, it was a center of trade and one of several. Your Majesty, their names were written inside of settlements located between the second and first Cartouches. And 385. Nubia 385. The Candaces, Queens of Kush. The Christian period. The position of divine wife of Amun was not the during the time of the Roman Emperor Justinian, from only source of power over spiritual and material 550 to 1400 CE, Nubia became a Christian nation. Realms that women had in Kush. Women had enjoyed. Tradition has it that the Byzantine Empress Theodora, a long-standing tradition of respect and elevated poesy, sent a missionary to Nobatia, and that was the beginning in Kushite culture. Kushite kings Taharka, Ning of the conversion process. The Nubians, similar to Piankai, and Anlamani all emphasized the the Egyptians of the time, practiced monophysite tans of their mothers and wives in their coronation Christianity. They recognized the spiritual supremacy ceremonies and during their reigns. The appearance of the Coptic Patriarch of Alexandria, royal and really of a series of queen regents in Meroe, commonly just leaders held concurrent power. The queen called Candaces, was a natural development of the mother still played a major role and the succession to elevated position of women in the Kushite culture. The throne was determined by birth or marriage to a. This could hardly have happened in Greece, where royal woman. Christian Nubia lasted for many sen women neither owned property nor made decisions turies. It was at its height in the 9th and 10th centuries. Concerning the election of kings. This phenomenon is still not completely understood, partly because even Islam, though there was a Meroitic script, it has not been fully translated. Muslim Arabs conquered Egypt in 640 CE and made several unsuccessful endeavors to conquer Nubia almost immediately afterwards. By the 12th century, Candace Queen Hu, they were successful. All that is left of the Christian fought the Roman emperor and won. Period. Our beautiful paintings on the walls of the one of the Candaces was famous for her military cathedral at Pharos. By the 15th century, the majority of valor. The Greek writer Strabo tells the story of how Nubians had converted to Islam. Currently it is called the Candace, believed to be Amon Irena's, led an attack the Sudan and most of the people are Islamic. Against the Romans. The Romans were distracted. Miriam Maatkari Manjas. With fighting the Arabians. The Africans were not as fully equipped as the Romans, but they felt that they further reading had been maltreated, so they waited until the Romans Adams, William Y. Nubia, corridor to Africa, were vulnerable and then they struck. Some of them Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. This is one of were captured, and they went into negotiations. The basic books on Nubia. During negotiations, the Candace obtained every Emery, Walter. Egypt in Nubia. London, Hutchinson. Thing for which she had negotiated. The Roman. This is an account of the relationship between Nubia and emperor even cancelled taxes. She lost the battle but Egypt won the war. Gardner, Sir Arthur. Egyptian Grammar. Oxford, UK, Strabo describes this Candace as a masculine Ashmolean. This is the standard work on Middle Egyptian language. Woman, and blind in one eye. The iconography Manjas, Miriam Maatkari. Kush, the jewel of generally shows the Candaces to be large women Nubia. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. This is the first with long, pointed fingernails and very sophisticated book about Kush by an African American scholar. It inserts jewelry. Scholars have referred to these queens as poets past and recent scholarship and provides a strong large, fat, obese, or very obese. There is a distinct basis for further study. Possibility that the large size of the Candaces Repre Olson, Stacy, and Wegney, J. Ancient Nubia, Egypt scented fertility and maternity. African culture must rival in Africa. Philadelphia, University Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, University of Pennsylvania. Be viewed through the lens of spirituality. Fertility. This is an outstanding work that includes recent information. And motherhood have always had significance to Williams, Bruce. The Lost Pharaohs of Nubia. African people. The Candaces were divine rulers and archaeology, 33, 12-21. This has become a classic essay, thus represented the spiritual and material wealth of in the field of Nubian studies because of its exploration of the people. Nubian antecedents to Kemet. Oasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 387. Regarded with both deference and fear in their Obia respective communities. In fact, since the days of slavery, Obia priests. Obia is an African belief system and set of practices, and priestesses have been greatly feared. Indeed, as in present in many former British Caribbean colonies, many other places, African spirituality, and in this case, such as Jamaica, Barbados, and Guyana, where it was obeah, was used by enslaved Africans as a source of introduced during slavery. The word obeah is of Akan unity and as an effective weapon against their white origin. Originally, it referred to oppressors. It is a well-established historical fact that spiritual force that can act for anyone, provided that obeah men and obeah women were often responsible, proper rituals have been observed. From an obeah for leading insurrections to destroy slavery and the plan point of view, and consistent with African spirituality, Tashin's system. Among other things, they were known to there is present in the universe a cosmic force that poison whites and to administer oaths of secrecy. It is permeates all that is. That energy can be harnessed because of this strong link between obeah and races through different procedures, commonly referred to as tants, and in a futile attempt to break it, that obeah was magic. Cosmic manipulation can take place for good banned by the Europeans. For example, in Jamaica, the or bad purposes. The world itself is inhabited by spear practice of obeah became a capital offense after the Forits, who are particular forms of energy readily available Taki rebellion of 1760, and in Guyana, enable for guidance and protection but also for mischief. 1855, the punishment for practicing obeah was impersobia operates in all aspects of life. It may be used on and public floggings. But not only was obeah to cast a spell to protect oneself and one's property, outlawed, it was also vilified, as it became equated with family, and friends, to neutralize or destroy one's witchcraft and sorcery. Unfortunately, many Africans' enemies, to amass wealth, to gain employment, love, have internalized this negative view of obeah and reject and so on. It may also be used for healing purposes, However, for many others, obeah remains an imper through the use of herbs and other natural remedies. It tant an intricate part of their culture and of their life, as is the responsibility of the obeah man or obeah woman. They deal with the multiple challenges that life presents to bring about the desired result through the them as African people. Man's of appropriate rituals, such as services for particular spirits, the making of protective guards, mazama, or cleansing baths, the sacrificing of animals, or others. Thus, obeah practitioners are further reading. Expected to help solve a great variety of problems, Aline, Mervyn. The roots of Jamaican culture. Such as those associated with marriage, children, London, Pluto Press. This is indispensable reading on health, work, money, the police, the court, and so African culture and, more specifically, African religion in on. In that respect, obeah priests and priestesses are Jamaica. 387. Oasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 388. 388 ODUIFA. Gibson, Keen. Come for Religion and Creole Language and Analysis, are by Wande Abimbala, who is AUS in a Caribbean community. Albany, State University of Igbe or international spokesperson for the IFA New York Press. Gibson provides an excellent overview of tradition. These works include 16 great poems obeah in Guyana. Of IFA, an exposition of the IFA literary Olmos, Marguerite Fernandez, and Paravisani Gebert, Elizabeth. Corpus, IFA Divination Poetry, and IFA. Sacred Possessions, Vodou, Santeria, Obeah, and the Caribbean. New Brunswick, New Jersey, Rutgers Will Mend Our Broken World. University Press. This collection of essays includes some in addition. There are also important works of interesting historical and literary analyses of obeah. Lashon of the ODUIFA by others, including William Bascom's IFA Divination and 16 Cowries, Afolabi A. Epega and Philip Nyemark's The Sacred IFA Oracle, and Solag Bad Popolas. ODUIFA. Practical IFA. Although the IFA tradition is usually focused on divination and ritual sacrifice, the Odu Ifa is the sacred text of the spiritual and eth. Within the Odu Ifa there is a rich corpus of ethical tradition of Ifa and one of the great sacred texts of teachings that I have collected and translated into the world. The Ifa tradition has its origins in ancient text Odu Ifa, the ethical teachings, and from Yorubaland, but it holds a unique position among which I will extract and discuss core concepts of the African religions as the only African religion which Ifa tradition here has continuously survived and developed on an although Ifa has other names, Orunmila is the national level. The religion appears in numerous most often used to represent him as the teacher of countries under various names and forms Lekumai the Ifa texts. Orunmila is an Orisha, a divine being or in Cuba, Puerto Rico and the United Divinity, who is an assistant to Olodumare, who CRE states, Vaudun in Haiti, Shango in Cuba, contemplated heaven and earth. According to the sacred Nara in Brazil, and Ifa in Nigeria and the United States. But Tiv of creation, Orunmila was present at creation, and regardless of its various names and forms, it is the mastered knowledge of the world. He thus is regarded same tradition, rooted in the ancient teachings found in Ifa tradition as the wisest of counselors, and the Qs in the same text, the Odu Ifa. Also, Ifa shares a unique todian of divine or sacred wisdom. And it is the Odu status with Mot, the spiritual and ethical tradition of that is the central source of this sacred wisdom of Ifa ancient Egypt, in there being the only two ancient or Orunmila African religions that have organized bodies of texts in which the tradition is rooted and developed. A script for ethical living. The meaning of the word Odu is open to various interpretations, whereas the word Ifa clearly refers to the teachings of the Odu are rooted first in the both the teachings in the text as well as the divine sage sept of the essential goodness of the world. The Odu who taught them. In the Kawaita tradition, Odu states that at the time of creation, Olodumare, the CRE translated as baskets of sacred wisdom. Thus, the Ater, sent Orisha and humans in the world to finish the Odu Ifa contains the baskets of sacred wisdom of world and make it good. And he Ifa. This reading is based on the Ifa creation narrative gave them the power and authority to accom in which Olodumare, God, gives divine and human plish this task. Thus, the world is endowed with an being's baskets of sacred wisdom to make the world inherent goodness at the time of creation, and this good. Thus, each Odu, or chapter, is a container of good, the Odu teaches, must be increased and sus sacred wisdom that humans are to use to make their tained. Moreover, although the world is essentially lives and the world good, it is constantly in need of being renewed. The Odu Ifa is composed of 256 chapters repaired, and enriched with good. For there are negan innumerable verses. Like other great sacred Tiv forces that threaten to undo the good. 5 major texts, it contains a wide range of literary forms and threats to human good are death, disease, conflict, subjects, including poetry, proverbs, songs, chants, loss, and ignorance. But there are other vices that and sacred narratives, as well as prescriptions for threaten not only human good but the good of the divination and moral instructions for life. The seminal world greed, selfishness, lying, injustice, cruelty, works on the Odu Ifa in translation, with commentary, and others. Thus the Odu speaks of the need to stop. Oasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 389. Odu Ifa 389. Making sacrifices for wealth and instead make criteria for achieving a good world. Thus, the text sacrifices that would protect the earth from it says the first criterion for achieving enemies, which in modern Ifa ethics are plunder, the good world is wisdom adequate to govern the pollution, and depletion. World. This wisdom is obviously multifaceted. Tied to this concept of the goodness of the world is representing the full range of bodies of knowledge or a second pillar of Odu teachings that humans are disciplines. but none is more important than moral divinely chosen to bring good into the world. In fact, the very word for human is enion, logical, sociological, and other forms of knowledge, which literally means one chosen or chosen one. Only with moral grounding can one serve the world. Now the implication of this is of enormous moral rightly. Thus, the ODU says, those whose turn it is to significance, for unlike other chosen people concepts in take care of the world should do good for the world. Which there is only one chosen people, the IFA concept. This calls for a morally grounded WIS gives all humans this special divine status. And it is a DOM that conceives and approaches the world in its chosenness based not on an ethnic or religious identity interrelated wholeness, respects its integrity, and takes but on a divine assignment the task of bringing good seriously the divine assignment of humans to con into the world. And this ongoing moral obligation stantly bring good into the world. Therefore, the ODU and task of bringing good into the world is the says, speak truth, do justice, be kind, and do not do fundamental mission and meaning of human life. This evil status of divine chosenness is interlocked with its. The ODU also places great emphasis on sacrifice companion concept of humans as the offspring as both ritual performance and moral practice. In the of Olodumare. And these provide the philosophical Kawaida interpretation and tradition. Sacrifice is an ethical grounds for the concept of human dignity approached as essentially a moral practice of self or the inherent, transcendent, and equal worth of giving, as distinct from ritual sacrifice as object giving. Human beings. Nevertheless, it is recognized that the two also can be another important concept of ODU teachings and engaged at the same time. This stress on the morality the IFA tradition is the right of everyone to a good life, of sacrifice calls for great effort to master oneself, to and the personal and collective responsibility of all to cultivate character and do good in the world. Create this. Again, the ODU says that Olodumare has the central moral quest in developing the IFA ordained a good life for everyone and each of us is person is to cultivate character. This is called Iwapil, morally obligated to work to achieve the good world a gentle character, or Iweri, a good character, and in which a good life can be established and flourish. Thus these are interchangeable concepts. Character is for everyone. The ODU cautions against not only the basis of a long life in this world and its selfish conceptions of good when it says that doing NAL life in the next, it is also the basis of a good life on good worldwide is the best expression of character. Earth. Indeed, the ODU says, all the good things we, and that anyone who restricts good have, if we don't have character, the good things nest to one's house will not find goodness outside the belong to someone else. And so it is character, IWA, we house are looking for. The word character is Arunmila, the sage and master teacher, describes used to mean a relatively stable disposition toward the good world as a world with several essential doing good. And again, the text says no one aspects, full knowledge of things, happiness every needs to have a bad destiny, character is all that is where, freedom from anxiety and fear of hostile required. Others, the end of antagonism with other beings on the ODU-IFA also places stress on the love of doing earth, well-being and good in the world. This is a moral practice rooted in the end of forces that threaten it, especially death, the ODU teaching that one should do things with joy, ease, loss, and ignorance, and finally, freedom from knowing that humans are chosen to bring good into poverty and misery. The world. By this stress on loving to key to the ODU teaching is also the respect for do good. The ODU seeks to build a moral community knowledge and its higher form, wisdom based not simply on a sense of duty and obligation but knowledge and wisdom are seen not only as also on a profound sense of joy in doing good, rooted the first criteria for a good world but also as the first in the benefit it has and brings for both giver and Oasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 390. 390 Opportunity, A Journal of Negro Life. Recipient. And this love of doing good must be for everyone, but especially the most vulnerable and opportunity needy, as well as those who seek our help. Thus, A Journal of Negro Life. ODU states that creation of the good world requires love of doing good for everyone, especially for those opportunity. A Journal of Negro Life was published who are in need and those who seek assistance from 1923 to 1949 as the official organ of the National US. Urban League, a civil rights organization dedicated to finally, the ODU teaches the importance of the assimilation of blacks into mainstream Americanness and struggle in order to bring and noted for its research on blacks in the united good in the world as a requirement to create a good states. The monthly journal is most frequently cited world. This reinforces the stress on moral feeling, for the major role it played in formalizing an SUS sense of joy and urgency in doing good, and approaching the arts movement known as the Harlem Found commitment to struggle. The theme of struggle renaissance, however, it was most consistent in permeates the ODU and includes struggle to master lishing book reviews, editorials, and several articles oneself, cultivate character, build quality relation each issue based on studies by the League's departships, create and sustain moral community, and ensurement of research and development. Good in the world. Indeed, the ODU speaks of these articles typically took about 2/3 of the struggle for good in the world in three basic ways: publication and addressed crime, labor, housing, intel. These include the struggle to bring legends testing, education, interracial relations, and so good into the world, to increase on. The journal's name was taken from the League's Good in the World, and to sustain good in the motto not alms, but opportunity, and its stated Miss World. Thus, it is in the constant waging a basis of understanding and to encourage interracial of these struggles to bring, increase, and sustain good cooperation. Specifically, it published information in the world that we honor our status as chosen ones, that would refute and discredit racial stereotypes then achieve the good world, and realize the held about blacks in the Americas and Africa. Fundamental mission and meaning of human life. Charles S. Johnson, the journal's founder and EDI. Maulana Karenga. Tour from 1923 to 1928, graduated from Virginia Union University and the University of Chicago, where he was trained as a sociologist. It was Johnson's science further reading. Scientific training in Chicago that would shape much of his Abimbala, one day. IFA will mend our broken world, writing and the research published in the journal. Thoughts on Yoruba religion and culture in Africa and typical of his interest in analyzing the complexity of the diaspora. Roxbury Ma, AIM Books. This is an Annally Popular Beliefs was his August 1923 essay on Marcus by a key figure in the Yoruba world of Yoruba mythol Garvey. While his contemporaries at the crisis and Ogi as it relates to IFA and the Yoruba people and the messenger had joined mainstream pundits in descendants. Bascom, William. IFA divination, communication denouncing Garvey and calling for his imprisonment between gods and men in West Africa. Bloomington, and deportation, Johnson insisted that Garvey could Indiana University Press. This is one of the earliest shall not be seen as a joke. Instead, he drew analogies early treatises on the Yoruba religion. Between Garvey's African nationalism with the Epega, Afolabi. IFA, The Ancient Wisdom. New York, Nationalistic Movements Elsewhere in the World Subpathalia Henrietta Press. Epega's book is a concise and ported by downtrodden peoples. Garvey wanted for useful summary of IFA's major tenets. Africans what the Irish wanted for Ireland and the Karenga, Maulana. ODU IFA, The Ethical Teachings. Indians for India. An analysis of the moral implications and dimensions of IFA. Los Angeles, University of Sankari Press. This is the Johnson also thought it equally important to foster only English translation and interpretation of these sacred among blacks and influential whites in understanding writings. And appreciation for black contributions to the classical arts. Opportunity regularly included poems. See also Mod. Literary criticism, essays, and photos of sculpture and art. Oasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 391. Oral Tradition 391. By Black Artists, as well as artifacts from African Wilson, Sandra Catherine. The Opportunity Countries. Johnson is most often praised, however, reader. New York, Random House. This is a collection for his orchestration of the now famous March 1924. Poetry, fiction, plays, reviews, and essays primarily by now famous blacks published in the journal during its coming out dinner at New York Civic Club for Harlem Renaissance heyday of 1923 to 1931. Harlem's literary giants to meet mainstream publishing brokers. Attendees included editors at Century, Survey, The Nation, and Harper Brothers, as well as the black writers Alain Locke, W.E.B. Du Bois, James Oral Tradition. Weldon Johnson, Langston Hughes, Countee Cullen, Gwendolyn Bennett, and Jessie Fawcett. This was the oral tradition, also termed oral literature or aura, followed in Opportunity's September issue with the tour, refers to a wide body of oral discourse in announcement of what would be the first of three passing every subject and in every type of expression literary contests that paid modest cash prizes to winners. Created by a people. The oral tradition is an art form. These efforts are frequently credited with being the cat that can be analyzed in accordance with an approved lists for the formalization of the Harlem Renaissance, and recognized set of traditional standards. The nature where black artists were published and patronized by of the African oral tradition is drawn from African wealthy, influential whites. The journal, however, would believe systems and traditions continue until 1949 with the publication of statistics. The oral tradition is the complex corpus of verbal-driven research about blacks in the United States, or spoken art created for the purpose of remembering. Harry Amana. The past based on the people's ideas, beliefs, symbols, assumptions, attitude, and sentiments. There are three main categories of orature: literary, historical, and further reading. Erudite knowledge. The literary includes poetic Gilpin, Patrick J. Charles S. Johnson, entrepreneur genres, divination poems, and songs. It also includes of the Harlem Renaissance. In Arna Bontam, the proverbs, parables, and incantations. The historical Harlem Renaissance remembered. New York, Dodd, includes narratives based on myths, legends, and Mead. Gilpin examines the role Johnson played in historical plays or epics. The erudite knowledge opportunity and behind the scenes in exposing black artists includes specialized, and often secret knowledge, to white patrons in the publishing world, such as initiation formulas, herbal recipes, and so on. Hutchinson, George. Toward a New Negro Aesthetic. The poet serves many functions in traditional in the Harlem Renaissance in black and white. Cambridge, Ma, Belknap Press of Harvard University African Society. The griot or court poet for the press. Hutchison argues that, contrary to the opinion of Mandika of West Africa, was charged not only with many modern critics, opportunity critics, and reviewers singing the ruler's praises, but also with documenting espoused a dynamic, holistic AES through songs the historical events surrounding the thetic approach to African and African American art that royal or ruling family. He is also the linguist or generally rejected the narrow exotic and racially preemie spokesman for the king. The homoeosis of the Rwanda in Tiv notions embraced by many Renaissance patrons. Central Africa, the Mbangi of the Zulu in southern Ikane, Chidi. Opportunity and black literature, Africa, and poets in other ethnic groups all serve the 1923 to 1933. In Carrie D. Wintz, The Harlem Renaissance 1920-1940, Analysis and Assessment, same purpose. 1940-1979. New York, Garland. This short study examines ever-present in traditional African orature is the insignificant detail, the important role played by productive power of Namo the word. The African opportunity in the modification and intensification of poet commands things by using words according what other magazines had been doing before it's to traditional African philosophy. Not only are these establishment magical poets used at the discretion of royalty, but Stroman, Carolyn A. Charles S. Johnson. In some others consult them as well. For example, Goldsmith's G. Riley, Dictionary of Literary Biography. Often call upon poets to work their word magic for Detroit MI, Gale Research. This essay describes Johnson's career as researcher, writer, and editor, with an emphasis on the creation of their art. His tenure as Opportunity editor from its founding in 1923. While at the same time appreciating the oral skill through 1928. Of the poet, Africans recognize their orature and its Oasante.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 392. 392 Organization of Afro-American Unity Performance. Westport, Other, as a functional part of society. The purpose of CT, Greenwood Press. Welsh Asante explains that aesthetics orature is not merely to entertain, or to appeal to some in an African context operate in tandem with functional aspects of artistic expression. Romantic sensation, but to enlighten and stir the audience into some productive action or initiate or facilitate spiritual action. African orature does not departmentalize literature into poetry, prose, and drama. Orature is just language organization of used by the speaker or poet. Examples of the use of Afro-American unity. Language rooted in the indigenous African culture are copious. This is important because it demonstrates the creation of the organization of Afro-American that there is no line drawn between a speech act and a unity was announced on April 28, 1964 in performance in African communities. They are one New York City by Malcolm X, who is also known as and the same. To speak is to perform. Traditional El Hajj Malik El Shabazz and as Omawal. The OAAU was founded and or within African languages. It is not compartmental modeled after the Organization of African Unity ized into separate and distinct categories. Therefore, the OAU was the Union of African States when discussing the African oral tradition. One is that came into being in order to overcome common speaking of artistic verbal expressions and its poor obstacles faced by member states. Malcolm X, as a formans in the form of poems, songs, proverbs, spokesperson for his people who were being myths, legends, incantations, sermonizing, lecturing, oppressed in the United States, had been warmly testifying, signifying, and other modes based on a received in Africa. He had taken his case before the complex worldview designed to elevate and transform collective OAU as well as individual statesmen to society. In Africa and the diaspora, past and present, petition for the assistance of newly independent. The spoken word dominates communication culture. African nations in securing freedom for Africans in this is part of the continuity with the ancient African America. Past. This underscores the profound Pan-African orientation of the OAAU from the start. Indeed, although Adissa A. Alkbulan, the OAAU was created in the United States of America, the vision was clear, the organization of further reading. Afro-American unity was established to unite the Badunda, Charles A. oral traditions and modern struggles of all the people of African descent, in the poetry, Okot P. Bitek's Song of Laano and Okigbo's diaspora and in Africa. Their stated aim was to collaborate. In Eldred Durosimi Jones, orature insolidate the ideas, skills, and resources of all Africans. African literature today. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa for the Cause of Freedom from Oppression. Their World Press. In this article, Badunda discusses the African underlying aim was to transform the civil rights move oral tradition from a cultural and historical standpoint meant into a human rights movement. Mazama, AMA. An analysis of discourse on the primary goals of the OAAU were as follows: spoken and written words, a historical comparison of European and African views. In Virginia Milhouse, Molafi Keita Santi, and Peter Onwosu, Transcultural 1. To establish organized resistance to oppression, realities, Interdisciplinary Perspectives on Cross-Cultural Relations. Thousand Oaks CA, Sage. This essay highlights 2. To secure freedom through action, the cultural and historical significance of the African oral tradition. 3. To foster African unity and Pan-Africanism. Okpuhua, Isidore. The heritage of African poetry. Through the nurturing of Philosophical and Burnt Mill, Essex, UK, Longman Group. This text reveals cultural ties. The functional aspect of the African oral tradition. It focuses on how verbal art is used to teach history and how the poet is used as the spokesperson for a nation's leaders. The OAAU envisioned freedom being achieved in Welsh Asante, Kariamua. The aesthetic conceptualizes this way. First, 2 primary mechanisms would be Shan of Nzuri. In Kariamua Welsh Asante, the African employed self-determination and national unity. Oasante.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 393. Oyo Empire 393. Self-determination is best understood here as the OAAU would never realize its potential. Omawal ability of African people to pursue economic, political, Malcolm X Shabazz, the revolutionary, was killed, social, and cultural enterprises that promote their right and for all intents and purposes the institution of the to shape their history, present and future, according to OAAU died with him. Their best interests. National unity refers to Africans. Darrell Zeiss Wipo. Everywhere overcoming the divisions that obstruct the progress of people of African descent, as well as further reading. Strengthening the bonds that unite all Africans. The OAAU proposed that obstructive divisions be eliminated. Howard. African American Social and Nate in order to allow the fusion and convergence of political thought 1850 to 1920. New Brunswick, New Jersey, talents, skills, resources, and ideas toward the transaction. The essays in this book provide a variety of vantage points on and solutions to America's social ills. Goal of freedom. In that respect, divisive Agan Haley, Alex, and X. Malcolm. The autobiography of Das, which were encouraged by oppressors, would be Malcolm X, as told to Alex Haley. New York, Ballantine. Set aside. Another important factor in the process of this is a first-hand account of the man who envisioned the national unification would be the reconnection of organization of Afro-American unity. African Americans with their African roots. Indeed, Sales, William W., Jr. From Civil Rights to Black, the rediscovery and re-experiencing of the true African liberation, Malcolm X and the organization of Afro-culture and history, deliberately distorted and misrep American unity. Boston, South End Press. This is a very useful study of the developments leading to the creation of resented by oppressive non-African groups, was also the OAAU, as well as an analysis of the organization's an important tenet of the OAAU. In this rediscovery major tenets. Process, Africans from the continent and the diaspora. www.malcolm-x.org/docs. This website offers many DACA would become aware of their common heritage and ments and timelines that reveal Malcolm Little's transfor identity. In the spirit of efficiently pursuing freedom, Mashin into Omawal Malcolm X El Haj Malik El Shabazz, the OAAU developed 3 key concepts for national as well as his thoughts toward the end of his life. Unity, pledging unity, promoting truth and justice, and transcending compromise. The OAAU was made up of many branches, which would each specialize in specific issues. In this way, Oyo Empire. The many fronts on which oppression existed would be simultaneously engaged. Chapters of the OAAU were Oyo came to power under the reign of Olufin Ojigbo begun by African Americans residing in African in 1670. The Oyo Empire then lasted until the Middle Countries, so that they could better contribute to the of the 19th century, when an internal civil war pitted cause of freedom in America. The short-lived OAAU. The Oyo Muslims and Islamic traders against the wood, however, start with the human rights issue in traditional ruling house of Olufin-Afongia, ultimately the United States. Leaving a vacuum of power in Oyo. The people of a distinctive feature of the OAAU was that any idea Ibadan then conquered the territory that had once been Alaji was acceptable in its midst, as long as it aimed under the power of Oyo at securing African freedom. Pluralism was thus Oyo is one of the oldest sites of the Yoruba peoples encouraged. The OAAU was inclusive with regard to of southwestern Nigeria. During its imperial days, religious differences, class differences, citizenship Oyo conquered Dahomey and controlled a territory for ranks, as well as any other divisive constructs that larger than France. Oyo sold manufactured goods to would hinder unified action for the cause of freedom. Hausa and Fulani traders, who eventually had a large while common grounds for action were the OAAU's presence in the capital city of Oyo. Primary focus, this pragmatic flexibility regarding Oyo imported horses from the north, which were furring ideologies and methods was a built-in feature of used in the Kingdom of Oyo for military purposes, fes the OAAU, tivals, and state ceremonies and as status symbols. Major OAAU rallies were held and planning active. The horse appears early in Yoruba culture, but it is not Idas were created from the start of the OAAU in the entirely clear who introduced the animal to West spring of 1964 until February 21, 1965, the day that Africa. However, the royal house of Oyo had an Omaul Malcolm X Shabazz was assassinated. The ancient practice of keeping horses long before Hausa. Oasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:01 p.m. page 394. 394 Oyo Empire. Traders came with horses from the north. Oranmiyan, further reading. An Ife prince, is said to have founded the royal Adepegba, Cornelius O. The descent from Odujuwa, dynasties of both Oyo and Benin and been the first to claims of superiority among some Yoruba traditional introduce horses to Oyo society. Rulers and the arts of ancient Ife. International Journal of Horses may have been used earlier for non-military African historical studies, 1977-92. This is a signify purposes, but evidence suggests that the Oyo army can't discussion of descent claims in Yoruba generally, with may have begun using horses only during the 16th reference to Oyo particularly. Century. By the 17th century, Oyo had become a Paula, Robin. A West African cavalry state, the Urfel military state under leaders such as Oranmiyan, Kingdom of Oyo. Journal of African History, 16, 1-15. This is a good work on the presence of the horse in Oyo. Sango, Orampato, Abiodun, and Awal. However, by law, Robin. How many times can history repeat 1836 the kingdom had spent its best days and would itself? Some problems in the traditional history of Oyo. Be succeeded by the vigorous government of Ibadan. International Journal of African Historical Studies, 18, 33-51. Law attempts to make chronological order out of Sev. Willie L. Brown. Oral facts and narratives that seem to recur in Oyo tradition. 395. P. Matrilineal system of the ancient southern societies, patriarchy. As barbaric and sexually promiscuous. This pervasive notion on which patriarchy has based its assumption patriarchy is an authoritative male system that is of superiority has left an undeniable curse on women both oppressive and discriminatory. It is oppressive in and it has always been and still is the ultimate reason social, political, economic, and cultural environments for the oppression of women in society. It is discriminatory in its control of access to power, management of resources and benefits, and questioning the patriarchal model of public and private power structures. Patriarchy is grounded in the assumption that the individual, whether considered from a sex or gender perspective, European male is a universal reference point and in terms of male control of women's reproduction, or source of defining visions of the cosmos, society, cit from a materialistic perspective where class relations eisenship, and the individual self within hierarchical and the sexual division of labor in the marketplace as concepts of gender, race, and class relations. Economic and social extensions of male and female. Although some authors contend that matriarchy roles in the family are mutually self-reinforcing, patri preceded patriarchy, patriarchy did not replace matriarchy, always stands for the totality of oppressive and archy. The two social systems originated in different exploitative relations that affect women in both the parts of the world, and they are antithetical systems in capitalist and the socialist systems. Patriarchy is, that they are based on very different principles. In the therefore, an all-encompassing oppressive paradigm African conception, a matriarchy is a society in which whose transformation doesn't seem possible without a maternal energy and mother love are socially cohesive revolutionary questioning of every concept involved, forces. Thus matriarchy is not, like patriarchy, a DOM beginning with the evolutionary model proposed by inadding ruling system. It is a social organization. The classical theory of 19th century Western writers focused on the power of women as mothers and on the questioning the Western model is precisely what matrilineal ownership of the home and wealth. Cheek Anta Diop committed himself to, and he suc patriarchy is an authoritative system, in a broad sense in fully scientifically demonstrating its inverse sense, that resulted from the Western European hostility when he established a link between patterns of ecological and sociological approaches to the development, survival and systems of social organization, geography of social and family structures as addressed by ecologically separated by the Mediterranean in a northern Western scholars. Thus, the paradigm that underlies and a southern cradle. Diop clearly demonstrates the modern assumptions of patriarchy may have that rather than a universal evolution, where one could emerge from the insight of specific European authors speak of a transition from an inferior to a superior drawing on the patriarchal basis of Greek and Roman state, the two systems, with matriarchy favored philosophies. These authors saw matriarchy, and by the agricultural societies of the southern cradle 395. 396. 396 The Philadelphia Negro. And patriarchy favored by the nomadic people in pattern, the black men could not, would not, or were the northern cradle, encountered one another and unable to affirm themselves as the alternative male even disputed with each other as different human model that black women would legitimately have societies. Furthermore, at certain places and times, the expected to join in the consolidation of a cohesive two cradles were superimposed on each other or even African tradition of respectful communal values coexisted. The Afrocentric paradigm as a holistic philosophy. Cheek Anta Diop's presentation of matriarchal approach to the reality of the Africans in the Dios from an African perspective appears more complete. Pora contains, in its essence, the germ of a generating than the Western male-centered discourse that shapes creative power that pursues a much more humanistic the Western patriarchal construction with its emphasis society than the prevailing Western patriarchal on the male as a universal point of departure in con-society. A genuine Afrocentricity seeks to examine the conceptualizing human existence. Thus Diop provides an ancient continental African cultures for patterns of opening for criticizing the ideas based on the assumped matriarchal social organization, family bonds, and of a universal male referent, ideas that are rooted in kinships in the 21st century. Biological differences and that account for much of Ana Monteiro Ferreira. The current hierarchical distribution and attribution of resources and power. This contrasting of matriarchy. Further reading. And patriarchy is a true revolutionary approach that places African cultural patterns at the center of the Asante, Molified. Malcolm X as cultural hero and exploration of a distinctive concept of degrees of other Afrocentric essays. Trenton, New Jersey, Africa World Press. Importance assigned to male and female subjects in Asante's chapter on gender here is especially relevant to discussion of patriarchy. African societies. Diop, Cheek Anta. Cultural unity of Black Africa. This revolutionary approach initiated by Diop, and Chicago, Third World Press. In this book, Diop exposes the developed by Afrocentric scholars such as Molifi commonalities among different African cultures before the Asante and Ama Mazama, defines the basis of the presence of Europeans in Africa. Quest for an ideology of non-oppression. These Diop, cheek and tack. Civilization or barbarism. Ours have based their views on ideas that derive from New York, Lawrence Hill. Here Diop puts forth the idea African holistic thought, which stresses collective that there are two cradles of world civilization, one matriarchal, the other patriarchal. Ness, relativism, non-hierarchicality, egalitarianism, Dove, not. African mothers. Albany, State University and a balanced construction of life. Their Intellectual of New York Press. This is an examination of the role of idea is to confront patriarchy as an oppressive polity women in society, with special emphasis on how women cal and cultural system in order to eradicate it. And men participate in certain rituals. Indeed, such an Afrocentric task is in line with the harmonizing of the world, a central feature of Afrocentric thought. When one considers the fact that the enslaved African men and women brought to the Philadelphia Negro, the Americas by Europeans were deprived of family bonds and faced the deepest destruction of family in 1896, white aristocrat and reformer Susan P. Unity, order, and harmony from the 16th century on, it Wharton, in conjunction with the University of Is possible to understand Africans' urgency in working Pennsylvania and the College Settlement Association, to reclaim balance in society. In addition, Slavehold commissioned William Edward Burghardt ERS sexual harassment, violation, and rape of the Dubois to undertake a study on Negroes in enslaved African girls and women could not but leave Philadelphia. Since Philadelphia contained the largest burning psychological marks in every black female. Black population north of the Mason-Dixon line, African family and social ties in the image of the European Americans residing in the city of brotherly love models of white America. By imitating the white male became a logical group for examination. The Genesis. 397. The Philadelphia Negro 397. Of the study originated in late 19th century reform. The Philadelphia Negro contained information movements, comprising new social science, social about African Americans never previously presented to gospel, and college settlement house associations, interested readers. Conscious of the need to make his which were designed to investigate the debased kindy work comprehensible to readers, Du Bois divided his shun of downtrodden urbanites and offer problem-solving study into 4 parts. The first part describes the history suggestions to ameliorate life for the urban poor. Of the black people in the city, their present condition. Those who instituted the study held more than as individuals, their behavior as a social group, and altruistic thoughts toward the black community, how the physical and social confines of their community. Ever, as their ulterior motive for the investigation was. The second part is devoted to the general condition self-serving and pertain to politics. Elite reformers of Negroes and contains information on age, gender, became disgruntled by the behavior of the corrupt education, and means of earning a living. The third part, political machine that derived support from the black, focuses on the group life of the black community, electorate. They therefore sought to document the including the number of blacks in Philadelphia and moral and social condition of local blacks. Du Bois, their family situations and secular and religious organi who had studied in Berlin and recently graduated with Zachens. Here, Du Bois also presents information on his doctorate from Harvard, became the ideal social maladjustment and individual deprivation char researcher for the project. Du Bois' extensive study activized by crime, pauperism, and alcoholism. Finally, on research methodology, which he had learned in Du Bois assesses the physical and social environment, Germany, and publication of his suppression of the references and analyzes interracial relationships, and Atlantic slave trade, the first monograph published in offers advice and suggestions for social reform. The Harvard Historical Studies demonstrated he POS throughout the study, maps, statistical tables, assessed the acumen and preparation for the task at charts, and graphs provide convincing testimony to hand. Thus Du Bois easily complied with the accuracy of the work. The ecological map detail goals of the benefactors of the research project, whoing the distribution of the black population by socio sought to understand the Negro problem by focus economic class garnered special interest. Du Boising on the 7th Ward, the largest and most diverse, divided the black population into 4 categories: Black Ward in the city, the middle classes and those above, the working people fair to comfortable, the poor, and the vicious and criminal classes. Du Bois' field research for the study made it clear that African Americans can best be Du Bois' extensive field research and writing studied and understood within the context of class, conducted on black Philadelphians, was completed within sequentially, ever since publication of the Philadelphia, the short time span of 15 months, and achieved a series Negro, serious students of black communities have of firsts. Indeed, when Du Bois the Philadelphia devoted attention to social stratification Negro was published in 1967, it became the first book Du Bois intended to do far more than present heavy of modern sociology. As members of a fledgling academics about the black situation. Prior to any previous demic discipline, sociologists traditionally read books. Scholar, Du Bois presented an assessment and expector reflected on the information presented, and offered ideations of the black elite. He excoriated the black heiress without conducting investigative research. Therefore, autocracy for drawing a line between themselves and the interviews Du Bois conducted with 7th Ward masses, and he chided the elite for being unprepared to residents broke new ground in scientific inquiry. A lead their race. While the Harvard-trained Du Bois' second novel contribution inherent in Du Bois' work played aloofness and aristocratic tendencies himself, pertained to the original analysis that evolved from, he nevertheless believed unequivocally that the better the format and methodology of his work, after classes should recognize their duty to the masses. Conducting house-to-house interviews with all the black families in the 7th Ward, Du Bois acquired Du Bois' emergence. Did information from 9,675 subjects. Through these as a major social scientist. Investigations, Du Bois gained insight on the condition, aspirations, trials, and tribulations of the black unwittingly, those who contracted Du Bois to community. Perform research on black Philadelphians created. 398. 398 The Pittsburgh Courier. An intellectual activist who never forgot the racism he experienced. Although the University of Pennsylvania, the Pittsburgh Courier, Vania listed Du Bois as an assistant professor in the sociology department, it never considered offering him, established in 1907 by Edwin Harleston, a teaching position. Du Bois never forgot the slight. He in an H.J. Heinz food packing plant, the Pittsburgh later complained that the university never placed his courier gained national prominence after attorney name in the catalog, and he believed the university's Robert Levan became the newspaper's editor and invitation had not been cordial. For most of his life, publisher, treasurer, and legal counsel in 1910. By the Du Bois would serve his race by galvanizing, and 1930s and 1940s, it was one of the top-selling black, encouraging blacks of higher station to fight relent newspapers in the country. In fact, with a circulation Leslie against racial discrimination, Du Bois and others of almost 200,000, the Pittsburgh Courier was once with talent and ambition bristled at the color line that the most widely circulated black newspaper, and prevented them from acquiring the social and occupana par with the Chicago Defender and the Afrotional positions worthy of their station. American in Baltimore. The scholarly brilliance Du Bois displayed in the A network of Pullman porters who worked for the Philadelphia Negro was immediately recognized as railroad companies helped with the distribution of a credit to American scholarship. Reviewers praised the paper, especially in the South. Because the paper Du Bois' objectivity and willingly accepted his advocated equal rights and campaigned against collusions. And yet, few could have predicted that this lynching and discrimination, sheriffs in the Jim Crow seminal work on black Philadelphians would have South tried to ban the paper's distribution and far-reaching consequences that continued throughout quaintly destroyed and burned stacks that made there the 20th century. The genesis of Du Bois' most way into town. The Pittsburgh Courier launched its important contributions to the black community. Stop and Drop program in 1936 and continued. It appeared in the Philadelphia Negro his demands through the mid-1940s. During that time, railroad for leadership emanating from the black elite, his porters helped to get 100,000 papers a week into the condemnation of intraracial dissension caused by South. The porters were trusted because they worked class differences, and his persistent expectations that under the strong leadership of A. Philip Randolph, those he termed the talented 10th receive proper and president of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car respect from their white peers and the black masses. Porters. Every week the black newspaper would be throughout his career. Du Bois engaged in research smuggled in small bundles to the Pittsburgh Railroad and writing with a clear focus in mind. He sought station, and porters would hide them aboard or under freedom, justice, and equal opportunity for all the trains. Once the papers arrived in the South, the African Americans. One may argue that the research porters dropped the papers 2 miles outside major skills he honed and shaped as he worked on the cities, and black ministers gathered the papers and Philadelphia Negroes served as motivating tools that held them until Sunday, distributing them to the culminated in the civil rights movement of the children in their congregations who served as news 1960s. Boys and newsgirls. From its inception, the Pittsburgh Courier sought H.V. Nelson to empower African Americans economically and politically. It called for improvements in housing, health, and education, protested the slum conditions further reading, in which black people were forced to live in Du Bois, W.E.B. The Philadelphia Negro, New York, Pittsburgh and throughout the nation, and encouraged Skokin books. Du Bois' report on his study of the black community to support black organizations' black condition in Philadelphia is one of the first urban such as the National Urban League and the National Studies Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Lewis, David Levering. W.E.B. Du Bois, Biography of a Race 1968-1919. New York, Henry Holt. This remains in 1932. Van helped influence black voters to support one of the most comprehensive portraits of W.E.B. Du, the Democratic presidential candidate Franklin D. Bois Roosevelt. For blacks this was a major political shift. 399. Plessy v. Ferguson 399. From their prior allegiance to the Republican Party, Dyer, Irvin. Porter's Underground, which had been thought of as Lincoln's party. Railroad carried Pittsburgh Courier into the South. The Pittsburgh Courier was the first black news Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Retrieved September 1, 2004, from http://post-gazette.com. Dyer discusses how a network paper to publish both national and local editions. Of porters carried the newspaper by train to all areas, and one time, there were as many as 14 editions circulated. Helped the Courier to become one of the nation's most in states in the North and the South, including Texas, widely distributed and respected newspapers. Louisiana, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and New York. Many. Washburn, Patrick S. A Question of Sedition, the of the 20th century's well-known and influential federal government's investigation of the black press. Black journalists and intellectuals contributed to the during World War II. New York, Oxford University Press. Paper, such as George Schuyler, Marcus Garvey. In this book, Washburn discusses and documents the press. W.E.B. Du Bois, James Weldon Johnson. Elijah Shore applied to the Justice Department and the White House to indict some black newspapers for sedition until President Muhammad, and Zora Neale Hurston. It was also one Franklin D. Roosevelt put an end to it. Of the few black newspapers to provide coverage of news in Africa as the countries on the continent moved toward independence. The paper, which was often known simply as the Courier, protested misrepresentations of African. Plessy v. Ferguson. Americans in the media and in sports. Thus, in the early 1930s, the paper began a nationwide protest against the Abraham Lincoln's success in the Civil War and the Amos N. Andy daily radio serial, attempting to have the end of slavery signaled the beginning of a new era program removed from the air. The Courier, which for blacks in America, however, in an attempt to wield much influence, came out strongly against restrict the freedom of newly freed blacks, many regation in professional sports. Wendell Smith, the Southern states passed black codes that limited papers' sports writers starting in 1938, used his column Black's Right to Vote, to engage in certain occupa to denounce segregation in the major leagues, and his shins, and to participate in the judicial system. In efforts contributed to Jackie Robinson's signing with Response, the radical Republicans in Congress, the Brooklyn Dodgers, in 1947, passed a civil rights bill and Reconstruction Acts to Ira Lewis, a sports writer himself, became editor of Limit the Impact of the Black Codes and Guarantee the paper after Van's death in 1940. The Courier blacks their rights. But lawmakers intimidated by reached its highest circulation under Lewis because of such organizations as the Ku Klux Klan passed laws, the Double V Campaign, which from 1942 through that segregated blacks from whites. While the 1943 demanded that African Americans who were 14th Amendment ended slavery, it still left risking their lives abroad receive full citizenship rights many questions about the relations between blacks at home. But in 1948 Ira Lewis died, and without his and whites unanswered. These questions became a leadership. The Pittsburgh Courier's circulation began significant factor in the case of Plessy v. Ferguson to decline, especially in the 1950s and 1960s. In which the U.S. Supreme Court decided 1965, the paper was sold to John Sengstacke, owner that a Louisiana law mandating separate but equal, and publisher of the Chicago Defender. Today the accommodations for blacks and whites on intrastate paper, as the new Pittsburgh Courier, continues to be railroads was constitutional. This decision provided an active, responsible voice for the African American, the legal foundation to justify many other actions community by state and local governments to socially separate blacks and whites. Deborah F. Atwater. A legal challenge to segregation. Further reading. The arrest of Homer Adolph Plessy on Bunny, Andrew. Robert L. Van of the Pittsburgh, June 7, 1892 was part of a planned challenge to the Courier, Politics and Black Journalism. Pittsburgh, PA, University of Pittsburgh Press. Bunny offers a detailed constitutionality of the 1890 Louisiana separate car account of Van's life and the origin and evolution of the act by the Citizens Committee, a small group of black Pittsburgh Courier professionals in New Orleans. The committee hired the 400 Plessy v. Ferguson white lawyer and novelist Albion Weingartuergy, the Supreme Court verdict, who had begun calling attention to separate car laws on May 18, 1896, the Supreme Court rendered its in his newspaper column in August of 1891. After decision, 8 of the 9 justices were unconvinced. The committee successfully led a test case in state by Tuergy's arguments, and they ruled that neither v. Des Jones, in which the Louisiana District Court the 13th nor 14th Amendment was applicable, declared forced segregation in railroad cars traveling able in this case. The majority opinion delivered by Between States to be unconstitutional. The committee Henry Billings Brown attacked the 13th was anxious for a case to test the constitutionality of amendment claims by distinguishing between polity segregation on railroad cars operating solely within Cal and social equality. According to this distinction, a single state. Part of Tuergy's strategy was to have blacks and whites were politically equal, but socially do so would allow him to question the arbitrariness unequal. In effect, Brown believed that legislation was Louisiana Creole of Haitian descent who was a mix powerless to remove racial differences, and that 2 of 7/8 white and 1/8 black, agreed attempt to do so would only accentuate those differ to be the test case. Inces, if the civil and political rights of the races were the committee arranged with the railroad con-equal, one race could not be inferior to the other ductor and with a private detective to detain Plessy civilly or politically. If one race were inferior to the until he was arrested. This challenge received some other socially, the Constitution of the United States silent support from railroad companies, which could not put them on the same plane. The majority, not like the added expense of providing separate, also attacked Tuergy's 14th Amendment cars. A month after his arrest, Plessy came before acclaims by arguing that enforced separation does not. Louisiana District Court presided over by Justice John stamped blacks with a badge of inferiority, because Howard Ferguson, a native of Massachusetts, blacks and whites were treated equally under the Ferguson had ruled earlier in the state's v. Des law, in the sense that just as blacks were barred from case that the Separate Car Act was unconstitutional on white accommodations on trains, whites were forbid interstate trains because of the federal government's ban to sit in railroad cars designated for blacks. Power to regulate interstate commerce. When Plessy appeared before the Louisiana District Court, the court ruled that a state had the constitutional power, the voice of the lone dissenter, to regulate railroad companies operating solely. The single dissenter who argued in favor of Plessy's within its borders and concluded that the Louisiana case, and seemed to be the only one with a real under Separate Car Act, was indeed constitutional. The standing of equality was Justice John Harlan. The only decision was appealed to the state Supreme Court in Southerner on the Supreme Court at the time and for 1893, and was appealed again to the U.S. Supreme Mayor slaveholder. Inspired by the infamous Dred Scott Court in 1896 case, which denied citizenship to all blacks, he wrote his by the time Plessy v. Ferguson arrived at the own speech regarding the case and its decision. Harlan Supreme Court, Tuergy, and his colleagues James asserted that the Constitution was colorblind, and did C. Walker and Samuel F. Phillips had solidified their not know or tolerate classes among citizens, and that strategy. Tuergy argued that Plessy was denied his, therefore the decision rendered by the court would be as equal protection rights under the 14th Amendment pernicious as the decision made in the Dred Scott case meant, and that Louisiana had violated the 13th. Harlan further believed that the decision would stymie amendment by perpetuating the essential features of late aggression against blacks and encourage the belief slavery. Tuergy also exploited the fact that Plessy had that second-class citizenship of the black race was sup only 1/8 African blood, and argued that ported by the Constitution. Justice Harlan's words, the reputation of belonging to one race or the other, proved to be prophetic. It was not until the case of was a form of property, in that the financial benefits Brown v. Board of Education in 1954 that separate but incurred from being labeled white, Tuergy claimed, equal would no longer be the law of the land, were a form of property that was being denied to his client. Garvey F. Lundy. 401. Protest Pressure 401. Further reading. To be imbued with the power to bring either good or evil. The term fetish, which is derived from the Lofgren, Charles A. The Plessy Case, a legal historical interpretation. New York, Oxford University. Portuguese word fetiço and the French word fétiche, press. This book provides a very thorough historical meaning. Artificial or false does not begin to account of the Plessy case. Explain to Westerners the methods and significance of Olson, Otto H. The Thin Disguise, Turning Point in African Religion. The Western Conception of African Negro History. In Otto H. Olson, Plessy v. Ferguson, Religion was a misconception from the beginning, 1A documentary presentation. New York, that added to a general misunderstanding of the nature humanities press. This 30-page introduction to the Book of African Ways of Life. Such facile explanations of provides the essential information about Plessy v. African religion do not deal with the ethical and moral Ferguson. The documentation that follows contains personal letters and legal briefs that are invaluable to an complexity of Africans' beliefs about their relation, in-depth understanding of the case. Ship to the Universe, the Community, the Living, and Thomas, Brooke. Plessy v. Ferguson, A Brief History Dead, and the Supernatural. Furthermore, there are with documents. Boston, Bedford Books. This is an Excel numerous religious expressions that must be conceded lent source of information on the Plessy v. Ferguson case, aired as a part of the equation when trying to determine which provides both a concise historical overview of the nature of African religion case and the nuances of the legal arguments. In fact, just as the Christians have several denominations, the Jews several expressions of Judaism, and the Muslims several types of Islam, Africans have popular traditional African. Many expressions of THIR. Although there are many forms of THIR such as those seen in Yoruba, religions everywhere. Efik, Ibibio, Shona, Ga, U, and so on, the religion is singular. THIR, the acronym for Popular Traditional African. Molafai Kit Asante. Religions everywhere, expresses that all African traditional religions have similar conceptualizations and further reading. Are fundamentally ways of life. THIR was coined during the early 1990s in the writings of the Temple Blitten, Edward W. Christianity, Islam, and the Afrocentric Circle, which included Molafai Kit African Race. San Francisco, First African-Arabian Press. Asante, Kariama Welsh, C.T. Quito, Ama Mazama. This is an enormous work by one of the great African thinkers and contains the best treatment of the role of Tuna Dove, and others. Since few words exist in any world religions and their interpenetration of Africa. African language for religion, it was not possible to Kenyatta, Yomo. Facing MT Kenya. New York, discover one word for all the traditions, therefore Random House. No work has yet appeared to equal this. Scholars came up with THIR to cover the common straightforward presentation of the life of the Kikuyu Inaltis in all of the African religions. Kenya. This is a standard work for understanding African, whether one is Yoruba, Igbo, Zulu, or Congo. One traditions has certain basic values that are seen throughout Mbiti, John. African philosophy and religion. African experiences. For example, All African People, London, Heinemann. This is the most quoted book on African religion in the contemporary era. Although Mbiti have a notion of a first deity, a creator deity, who was a Christian minister when he wrote the book, it has beyond all other spirits and ancestors. In addition, all maintained its position as a classic and has been translated. African religions have a strong belief in reverence for into many languages. Ancestors. Most African religions place emphasis on nature spirits and have prohibitions or taboos against certain violations of the natural order. There is no concept of guilt in THIR, but there is a developed protest pressure. Concept of shame, because instead of an individual emphasis, most African religions have a group or protest pressure refers to demonstrative, rhetorical, communal emphasis when it comes to values and morality. Physical and political actions taken by Africans to Westerners conceptualize religion in Africa merely reject enslavement, discrimination, racism, and prejudice as rituals involving fetishes, that is, objects believed dice. Protest pressure may be thought of as having 402. 402. The psychopathic racial personality. Started with the slave revolts prior to the Civil War, and protest pressure has most often been brought to continuing into the 21st century. Bear in the two directions of economics and culture. In the field of Black studies, scholars study protest. Economic radicalism has been concerned with devil pressure emanating from individual and collective open boycotts and other forms of economic sabotage organizations. Articulated primarily through political on racist institutions. Cultural radicalism has directed and physical actions. Protest pressure is meant to create its efforts to cultural institutions such as schools, tension within the social structures that support white churches, social agencies, and arts, and cultural interracial domination of African people. Protest pressure tuitions. In the end, the African American community evolved during the 17th century as African people has used protest pressure when necessary to demand began to protest against the abuse, disrespect, and black studies, women's rights, youth justice, and violence of whites. After the end of the Civil War and end to racial profiling of motorists. The brief period of the Reconstruction, Africans were Molafai Kit Asante. Viciously attacked by many white Southerners whose claim to racial superiority had been called into question. Further reading. By the Civil War and the subsequent rise of African American legislators in the South. The Ku Klux Klan. Asante, Molafai Kit. Erasing Racism, the survival of was founded in the late 19th century as the REC, the American Nation. Buffalo, New York, Prometheus Books. This book seeks to outline the main contours of the marchionary arm of the proponents of white supremacy toward African American freedom by showing the long it was not long after the creation of the KKK that the stance that has already been traveled, and suggesting how African American community began organizing against protest pressure might bring about a renewal of energy the racist group. In 1909, the National Association for Toward Reparations. The Advancement of Colored People was Hilliard, Asa. SBA. The reawakening of the African formed and quickly became one of the dominant mind. Gainesville, Florida, Mockeray. This book demonstrates nations to bring protest pressure against racism. Soon that African Americans can achieve greater satisfaction after World War I, the African population began to use with struggles against racism by arriving at greater consciousness through African cultural principles and values. Large street demonstrations to express censure of Dismeyer, August, Rudwick, Eliot, and Broderick, Francis L. Crimination. By the end of World War II, this strategy, black protest thought in the 20th century, had gained widespread use, and the increase in the Indianapolis in Bob's Merrill. This is one of the standard expertise of the organizers meant that a demonstration works in black protest thought. It is a compilation of the could be called immediately best works of the early part of the 20th century. Protest pressure has two characteristics, the threat of violence and the moral legitimacy of free speech. It is because of these two qualities that the psychopathic demonstrations such as those led by Martin Luther King, Jr., during the Civil Rights era were so success. Racial personality. Full. African Americans had learned from A. Philip Randolph, the founder of the Brotherhood of Sleeping. The psychopathic racial personality is a collection car porters, that protest pressure could be a valuable of essays written by Bobby Wright, a University of asset to the struggle for full liberation. Chicago psychologist, and published by Third World. Active Propaganda Against Racism appeared in press in 1982, 2 years after Wright's death. Wright, the early 20th century as a form of literate warfare, used his training and skills in the best interest of black writers like W.E.B. Du Bois, Ida B. Wells, and Carter People. He took a scientific approach in the psychology. Woodson made it their business to agitate for racial personality by outlining the psycho-equality and social justice. Soon direct action, a form chale characteristics of Western society in relation to a protest pressure that involved physical action such racism, methodically addressing the areas of GovRNA sitting at counters that were ostensibly segregated, meant, military tactics, science, the medical commu sitting in the front of buses that did not permit Africanity, religion, and education. People to sit in front seats, and physically occupying. Wright coined the term menticide, which he offices and buildings, became the most prevalent way defined as the deliberate and systematic destruction of bringing pressure on racist institutions. A group's minds with the ultimate objective being the 403. Push 403. Extirpation of the group. The solutions Wright offered for the African community included the creation of a push. Black social theory and the fulfillment of the obligation of African intellectuals to perform black scientific push is the acronym used first for People United to Inquiry. He believed in humanity. As the founder and president of Operation, the necessity of re-establishing black culture, and that push, Reverend Jesse Jackson began this national black social theory would establish an institution civil rights organization in Chicago on December 25, Alizé methods and a direction for the liberation of 1971. The main thrust of Operation Push was to African people. Enhance the living conditions of working and poor. The essays in the psychopathic racial personality black people by helping them obtain economic power. Include black suicide, educating the black child. In March of 1972, a regional office was opened in And the Black Child, A Destiny in Jeopardy. These New York, and later offices were opened in other essays reinforce the warning in the African proverb major cities. Wright quotes, If you don't know where you are, the choice of December 25 with its religious going, any road will get you there. Writes concern symbolism for the inception of Operation Push. Is that destruction will result for the black community was intentional and is characteristic of Jackson's lead because it lacks direction and a black social theory, airship style, which is deeply rooted in his training as a social theory determines the destiny of a people by Southern Baptist minister. It is impossible to separate establishing guidelines of life and blacks should their Jackson's charismatic and forceful personality from for develop a black social theory. The objective of Operation Push, as the two are deeply intertwined. A black social theory is to recreate a black culture. That Operation Push was Jackson's idea, and as a young will allow for the liberation of blacks as a people. Ambitious activist with the oratorical skills of a in the title essay of the psychopathic racial preacher and a belief in autocratic leadership, he personality, Wright wrote that the answer to blacks became the main decision maker within the organizer problems can be found in the works and lives of peopletion. In the area of civil rights, he chose to change the like Chaka, Martin Delany, Marcus Garvey, H-Rap administrative strategy from nonviolence to militancy. Brown, Malcolm X, Chancellor Williams, and others, for Operation Push. Less tolerant in his beliefs of, for they all looked at the matador or psychopath for equality, Jackson leaned more towards social justice, what he was and is, and moved against him. And shared resources, in contrast to Martin Luther King Jr.'s philosophy of civil rights through nonviolent. Ivory Achebe told Sun. Demonstrations. Jackson publicly stated that under his direction, Operation Push would embrace a further reading. PHY of nonviolence if possible, but violence if needed. Akbar, N.A.I'm. Chains and Images of Psychological Slavery. Jersey City, New Jersey, New Mind. This book demonstrates a distinct African American psychology originating Jesse Jackson's leadership. In oppression. Jackson was gifted at organizing boycotts and gained Ben Jochannan, Yosef. Cultural genocide in the black national recognition as one of the top lieutenants within an African studies curriculum. New York, Alkebulan. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference. This was one of the earliest attempts to discuss the nature of curricula prior to the Black Studies Revolution. The book he had become the director of Operation Breadbasket brought attention to the issues of race, culture, and class in an economic arm of the SCLC, and had the curriculum. Worked closely with King. Affecting change through Fanon, France. Black skin, white masks. New York, boycotts, demonstrations, and controlled consumer Grove Press. This is Fanon's penetrating and provocative spending. Operation Breadbasket was an economic analysis of how Africans can be disoriented by white movement designed to lessen the grubstake and domey supremacist culture. Nance that major corporations had on black and under Woodson, Carter G. The Miseducation of the Negro. Washington, D.C., Associated Publishers. This is the classic served communities. Ironically, the word breadbasket work on the destruction of African American people by the is slang for stomach, and this endeavor was aimed at educational system. Restricting or tightening corporate profits. 404. 404 Push. However, Jackson's life changed on April 4, 1968, Operation Push. The importance of having political when Martin Luther King was assassinated in relationships directly with presidents or top-ranking Memphis. The tragic death of the most recognized presidential aides to monitor national social and African American civil rights leaders startled the nomic policy affecting the living conditions of poor world. The movement for racial equality needed a new and working people could not be underestimated. Leader and immediate supervision to safeguard the President Richard Nixon's administration was known newly won rights in the areas of politics, social status, to be callous and unsympathetic to African American and economics. When Ralph D. Abernathy, Vice issues. This served to galvanize black leaders to orga president of the SCLC and one of its founding NAS picketing demonstrations. Jackson put aside any members, as well as a close activist friend of King's, Philosophical and personal differences with Abernathy became King's successor. Jackson returned to and other black leaders to contribute staff from Chicago and began to distance himself from the Orga Operation Push in many demonstrations against Nization. Jackson's complete break from the SCLC. Nixon's programs on welfare, education, and came later, however, when Jackson worked with black children's rights. In March of 1972, there were over businessmen in the Chicago area to organize the 25,000 people at the 4th Annual Black Expo under the auspices of demonstration in Washington, D.C., against Nixon's Operation Push instead of SCLC, its prior sponsor. Proposed $2,400 a year supplement for a needy family in December of 1971. He was chastised by Abernathy of $4,000 instead of the $6,500 recommended by the with a 60-day suspension for administrative impropriety coalition of national black leaders. When President Priety and repeated violation of organizational dis Gerald R. Ford took office, he immediately arranged discipline. He later resigned from SCLC to devote all of a series of meetings with black leaders to improve his attention to Operation Push. White House's communication with the black community strongly committed to the picketing and demonstranity. Jackson's Operation Push was just one of the strategies so successful in Operation Breadbasket. Civil rights groups encouraged by the optimism of Jackson used the same model for Operation Push. The new president, however, as top man at Operation with added divisions for housing, welfare, politics, push, Jackson's defiant public image often hindered education, and youth affairs. He was aggressively per his ability to be an effective political insider on a suasive at enlisting the support of major corporations national scale. On one occasion, he stood alone in his to hire African Americans and invest in black community charge of callous neglect against the administration nitties by forewarning of possible boycotts and picket of President Jimmy Carter in the area of full employing demonstrations. Burger King, 7-Up, Coca-Cola, meant for all blacks. In direct contrast, other black Southland, Adolph Coors, Hubline, Avon, and leaders were more optimistic and agreed to be Maud Montgomery Ward were some of the many corporate irate and reasonable in their comments. Sponsors convinced by Jackson to take their corporate in 1985, Jackson broadened the scope of operation responsibility within African American communities push and turned his attention to problems in public seriously. However, later some of the corporate heads' education by creating an affiliate group called Push complained that they had been coerced by Jackson for excellence financial contributions. Yet, even with millions of the goal was to upgrade the quality of education on a dollars contributed to Operation Push in federal national scale, with an emphasis on building teenagers. Grants and corporate funding, there were still admin self-esteem. Jackson was very active in visiting schools illustrative problems that plagued the organization. The across the country and speaking to students to promote accusations of financial mismanagement and poor self-esteem and self-discipline. A campaign of getting bookkeeping resulted in federal audits and civil signed pledges of parental involvement was one of the claims being brought against the organization. Strategies employed by Jackson to increase students' commitment to learning. However, in spite of having the support of the media and the federal government, the political agenda, and of having been granted a 3-year funding grant, Jackson was well aware that keeping a vigil on from the National Institute of Education of the Graham and policy development in the White House and Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, Push Congress was important to the economic goals of Excel did not sustain its luster. Racial tension. 405. Push 405. Neighborhood politics, mismanagement, and federal. The merger of Operation Push and the national auditing problems rendered the program ineffective. Rainbow Coalition into one organization called the when Jackson made a bid for the presidency in Rainbow Push Action Network, or the Network. He 1984 and in 1988, without the endorsement of many, vowed that the merger would strengthen the ability to black political leaders and without adequate financial effect change in the lives of working and poor people resources, the political infrastructure of operation on a local and national level. Push became a vital component in his campaign. Gloria Grant Roberson. Voter registration drives gathered a large population of Jackson supporters. However, during the campaign, federal auditing of Operation Push and Push. Further reading. Excel yielded profound inconsistencies in the Collins, Sheila D. From melting pot to rainbow administrative structure of the organization, and in coalition, the future of race in American politics. Newspaper interviews, Push officials were critical of New York, Monthly Review Press. This is a well-balanced Jackson. There was some concern that Jackson's assessment of Jackson within the political and social environment of the United States. Political aspirations could cripple the legitimacy of House, Ernest R. Jesse Jackson and the politics of the organization. Charisma, the rise and fall of the Push/Excel program. In 1985, Jackson announced the formation of the Boulder Co., Westview Press. House gives a historical national rainbow coalition, and in 1996, 25 years overview of Reverend Jackson's Operation Push and its after the beginning of Operation Push, he announced evolution into Push/Excel. Arasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:03 p.m. page 407. R. As avid readers of the Christian scriptures, Rastafarian. Rastafarians have reinterpreted the Bible in light of present-day Caribbean reality. The bitter experience Rastafarianism or Rastafari is an Africa-centered of the Israelites under Egyptian and later Babylonian religion in which the Emperor Haile Selassie captivity is, for example, understood as a metaphor for is revered as the Black Messiah. The modern-day African slavery in the West. Babylon, in religion draws its name from the emperor's pre-Rastafarian parlance, therefore refers to the capitalist coronation name, Ras Tafara Makanan. Ras literally west, while its opposite, the promised land or Zion, means head in Amharic and is equivalent to the alludes to the ancient African nation of Ethiopia. English title of Duke, thus Ras Tafara Makanan means Duke Tafara, the son of Makanan. Followers of Rastafarianism are known as Rastafarians, Rastas, customs. Sufferers, locksmen, dreads, or dreadlocks, with as a religion, Rastafari has its own rituals and cause the last three names referring to the unique braided toms, most of them derived from scripture, that gov hairstyle with which the group is associated. Earn the day-to-day life of its adherents. A strict dietary law, which is the basis of Ital cooking, prevents members from eating beef and pork and from using reggae's message. Factory-made preservatives, including salt. Alcohol is Rastafarianism emerged in Jamaica in the 1930s. With outlawed, while the consumption of tea and coffee is the advent of reggae music, which was popularized also discouraged since they are factory processed. On by Rastafarians in the 1960s and 1970s, the movement the other hand, Rastas invoke Psalm 104:14 to lend became an international phenomenon, especially legitimacy to the practice of smoking marijuana or among disaffected youth and disenfranchised groups. Ganja, he causeth the grass to grow for the cattle, and the failure of mainstream church groups to address herb for the service of man that he may bring forth the fundamentals of modern-day racial and economic food out of the earth. Woes, the ever-increasing polarization of the world because of the conventional perception of Mari between the haves and the have-nots, the pervasive wana as a mind-altering drug, Rastafarians are nature of Western neocolonialism, the violent urban maligned by mainstream media as indulgent cultists. Backlash against third world immigrants, and finally, according to defenders of the faith, however, Rasta reggae musician Bob Marley's simple but powerful Farians use marijuana not as a recreational drug but lyrics on behalf of the voiceless, can be cited as some only for religious purposes or as aid in their metadata of the reasons for the transformation of Rastafari institutional rituals. They hasten to add, moreover, that the worldwide protest movement harm associated with ganja consumption is much less. 407. Arasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:03 p.m. page 408. 408 Rastafarianism. Than that of alcohol and cigarettes, both of which are at their lowest. Since the Berlin Conference of 1884, multibillion-dollar industries in the West despite their Africa had been partitioned among European powers' well-known side effects. And, given the latter's superior military force, few Rastafarians, many of whom are self-employed, as expected colonialism to be a short-term affair. In the artists, musicians, peddlers, and so on, are generally United States. Likewise, the 1890s marked the worst nonviolent and law-abiding. But since most of them set back in the post-bellum struggle for racial equality, live in lower-class neighborhoods, and since the high in 1896, the same year in which the Adwan legend rate of unemployment in such neighborhoods was born, the Supreme Court used the infamous rise to a high level of crime and homicide, Rastafarians Plessy v. Ferguson case to defend the ideology of in their dreadlocks and green, gold and red tricolor white supremacy, or de jure segregation, in the name often become ideal targets for police harassment and of separate but equal philosophy. Undue search and seizure. Such treatment has in turn against these backdrops of colonialism and second reinforced Rastafarian suspicion of government author class citizenship, Ethiopia's military triumph over Aidas as well as bolstered their commitment to repatriate European foes signified an imminent racial resurgence, Asian to Africa, especially Ethiopia. And the far-off country became henceforth an icon of freedom and a source of racial self-reassurance for Africans everywhere. Adwan mythology rendered East cosmology. Africa a central place in modern Black thought, and Ethiopia's importance in Rastafarian cosmology has Ethiopianism in this regard became the direct harbin its roots in the concept of Ethiopianism. Ethiopianism GER of 20th century nationalist expressions, among refers to ideas based on the reading of selected scriptum Garveyism, Pan-Africanism, and Rastafarianism. Tural texts and Western classics from which were forged a sense of collective historical consciousness. Scriptural and Homeric positive presentations of Jamaican roots. Ethiopia, which sharply contrasted with the Euro-American perception of Africans as heathen, and to understand why Rastafarianism first took root savage, provided the means for a celebratory self in Jamaica, it is necessary to take into account the identification. In literary texts such as the King James History of Jamaica's Defiant Past, the Maroon Wars Bible and the Hellenic epics, Ethiopia is not just of the 1700s, the Christmas uprising of enslaved generic name for Africa, but conjures up a powerful Africans in 1831, and the Morant Bay Rebellion of mythology that became the basis of 19th century 1865 are but a few landmark examples of the island's black liberation discourse. Heroic resistance to exploitation and second-class CIT. The Ethiopian Baptist Church in Jamaica was Eisenship. In addition to this is Jamaica's rich history of founded in 1783 by George Lill, a formerly enslaved revivalism, most of it associated with enslavement, and preacher from Savannah, Georgia. The first Indo-African influences. Many 19th-century Jamaican dent black churches in the Americas also identified revivalist groups, synchronized Christianity with such themselves with the Ethiopian tradition by using African religious practices as spirit mounting and names that had direct reference to Africa. By the early trance dancing, as well as with their beliefs in sorcery 19th century, several independent churches, such as and the Medicine Man. Out of this fusion were born the Abyssinian Baptist Church of New York, were expressions of worship indigenous to Jamaica, include flourishing in the United States. By the second half Ngmialism, Pecumina, and Cumina of the 19th century, a separatist religious tradition, some of the revivalist groups produced charismatic known as the Ethiopian Church Movement, had sprung leaders of messianic proportions. In 1895, Alexander up in southern and western Africa, suggesting once Bedward, a 36-year-old Jamaican Baptist preacher, again the universalist appeal of Ethiopianism as and gained wide notoriety for his outspoken denounce expression of Pan-African nationalism, meant of the white establishment. His incendiary racial Emperor Menelik's victory over Italy at Adwa in rhetoric, which pitted him against the authorities, 1896 further elevated the concept of Ethiopianism. Spread across the island, making Bedward a champion. The news of the Adwan victory came at a time when of the downtrodden, allegedly imbued with prophetic African and African American political fortunes were and healing powers, during the next 2 decades. Arasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:03 p.m. page 409. Rastafarianism 409. Bedward became the most popular Baptist minister in claimed was a direct reference to Haile Selassie, and Jamaica. However, when his supernatural powers I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, failed to materialize, Bedward's own growing MB. Who is worthy to open the scroll and break its 7 chain resulted in his final undoing in 1920. This, how seals. Then one of the elders said unto me, ever, did not end the peasantry's hunger for a. Weep not, lo, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root messianic hero. In the 1930s, many ex-Bedwardites of David, has conquered so that he can open the scroll would find refuge for their eschatological beliefs in and its 7 seals. These verses were the fledgling religion of Rastafarianism. Juxtaposed with Psalm 87:4 as further proof that for Caribbean people in general, from 1910 into Ethiopia was the Holy Land and Haile Selassie. The early 1920s was a time of unprecedented popular long-awaited Redeemer. I will make mention of Shin shift, sparked by the economic boom in the Rahab and Babylon. To them that know me, behold United States. A radical religious text that was intro Philistia, and Tyre, with Ethiopia. This man was born Duce to Jamaica during this period, together with the there mass flow of goods and ideas from North America. Italy's unprovoked aggression in Ethiopia in 1935, was the Holy Piby, a black supremacist version of the which instantly turned the far-off country into a racial Bible. First appearing in the East Coast in the early Cause Célèbre, provided the optimal environment for 1920s, the Holy Piby reached the English Caribbean, the spread of Rastafari in the nearby islands. By 1925. A year later it was followed by the Jamaican. Similarly, Jamaican migration to New York and publication of the Royal Parchment Scrolls of Black England after World War II resulted in the group's supremacy, much of whose millennial ethos would expansion overseas. In the mid-1950s, the Ethiopian became the basis of Rastafarianism. Government allocated several hundred acres of land near the southern town of Shashmene for would-be black settlers from the west. News of the land grant Ethiopia's significance to Rastafarians. On the one hand, and the continuous persecution of the first decades of the 20th century also saw the dreads by the Jamaican police. On the other, revived revival of the Back to Africa movement under the theme of repatriation as the movement's top prior leadership of the legendary Marcus Garvey. Contrary ity. In 1961, a sympathetic publication on the to popular folklore, there is no record of Garvey Hav Rastafarian plight by 3 university professors. Ing made a prophecy about the coming of a race lib resulted in Prime Minister Norman Manley's decision errata in the form of an African monarch. In the late to launch a fact-finding mission to 5 African 1930s, in fact, Garvey published a series of articles countries. After visiting the countries in question, accusing Haile Selassie of cowardice for fleeing to including Ethiopia, the mission produced its report, England instead of fighting the Italians at home, in which showed the African government's relative recept. November of 1930, however, the UNIA leader hailed the Bustamante, Manley's successor, showed no similar coronation of Haile Selassie as a historic moment. In social sensitivity, however, and the question of repatria tribute befitting the occasion, Garvey described Asian never received serious attention again. Haile Selassie as a visionary and progressive king, hoping the occasion would provide an opportunity and summoned all blacks to work with him for to dispel the myth of Haile Selassie's divinity, betterment of Ethiopia and the African race. Jamaican officials welcomed with enthusiasm his out of the synthesis of Bedwardism, Garveyism, 1966 visit to their country. Little did they expect that the Holy Piby, and Ethiopian symbolism thus grew the circumstances, such as the extensive coverage in the interpretation of the 1930 coronation of Ras Tafara media of the imperial pomp and circumstance, Makhonen henceforth Emperor Haile Selassie, King People's tumultuous outpouring of love and adulation, of kings, select of God, the conquering lion of the end incidents like the drastic weather change that tribe of Judah as the fulfillment of scriptural accompanied. Haile Selassie's entry into Kingston, prophecy. To that effect, Rasta doctrinaires found in would help re-entrench the monarch's divine aura and, the Bible several verses that supposedly corroborated in so doing, give the movement its greatest moment their perception of Haile Selassie as the Messiah. Tum since the 1930s. Inspired in part by the 1966 royal among them was what the Jamaican ideologues visit and in part by Bob Marley's rise to international. Arasanti.qxd November 2, 2004, 1:03 p.m. page 410. 410 Rastafarianism. Stardom. Between the late 1960s and the mid-1970s, Rasta loyalists, for whom Haile Selassie's divinity Rastafarianism experienced its fastest growth, making is non-negotiable, the church holds a positive meaning it a factor in the 1972 election of Michael Manley, because of its image as a repository of ancient wisdom son of Norman Manley, into the office of Prime and History. The offering of Amharic classes, the minister in Jamaica. Issuance of Ethiopian baptismal names, and the seal despite its unheralded cultural and artistic celebration of Ethiopian holidays such as the New Year and cesses on the world stage, from the mid-1970s on, Epiphany, are but a few reasons why many sufferers Rastafarianism found itself on the defensive regarding feel socially drawn to the Apostolic Church.